Yunjiang, the banks of the Red River, the Poison Mountains. This is such a vast and gorgeous world. Lin Ke could feel the excitement of it as soon as he came through. But no matter how exciting it is, what? He is just an ordinary outer disciple with average qualifications, also called Lin Ke. There is nothing worthy of the Traverser's pride. Lin Ke, you will take over Qingsheng Garden today. Remember the monthly tasks, otherwise you will be expelled from the sect and your skills will be abolished. A voice sounded outside the door. It was Lin Ke's senior sister. After he failed the assessment for many consecutive times due to insufficient strength, the senior sister was the only one who cared about him. There are many people who did not pass the assessment, but this is his third and last chance. If he missed this time, it can basically be declared that he cannot be promoted to an inner disciple, unless he makes great contributions later. Senior sister, you go back. Lin Ke smiled and replied to the senior sister outside. I will take good care of the black gold silkworms in Qingsheng Garden. He did not dare to go out, fearing that the senior sister who was familiar with his original body would see the clues. You should be careful. The elder sister's voice was full of regret. I brought you into the Golden Wings sect, hoping to find a way for you to become an immortal. Your cultivation level was growing fast before, but it didn't grow later. Instead, you fell from the 9th level of Qi refining to the 1st level, and it is difficult for you to live forever. Although the monthly conditions of Qingsheng Garden are harsh, it can be regarded as a good place for retirement. If you have any problems later, just come to me directly. Don't worry, elder sister. Lin Ke's voice was still optimistic. You go, elder sister. I'm tired and need to sleep for a while. The elder sister was silent after hearing this, and finally sighed and left. But Lin Ke was still optimistic. Even if he might be expelled from the sect after a month, he was not afraid, because the original body actually had an opportunity that he had never told the outside world. Thinking of this, Lin Ke focused his attention on his mind. There was a tranquility in the sea of consciousness, as if it was a real sea. There should have been nothing in the sea of consciousness until the state changed later. However, Lin Ke's sea of consciousness was different. A red and green gem was floating in it, absorbing the spiritual power from the body. The original owner obtained this mysterious gem by chance, and then used spiritual energy to supply it for 3 years. 3 years. 3 years of no progress in cultivation. But fortunately, after Lin Ke crossed over, the gem had already shown signs of loosening. It is estimated that the gem will be opened in these 2 days, and it seems that Lin Ke's crossing has accelerated the process. He is looking forward to what kind of gains this gem can bring him. Thinking of this, Lin Ke cleaned up the house and went out. What came into view was a mountain of mulberry trees. His house was located on the mountainside, and there was a clear spring flowing down from the top of the distance. The 3 mountains next to it are the territory of King Sanjuan. His job is to run back and forth between the 3 mountains every day to collect silk. The black gold silkworms in Qingsheng Garden are specially bred. They do not need to wait until they are cocooned. Instead, they will spontaneously spin silk to the shuttle that collects silk every day. There are more than 3,000 black gold silkworms in total, all distributed in these 3 mountains. As the only sect disciple in Qingsheng Garden, he is in charge of the mortals in the garden. The sect disciples here have been transferred away before, and no one knows where they were transferred to. Anyway, it must be better than the deserted Qingsheng Garden. Thinking as he did, Lin Ke sat cross-legged to regulate his breathing. He was relieved only after he confirmed that his senior sister had gone far away. There is no way. He is Lin Ke, not Lin Ke. If he meets his senior sister, he will definitely find something fishy with their familiarity. So Lin Ke doesn't dare to meet this senior sister at all. Alas, the elder sister is like a mother. Thinking of a relationship between the original body and this senior sister, Lin Ke sighed. Then he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Now is not the time to think about these things. Completing the sect mission is important. In addition to the sect mission, there's also a sect competition in a month. If one is accidentally injured and crippled and then expelled from the sect, it is almost certain death. Now, facing the sect mission and the sect competition, he still has a glimmer of hope. That is the mysterious orb in his mind. If this mysterious orb can provide him with strong support, it may change the situation of the sect competition in a month. At the same time, the sect mission is not difficult. It is difficult to complete the silk task handed over to the sect in a normal way. After all, his requirements are twice that of others. On weekdays, The silk produced in King Sanjuan is usually less than half a caddy. The largest output was because a certain uncle was good at the Tsuiji technique, which stimulated the growth of mulberry trees and made the black gold silkworm produce a lot of silk. That only produced 1 caddy. It is equivalent to a milk-producing cow, which usually produces half a bucket of milk. If it can only produce 1 bucket of milk, even if it is exhausted, it is very difficult to produce 2 buckets. Originally, he was just demoted, and it was possible to raise spiritual chickens and plant spiritual medicines. After all, those were lucrative jobs with a lot of surplus eggs and spiritual medicines, and the outer disciples who managed those places were generally very rich. Only King Sanjuan was different. The black gold silk was only a few grams, and it was hard to sell. It was usually sold by kilogram. In addition, King Sanjuan was located at the border of the sect, so fewer people were willing to come. But even so, Lin Ke would not sit and wait for death. What if the current technology could not produce so much black gold silk? Then change the technology. According to memory, the silkworm and mulberry silk here have not evolved to the point where magic replaces technology. The silkworm and silk reeling technology here is very backward and primitive. In other words, the biological knowledge in Lin Ke's mind from his previous life, from Mendel, Darwin, Yuan Shuidao, Tianzuan, and others, can be used. This is the confidence for him to complete the sect's mission. However, this also requires him to understand the situation of the black gold silkworm first. Only after understanding enough information can he think of a good way to use it. While thinking, suddenly, the bead in his mind moved suddenly. Boom! There was a roar in Lin Ke's mind, and his mental power and soul instantly lost the perception of the outside world. In the sea of consciousness, the bead seemed to be a sponge that had absorbed enough water, and it gave off a sense of surplus and fullness. Then it exploded directly, turning into bursts of purple air and red light, piercing Lin Ke's sea of consciousness. Here it comes. The mysterious gem has changed. Lin Ke's mind was completely attracted by the changes in the sea of consciousness. It was obvious that something incredible had happened in his mind, and this was a very positive change. Wow! The purple air and red light turned into a stream of light, moving forward in the sea of consciousness that was like a quagmire, and soon opened up a semicircular space. Space was opened up, clear and turbid were divided. Purple air came from the east, Yin and Yang were born, and Taishu was integrated. A mysterious space formed in his sea of consciousness. The sky is round and the earth is square. Chapter 2. The Dark Golden Silkworm. Fusion and Cultivation. The terms Mud Pill and Purple Palace lingered in Lin Ke's mind as he delicately pondered their meanings. Sifting through the memories of the original owner. The path of cultivation is divided into numerous realms, many of which the original owner was unaware. But he was familiar with the earlier stages. For instance, he currently resided in the Qi refining stage. While Li Lu and his senior sister had both advanced to the initial foundation establishment stage, becoming inner disciples. The direct disciples were at the Golden Core stage. And the elders were formidable beings at the nascent soul stage, while the grand elders and the sect leader were at the fusion stage. But what lay beyond? That remained a mystery to him. In his past life, however, he had perused esteemed classics such as the Huangdi Neijing and the Taiwa Jing. The mud pill has 9 truths, and the brain is the essence of spirit, referred to as the mud pill, residing in the mud pill palace, which is synonymous with the mind. Cultivation demands the opening of the sea of consciousness, enveloped within the mud pill. The human body comprises 3 palaces, the upper Yuan Palace, also known as the mud pill, the middle Yuan Palace, the heart, which serves as the central root, and the lower Yuan Palace, the Dantian, wherein the spirit resembles an infant, embracing unity. Thus, in this realm of cultivation, the lower Yuan Palace begins to be developed at the foundation establishment stage, culminating in completion only at the nascent soul stage. As for Lin Ke, currently, after the original pearl in his mind shattered, he vaguely realized he had bypassed the lower and middle Yuan Palaces, directly awakening the mud pill palace of the upper Yuan Palace. With this thought, Lin Ke's consciousness delved into the newly awakened space. Upon entry, he immediately experienced a profound sense of grounding. It was a space spanning several hundred meters, with blackish yellow soil beneath his feet and the sky filled with an enigmatic gray-blue mist. Lin Ke even sensed that this mud pill palace transcended mere mental confines, connecting to an unfathomable realm. After a brief stay, he felt his mental energy surging exponentially. Cultivating mental strength here was remarkably efficient. Moreover, according to the insights gleaned from his soul, his mud pill palace possessed 2 extraordinary attributes. Abilities absent in others' mud pill palaces, granted solely by the mysterious pearl, namely, fusion and cultivation. To begin with, fusion. His Mud Pill Palace had undergone transformations due to the merging of souls from two worlds, allowing certain organisms to interbreed, enabling subsequent generations to amalgamate. For instance, when a cow mates with a snake, the result is a hybrid known as the celestial blue cow python. Similarly, mating a titan serpent with an orangutan yields the titan giant ape. Such fusion, in the ordinary world, this would be utterly impossible, a blatant violation of the fundamental laws of biology. Yet, within his Mud Pill Palace, the impossible became possible. However, that was merely the start. After all, not all fused entities would necessarily survive. For example, implanting a whale's heart into a human would likely result in catastrophic failure at the first heartbeat. Nonetheless, Lin Ke's Mud Pill Palace was not limited to mere fusion capabilities. It also possessed the attribute of cultivation. Here, even a fertilized egg could be nurtured into a new life. Incredible! Lin Ke trembled with excitement. Yet, amidst his exhilaration, he remained vigilant and far from arrogant. Indeed, while fusion and cultivation were formidable powers, they merely served as auxiliary effects, insufficient to elevate him to the pinnacle of strength. Furthermore, both functions of the Mud Pill Palace came with numerous limitations. For instance, he could not directly alter the forms of sentient beings. He could not simply bring a horse in and transform it into a unicorn. His own body could not be modified either. He could not affix a pair of wings to himself. Additionally, he could not conjure life from nothing. He could only cultivate entities brought from the outside world, which required a drain on his mental energy. Furthermore, he could not dictate the final forms of the species he cultivated. For example, if he were to introduce the dark golden silkworm to mate with a cockroach, he could not control whether the offspring would inherit the silkworm's silk-spinning abilities coupled with the cockroach's resilience or the silkworm's frail constitution along with the cockroach's sensitivity to light. There was the possibility of producing a robust new species with the strength of a cockroach and the silk-spinning capability, or a fragile creature akin to the dark golden silkworm, easily perishing upon contact and sensitive to light and temperature like a cockroach. In summary, while he could fusion and cultivate, his Mud Pill Palace was still fraught with limitations and defects. Yet, in Lin Ke's eyes, the capabilities of this Mud Pill Palace were nothing short of astonishing. If wielded wisely, it could become his greatest asset in this lifetime. Thus, let the experimentation commence. Dark Golden Silkworm, do not let me down. Determined to act, he realized that transporting entities into the Mud Pill Palace required mental energy, with smaller beings demanding less expenditure. Furthermore, his current strength was insufficient to contend with the ferocious beasts of the poisonous mountain range, making insects his optimal choice. Which insects to select? Undoubtedly, spirit insects. The most formidable insect of the Golden Wing sect was the spirit insect bee, historically referred to as the Golden Wing Envoy. This very insect had propelled the Golden Wing sect to prosperity and success, forming the backbone of its establishment. Consequently, many aspects of the sect revolved around insects, with the Yunjiang Garden being one of the least regarded places among them. At present, acquiring spirit insects was impossible. He could not overpower even the lesser spirit insects, much less obtain the Golden Wing Envoy, which was reserved for the sect's most esteemed disciples. Fortunately, he could access a spirit insect unique to the Yunjiang Garden, the dark golden silkworm. He decided to experiment with the dark golden moth first. Having finalized his plan, he promptly descended the mountain, enlisting the aid of the farmers in the Yunjiang Garden to procure several male specimens that had already transformed from dark golden silkworms into dark golden moths. He then dedicated the afternoon and evening to gathering a diverse array of insects from the surrounding woods: wood borers, numerous cockroaches, golden beetles, dung beetles, mantises, bees, and more. Thanks to his restored cultivation, capturing these insects was a breeze for someone at the 9th layer of chi refinement. Afterward, he returned to his abode, laden with bundles of insects. Although he possessed only the dark golden silkworm as a spirit insect, it sufficed for him to commence his plans. First, he would bring them all inside. Once back in his room, Lin Ke settled cross-legged and enveloped his mental energy around the gauze cages containing the insects. He aimed to transport them into his Mud Pill Palace to observe the transformations that other life forms would undergo within his domain. He harbored an intuition that fusion and cultivation were merely the foundational abilities, with many more waiting to be discovered. Yet, for the time being, these two capabilities were undoubtedly the most beneficial to him. One objective was to cultivate a new breed of dark golden silkworm, capable of spinning more silk to fulfill the sect's tasks. The second was to harness the essence of the dark golden silkworm to hybridize with other insects, producing aggressive spirit insects. As a sect specializing in insect manipulation, all disciples were permitted to utilize spirit insects during the sect competition and were even encouraged to do so, provided they had cultivated or subdued them themselves. Thus, should he succeed in breeding formidable hybrid insects to showcase at the sect's grand competition, it would undoubtedly serve as a significant advantage. If fortune favored him and an elder took him as a disciple, that would be even better, granting him a solid backing. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Lin Ke began introducing each insect into the Mud Pill Palace. Upon entering, he felt his mental energy rapidly expanding. In the realm of the Mud Pill Palace, there appears to be an enhancement in the growth of mental acuity through cultivation. However, His current focus is not on this practice. Instead, he directs his attention to the matters at hand. The insects, which had initially appeared somewhat listless after being captured, are now animated with vigor. The dark golden Yunjiang moth flutters its wings, its plump abdomen arched high as it searches eagerly for a female moth. As a spiritual insect, the majority of the Yunjiang moth's existence is spent in its silkworm phase, with a smaller portion comprising its egg, cocoon, and adult form. For the golden wing sect, the most valuable stage of the Yunjiang moth is indeed during its silkworm phase. Consequently, the lifespan of a Yunjiang moth is less than 1/10 that of its silkworm counterpart. They typically perish shortly after mating. Yet, this does not deter the fervent mating desires of the male Yunjiang moths. They frantically flap their minuscule wings, which are barely sufficient for flight, and collide with one another in a frenzy, seemingly in pursuit of elusive pheromones of female moths that are not present in the air. Lin Ke attempts to grasp a male Yunjiang moth and holds it in his hand, then seizes a cockroach, aligning its posterior with that of the male Yunjiang moth. The mating commences. Chapter 3. You must have your senior sister kneel before me and beg for marriage. In the next moment, two life forms, originally separated by reproductive barriers and belonging to distinct species, merge together. The male black gold moth writhed its plump abdomen, seemingly attempting to infuse all its essence into the body of a cockroach. However, the cockroach twisted frantically, its sharp head spinning wildly, its antennae dancing in a rapid frenzy. Clearly in great agony. At the instant of their contact, the cockroach in Lin Ke's hand suddenly burst apart, juices splattering onto him. Had he failed? Lin Ke furrowed his brow but soon grasped the reason. It was fragile. Though the cockroach was often referred to as little strong, it was essentially just an ordinary insect, devoid of any spiritual essence. While Lin Ke's Immortal Palace possessed the ability to fuse, not all entities could be merged. This cockroach could only be classified as mundane. While spiritual insects were of a higher order, the black gold moth, though common, was still a low-grade spiritual insect. Its essence was beyond what an ordinary creature could withstand. In other words, the cockroach had been scalded to death by the essence of the black gold moth. This was troublesome. Lin Ke glanced at the other insects. If they couldn't endure this process, he would have to seek alternative methods. Thus, he carefully held the black gold moth and introduced the strongest, largest rhinoceros beetle he could find. The beetle incessantly jabbed him with its horns and scraped at him with its feet, yet he stubbornly forced the two insects' abdomens to touch. Hiss. The rhinoceros beetle struggled desperately, emitting a sound of despair. Before it exploded, brown and green juices flying everywhere. The two had succumbed to the essence of the black gold moth. Yet, the black gold moth showed no signs of fatigue, on the contrary. It appeared quite lively due to its arrival in the Immortal Palace. Lin Ke continued to experiment with several more insects, but all ended in failure. Just when he thought this endeavor would conclude, the tail of the black gold moth touched the bee he had brought. Initially, he held little hope, as only the queen bee possessed true reproductive capability. Ordinary worker bees had their fertility suppressed by pheromones. Furthermore, the bee in his hand was unremarkable and small, lacking any distinctive traits. However, as he pinched the bee's tail and brought it closer, the two remarkably merged harmoniously into one. The crucial point was that the bee did not resist. Instead, it cooperated fully. Moments later, their abdomens separated. Astonishingly, at the very instant of their separation, the majestic spiritual black gold moth appeared to be drained, leaving behind merely an empty shell. Meanwhile, the bee radiated a surge of spiritual energy. In the next moment, the bee struggled to free itself from Lin Ke's grasp, swiftly flying to the ground. Using its mouthparts, it gathered the mysterious soil from the Immortal Palace beneath Lin Ke's feet and rapidly constructed a honeycomb structure. Lin Ke observed this process with keen curiosity. It was evident that the two had successfully mated, yet the male had perished in the process, while the female eagerly began crafting the hive. Imbued with a sense of fleeting vitality, could it be that every fusion consumes both the male and female? Lin Ke pondered internally. Just then, a section of the honeycomb was completed. Without waiting for it to dry, the bee immediately inserted its abdomen into the structure, its wings buzzing furiously, and its spiritual energy fluctuating. At a certain moment, the bee's movement ceased, its spiritual energy dissipated, and its body crumbled into dust, vanishing like the male black gold moth. Lin Ke silently observed this entire process. After the bee's demise, the contents at the bottom of the honeycomb became clear, a single egg. Gazing at the pale yellow egg, a smile graced Lin Ke's face. Now, all that remained was to wait for it to hatch. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ke withdrew his consciousness from the Immortal Palace, exhaling slowly to alleviate the tension brought on by excitement and anticipation. Wait a moment, this is... In the next instant, he noticed a change within his body. His expression shifting. 3 years. After the mysterious pearl had exploded, the spiritual energy accumulated over 3 years had returned. His original self was not lacking in talent. However, despite bearing the name of a genius, his progress had stagnated for 3 years before establishing a foundation. He had remained at the 9th level of chi refinement without any advancement, even regressing to the 1st level of chi refinement. The cause lay in the pearl he had obtained. Now, not only had the mysterious pearl returned the spiritual energy accumulated over 3 years, but it had also opened his Marrow Palace. For someone at the Qi refinement stage to have their Marrow Palace opened was no trivial feat. It was akin to granting an infant the robust arms of a grown man, or bestowing upon a child the wisdom of Zhuge Liang or Einstein. This was a qualitative leap. Ultimately, after the Marrow Palace was opened, it even returned all the spiritual energy his original self had infused into it, which was truly astounding. Regrettably, it was the original self who had endured the hardships, while Lin Ke reaped the benefits. The following day, Lin Ke rose early. After finishing his cultivation, he made his way to the wooden house at the foot of the mountain. There, a group of mortal women were extracting silkworm silk from spindles for production. This silk served as the tools for his tasks. His duty here was to submit at least 2 pounds of silk each month. Previous disciples were only required to provide half a pound, yet upon his assignment to this place, he had been tasked with 2 pounds monthly. At that moment, a voice rang out from afar. Haha, Lin Ke, my junior brother. Yesterday, I heard of your promotion, and I am filled with joy. I have come to present you with a bell. As the words fell, a dilapidated bell descended from the heavens, crashing down before Lin Ke. Just in time. For I am about to become a Tao partner with your senior sister, which adds to the joy. Become a Tao partner? A match made in heaven? Lin Ke felt no stirrings within, yet a surge of unnamed rage simmered within him. This was the anger of the original owner. The man who called himself his senior brother was the one who had assigned him to the Qingsheng garden. Suppressing his wrath, Lin Ke replied coolly, Li Lu. There are no outsiders here. You need not pretend to be a gentleman before me. Oh? Li Lu raised an eyebrow. He was naturally handsome, but at that moment, his expression shifted to reveal a glimmer of menace. Do not think that just because the sect rules prohibit mutual harm, I lack other means to deal with you. Li Li's demeanor turned icy. I specifically requested to have you reassigned here. This silk can yield at most half a pound a month. I am keen to see where you will procure the remaining half pound. Should you fail to complete the sect's task and fall into my hands, I will ensure your senior sister kneels before me and begs for marriage. Such a narrow-minded perspective. Lin Ke chuckled softly. If you were to kill me now, I might even regard you with a bit more esteem. His words dripped with mild sarcasm. Li Lu sneered. Ha, if I kill you, your senior sister will have no weakness left. With that, he cast Lin Ke a contemptuous glance and departed without a backward glance. Li Lu. Lin Ke stood rooted to the spot, mulling over the name, his gaze deep and contemplative. Unfortunately, he could not contend with Li Lu, who was at the foundation establishment stage, and the sect's rules forbade disciples from fighting amongst themselves. Nevertheless, a gentleman seeks revenge. 10 years is not too late. He would remember this grievance. Exhaling deeply, Lin Ke turned his attention back to the kneeling women before him. They trembled like chaff, their faces ashen. Mortals were merely expendable to cultivators. Having overheard the inner turmoil among the disciples, how could they possibly survive? Gather yourselves, and let not today's events be spoken of outside. Lin Ke took a moment to collect his thoughts before rising and making his way up the mountain. He had little time to concern himself with the farmers of the Qingsheng garden. At present, 2 matters weighed heavily on his mind: the sect's grand competition and the sect's mission. The grand competition needed no elaboration. As an inner disciple at the foundation establishment stage, his senior brother could easily arrange for a Qi refinement expert to inadvertently inflict serious injury upon Lin Ke. While death was unlikely, it was quite normal for injuries to occur during such contests. Should Lin Ke simultaneously fail to accomplish the sect's mission, it would only add to his misfortune. In such a scenario, a severely injured Lin Ke could find himself expelled from the sect, destined to become mere fodder in the vast, perilous, poisonous mountain range, subject to the whims of predators. Fortunately, he had the support of the Mud Pill Palace. Chapter 4. Observe carefully, hypothesize boldly, and argue cautiously. It is worth noting that the Niwan Palace not only enables him to cultivate extraordinary spirit worms, but also accelerates the refinement of his mental strength. He is certain that there are additional effects, but due to his current lack of strength and experience, he is unable to fully harness them. Consequently, Lin Ke naturally chooses to enhance his mental training, stopping only when his head feels somewhat swollen. At that moment, his eyes shine brightly, reminiscent of glass beads illuminated by the sun. The eyes are the windows to the soul. Those brimming with vitality possess a distinctive gaze. Although Lin Ke has only practiced for a night, and his spiritual power shows minimal change, considering his average aptitude, the growth in his mental strength compensates for an entire week of prior training. After a night of cultivation, Lin Ke feels invigorated and radiant. However, cultivation requires a step-by-step approach. It is impossible to train from dawn until dusk, as his body cannot bear such an influx of spiritual energy or mental strength. Haste makes waste. Since he cannot engage in further training, and with the eggs in his mind yet to hatch, Lin Ke shifts his focus to the yield of the black gold silkworm. It is essential to understand that both the sect's grand competition and the sect's tasks are hurdles he must overcome. The grand competition is manageable now that he has regained his Qi refining at the 9th level. Even without formidable spells or spiritual artifacts, it is acceptable, as he has an egg in his mind. However, the sect's tasks are less dependent on strength and more related to the black gold silkworm. What are the sect's tasks? Others produce 1 pound of black gold silkworm silk each month, whereas Lin Ke, persecuted by Li Lu, faces a doubled quota. While it may seem impossible to others, Lin Ke believes it is achievable. Creak. As he contemplates, he opens the door to his room, sensing that everything outside feels different. The air that greets him is sweeter than it was yesterday, and the same scenery appears more expansive to him today. He understands that this transformation stems from his newfound confidence in confronting challenges. Today, he is no longer the same person he was yesterday, and thus today's landscape is no longer akin to yesterday's. He arrives at the wooden cabin at the foot of the mountain, where several women are extracting silkworm silk from the shuttles for processing. Men are seen approaching from a distance, carrying baskets, removing the shuttles within, and handing them over to the women. The black gold silkworm is a strain cultivated by the eminent predecessors of the sect, and its method of producing silk is not through cocooning, but rather by spinning silk as soon as it hatches from the eggs. Each day, the black gold silkworm produces copious silk threads that wrap around specially crafted shuttles of the sect. The men tend to the silkworms, and once a sufficient quantity of silk is wrapped around the shuttle, they remove it and bring it to the cabin for the women to process. The processed silk threads are then collected in fine sandalwood boxes, awaiting the monthly inspection. Since he aims to find ways to increase production, it is imperative for him to gather information from these mundane workers. Who is in charge here? Upon arriving at the cabin, Lin Ke inquires of the women. Esteemed Immortal. A plump woman steps forward, bowing nervously. I am the supervisor here. Very well, follow me. Lin Ke gestures toward a nearby rock, sitting down and indicating for the plump woman to stand before him. I will ask the questions, you shall answer. Yes, esteemed Immortal. The plump woman nods timidly, hardly daring to raise her gaze to meet Lin Ke's. These ordinary folk are generally compliant, having undergone training before being assigned here, and they harbor a deep fear of cultivators. While Lin Ke is relatively amiable, many other cultivators regard mortals with the same disdain as they would a mosquito on the roadside. If they become bothersome or annoying, they might simply swat them away, treating their lives as inconsequential. Thus, the plump woman remains obedient, scarcely daring to breathe. First question, Lin Ke states succinctly, foregoing any idle chatter. He produces a jade slip and straightforwardly asks, how many days does it take for the eggs of the black gold moth to hatch? Esteemed Immortal. The plump woman answers timidly, the silkworm eggs generally take about 50 days, nearly 2 months, to break free from their shells. 50 days? Quite a lengthy period. Lin Ke nods, his voice remaining steady and devoid of fluctuation. Where do you usually place the silkworm eggs for incubation, and what precautions do you take? Sensing that Lin Ke's demeanor is not overly fierce, the plump woman relaxes slightly. We just place the leaves in a box. Is there no established system? How do the young silkworms molt? How many times do they do so, and what is the approximate duration between each molt? They just emerge like that, esteemed Immortal. I'm not entirely sure. All right, next question. How long does the black gold moth live after mating? One by one, Lin Ke meticulously inquires, aiming to uncover the rearing methods of the black gold silkworm. Although the black gold silkworm is merely an inconspicuous product acquired by the sect from an unknown source, it possesses advantages over other silkworm strains, as it does not require boiling cocoons to extract silk, even from the perspective of its original celestial lineage. The black gold silkworm is indeed quite unique. The sect may not emphasize it or conduct research on it, but that does not preclude Lin Ke from delving into its mysteries. Lin Ke, though unremarkable and ordinary, once thrived in a brilliant human civilization, allowing him to see the world from the shoulders of giants. Thus, while he may be mundane and dull, he possesses an understanding of fundamental logical reasoning and methodologies. Observe carefully, hypothesize boldly, and argue cautiously. The black gold moth approximately dies around 20 days after laying eggs. Lin Ke records this final piece of information on the jade slip. All right, I have finished my inquiries. Please send in another person. Anyone will suffice. Yes. The plump woman bows and hastens back to summon someone nearby. Subsequently, Lin Ke repeats his inquiries about the black gold silkworm to this new woman, and then calls for yet another individual. He seeks to avoid any discrepancies in the information obtained, hence the need to question 3 individuals. With no time to collude, the 3 dare not fabricate their responses. They will speak only what they know and remember, and refrain from speculation on what they are uncertain about. Once he has recorded the 3 sets of information, all largely consistent, Lin Ke gains a certain understanding of the black gold silkworm. In summary, they are delicate creatures. They cannot endure wind, rain, or prolonged exposure to sunlight without being moved to the shaded side of the leaves, lest they perish from the sun's harsh rays. They must consume only fresh mulberry leaves, discarding any that have been picked for over a minute. And they face threats not only from birds but also from various predatory and parasitic insects. In short, they require constant supervision, for neglect can lead to untimely deaths. However, the silk produced by the black gold silkworm is rather ordinary, failing to meet even the threshold for spiritual materials. Over time, the sect has grown indifferent to the outputs of the mulberry garden. Nevertheless, Lin Ke harbors a lingering suspicion that the individual who trained the black gold silkworm had grand ambitions. If the black gold silkworm could be utilized as a breeding silkworm, Coupled with other silkworm strains to produce continuously yielding silk without needing to cocoon, it would be nothing short of astonishing. Yet, he wonders why that esteemed predecessor did not continue their research, allowing the black gold silkworm to devolve into an ordinary product. Breeding silkworms adaptable such a spiritual strain aligns remarkably well with the functions of my Niwan Palace. Chapter 5. Come and see the magnitude of my sculpture. After gaining a thorough understanding of the habits of the Yunjiang silkworm, Lin Ke found himself contemplating a few ideas. Science. Science and technology. The most potent aspect of science is not the technology it produces, but rather the logical reasoning it embodies. One might assert that a certain flower is a rare treasure, unique in the world, and that cultivating a second of the same variety is impossible. However, through the lens of scientific thought, one realizes that if the seed, cultivation time, soil conditions, moisture requirements, air quality, and nutrient needs of that flower are adequately met, it can indeed be cultivated. While an exact replica may be unattainable, a similar variety is quite feasible. In previous civilizations, many so-called herbal medicines were cultivated in this manner. Initially believed to grow solely in remote mountains and dense forests, it was later discovered that by simulating identical conditions, they could flourish in greenhouses. If artificial wombs exist, why not artificial soil, artificial temperature and humidity? Thus, the cultivation methods for Yunjiang silkworms today still resemble those from the Han Dynasty, primarily because no one has prioritized or scientifically approached their breeding and production. The farmers in the Yunjiang garden are disinclined to ponder much, simply following the tasks assigned by the Immortal, which has resulted in a slow advancement in the science and technology surrounding the Yunjiang silkworm. Based on the farmers' experiences, Lin Ke began to form some notions. For instance, Yunjiang silkworms prefer warmth but cannot endure direct sunlight, hence they consume mulberry leaves on the underside to shield themselves from the sun's rays. Why not create a greenhouse to avoid direct sunlight while retaining warmth? Besides temperature, another crucial factor is the oxygen concentration in the mulberry leaves themselves. According to the farmers, Yunjiang silkworms often instinctively crawl downhill, avoiding the higher mulberry trees. Why is this the case? Elevation. Elevation affects oxygen concentration, temperature, humidity, and a myriad of other factors. Once Lin Ke gathers sufficient information and conducts a few simple experiments, he will discern the ideal environment for the Yunjiang silkworms. At that point, he can implement the findings. As for the method of implementation, while employing scientific reasoning, one must not rigidly cling to the technologies of the past. Instead, adaptability and the clever use of cultivators' abilities are essential. Whether through formations, talismans, or spiritual tools, altering the growth environment of the Yunjiang silkworms is entirely achievable. The essence lies in the reasoning encapsulated in science, but to realize this reasoning, technology, celestial arts, or magic can all be employed. Mastery of mathematics and physics prepares one for traversing through realms without fear. Thus, a greenhouse it shall be. After contemplating the knowledge swirling within his mind, Lin Ke rose to his feet. With his unhatched thoughts and the inability to cultivate, he decided to engage in this endeavor. Resolute, Lin Ke descended the mountain and set forth. The Yunjiang garden lies on the border of the sect, necessitating a journey to procure supplies. Fortunately, he possessed some basic spells, alleviating concerns over stamina and distance. Swift movement technique. The Iwa market was not far off. Situated in the Genie sect within the Yunjiang's Ai Lao territory, a vast mountain range named Cuidu stretches from north to south. Beside Cuidu lies the mighty Hongyi River, which flows majestically from the northwest to the Genie sect. Originally intended to flow southeast, the river was diverted by the sect's powerful adept using unparalleled celestial arts, encircling the sect on 3 sides before veering northeast. This resulted in a humid and warm environment within the protective formation of the Genie sect, ideal for the survival of flora and fauna. Lin Ke arrived at the Iwa market, the largest market of the Genie sect, nestled beside the Hongyi River, bustling with life. Here, not only were there shops and vendors from the sect, but also outsiders engaging in trade, creating a rich tapestry of commerce. After all, the Cuidu Mountain and the sect beside the Hongyi are not exclusive to the Genie sect. Countless others exist throughout the Ai Lao territory. As he approached, the cacophony of merchants' calls reached his ears. 200 years of Great River Team. Only 30 low-grade spirit stones. ISNT that too expensive. What kind of insect egg demands 3 spirit stones? Does it have certification from the Genie sect's Spirit Insect Cave? Sword cultivators. The elder of the Mu family seeks sword performances for his birthday. 6 more are needed. First come first served. Buying up Sanyang saffron, shrew oil. The market buzzed with a multitude of vendors peddling a variety of wares. Above the market, a distinctive silver hat adorned with the Miaowei clan's characteristics radiated a formidable aura, commanding respect from all. The Yunjiang is home to diverse ethnic groups, with the Miaowei clan being one of the more formidable factions specializing in insect cultivation. Other clans, such as the Eni and Heiwa, each have their own specialties and areas of focus. As Lin Ke stepped into the Iwa market, he was immediately greeted by a medley of languages and a kaleidoscope of attire, black, gray, deep blue, silver, red, and more, a dazzling sight indeed. The unique styles of these ethnic groups captivated Lin Ke's admiration. However, he had little time to indulge in the exotic charm. promptly navigating his way to the market stall area guided by memory. This area was not limited to cultivators. Ordinary folk also engaged in trade. Bargain hunters and those seeking deals flocked here, while tricksters also peddled their wares. Profit in such exchanges depended on individual discernment and skill. Lin Ke's current objective was to establish a streamlined process for cultivating and producing Yunjiang silkworm silk. The research and cultivation would stem from the Niwan Palace, while production could be entrusted to the mortals of Qing Garden. If he could construct this system, fulfilling the sect's tasks would be imminent. As he pondered, Lin Ke suddenly sensed a gentle tremor from the Niwan Palace within his mind. HM? Instinctively, he turned his gaze toward a specific spot in the stall area. Spirit root. Superior spirit root. Nourish the kidneys and invigorate the energy. 1 spirit stone for 1 spirit root carving, an absolute bargain. A dark-skinned, sly-eyed young man sat cross-legged on the ground, selling items. His table displayed an array of wooden carvings resembling root sculptures, each a bizarre and unique shape exuding a vibrant aura. Astute observers could immediately discern these items as fraudulent, mere wooden trinkets dusted with spirit stone powder. Yet, some ordinary folk might be deceived, lured by the purported benefits of these spirit root carvings. Lin Ke, however, held no interest in such trinkets, recognizing their falsity. Yet, the stirrings of the Niwan Palace and his body's instinctive reaction indicated that something extraordinary lay among these carvings. The Niwan Palace, residing in his head, serves as the source of his sixth sense. Its reaction signified that within this collection of root sculptures, something resonated with him. Or perhaps, something aligned with the Niwan Palace and the mysterious pearl that had unlocked its potential. Lin Ke silently stepped forward a few paces, then retreated, circling the vendor while keeping him at the center. Only upon entering a certain radius did the Niwan Palace respond. Thus, he pinpointed the vendor's location. Fellow cultivator, come and see my carvings. The young man, noticing Lin Ke's gaze, eagerly beckoned with a broad smile, revealing a set of white teeth. These carvings are truly useful. Look at this one, both large and exquisite. He picked up a large root carving and enthusiastically introduced it to Lin Ke. A flicker of interest immediately crossed Lin Ke's face as she approached, bending down to whisper, "Friend, does this root carving truly possess the ability to nourish the kidneys?" His cheeks flushed slightly, his voice barely above a whisper, and his gaze evasive. Upon noticing Lin Ke's demeanor, the seller's smile grew even more sincere and fervent. Indeed, it is remarkably effective. He leaned closer to Lin Ke and whispered, "I personally use this item. Let's just say, I only conduct business during the day, and I have 3 concubines at home, with 6 sons already." 6 sons? You truly underestimate my understanding. You must be merely 15 or 16, Lin Ke thought to herself, rendered speechless. Nonetheless, in pursuit of acquiring a particular root carving, she feigned a look of eagerness. Then, I shall purchase one to try it out? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Not at all. Absolutely not. The seller's tone became even more animated upon hearing Lin Ke's intent. Once you buy the first, you will undoubtedly return for a second in 2 days. Trust me, friend. Friend, let me share this with you. Forming a bond with the woman of your dreams is particularly vital, especially for us cultivators. He patted his chest and continued, I, too, lost my chance at becoming an inner disciple due to unpreparedness during my first encounter. Otherwise, alas. The seller's enthusiasm oscillated from exuberance to lamentation, causing Lin Ke to marvel at the dramatic shifts in his expression. After a few exchanges, Lin Ke seemingly resolved her intent. Then, I shall take this one. She swiftly extracted a low-grade spirit stone from her pocket and tossed it over, then quickly bent down to retrieve an oval-shaped root carving. Her face flushed as she walked away. The seller, oblivious to which carving she had chosen, eagerly caught the spirit stone she had thrown and gleefully stashed it away. In the next moment, he attempted to lift his gaze to say something, but Lin Ke had already vanished from sight. Hey, next time, you'll find your grandfather. And he will share your surname. He murmured joyfully as he watched Lin Ke shyly flee, then resumed his sales pitch. Meanwhile, Lin Ke forcibly suppressed her curiosity, placing the root carving into her storage bag as she merged into the crowd, only exhaling in relief once the seller was no longer in view. Let me see what this truly is. Chapter 6. The plan commences. The Earth Cicada Warm Sand Formation. Lin Ke grasped the dark, oval root sculpture, his mental energy slowly probing within. The exterior of this sculpture radiated a faint luminescence, suggesting it was an extraordinary spiritual object. However, upon delving deeper, he realized it was merely an ordinary piece of wood, coated with a layer of spiritual stone powder. After further examination, Lin Ke could not help but furrow his brow. Wood. No matter how he looked at it, it was simply wood, a common piece, merely wrapped in a thin layer of spiritual stone powder. Yet, it was also. If it were so easily discernible with mental energy, such a treasure would hardly come into his possession. After all, his uniqueness lay in the Mud Pill Palace, a realm that only formidable practitioners could cultivate, not ordinary cultivators. With this in mind, Lin Ke decided to explore further upon returning to his abode. A single spiritual stone exchanged for a treasure that could provoke the Mud Pill Palace's reaction was indeed a bargain. Thus, he had little inclination to linger, hastily purchasing some materials for constructing a greenhouse before making his way back. Upon returning to his wooden cabin, Lin Ke sat cross-legged and directly placed the root sculpture into the mud pill palace. In the next moment, the gases within the palace flowed towards the root sculpture in his hand for several seconds, as if a sponge were absorbing water. The gases and soil within the mud pill palace were quite peculiar, though Lin Ke was yet unaware of their extraordinary nature. As for the root sculpture he held, he initially thought it might be a spiritual plant suitable for cultivation within the mud pill palace. To his surprise, after absorbing the palace's essence, the root sculpture gradually transformed into a black-gray substance, leaving behind a completely dark spherical object in his hand. Lin Ke raised his hand to examine it, but could not discern what it was. An insect egg? A seed? A mineral? He was unable to tell. The object felt as solid as stone, entirely opaque, and even seemed to possess an ability to absorb light. Something capable of inciting a reaction from the mud pill palace was undoubtedly extraordinary. He brought this object near the black gold silkworm and the bee, intending to leave it within the palace and await any further developments from the two. However, as he approached the golden egg with the black stone in hand, an unexpected occurrence took place. The black stone suddenly sprouted a slender root, which swiftly pierced towards the insect egg. Lin Ke was startled and quickly withdrew his hand. The root, no longer than a pinky finger, began to dance in the air, conveying a sense of yearning. A seed. It seemed this truly was a spiritual plant. With a serious expression, Lin Ke contemplated taking the seed out of the mud pill palace. After all, that insect egg was the trump card in his sect's grand competition and held the hope of fulfilling his sect's mission. Although this black seed appeared to possess far greater potential than the black gold silkworm egg, he could not afford to make a hasty decision. The future is the future, while the present is the present. Potential is merely potential, and the task at hand a month later was of utmost urgency. To his astonishment, the egg of the black gold silkworm also emanated a sense of desire. There seemed to be a mutual attraction between the two. Mutual? Lin Ke pondered with a furrowed brow, ultimately deciding to give it a try. If the relationship between the seed and the insect egg was akin to a weary traveler in the desert yearning for water, he might hesitate to share his water, for that would cause it to vanish. But what if the water also wished to be consumed? This reciprocal yearning generally benefits both parties. At worst, he could later expend one of his few black gold moths to cultivate a new egg. Thus, he cautiously placed the two together. With a pop, the black seed split open, revealing several slender roots that entwined with the golden insect egg, one root burrowing deep within. The seed then descended to the ground, the golden egg facing downward, the black seed upward, as tendrils plunged into the soil of the mud pill palace. In an instant, Lin Ke felt a heavy sensation in his mind, as if a massive boulder were pressing upon him. Yet, his body did not bear a burdensome feeling. Instead, he experienced a profound sense of fulfillment and joy, akin to having feasted. A delightful surprise. The seed took root and sprouted in his mind, and Lin Ke opened his eyes, barely able to contain his excitement. Celestial materials and earthly treasures. There are many kinds of treasures. For instance, the low-grade spiritual weapon flying sword provided by the sect to disciples is considered a spiritual grade item. To his knowledge, above that lies the elemental grade, exemplified by the silver hat that hung high above the Yunjiang market today, known as an elemental artifact. Beyond that, the original body had no knowledge of what lay above elemental grade, but was aware of a category called celestial materials and earthly treasures, far surpassing the elemental grade. This was also the basis for the original body's speculation regarding the mysterious pearl that opened the mud pill palace. The mysterious pearl was a celestial material or earthly treasure, and this seed was likely not far behind. A delightful surprise. Lin Ke took several deep breaths, even practicing the cultivation technique bestowed by his sect, Yunjiang, to stabilize his excitement. Feeling the abundant energy of the 9th level of qi refinement within him, coupled with the subtly perceptible mental energy, the pressure upon him lessened considerably. Rejuvenated, he began to prepare for the greenhouse project. The items he initially sought at the Yunjiang market were materials related to the black gold silkworm and mulberry trees. However, he did not purchase plastic, as such a material did not exist in this world. Instead, he acquired formations. Yet, the placement of the formation was equally significant. He wandered around the range of mulberry trees, finally settling upon the mountain closest to his wooden cabin. This mountain received ample sunlight and had natural conditions perfectly suited for the growth of mulberry trees and black gold silkworms. He began to arrange the formation. The sun shone brightly, and the spring breeze felt cool. After dealing with the mysterious seed, Lin Ke approached the adjacent mountain, retrieving the items he had just purchased from the Yunjiang market. A delicate, yet over a meter-long piece of pale purple dragonfly wing, 5 red-armored rhinoceros beetle exoskeletons, and 10 pounds of black fly compound eyes. These materials constituted the primary ingredients for constructing the greenhouse, all refined by formation masters. The formation was named the Earth Cicada Warm Sand Formation. He first buried the 5 rhinoceros beetle exoskeletons at the foot of the mountain according to the prescribed method, then ignited the 10 pounds of black fly compound eyes at the mountain's peak with a fireball spell, gradually channeling his internal spiritual energy into the dragonfly wings. Buzz, the air trembled lightly, and the dragonfly wings instantly shattered into powder. Instead of being swept away by the wind, the powder floated in midair, descending to the ground in a regulated manner before settling into the earth. Boom! The burning black fly compound eyes erupted in unison, illuminating the entire mountain with a dark green blaze. Yet, the firelight was held captive by the mountain, as if magnetized, forming a dome over the entire mountain. Success! Watching the mountain awash in green light, Lin Ke felt a pang of regret. The original body had only accumulated a little over 100 spiritual stones, and now he had spent several dozen on this formation, leaving him with little in his pocket. However, the Earth Cicada Warm Sand Formation was the most suitable formation he could find for cultivating mulberry trees and black gold silkworms. If it could boost the silk production of the black gold silkworms, every expense would be worthwhile. Standing atop the mountain, Lin Ke sensed the gradually humid and warm air surrounding him, his heart surprisingly tranquil. Half an hour later, the radiance dissipated, and the formation had stabilized. Lin Ke then proceeded to his cabin at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, the farmers gathered together, awaiting Lin Ke's instructions. Having completed their preparations, it was now time to commence their work. Chapter 7. Golden Silkworm Peak. Setting fire to the mountain. The recent disturbances on another mountain were certainly noticed by the farmers and farm women. Although they lacked the ability to cultivate, they possessed a certain understanding of such phenomena. They were aware that the mountain must have undergone some beneficial changes, and thus they eagerly anticipated what Lin Ke would convey to them. First, hand over all the collected golden silkworms to me. Lin Ke had previously instructed them to gather every single golden silkworm, including the golden moths. Now, as he intended to implement a greenhouse assembly line production plan, he required assistance. However, these individuals were responsible for caring for the golden silkworms, and any casualties among them would render their efforts futile. Therefore, he decided to confine all the golden silkworms within the Mud Pill Palace, releasing them only after the external affairs were resolved. Regrettably, the Mud Pill Palace lacked the natural environment of sunlight and rain. Otherwise, he would have liked to experiment with cultivating trees and silkworms directly within. Yes, esteemed Immortal, we have not missed a single golden silkworm. A robust man clad in the traditional embroidered attire of the Miao tribe responded with a respectful gesture. Leading the farm women was the previously mentioned plump woman. While the farmers were under the command of the sturdy man, they hailed from a village situated in the poisonous mountain range, where generations had lived and toiled, rendering them quite familiar with plants and insects. The sects of the poisonous mountain range often sought disciples from these villages or employed the villagers, albeit in a rather unfriendly manner. Come one by one. Lin Ke stood still, extending his right hand and closing his eyes. The men exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain how a single hand could accommodate so many golden silkworms, yet they dared not defy Lin Ke's command. Under the direction of their leader, they approached sequentially. The first man removed mulberry leaves from his carrying basket and placed them in Lin Ke's hand, upon which 2 golden silkworms rested. The moment they touched Lin Ke's palm, the golden silkworms vanished instantaneously. The man, intrigued by this, observed intently. Faster, Lin Ke urged, eyes still closed, as time was of the essence. Yes, yes. The leader quickly replied, signaling the others to step forward. 2 more individuals approached, extracting golden silkworms from their baskets. Each time they were presented, Lin Ke absorbed them instantly. Although the farmers and farm women were somewhat astonished, they were not overly surprised, for it was common knowledge that cultivators possessed remarkable abilities. After half an hour of this process, Lin Ke took a brief respite. While the golden silkworms were small, their combined weight with the mulberry leaves was considerable. Continuously transferring them to the Mud Pill Palace strained his mental energy. Given that he was merely at the 9th level of chi cultivation, maintaining his sword flight was challenging, and he often resorted to running. Only upon reaching the foundational stage could he adeptly utilize flying swords for travel, as his mental energy would then be sufficiently potent. After resting for a brief period to recuperate his mental strength, he resumed his task of collecting golden silkworms. After more than 3 hours, he finally succeeded in transferring all the golden silkworms into the Mud Pill Palace. Lin Ke's complexion was flushed, though his eyes no longer sparkled with their previous vigor. Let us proceed. This task is complete. Now, follow me to dig up the mulberry trees. He gestured toward the aforementioned mountain. I have set up a formation here. If your legs and feet ache during rainy days, moving about within will be beneficial. The Earth Cicada Warm Sand Formation was a spiritual level array typically used to nurture an insect known as the Earth Cicada, which could be utilized for alchemical purposes. Lin Ke believed that the environment created by this formation would be ideal for the golden silkworms and would also provide some warmth to those suffering from rheumatic conditions, which was common among the inhabitants of the poisonous mountain range. After all, they were surrounded by toxic plants and insects, and living in a damp environment adversely affected the joints. Without the cultivation physique, recovery was unlikely, and the toxins only compounded their ailments. Thank you, esteemed Immortal. You are truly a benefactor. I often experience discomfort in my legs and feet. Applying hot water helps, but it seems I shall now enjoy the benefits. The farmers and farm women, recognizing Lin Ke's benevolent nature, relaxed their tense demeanor and expressed their gratitude. Lin Ke smiled, saying little. and promptly led them to excavate the mulberry trees, placing the processed trees at the foot of the mountain. Given the circumstances, Lin Ke decided to name the mountain Golden Silkworm Peak. Golden Silkworm Peak already harbored some mulberry trees, though they grew irregularly amidst rampant weeds. Having grown up in the countryside, Lin Ke understood that meticulous cultivation, weeding, and pest control were essential for the healthy growth of crops. To ensure that the golden silkworms produced abundant and high-quality silk, factors such as their environment, food, and water were crucial. While golden silkworms did not drink water, they extracted moisture from the leaves, meaning that mulberry leaves served as both their food and water source. Therefore, Lin Ke needed to ensure the healthy growth of these mulberry trees. The formation was a method of transforming the environment into a greenhouse, unique to this world. Meanwhile, Lin Ke's approach of replanting mulberry trees represented a technique from another realm. Prioritize quality, enhance efficiency. Each plot of land possesses distinct fertility, which naturally affects the types and quantities of plants it can support. The soil at Golden Silkworm Peak was quite fertile, and with the Earth Cicada warm sand formation in place, enhancing the soil's fertility would not pose a challenge. It is simple: set the mountain ablaze. Before the advent of scientific advancements, slash-and-burn agriculture was a method devised by ancient tribes to increase crop yields. In this world, there was no fear of long-term incarceration. One could simply ignite the mountain, transforming the flora and pests into fertilizer, and then cover the ashes with soil. This would significantly improve the conditions for the mulberry trees. Following that, planting at reasonable intervals would ensure that each tree had sufficient access to soil nutrients, thus successfully establishing the greenhouse at Golden Silkworm Peak. Excavate all the mulberry trees. Lin Ke called to the crowd, complete this task by the end of the day. Yes, esteemed Immortal. Dig, dig, dig. Let us commence. The esteemed Immortal is quite handsome. Your presence invigorates my spirit. With no golden silkworms to tend to or silk to reel, the 30 or so individuals worked swiftly. As they became slightly more familiar with Lin Ke's temperament, their expressions relaxed. The easing of their mental strain resulted in heightened efficiency in their labor. By evening, the entire mountain had been turned over, the soil flipped, and an array of snakes, insects, and rodents scattered. The more challenging trees were uprooted by Lin Ke himself. Once the soil was entirely turned, all plants were relocated to the sunlit side of the mountain. Esteemed Immortal, all the trees and grasses are gathered here. The male leader, drenched in sweat but smiling, reported. Behind him, the ground from the foot to the midsection of the mountain was blanketed in lush green foliage, with some insects emerging from their hiding places, seeking refuge among the greenery. Good. Step back a bit. Lin Ke nodded at the male leader, then summoned his spiritual energy, condensing a ball of flame at his fingertips. Fireball technique. As one of the foundational elemental techniques of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the fireball technique wielded far greater significance in the poisonous mountain range than elsewhere. After all, this locale was replete with flora, fauna, and insects, and fire was the most effective means of countering them. The fire was impervious to the moisture of the flora surrounding it, advancing with the influence of Lin Ke's spiritual energy, igniting the sunlit face of the mountain. With a fervent surge of power, Lin Ke activated the Earth Cicada warm sand formation. Instantly, the mountain was enveloped in a shimmering green glow, merging with the flames. Once the formation was set in motion, it diligently contained the billowing smoke and overwhelming heat within, preventing any escape. It is essential to understand that the seemingly dark smoke, while appearing gaseous, consisted entirely of solid particles. This abundant black soot, fundamentally carbon, is beneficial for enhancing soil fertility and must not be squandered. As for the heat, the intense fire produced warmth that effectively scorched the depths of the soil, targeting pests and weeds that were beyond their reach, ultimately converting them into fertilizer. Thus, Lin Ke endeavored to retain as much heat and smoke as possible within the formation. The farmers of Yunjiang Garden, though unaware of the underlying principles, were nonetheless entranced by Lin Ke's ability to contain such a colossal fire. Such a formidable blaze dared not act recklessly. Truly remarkable. This is the power of an immortal. I have heard whispers of the fire control formation, and it is indeed formidable. Alas, I wonder when my family ties you will be able to join the Immortal sect. Last year, my nephew Wang Lin entered a sect, but alas, his poor aptitude led to his demise, being fed to a centipede. How fortunate we are to have Lin, the Immortal of Yunjiang Garden. The surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter, but Lin Ke remained unperturbed by their conversations, focusing solely on the meticulous control of the formation. This Earth Cicada warm sand formation, possessing the ability to regulate heat and increase humidity, indeed proves to be the most cost-effective array available. Chapter 8. The Transplantation of Mulberry Trees. The Rain of Sweetness. Crack, crack, crack. The flames blazed fiercely, accompanied by a series of sharp sounds. Some snakes, insects, and rodents scurried out from the fire, but many more were consumed by the flames, reduced to ashes and charcoal. After a time of controlling the soil cicada warm sand array, Lin Ke found his internal spiritual energy waning. Fortunately, the array had isolated the air, and after burning for an hour, only a few scattered embers remained. With most of the flames extinguished, the entire mountain was permeated with the thick scent left behind by the burning of all things. Everyone, Please work hard and mix all this ash into the soil. Lin Ke gestured politely to the farmers behind him. Oh no, oh no. It's not hard work at all. You are truly benevolent, esteemed Immortal. The farmers were astonished at such treatment from a celestial being. This special attention made them more diligent and earnest in their tasks. Before long, the Jinkan Peak was transformed, becoming highly suitable for cultivation. However, Lin Ke was not in a rush to transplant the mulberry trees from the nearby mountains. After all, the process of transplantation itself was not difficult. The challenge lay in the method of planting. Though Lin Ke possessed some knowledge, he refrained from making hasty decisions. Instead, consulting meticulously with the farmers of the Yunjiang garden, comparing, deducing, and ultimately determining a suitable planting scheme. It is well known that appropriate planting density contributes to the healthy growth and increased yield of mulberry trees. An excessively dense arrangement could hinder the growth of the trees, while too sparse would waste the fertile land of Jinkan Peak. Fortunately, the farmers here were experienced. The laboring populace is truly great and wise. Lin Ke did not belittle these hard-working individuals simply because he hailed from a different civilization. Thus, he combined his previous knowledge with the wisdom of the laborers in Yunjiang garden to finalize the planting plan. The plan involved a row spacing of 90 to 120 centimeters for wide rows, 35 to 50 centimeters for narrow rows, and a plant spacing of 13 to 18 centimeters. In this manner, the entire mountain could potentially accommodate around 10,000 mulberry trees. However, the challenge remained in the actual planting, as all sides of the mountain were sloped. Therefore, over the next 2 days, Lin Ke purchased various supplies and learned several spells, nearly exhausting his reserves of spirit stones. Before preparing to transplant the mulberry trees one by one, at the foot of Jinkan Peak, the male leader and others stood ready. Shovels and baskets in hand, their faces beaming with anticipation as they looked at Lin Ke. He nodded in acknowledgement and turned to the staircase leading to the mountain summit. A dirt path hastily created for easy access. Follow me. He ascended the staircase steadily, his spiritual energy flowing within him. As he harnessed his power, his robe billowed without wind, and his eyes emitted a brilliant white light. Mountain moving technique. A fundamental skill of the outer sect disciples, one of the 5 elemental techniques. Like the spear technique, binding technique, fireball technique, and water arrow technique, it could be learned for free from the sect. Though these 5 spells may not possess the might of rarer techniques, they are valued for their practicality. For instance, the mountain moving technique, under Lin Ke's influence, caused the soil on either side of the staircase to flatten from a steep gradient of 40 to 50 degrees, resembling terraced fields. As Lin Ke ascended, more and more terraces emerged. From a distance, the mountain appeared as an arrangement of plates, stacked from largest to smallest. With each new terrace formed, the male and female leaders led the farmers forward to begin digging, creating pits with just a few strokes of the hoe. Each pit was excavated with a specific density before continuing to the next terrace. Yet, human labor is still just that, human. Even when Lin Ke paused to replenish his spiritual energy, he completed the digging far more swiftly than the farmers. After 2 hours, Lin Ke and Apos' spiritual energy was depleted 3 times, yet he had already accomplished the land preparation. The farmers, exhausted from their efforts, had managed to dig thousands of pits. Great work. Lin Ke beamed at the mountain full of pits. Esteemed Immortal, we shall now transplant all the mulberry trees. The male leader wiped the sweat from his brow. Although it was spring, the midday sun combined with the effects of the soil cicada warm sand array left the farmers drenched in sweat, their faces flushed. Thank you for your hard work, Lin Ke responded habitually. He wished he could offer them a day of rest, but he was eager to transplant the trees swiftly to prevent any delays. The sooner the greenhouse was established, the sooner the black silkworms in his mud pill palace could emerge to feast on the mulberry leaves and spin silk. To his surprise, as soon as he uttered the words of appreciation, the male leader seemed invigorated. Not at all. I shall get to work. He pressed his lips together, wiping his eyes. Esteemed Immortal, you carry on. I shall descend now. With that, he excitedly made his way down the mountain, rallying the others to begin work. The farmers immediately scattered across the nearby mountains, digging in earnest and placing the various sizes of mulberry trees into their baskets, transporting them back to Jinkan Peak. The larger trees were planted at the base of the mountain, while the smaller ones were positioned higher up to bask in sunlight, continuing this pattern until dusk. Once all the trees of varying heights had been planted, the farmers of Yunjiang garden collapsed from exhaustion. Lin Ke stood atop the mountain, gazing down at the newly planted trees and the people, once more gathering his spiritual energy. Rain of Sweetness. This technique, acquired for 20 low-grade spirit stones from the sect's library, could accelerate plant growth and heal injuries. Knowledge is not freely given, it demands payment. In every world, the acquisition of spiritual artifacts, spells, elixirs, formations, talismans, and familiars requires financial investment. However, mastering these skills can also yield profits. With the Rain of Sweetness, Lin Ke could even make a living by assisting others in watering their spiritual fields. Thus, the price for learning the Rain of Sweetness was on par with that of the soil cicada warm sand array. Of course, he had only purchased the base formation for the latter. Mastering it would entail an even greater cost. Still, one must be cautious not to overreach. His true strength did not lie in spells or formations, as his original self lacked any talent in those areas. Otherwise, he would have already attracted the attention of the sect's elders. His true advantage resided in the Mud Palace, in beast taming. With a flourish, Lin Ke summoned delicate silver droplets that coalesced at the summit and cascaded down like silver fish. However, he was still somewhat unskilled, unable to direct the rain precisely onto the mulberry trees, leading to a wide, random distribution. It and Appos, S raining. It and Appos, S raining, quick, run. After a long day of labor, getting drenched would surely lead to illness. Should we inform the esteemed immortal to seek shelter? Fong Tong, let Fong Tong speak. He is the leader. From below, the people, unable to see clearly, mistook the shower for an actual rainstorm and prepared to flee for cover. No need to hide. This is the rain of sweetness, beneficial for your health. Lin Ke's voice resonated from the mountaintop just in time. The rain of sweetness was limited. Once it fell, not only the mulberry trees could absorb it, but people could benefit as well, though it would not cure all ailments. It could alleviate minor aches and pains, a small boon for the hard-working farmers. Lin Ke understood that the forthcoming month was of utmost significance. He did not wish to witness the farmers falter. Thank you, esteemed immortal. Thank you. The air was refreshingly cool and delightful. The sweet rain technique. So it was the sweet rain technique. Oh, why do I feel as though my chronic leg pain has vanished? The farmers, each brimming with joy, danced exuberantly at the foot of the mountain, filled with laughter and mirth. The mulberry trees, which had just been transplanted and should have appeared droopy and listless, revived significantly upon contact with the sweet rain, even surpassing their previous vigor. Observing this, Lin Ke felt a wave of joy swell within him. As he cast his spell, he gazed at the night sky, his expression slightly relaxing. The situation had been favorable these past few days. He hoped that no unforeseen events would arise in the days to come. Chapter 9. All set. Breaking free. With the mulberry trees in a stable condition, Lin Ke released the black gold silkworms. The farmers, aware that these silkworms were more precious than their own lives, endured their fatigue after experiencing the benefits of the rain spell and continued to labor on. Not only the farmers, but Lin Ke himself felt exhausted. Although he was a cultivator at the 9th level of chi refinement, he was still a step away from breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. After a day of casting spells, he found himself depleting and replenishing his spiritual energy repeatedly, much like a sponge that absorbs and releases water, and he was struggling to cope. However, the significance of the black gold silkworms could not be overstated. Over the past couple of days, while they maintained their vital signs within his mud palace, they had been crawling about aimlessly, evidently discontent with the mulberry leaves he had provided. Though they would eat when desperate, several stubborn ones had unfortunately perished from starvation. Despite being the most basic of spirit insects, each black gold silkworm was worth dozens, if not hundreds, of spirit stones. Hence, he hastened to extract each silkworm from the mud palace and hand them over to the farmers. The farmers formed a long queue, eagerly accepting 4 to 5 silkworms each, which they hurriedly transported to the mulberry trees. As soon as the silkworms reached the trees, they began voraciously munching on the fresh leaves, clearly famished. The act of returning the silkworms to their rightful place kept the entire mulberry garden bustling into the late hours of the night. The farmers had never felt such fatigue, yet they could sense how much easier their future work would be after this endeavor. Previously, they had to scatter the silkworms across the mountains, each watching over dozens or even hundreds, vigilantly guarding them from dawn till dusk, fearing any mishaps. But now, all the silkworms were centralized on a single mountain. Lin Ke even instructed them to create a schedule for rotating care of the silkworms. After completing these tasks, the weary farmers returned to their dwellings, filled with hope. Only Lin Ke remained atop the mountain, feeling equally drained. The relentless cycle of depleting and replenishing his spiritual energy was torturous, compounded by the strain on his mental fortitude. Yet, through this flurry of activity, not only had he addressed the sect's task due in a month, but his spiritual and mental energies had also become significantly pure. Now, Lin Ke stood deep in thought about his impending breakthrough. Foundation establishment. Following the chi refinement stage, this was the most crucial phase in his eyes. Establishing a foundation. What foundation is to be established? The foundation of the Tao. The foundation establishment stage, also known as the Tao foundation stage, lays the groundwork for cultivating immortality in the Tao. A solid foundation is essential for a towering edifice to remain steadfast. However, establishing a foundation is not as simple as consuming a foundational pill as depicted in the novels of his past life. It requires transforming the originally attribute-less spiritual energy within into energy that suits oneself. It is akin to altering a generic garment into one that fits perfectly. More importantly, the moment of foundation establishment is the ideal time to determine one's secondary profession. In this world, the most renowned secondary professions include seamstress, blacksmith, alchemist, spirit planter, mineral locator, and beast master. While there are other professions, such as formation master, none are as esteemed as these 6. When his original self was at the 9th level of chi refinement 3 years prior, he had attempted to explore these professions, but none were suited for him. Even pursuits like formations and spells were ill-fitting. In simple terms, he was not cut out for a side job. Currently, Lin Ke found himself in a similar predicament. Yet now, he possessed the Mud Pill Palace. While he could forego refining tools, concocting elixirs, or spirit planting, becoming a beast master was perfectly suitable for him. To become a beast master, he must learn the pertinent techniques and methods before reaching the foundation establishment stage, and must also possess his own spirit beast. The technique of the beast master, Yunjiang technique, was well known, and the Jin E sect had its roots in this profession. As for the spirit beast, under normal circumstances, he would likely have to settle for the black gold silkworm, as acquiring a spirit beast would likely cost more than purchasing a slave of a chi refinement cultivator like himself. However, he had the Mud Pill Palace. If the egg that was fused with the mysterious seed could hatch, it would undoubtedly be far superior to an ordinary black gold silkworm. Everything was in place. Now he awaited the hatching of the egg within the Mud Pill Palace. Once hatched, if it proved suitable, he would refine it into his destined spirit beast and subsequently achieve his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Afterward, he would observe how the environmental transformation affected the silk production of the black gold silkworms. The pressures of the sect competition and the sect task seemed to have somewhat diminished. Just as Lin Ke prepared to descend the mountain, he suddenly felt a tremor within his Mud Pill Palace. Had it hatched? So soon? Lin Ke was astonished, as if summoned by the very mention. He could not afford to delay and immediately seated himself. Initially, he believed the incubation period of the egg, a fusion of the black gold silkworm and a bee, should resemble that of either the silkworm or bee, or at least be somewhat similar. Yet, it had taken less than 5 days to hatch. He speculated the mysterious seed might be involved. Turning his attention inward, he concentrated his mental energy within the Mud Pill Palace. Vast and boundless, Lin Ke had no true grasp of its size or height, yet he felt an infinite expanse. Currently, he could only utilize a small section to either side of him. His weak mental energy made even the simple task of bringing a chicken inside quite arduous. Before him, the black seed and the fused egg intertwined, gently vibrating. With each tremor, fine cracks began to form, accompanied by a palpable sense of yearning. As the master of the Mud Pill Palace, Lin Ke instantly understood this desire. It craved blood and mental energy to establish a bond. Raising an eyebrow, he pondered how a mere egg and seed could require a master like a spirit tool. However, he did not dwell on it for long. Hastily biting his fingertip to draw blood before returning to the Mud Pill Palace, he placed the blood upon it and then touched the seed with his mental energy-formed right hand. In the next moment, the seed quivered. A terrifying aura emanated from it, causing the Mud Pill Palace to tremble as if it could not contain this essence. Lin Ke's mental energy coalesced body shattered, and his awareness extended outward. Yet, in the following second, he pulled his consciousness back into the Mud Pill Palace. What was this? Lin Ke's eyes widened in astonishment. Merely a breath of aura, seemingly a trace of ancestral essence from the seed, was enough to shake the Mud Pill Palace? If the seed were to fully mature, would it not tear the palace asunder? He immediately attempted to take the seed outside, only to discover it could not be removed. Just as his expression darkened, a sense of elation radiated from the Mud Pill Palace. The joy was palpable, akin to the satisfying fullness after a delightful meal. In a matter of moments, the seed before him, having absorbed the blood, rapidly shriveled, and Lin Ke's mental energy was instantly depleted. With a soft pop, the object before him broke apart, and from within emerged a small creature, entirely golden in hue. The little being lifted its head, gazing blankly at Lin Ke. Daddy Chapter 10, The Art of Insect Control and the Birth of the Soulworm Father? Lin Ke raised an eyebrow. In this world, one would expect the term to be father or something similar, not dad. Could it be that after absorbing his spiritual energy, some of his memories were inherited as well? What is your name? He crouched down to scrutinize the little creature before him. It was a peculiar being, remarkably unusual. Its entire body was a vibrant orange-yellow like a bee, yet its head resembled that of a young girl, with 2 antennae akin to hair and eyes that sparkled like gem-like compound eyes. Behind this bee-like sprite, it bore a pair of pale golden wings, not the rigid and brittle kind associated with bees, but delicate wings reminiscent of the dark golden moth. Yet, this was not the most astonishing aspect. The strangest feature was that the upper half of this little creature appeared to be an organic amalgamation of at least 2 insects and a human, while its lower half resembled tree roots deeply embedded in the soil. The little creature supported itself on the ground, its lower half completely submerged in the grayish soil of the Mud Palace, embodying both insect and plant. With eyes like yellow gemstones filled with curiosity as they regarded Lin Ke. I am the mother nest, the little one chimed, her voice clear and melodious. Mother nest? Is that your species? Lin Ke nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. If mother nest is your species, then your name shall be Lin Ke. He was not particularly adept at naming, but this little creature deserved a name beyond just mother nest. Just as he pondered, he noticed Lin Ke's gaze shift from him to the surroundings. Aside from the mulberry leaves he had brought into the Mud Palace, there were also some unpaired insects. Lin Ke's attention was instantly captivated by those insects. Come out, she commanded, her voice bright, raising her left hand as if pinching something, her small face scrunching up in concentration until it turned red. In the next instant, a point of light materialized from her hand, rapidly transforming into an egg larger than her own body. Go, go, she exclaimed, tossing it aside while panting heavily. The object, Unmistakably an insect egg landed on the ground, breaking open to reveal a sizable insect. Upon seeing this, Lin Ke instinctively recognized what it was. A stinging moth? Lin Ke narrowed his eyes, his mind racing with the implications contained within this encounter. His mud palace had the capability to merge and cultivate, but it had only ever succeeded in nurturing 1 or 2 specimens at a time. However, that mysterious seed had mutated into the Lin Ke before him. Lin Ke, the mere name of her species, mother nest, hinted at great potential, evoking thoughts of mass production. If his mud palace could fuse 2 different species into a new entity, then Lin Ke could produce this species in vast quantities. Naturally, this process seemed to consume energy and flesh. Regardless, this indicated that Lin Ke would possess an unending source of support in the future. It was well known that spiritual beasts were exceedingly valuable. Even spiritual insects were no exception, commanding high prices. Despite the golden wing sects renowned for spiritual insects, the disciples had limited means to acquire them. They could either purchase them from the sect and Appos' insect cave, where the cultivated insects were of high quality but costly, or buy from the Yiwan market, where the quality varied, but there were chances of finding hidden treasures. Alternatively, they could venture into the Poison Mountain range to capture insects, a perilous endeavor with unpredictable results. The final method was to cultivate them oneself, a common approach among the disciples of the Golden Wing sect to enhance their strength by nurturing the free spiritual insects granted by the sect. At this moment, the stinging moth that emerged from Lin Ke's egg fluttered its wings and unsteadily flew toward various insects trapped in grass cages. The stinging moth resembled a dark golden moth but was notably palm-sized. Initially, it flew slowly, but soon adapted and increased its speed, displaying remarkable agility as it hovered over a cage containing several longhorn beetles. It twisted its body to find a gap, then thrust its thick tail inside. A dark golden stinger emerged from the tail's end, piercing a longhorn beetle. In an instant, spiritual energy surged, and the beetle began to writhe but ultimately fell still after several moments. The stinging moth did not withdraw its stinger but remained there, its abdomen gradually undulating. Poisoning? Absorbing? Observing the fluctuations in spiritual energy and the sequence of actions performed by the stinging moth, Lin Ke began to comprehend its abilities. Simultaneously, he sensed the essence of the stinging moth as a spiritual insect through its venomous stinger. The stinging moth was indeed a spiritual insect. Although it was of the lowest grade, it was on par with the dark golden silkworm. It appeared that the mother nest, Lin Ke, was truly remarkable, capable of hatching spiritual insects. She would not only save Lin Ke significant effort in cultivating them, but also allow him to sell any surplus spiritual insects he did not require. As long as they were unique and of good quality, the disciples of the sect could sell them at the insect pavilion. With this realization, Lin Ke's gaze toward Lin Ke shifted. Lin Ke, can you communicate with me? Although he felt as though Lin Ke was an extension of himself, akin to a hand or foot, he also sensed that she possessed her own consciousness. Moreover, the Lin Ke that had previously been unable to leave the mud palace could now accompany him outside. Father, Lin Ke looked at Lin Ke with weary eyes, pouting. I'm hungry. Indeed, communication was possible. Lin Ke struggled to contain his astonishment. This scenario reminded him of another concept, spirit tools. The mud palace was his innate spirit tool, while Lin Ke was its spirit, a tangible entity that experienced hunger. As Lin Ke contemplated, the stinging moth swiftly pierced several other cages in the same manner. Before long, the beetles within had all been drained to empty shells. The stinging moth, its belly full, returned to Lin Ke and began to produce a substance resembling caramel jelly from its tail. Lin Ke hugged the jelly and began to munch on it, patting her stomach contentedly after finishing. Father, Lin Ke lifted her head and called out to Lin Ke again. I want to eat. I want to eat more. Can you understand what I'm saying? Lin Ke gazed at Lin Ke, feeling a profound connection, akin to looking at his own daughter. Lin Ke nodded her little head. Father, what do you wish to eat? Upon hearing Lin Ke's response, a smile graced Lin Ke's face. Meat. I want to eat meat. Lin Ke said, drooling, a lot of meat. Very well, I shall take you out. Lin Ke extended his hand toward Lin Ke. Once we are outside, you must listen to me, understand? Outside? Lin Ke tilted her head, considering Lin Ke's hand, and then seemed to grasp his intention. She pushed against the ground with her hands, her lower half emerging from the soil. Lin Ke's lower body resembled tree roots, still coated in gray soil, which she shook off before leaping into Lin Ke's hands. Lin Ke then carried Lin Ke out of the mud palace. At this moment, he sat cross-legged atop the mountain. As the dawn broke in the east and the sun appeared like a golden yoke, the day was on the verge of breaking. Several hours had passed since he set the mountain ablaze, and the villagers had long since dispersed, leaving him alone. Upon entering the outer world, Lin Ke immediately reacted, exclaiming, Ah, return, return, father, return. Panic-stricken, Lin Ke insisted, the air is terrible. We must go back. The implication of the air is terrible quickly dawned upon Lin Ke. It seemed that his Niwan Palace indeed possessed unique attributes, not merely in its soil but also in the peculiar air that permeated it. However, in order to transform Lin Ke into his innate spiritual beast and thus advance to the foundation establishment stage, he had to endure a little discomfort for her sake. Lin Ke gently reassured Lin Ke and swiftly began to circulate his cultivation technique, absorbing spiritual energy and converting it into spiritual power. Miaojiang technique. Most techniques during the qi refinement stage focused primarily on accumulation, with the speed of cultivation solely dependent on talent. However, upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, numerous external factors come into play. Innate spiritual tools, innate formations, innate plants, and innate spiritual beasts, when synergized with relevant techniques, can significantly enhance the rate of cultivation. Thus, refining his innate spiritual beast became crucial. Now, the Lin Ke, capable of stirring his Niwan Palace, was poised to become his innate spiritual insect. Once he replenished the spiritual power expended from techniques like the sweet rain art, he would be able to refine Lin Ke. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen change occurred. Impudent child, return my spiritual pearl. Chapter 11. A shocking transformation. The beast sovereign of Yunjiang. A furious and resounding voice reverberated throughout the realm. Lin Ke abruptly lifted his gaze. The spirit pearl. Fear gripped him, as Lin Ke, who had just been calmed, clung tightly to Lin Ke and Apos' fingers. His expression one of terror. In the next moment, an overwhelming wave of spiritual power swept in from afar, crashing against the protective array of the Golden Wing sect. Not only the Golden Wing sect, but the entire Poison Refining Mountain and all surrounding sects were compelled to activate their protective formations. Something is amiss. Realizing this, Lin Ke hastily sent Lin Ke back to the Mud Pill Palace. Beast Sovereign, please temper your wrath. An ancient and weary voice echoed from an unknown source. And the spiritual power belonging to the Beast Sovereign vanished without a trace in an instant. Yet, the Beast Sovereign's voice soon thundered across the heavens. Cursed human race. Not only did you trespass into my Yunjiang, but you even dared to steal my spirit pearl. I shall not rest until you are annihilated. As those words fell, a clash of crimson and faint violet energies erupted in the sky, as if a rift had torn open the firmament. Dawn was just breaking. The sun and Apos' rays poised to emerge, only to be brutally rent apart by the two forces, transforming the entire sky and Apos' hue. Minutes later, the sound of their collision resonated from afar, causing the earth to tremble. Boom. The sound, accompanied by a shockwave, struck the protective array of the Golden Wing sect. Countless individuals within the sect looked up in terror, elders and disciples alike taking to the skies. Many had been cultivating through the night, oblivious to the unfolding chaos. What is happening? What is the meaning of this? That is a clash of transformation realm cultivators. The Beast Sovereign of Yunjiang, the Beast Sovereign of Yunjiang, so terrifying. What is the spirit pearl that is so vital? It has provoked the Beast Sovereign into battle against our human cultivators? In the distant sky, countless members of the Golden Wing sect engaged in frantic discourse. Until a calm female voice resonated throughout the sect, the matter of the Beast Sovereign of Yunjiang has drawn the attention of powerful beings. All disciples, please return. I must journey to the Mu clan in the Great Li domain to discuss significant matters. Until my return, all affairs within the sect shall be decided by Elder Luo. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, then bowed deeply, offering their respects to the heavens, as commanded by the sect master. Sect master, Lin Ke, situated far on the outskirts in the Qingsang garden, saluted and raised his head, only to see a streak of dark golden light darting away into the distance. Akin to a meteor, moving with incredible speed. The spirit pearl, the Beast Sovereign of Yunjiang. Lin Ke disregarded the distant chatter among the crowd in the sky and swiftly returned to his abode. The Beast Sovereign had unleashed his spiritual power upon the realm just as he had led Lin Ke out of the Mud Pill Palace. It was implausible for the mysterious treasure that enabled the establishment of his Mud Pill Palace to have no connection to the spirit pearl mentioned by the Beast Sovereign. He speculated that perhaps it was because of Lin Ke and Apos' unique constitution, having absorbed the peculiar energy of the Mud Pill Palace, that he inadvertently leaked its essence upon exiting. After all, the Beast Sovereign had not detected anything when he opened the Mud Pill Palace, nor when he brought the black gold silkworm and ordinary insects in and out. Yet he had appeared just as Lin Ke emerged. It seems prudent to minimize Lin Ke and Apos' exits in the future, Lin Ke murmured. And then cautiously took Lin Ke out once more. To establish a foundation, one must have a destined spirit insect. Once he accumulated to the 9th level of qi refining, he merely needed to refine his destined spirit insect and break through the final barrier to reach the foundation establishment stage. He could choose to refine either the Jinjin moth or the black gold silkworm, but as his destined spirit insect, Lin Ke undoubtedly possessed superior aptitude. Daddy, upon emerging, Lin Ke displayed a look of lingering fear, patting her chest with her small hand. Daddy, I was scared. He wanted to eat me. He will not consume you. Lin Ke reassured Lin Ke, then swiftly mobilized his internal spiritual energy, preparing to refine Lin Ke as his destined spirit insect according to the methods of the Miaojiang technique. Do not move or resist. I shall refine you into my destined spirit insect. As he spoke, he infused his spiritual energy into Lin Ke's body. Immediately, her attention turned inward to the spiritual energy. She curiously touched her body, then her head, and her legs. Wow, Daddy is here. Lin Ke continuously examined herself from every angle, seemingly perplexed by the presence of Lin Ke's essence flowing within her. Meanwhile, Lin Ke was wholly absorbed in the process. channeling his spiritual energy into Lin Ke until it formed a character resembling a complex goo. Success. At the moment the goo character took shape, a profound connection sparked between Lin Ke and Lin Ke, and they exchanged smiles. Lin Ke, how do you feel? Comfortable. So comfortable. Daddy. Hearing the voice resonate within his mind, Lin Ke nodded slightly. Now, Lin Ke had officially become his destined spirit insect. Typically, the process of subduing and refining a destined spirit insect involves rendering it nearly lifeless, lest one face fierce resistance, which could even harm the soul. However, for Lin Ke, in a sense, Lin Ke was the spirit of the Mud Pill Palace, and the Mud Pill Palace was his own. Even with her own consciousness, Lin Ke was akin to an extension of Lin Ke. Thus, refining her was remarkably effortless, with no hindrances whatsoever. Now, Lin Ke functioned as a filter. Lin Ke merely needed to circulate his spiritual energy through her body, resulting in a far more refined output. This is the true essence of a destined spirit insect. Its significance extends beyond combat. Even in daily cultivation, a destined spirit insect is of paramount importance. Different spirit insects serve varying purposes, and Lin Ke was unsure of the rank to which Lin Ke belonged, nor did he fully grasp the effects of destined spirit insects. However, such inquiries could wait for another time. For now, he resolved to press on with his breakthrough. After refining Lin Ke did not pause. Determined to push through to the foundation establishment stage. Lin Ke, come forth. With a thought, Lin Ke transformed into a phantom, merging into his body, flowing into his dantian like blood. The Upper Yuan Palace, also known as the Mud Pill Palace. The Middle Yuan Palace, referred to as the Heart Chamber or Central Palace. The Lower Yuan Palace is the dantian, also known as the Embracing Yuan Palace. Well, so much spiritual energy. Daddy's spiritual energy. Lin Ke was enveloped by Lin Ke's spiritual energy, her eyes wide with curiosity as she surveyed the surrounding darkness. Lin Ke, assist me in opening the Embracing Yuan Palace. Lin Ke's voice directly entered Lin Ke's mind. Okay. Lin Ke, her curiosity replaced with solemnity, nodded earnestly. Though newly born, she comprehended the significance of the task at hand. In an instant, Lin Ke stood upright in the void, raising her arms high, her form resembling a Y. She gritted her teeth, her little face puffing up, clearly exerting great effort, as if lifting a heavy object. An unending stream of spiritual energy flowed into the dantian, entering Lin Ke's body and emerging from within her in a purer form. This refined spiritual energy gradually expanded and flowed outward, following Lin Ke's posture. Open. Lin Ke's face flushed crimson, and with a sudden exertion, a glimmer of light appeared within the dantian. This glimmer rapidly expanded, revealing clarity amidst the murkiness. At that moment, the Mud Pill Palace erupted with a series of thunderous roars. The land within the Mud Pill Palace rapidly sank from the void, akin to a ship submerging beneath the waves at an astonishing speed. Then, in a fleeting moment, the entire Mud Pill Palace was left empty, with not a speck of soil to be seen, only swirling masses of bluish-gray gas. Meanwhile, within the embrace of Primordial Palace, soil rapidly accumulated. Precisely the same earth that originated from the Mud Pellet Palace. Sensing the transformations within his body, Lin Ke abruptly opened his eyes. The separation of purity and turbidity. Chapter 12. Establishing the Foundation, Breakthrough. The foundational stage. However, the foundation he established was not as he had envisioned or remembered. The elder who transmitted the teachings at the sect had previously stated that the solidity of one's foundation greatly influences future growth. The more robust the foundation, the higher one can ascend in the future. A common foundation merely occupies about 30% of the space in the Baoyuan Palace. Individuals with such a foundation cannot even hope to break through to the golden core stage. But what if the foundation occupies around 50%? That would provide a solid foundation for breaking through to the golden core stage. When one achieves over 60% of the foundation, they may be deemed a genius. Over 70%, and one becomes a rarity, a top prodigy of the sect, earmarked for special cultivation. As for 80%, it seems there are no individuals with such a foundation in the entire Yunjiang region. Only ancient progenitors of humanity were said to possess such foundations. These ancient figures traversed the realms, carving out a bloody path for humanity. Their strength is truly unimaginable. As for 80% and above, 9%, the elder had implied that not only he, but even the heads of the major sects in Yunjiang had never heard of such existences. The ancient progenitors have become myths and legends, let alone those with a foundation of 90%. At that time, the elder's intention in sharing this was to encourage Lin Ke and the other outer disciples to diligently cultivate and solidify their foundations. The more spiritual energy accumulated during the Qi refinement stage, the more solid the foundation becomes, allowing for a greater conversion of spiritual energy into foundational strength upon breaking through. And now what of Lin Ke? He forcibly suppressed the tremors within his heart, silently sensing the boundless spiritual energy represented by the filled foundation in the Baoyuan Palace. It was dense, vast, and expansive. If a genius foundation is considered 60% full, a prodigy foundation 70%, and that of the ancient progenitors 80%, then Lin Ke's foundation was akin to being overstuffed. as if his stomach had expanded to fill his entire chest and abdomen. No wonder the beast sovereign of Yunjiang was so furious. Lin Ke rarely uttered a curse, then took a long breath to calm his excitement. He could only surmise that the conditions for unlocking the mysterious pearl must be even more stringent than he had imagined. Otherwise, why wouldn't he, the beast sovereign, unlock it himself? Reflecting on the convoluted journey of how the original owner had found the mysterious pearl only deepened Lin Ke's joy. A fortuitous encounter. What others deem as treasures worthy of great attention during the transformation stage must be fraught with challenges to unlock. Yet now, those formidable hurdles had been borne by the original owner, and the fortune was his to enjoy. Truly a stroke of luck. Having reached the 9th level of chi refinement, he could effortlessly cast over a dozen spells. Such a level was merely average, as countless cultivators in the chi refinement stage surpassed him. But what of now? The profound power within his dantian was not merely a quantitative change, but felt as though it were undergoing a qualitative transformation that would revert to a quantitative one. The spells learned during the chi refinement stage could only be considered techniques, and even a 9th level chi refinement practitioner could not wield the true essence of spells. After establishing a foundation, a practitioner in the initial stage can use spells, but typically only a handful. Yet he, boom, raising his arm. A fireball ignited from his hand before extinguishing. The elemental techniques, which every outer disciple possessed, hardly consumed much of his spiritual energy now. Previously, he had been exhausted from using the mountain-moving technique and the rain technique, but now he could perform them all night without depleting his energy. With this thought, Lin Ke shook his head and murmured, Foundation, the legendary Immortal foundation is merely 90%. Yet here I am, boasting 13%. The elder had stated that theoretically, a 10% foundation does not exist. The highest is above 90%, the Immortal foundation. A 10% foundation would essentially be akin to spiritual stones, representing the complete transformation of the Niwan Palace into spiritual energy, which in itself is spiritual energy. However, Lin Ke's Niwan Palace possessed a 13% foundation, with spiritual energy of unparalleled might. Yet he did not allow himself to become arrogant or complacent. Whether one is a genius or a prodigy or anything else, until one grows into a powerful being, they remain among the weak. He still needed to remain grounded. To persist in the Qingsheng garden until he became strong, Lin Ke closed his eyes and after a moment, reopened them. His gaze now calm and devoid of the earlier excitement and fervor. He rose and stepped outside. The east was brightening, and the dawn sun began to rise. Farmers had already awoken early to prepare for their labors. Under the terrifying pressure of the beast sovereign, it was hard to believe many could sleep, especially those at the bottom of the food chain in the cultivation world. However, they had no power to resist. So they simply rose early and diligently went about their work, without many alternatives. With the earth cicada warm sand formation in place, the farmers of the Qingsheng garden no longer needed to take turns keeping watch over the black silkworms overnight, so they awoke refreshed. Lin Shanshian, do you have any orders for today? The male leader named Fang Tong, accompanied by a plump woman, approached as Lin Ke emerged, and they bowed respectfully. Fang Tong oversaw all the farmers, while the plump woman was the leader of the female workers. Li Yanhua continued with the silk reeling. Remember to bring it to me for inspection each day. Lin Ke first addressed the plump woman. Li Yanhua, the plump woman, slightly bowed. Yes, Lin Shanshian. Lin Ke then turned to Fang Tong. The 5 large mountains of Qingsheng Garden have numerous insects. Leave 5 individuals at the Golden Silkworm Peak to patrol and oversee the black silkworms. The rest will accompany me into the mountains to catch insects. The Golden Silkworm Peak was now entirely covered in mulberry trees and black silkworms, all concentrated together. And the improved temperature conditions meant that only a few individuals were needed to keep watch, rather than letting them idle and be inefficient. It would be better for them to join him in the mountains to catch insects. Lin Ke was not concerned about the farmers encountering danger. With the protective formation in place, wild spiritual insects and beasts would not appear in the Qingsheng garden. These farmers had long lived in the mountains and were more familiar with the terrain than Lin Ke. Catch insects? Fang Tong was taken aback. What kind of insects? All insects, Lin Ke replied with a smile. Size, type, color, etc. are all unrestricted. As long as they are insects, living insects will suffice. Of course, do be cautious and avoid being bitten by poisonous ones. Upon hearing this, Fang Tong exchanged glances with the plump woman, quickly grasping Lin Ke's intent. Lin Shanshian, are you planning to raise poison? Fang Tong inquired curiously. Yes, but also not entirely. Lin Ke was non-committal, as some matters were impossible to disclose. Fortunately, this sort of thing was quite normal for those from the poisonous mountain region. Here, the Miao, Yi, Hua, and Hakka ethnic groups had inherited their traditions for countless generations, living alongside poisonous insects and miasma, and were exceedingly skilled in witchcraft. It was said that the founding patriarch of the Golden Wing sect established the sect after learning witchcraft. Thus, Fang Tong and Li Yanhua were neither surprised nor frightened. They accepted the outcome with composure. Fang Tong even appeared eager. All right then, Lin Shanshian, just wait and see. The men of our Qingsheng garden are quite adept at catching insects and snakes, but do prioritize safety. Lin Ke's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Teasing, just don't let the 5 poisons peck your eyes out. Rest assured, Shangxian, leave it to us. Fang Tong laughed heartily, as long as they are not spiritual insects. No need to mention the 5 poisons, even the 6 evils, we can handle them all. If we encounter any, we'll catch them for you. Chapter 13, The Art of Moving Mountains and Draining Seas. What are the 6 evils? Lin Ke pondered with curiosity. He was familiar with the 5 poisons: snake, scorpion, toad, centipede, and gecko. Since the Warring States period, the folk belief held that with the arrival of the Dragon Boat Festival, the 5 poisons awakened, leading to their emergence and potential disruption of human life. In the Yunjiang region, these 5 poisons significantly reduced the survival rate of humanity. However, this term was merely a colloquial expression, as Miaojianggu's skills did not recognize such nomenclature, akin to the difference between the common name for cilantro and its formal designation as coriander. Yet, Lin Ke had never encountered any mention of the 6 evils in the Cuidu mountain range. The 6 evils? Fang Tong scratched his head. This is what we locals call them: 6 types of insects: the wind mosquito, the cold fly, the heat moth, the damp spider, the dry ant, and the fire bee. They possess malevolent traits and were favored by the great sorcerers and elders for their cultivation practices. However, our esteemed elders at the Jianyizong consider them to be of the sinister path, leading to the decline in their usage. The great sorcerers and elders? Lin Ke nodded slowly, a glint of contemplation in his eyes. What makes these 6 evils so special that they can be compared to the 5 poisons? The great sorcerers and elders were the core figures of various tribes in Yunjiang, with the former responsible for external warfare and the latter for internal governance. Their roles distinctly defined. However, Lin Ke recalled that many great sorcerers and elders had perished after the Taoist powers took control over Yunjiang, subsequently vanishing from sight. This was likely why the term 6 evils had not been widely disseminated. The 6 evils possessed a sinister nature, rumored to be related to the balance of life and death, though Fang Tong admitted his confusion regarding this. He patted his chest, assuring, "But rest assured, esteemed one. Even the 5 poisons and 6 evils shall not escape the clutches of our Miao tribe, haha." Lin Ke was aware that the Miaojianggu skills passed down from his sect originated from the Miao tribe, and he nodded with a smile to convey his trust. "Then you may set off." Fang Tong and Li Yinhua bowed and withdrew. Lin Ke then made his way to the sect's scripture repository, hoping to find suitable spells for study. After reaching the foundation establishment stage, relying solely on basic elemental spells could easily lead to being countered, as their power was relatively weak. Although his innate talent for spells was not extraordinary, the solid foundation of his Tao could provide a continuous flow of spiritual energy. It would be a tremendous waste not to fully utilize his strengths. The Qisang Garden lay far from the core of the sect, yet Lin Ke, now a practitioner of the Tao Foundation, possessed significantly improved agility. While Tao Foundation practitioners could fly, he chose to travel on foot, utilizing the original owner's swift walking technique to increase his speed. In less than an hour, he arrived at the scripture repository. Upon entering with his disciple token, Lin Ke was immediately dazzled by the array of spells available. The golden fruit honey brewing technique, over 600 spiritual stones, truly the prized skill of the Jianyizong. The art of moving mountains and draining seas, a fusion of the mountain moving technique and water arrow technique. It was extremely energy intensive but offered great potential for advancement, albeit at a steep cost of 800 spiritual stones, far too expensive. The 3 mysteries fire technique was quite appealing, but it required nurturing within the Niwan Palace. Wouldn't the Lin Silkworm get burned to death? As he perused the jade slips, Lin Ke's gaze shifted from fervor to a state of serene detachment, devoid of desire. Too costly. The items produced by the sect, whether spiritual insects or spells, were invariably of exceptional quality. After all, these were refined through the exploration, research, learning, and practice of countless predecessors. Yet, correspondingly, their prices were exorbitant. For instance, the art of moving mountains and draining seas blended the mountain moving technique with the water arrow technique, making it perfectly suited for someone like him who had already learned basic techniques. Its accessibility and immense power rendered it highly practical. Its drawbacks were fatal to others, but it seemed tailor-made for Lin Ke. In the future, it could even evolve into a profound understanding or divine ability, showcasing remarkable growth potential, practicality, and adaptability. But Lin Ke was impoverished. Having previously purchased the Sweet Dew technique and the Earth Cicada Warm Sand array had already depleted his savings. Next month, the sect stipend had yet to be issued. Even when it would only amount to 150 low-grade spiritual stones, far from sufficient. However, his purpose for visiting was primarily exploratory, to gain a better understanding. Now, 3 spells captured his interest: the art of moving mountains and draining seas, the dragonfly swift technique, and the damp egg hatching technique. The art of moving mountains and draining seas was incredibly powerful, with the Cuidu mountain range and the Red River nearby, abundant in earth and water, significantly enhancing its potency. The dragonfly swift technique was primarily for escape and travel, featuring numerous agile maneuvers for when confrontation was unfeasible. As for the damp egg hatching technique, it was considered an essential spell for nearly every member of the Jianyizong. It referred to creatures that relied on moist environments for reproduction through egg laying. The damp egg hatching technique allowed the user to temporarily strip their spiritual insect of certain abilities. Without it, the combat effectiveness of the Jianyizong and likely most sects in the Tsuedu mountain range would be severely diminished. Nevertheless, the combined cost of these 3 spells amounted to approximately 1,900 spiritual stones, a staggering sum. How to earn money? Lin Ke exited the scripture repository, feeling as if he had ventured into another world. He wondered when the sect leader would return. Surely the affairs overseen by the elder were not overly strict? Who could say? The sect leader had not ventured out in many years. Alas, what kind of figure was the beast sovereign of Yunjiang? If such a formidable being were to unleash their wrath, the human race would undoubtedly face turmoil. Let us hope it does not extend to our Tsuedu mountain range. Speaking of which, what exactly is that spiritual pearl? It must be some sort of heavenly treasure, no doubt. Surrounding conversations revolved around the recent anomalies concerning the beast sovereign and the sect leader's discussions on impending matters. As Lin Ke listened to the dialogue around him, he gradually regained his focus. He could sense that turmoil was inevitable for the Tsuedu mountain range. Yunjiang was divided into 3 regions: the Ileo Great Forest, the Tsuedu mountain range, and the Dali domain. When the beast sovereign of Yunjiang unleashed their fury, the first to bear the brunt would be the Ileo Great Forest, followed by the Tsuedu mountain range, with the Dali domain being last. It would be exceedingly difficult to remain uninvolved. With unrest on the horizon, Lin Ke's desire for spells intensified. Unfortunately, he was still short on funds. Regardless of the world, money was undeniably essential. Contemplating his avenues for earning, he concluded there were essentially 2. One was to sell the surplus silk produced by the Wujin silkworm after submission, and the other was to sell spiritual insects directly. Selling the Wujin silkworm was out of the question, but he could sell the stinger sky moth. With this thought in mind, Lin Ke quickened his pace and soon arrived at a cave on another mountain. This mountain had been completely hollowed out, and the entrance bore 3 characters: Spiritual Insect Cave. Chapter 14. The eldest sister as a mother. The Spirit Insect Cave was bustling with activity, teeming with disciples far exceeding those in the scripture pavilion. Numerous disciples of the foundation establishment stage served as attendants within the cave. Some came to purchase spirit insects, while others sought to sell them, creating a lively atmosphere akin to a bustling marketplace. I have nurtured this mountain toad for over 36 months, and it has now become a goo king. What do you think the price should be, junior brother? Junior sister, I promised to gift you that mid-grade green venomous leech for your 50th birthday. How could I go back on my word? That is indispensable. Senior brother, you are aware of the rules of our spirit insect cave. We are not a Yua market. Agreed. Senior sister, I have reserved the next 5-step purple lizard you cultivate. The cave was spacious, resembling a grand plaza upon entry, filled with cages and people, the air alive with chatter. The original body had only visited the spirit insect cave once before, frightened away by the exorbitant prices. Fixed price, 3,006 spirit stones. Deal. 20 mid-grade spirit stones. This is the base price set by Elder Wang. This is a fine specimen, boasting a pure toxic vein. It should fetch 13 mid-grade spirit stones. Listening to the surrounding voices, where the prices for spirit insects were invariably in the 4-digit range, Lin Ke inwardly marveled. Spells, spirit artifacts, and elixirs were never the mainstream focus in Yunjiang. The practitioners of Yunjiang were still most ardent about spirit insects. Lin Ke? At that moment, a puzzled voice called from beside him. Lin Ke stiffened and immediately recognized the person calling his name from the crowd. Sister. It was his senior sister, who had taken him into the Golden Wing sect after discovering his promising aptitude in the mountains. She was always dignified and graceful, gentle and kind, with fair and delicate skin, a tall figure that was both slender and curvaceous, leaving Lin Ke feeling inferior. He had always thought he was unworthy of her. He believed she took him in out of affection. However, Lin Ke, as an observer, understood that she regarded him more like a younger brother. The original body, in his naivety, had misconstrued that kindness. Silly boy, she sees you as a younger brother, yet you think she has feelings for you. How self-absorbed. Lin Ke sighed inwardly and stepped forward, cupping his hands in greeting. Sister, you seem disinclined to see me? With a demeanor that radiated grace. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Lin Ke before briefly glancing at his cupped hands, her brow furrowing slightly. Must we still perform formalities? Why this coldness? Sister, I do not know what to say. Lin Ke helplessly lowered his hands. He felt at a loss for words. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he made. It was reasonable that the original body as cultivation had fallen to the first level of qi refining and was assigned to the remote Qingsang garden, resulting in some changes in temperament. You have indeed changed considerably. His sister sighed, her gaze softening. Do not worry too much about the matter of the black gold silkworm. I came to the spirit insect cave to see if I could find a solution for your sect mission. If I can achieve some merit and receive a reward from master, I can buy a mid-grade spirit insect for you. Once you refine it into your life spirit insect, you will have a chance to stand firm in the sect competition. Sister, you need not go to such lengths. Lin Ke sighed internally. His sister was unaware that the sect mission was actually manipulated by Li Lu from behind the scenes, and that the sect competition would also be targeted by Li Li's people. Thus, the core issue lay not in the sect mission or the competition, but with Li Lu. If Lin Ke thought he merely needed to deal with this month's sect mission and the subsequent competition, he was merely addressing the symptoms rather than the root cause. Each month brought a sect mission, and each year a sect competition. Failing to resolve Li Lu was akin to ignoring a buzzing fly. it would eventually become intolerable. Moreover, Li Lu was no mere fly. He was a cultivator who had entered the foundation establishment stage for several months, backed by powerful elders. Of course, Lin Ke would not reveal any of this to his sister. Some matters, once shared, would only add to her worries, and she lacked the capacity to resolve them. It was similar to how he never disclosed his troubles to his mother in his past life, as it served no purpose other than to cause her anxiety. Do you know, Li Lu is pressuring me again. His sister parted her ruby lips. He stated that if I agree to marry him, he would have a reason to request his father, elderly, to transfer you from Qingsang Garden. Sister, do not acquiesce to him. Lin Ke firmly rejected, trust me. As he spoke, he subtly released a hint of his aura. His sister gasped, foundation establishment? Her voice was loud enough to draw the attention of those around them. Though upon realizing it was merely two foundation establishment cultivators conversing, they quickly lost interest. Here, foundation establishment cultivators were abundant, while those in qi refining were scarce. So there was little cause for astonishment. After all, a typical qi refining cultivator did not possess that many spirit stones. Even a foundation establishment cultivator in a servitude role might not save enough to purchase a spirit insect in a year, let alone someone at the qi refining stage. Recognizing her own lapse, his sister glanced around and then said to Lin Ke, come with me. Lin Ke had no time to refuse, so he followed closely behind her, navigating around the central plaza area of the cave to a side section. Here, many pavilions adorned with intricate carvings exuded a classical beauty, steeped in antiquity. The crowds were fewer, but the auras of the passers-by were obscure, suggesting they were all high-level foundation establishment cultivators. His sister led him to a particular pavilion. Entering a private room, and upon closing the door, she activated the array to isolate the interior from the outside world. Once settled, she gestured toward the tea table in the center of the room. Please, take a seat. Noticing the complexity in his sister's tone, Lin Ke sensed something amiss. He sat silently, staring blankly at the table. Senior, my junior brother suffered greatly in life. Why must you seize his body? Seize his body? Lin Ke lifted his head, incredulous as he gazed at his sister, whose tears streamed down her face. Sister, my junior brother's cultivation had been declining day by day. I had suspected whether a nascent soul expert had taken shelter within him to siphon his spirit energy. And now, in just a few days, you have advanced from the first level of qi refining to foundation establishment. His sister's eyes dimmed, her tears cascading down her chin, neglected. Since the predecessor has seized my junior brother and Appo's body, they might as well kill me too. I regarded my junior brother as my own sibling. As the eldest sister, it is a folly to seek revenge, so I might as well accompany him in death. His sister, Zonya, was gentle in nature. Otherwise, she would not have been so relentlessly pursued by Li Lu over the years. Thus, Lin Ke sighed, Sister, I am Lin Ke, and I swear by the heavenly Tao. Upon hearing this, Zonya looked up in astonishment, her expression a mix of disbelief and hope. Lin Ke shook his head and recounted the tale he had prepared. I recently acquired a treasure, believing it to be a high-grade spirit artifact or even a primordial artifact. However, upon opening it a few days ago, I discovered it contained the soul of an otherworldly celestial demon. It was a simple story. A young man named Lin Ke had opened a treasure, and the soul within it hailed from Earth. The two souls merged, allowing Lin Ke to inherit the memories of the Earth soul, while the spirit energy previously infused in the treasure returned to him. Naturally, what Lin Ke expressed bore a semblance to the actual circumstances. The essence of the matter was that the personality of Lin Ke from the Golden Wing sect had dissipated, while the personality of the Earth's Lin Ke had taken over. Is there truly such a wondrous realm in this world? Junior brother, it is truly wonderful that you can still be alive. Chapter 15. Unable to resist? Then eliminate him. Lin Ke spoke briefly about matters pertaining to Earth, which convinced Zonya. After all, it is impossible for one to fathom things they have never encountered. Moreover, Zonya rationalized Lin Ke and Appo's subtle alterations in demeanor and behavior as akin to memory influence. In summary, as the only individual in this world familiar with the original self, Zonya had successfully passed this hurdle. Now that she had obtained such a fortuitous opportunity, it was not prudent for others to be aware of it. Zonya, feeling restless, wiped her tears, rose to her feet, and began pacing. Finally, with a firm resolve, she declared, I will erase my memories, retaining only vague impressions. With that, Zonya sat cross-legged and, after a brief moment, stood up and smiled, saying, I have already erased my memories, junior brother. You need not divulge what secrets have been removed. Simply remember not to speak of it to others. Lin Ke nodded. The act of erasing memories may seem daunting. Yet for cultivators, it is manageable, like snipping a segment from a thread, leaving the two ends intact. It merely meant losing recollections of the earth matters Lin Ke mentioned. Junior brother, now that you are indeed a foundational cultivator, you must prepare carefully for the sect's grand competition in a month, Zonya continued, taking her seat once more across from Lin Ke. The sect's grand competition? Isn't that for the outer disciples? Lin Ke inquired, furrowing his brow. The grand competition serves as an opportunity for outer disciples to ascend to inner disciple status. Every year at the beginning of the year, the sect holds assessments for inner disciples and competitions for outer disciples. The sect selects gifted individuals among the outer disciples to become inner disciples while eliminating those without progress during the inner disciple evaluations. In January, disciples are culled from the inner ranks, and in February, outer disciples are promoted to the inner circle. Aside from this method, those who reach the foundational stage may directly become inner disciples. Lin Ke was already considered an inner disciple. He had simply not registered with the transmission elder, so technically, he should not need to participate in the grand competition. You indeed need not participate in the grand competition, Zongya explained. After reaching the foundational stage, you have yet to register with the transmission elder, correct? No, Lin Ke shook his head. These regulations were unknown to disciples in the Qi refining stage. Zongya promptly shared all she knew with Lin Ke. In simple terms, inner disciples in the Qi refining stage are exempt from the grand competition. But foundational stage disciples must compete. This is because foundational stage disciples need to vie for slots as personal disciples. Typically, one must reach the golden core stage to become a personal disciple, yet some exceptionally talented foundational stage disciples may be accepted as exceptions. However, achieving such excellence usually occurs in the later stages of foundational cultivation. Nevertheless, the grand competition remains essential. The performance of disciples is evaluated through these competitions, revealing their reactions, mental acuity, and ability to nurture spiritual insects, all of which manifest during combat. In such competitions, foundational stage disciples in the early and middle phases often serve merely as background. However, I fear Li Lu may target you. Zongya's expression darkened. I have repeatedly rebuffed Li Lu, yet he relentlessly pursues me and uses you as leverage. I worry he may resort to underhanded tactics against you during the competition. Lin Ke understood that Zongya was not naive. She simply found it difficult to firmly reject Li Lu. After all, he could be considered her Achilles heel. Especially with an elder backing Li Lu. He is merely in the early stage. There is no need for you to worry, Lin Ke reassured her, refusing to voice any defeatist sentiments. I am also in the foundational early stage. If I cannot withstand him, I will concede. No, you should best eliminate him. Zongya narrowed her eyes, a flash of ruthlessness crossing her features. Lin Ke was momentarily taken aback. Eliminate him? He thought he had misheard. Was it not Li Lu who had been possessed, but rather Zongya herself? In his memories, she had always been gentle and soft, accommodating to everyone, even somewhat timid and prone to retreat. How could she utter such words? Yes, eliminate him. Zongya's eyes glimmered with contemplation. Li Lu has been pressuring me, and I initially tolerated it, fearing he might harm you if I severed ties. But now you are a foundational cultivator, an inner disciple of the sect, a pillar of strength, and even have the potential to achieve the golden core and become a personal disciple. It will not be so easy for Li Lu and elderly to harm you. Lin Ke reflected on Zongya's words, feeling a profound difference from the Zongya in his memories. It must be said, women may be frail, but become formidable when it comes to motherhood. I will strive to do so, Lin Ke nodded. By the way, why have you come to the spirit insect cave? Are you here to purchase spirit insects? Zongya's expression brimmed with admiration. Indeed, junior brother, you have anticipated it well. Li Lu is not far behind you. To outmaneuver him under Elder Li's watchful eye, you will require special spirit insects. Allow me to assist you in searching. There are indeed ferocious and toxic insects available in the spirit insect cave. As she spoke, Zongya produced a jade slip, lowering her head to probe her spiritual energy into it. Wait, senior sister, I cannot afford them. Lin Ke chuckled, exasperated. I came to check the prices and subsequently sell spirit insects. Sell spirit insects? Zongya looked up, her gaze filled with confusion. Where do you have spirit insects? Are you implying? Her brow furrowed. The black gold silkworm is distributed by the sect and is not part of the trading sphere. You cannot sell it here. You must go to the Yuan market. However, if you sell it, you will not be able to complete your sect mission. No, it is not the black gold silkworm. Lin Ke shook his head. After becoming an inner disciple, I wish to remain in the Qingsang garden. I would never engage in selling the black gold silkworm. Remain in the Qingsang garden? Why? Zongya inquired, puzzled. The Qingsang garden is remote, with limited output. Why not come to the spirit insect cave as a steward? The daily transactions of spirit insects here yield commissions, which could amount to thousands or even 800 spirit stones more in salary over the year. Thus, Lin Ke shared his discoveries regarding the black gold silkworm, omitting details about his mysterious pearl and the mud pill palace. The fewer who knew, the better, especially since it pertained to the beast sovereign of Yunjiang. Unlike matters of earth, even if many were aware, they would likely perceive it merely as a special secret realm or domain, not delving deeper. Thus, I prefer to remain in the Qingsang garden and continue my research. With his words, Lin Ke quietly awaited Zongya to process this information. His decision to stay in the Qingsang garden was the result of careful consideration. The primary benefit of remaining there lay in the black gold silkworm. As he had thought previously, although the black gold silkworm was an inconspicuous output of unknown origin to the sect, it surpassed other silkworm varieties simply by not requiring the traditional boiling of cocoons for silk extraction. Other spirit silkworms known to the original self could only produce silk through cocooning. In contrast, the black gold silkworm could exude silk in its larval form. Furthermore, there was adaptability. In his spare time, he had even conducted experiments. Within the Mud Pill Palace, many insects could hybridize, yet they could not lay eggs, as his Mud Pill Palace had various limitations. However, the black gold silkworm, after just a few attempts, it successfully mated with bees and even fused with a mysterious seed, resulting in the Lin silkworm. This level of adaptability far exceeded that of ordinary insects. Lin Ke vaguely sensed that the predecessors who cultivated the black gold silkworm had grand ambitions. It remains a mystery why that esteemed predecessor chose not to pursue further research, allowing the precious black silkworm to languish in the desolate corners of the Yunjiang garden within the sect. Thus it is revealed. The black silkworm has inadvertently fused with the bee. Zonya nodded slowly, then cast a significant glance at Lin Ke. Junior brother, please retrieve the stinging moth. By the way, do refrain from mentioning any connection to the black silkworm. Others may not be as naive as your senior sister. Simply state that it was discovered in the toxic mountain range. There, new insects emerge daily, which is hardly remarkable. Chapter 16. The characteristics of the stinging moth. Lin Ke was momentarily taken aback, then burst into a soft laugh. Indeed. So many individuals had previously raised the black gold silkworm, yet it was he who discovered that the black gold silkworm could mate with bees and lay eggs? Such a claim certainly sounded like a fabrication. He merely explained it to his senior sister. Lin Ke chuckled, externally. We shall assert that it was discovered in the poisonous mountain range. The poisonous mountain range is vast and boundless, with numerous branches and countless small hills and peaks, making it entirely normal to encounter all sorts of peculiar insects. Anyway, we can conveniently place the blame on the poisonous mountain range. Senior sister, behold. This is the spirit insect I have cultivated, the stinging moth. As he spoke, Lin Ke retrieved the stinging moth from the Mud Pill Palace. The stinging moth flitted about in confusion within his Mud Pill Palace, appearing somewhat lethargic as it emerged. Is it that large? Observing the palm-sized stinging moth in Lin Ke and Appo's hand, Zonya expressed her astonishment. It is significantly larger than the black gold moth. Lin Ke did not mention the Lin silkworm, hence Zonya remained unaware that this stinging moth was, in fact, a product of the Lin silkworm. A spirit insect yet to recognize its master? Junior brother, please have a seat while I conduct an examination. Zonya produced a bronze treasure mirror and directed her spiritual energy towards the stinging moth. A pale green light enveloped the stinging moth. As Zonya carefully sensed its essence, your stinging moth possesses a singular form. It emerges as a fully formed entity from the egg. The accumulation of spiritual energy resides in its tail, thus your choice of the name stinging is quite fitting. The body is of inferior spiritual grade, and the toxin at the stinger has not surpassed the inferior spiritual grade. It can only lethally affect spirit beasts of the same realm, or even those of a lower tier. This is a male. The female should also possess a stinger, albeit slightly larger in size and with a lesser potency of toxin. Its scales are non-toxic but can detect a certain potential. Perhaps you could cultivate in this direction. Junior brother. Additionally, it possesses the ability to fly. Zonya reflected on the information she had gathered. The ability to fly, the capacity to lay eggs, the toxin's efficacy, and its combat capabilities. Overall, junior brother, your stinging moth could fetch 230 inferior spiritual stones. 230 spiritual stones. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke was not the least surprised. The stinging moth's foundation was rather weak, derived from the inferior black gold silkworm and ordinary bees. Achieving such a grade along with a degree of offensive capability was already commendable. Wait a moment. Just as Zonya was about to conclude, she exclaimed in amazement. This stinging moth, it possesses a gregarious trait? A gregarious trait? Lin Ke nodded slightly, aware that this characteristic undoubtedly stemmed from the bees. After all, the black gold moth does not exhibit social behavior, while bees are highly social insects with distinct roles. If this is the case, selling more than 10 at once could yield a price of 228 spiritual stones each. Zonya's expression brightened. How many do you possess? Selling more than 10 at once? Lin Ke pondered. He understood this pricing well. The original price of 230 spiritual stones was for a single stinging moth. Rarity enhances value. If he wished to sell dozens at once, each would likely fetch less than 200 stones. However, if they exhibited gregarious traits, akin to ants or bees with their collaborative roles, their combat prowess would significantly increase. Thus, in such a scenario, the price for a bulk sale would not diminish much. In fact, sometimes buyers would insist on purchasing a specific quantity at once. I currently possess only one, Lin Ke replied. However, if the spirit insect cave is willing to accept them, I could cultivate. No, I could capture more. If he were to rely solely on the original Mud Pill Palace, cultivating a second stinging moth would necessitate repeatedly mating the black gold moth with bees, with only a slim probability of success. This would heavily deplete the black gold moths and bees, as they would perish post-cultivation. Yet, he now had the Lin silkworm. Before refining the Lin silkworm, he had already learned that it could assist him in mass production. By simply providing the eggs of a certain spirit insect to the Lin silkworm, which would consume them, he could continuously produce that spirit insect. This particular stinging moth was, in a sense, produced through this method, as the Lin silkworm itself was a fusion of the stinging moth's eggs and a mysterious seed. More. Zonya fell into contemplation. After a moment she remarked, Logically speaking, the stinging moth has not undergone practical testing. It has only been assessed with the treasure mirror. So I am not authorized to purchase in large quantities. At most, I can acquire 20. Zonya's face revealed hesitation, her expression shifting. However, if I find a few buyers, I might be able to request the elders to elevate my purchasing limit. Junior sister, if all else fails, selling 20 would suffice. Lin Ke did not wish to impose on Zonya. After all, 20 would amount to several thousand spiritual stones, ample for him to procure those spells. Yet, he was uncertain how many insects the Lin silkworm would need to consume to produce 20 stinging moths. Junior brother, how many stinging moths do you have in total? Zonya asked, gnashing her teeth. After all your efforts in cultivating such a spirit insect, I will seek out a few senior sisters to certainly assist you in selling them. I have a total of. Lin Ke paused momentarily, ultimately shaking his head, only 20. Although the stinging moth is classified as a spirit insect, its initial quality is too low. He was reluctant to let Zonya expend her credibility and feelings with her fellow sisters over this matter. Spiritual stones are sufficient for now. It is only necessary for the capabilities of the stinging moth to manifest during the sect competition. Surely, at that time, buyers will come in droves. Junior brother, such opportunities are rare. This is your first independent cultivation of a spirit insect, and you should sell more. You need to purchase spiritual tools, protective gear, and mounts. Zonya was not ready to give up. It seemed that in her heart, Lin Ke was akin to her own child. An elder sister is like a mother. This was Lin Ke's first successful cultivation of a spirit insect, and Zonya naturally wished to encourage him through this means, while also helping him earn some money to prepare for the upcoming sect competition. Sister, Lin Ke quickly interrupted Zonya, then earnestly locked eyes with her. Sister, trust me. After selling 20, my spiritual stones will be sufficient. Then sister will give you 500. No, 1,000 spiritual stones. Zonya gritted her teeth. You will need to purchase many items for the sect competition. Otherwise, you cannot compete against Li Lu. I have heard that he possesses a robe crafted by his father, who is a spiritual level tailor capable of sewing spiritual grade medium items. Feeling the care emanating from her incessant chatter, Lin Ke felt warmth within, yet still interrupted her. Sister, have you forgotten? I have opportunities. Lin Ke did not mention Earth, as Zonya had already erased her memories. Opportunities. Zonya scrutinized Lin Ke's eyes, then sighed gently, speaking tenderly. Yes. My Lin Ke has grown up. Then sister shall assist you in selling these 20 stinging moths. Prepare them and bring them when ready. Sister will be waiting for you in the spirit insect cave. Chapter 17. The insect cultivation jar. After emerging from the spirit insect cave, Lin Ke found himself reflecting on his earlier conversation with his senior sister. Despite the numerous tribulations faced by his original self, having such a gentle and considerate sister to care for him was, in fact, a form of happiness. However, this was not the time for indulging in familial affection. Lin Ke had already selected the spells he intended to purchase and confirmed the price of the stinging needle moth, prompting his swift return home. In Yunjiang Peak, individuals were bustling about, checking and monitoring, while others scoured the nearby mountains for insects. Lin Ke had previously instructed the farmers to catch insects, and they promptly showcased their skills. Some carried round baskets filled with straw, from which tendrils occasionally emerged, yet they could not escape through the large gaps. Others wielded clay jars, each containing several layers akin to drawers, with various insects inside that coexisted without conflict. Among them, Fong Tong was particularly eye-catching. Whenever he captured an insect, he would ensnare it with threads woven from nettle, resembling a dog leash, with the insects tethered to him, creating the appearance of an insect-human hybrid. Lin Ke observed this spectacle for a while, marveling at the ingenuity. It was undeniable that even in the absence of spells, intelligence could serve as a form of magic. These methods of insect capture had been passed down through generations by the locals of the poisonous mountain range, having withstood the test of time. After a moment, Lin Ke instructed Fong Tong to gather all the captured insects and deliver them to him. The purpose of these insects, aside from mating with the Wujin silkworm to produce new species, was to serve as sustenance for the Lin silkworm. Lin Ke had previously inquired whether the Lin silkworm consumed pork or beef, but upon recognizing these meats from its inherited memories, it had refused, insisting on a diet solely of insects. This was fortuitous, as Lin Ke had been concerned about where to discard the remnants in case of failed mating, given the unpleasantness of dealing with a mess of blood and flesh. The small pools of blood and flesh left after the earlier mating with the Wujin moth had been consumed by the stinging needle moth. Esteemed Immortal, this is the insect cultivation jar, a breeding box. Some insects burrow into the soil, while others penetrate wood, necessitating different compartments. Fong Tong panted as he hurried down, cradling two instruments, one a half-meter-tall round jar, and the other a similarly sized wooden box resembling a beehive. The two containers emitted a resonating hum, indicating a multitude of insects within. Thank you, Lin Ke replied politely as he accepted the two containers with a smile. You may continue your insect gathering. All right. Fong Tong beamed with a genuine smile before turning back to resume his task. The poisonous mountain range was inherently suitable for insect habitation, and with spring in full bloom, insects were plentiful. Despite having captured insects for 2 to 3 hours, many more remained. What a diverse assortment. Lin Ke's spiritual energy probed into the insect cultivation jar, and he was immediately astounded by the sheer number and variety of insects contained within. So many. A glance revealed numerous insects that defied earthly logic, such as three-headed earthworms, scorpions with tails resembling maces, and centipedes adorned with dragonfly wings. These species were categorized by venomous and non-venomous, carnivorous and herbivorous classifications, with the more ferocious ones housed in separate compartments of the jar, while the docile shared space with their counterparts. This insect cultivation jar was indeed quite scientific. Retracting his spiritual energy, Lin Ke lifted the jar and stored it within his dantian. The next moment, his complexion paled, and he sat down cross-legged abruptly. Such a sizable object had completely drained his spiritual energy at the foundation stage. His spiritual energy was barely sufficient to contain such a thing, and that was due to his naturally superior capacity. Otherwise, he would have surely suffered injuries from energy depletion. It appeared that if he wished to accommodate larger creatures, he would need to strategize further. After a brief moment of recuperation, Lin Ke exhaled deeply, releasing a breath of stale air before immersing his consciousness into the dantian. Although the soil had settled into the Niwan Palace, the two realms remained interconnected in a unique manner, allowing his spiritual energy to still coalesce at the ground level. The insect cultivation jar he had just placed rested on the surface, while the Lin Silkworm curiously inspected it, salivating upon detecting the sounds and scents emanating from within. With its wooden root system embedded in the soil of the Niwan Palace, the Lin Silkworm propped itself up with its left hand while gesturing to the stinging needle moth with its right. Kill the insects, feast on the flesh. The stinging needle moth, momentarily taken aback, fluttered into the air, recalling its previous hunting methods. Wait, Lin Ke interjected immediately. The stinging needle moth halted, and the Lin Silkworm turned its attention to him. I will let them mate with the Yunjiang moth. The deceased will be your meal, Lin Ke chuckled. He was uncertain whether these insects had any chance of successfully mating with the Yunjiang moth. Previous attempts had all ended in failure, with only the stinging needle moth succeeding. How many would perish this time remained to be seen. All right, the Lin Silkworm nodded eagerly, drooling in anticipation for Lin Ke and Oppos' experiment. Lin Ke smiled nonchalantly and exited the dantian. He had hastened his entry, fearing the Lin Silkworm and Oppos' impatience, and promptly fetched one male and one female Yunjiang moth before returning home. Upon re-entering the dantian, Lin Ke commenced his experiment. The Yunjiang moth was exceedingly precious, being the only spirit insect he possessed, currently lacking spiritual stones and the capability to venture into the poisonous mountain range to seek other spirit insects. The Yunjiang moth represented his sole opportunity to enhance the quality of common insects. Once the Lin Silkworm had consumed enough flesh and produced more stinging needle moths, he could sell them and procure additional spirit insects for mating experiments. At that point, these unfortunate Yunjiang moths might be spared. Yet, that was not guaranteed. Should it ultimately be revealed that the Yunjiang moth was more compatible with various spirit insects, he would need to cultivate more Yunjiang moths as breeding stock. With a soft flutter, Lin Ke placed the Yunjiang moth on the ground and opened one compartment of the insect cultivation jar, using the Miao Jiang Gu technique to barehandedly seize a large, violet-hued centipede. This was a female centipede. He then positioned the rear ends of the centipede and the male Yunjiang moth together. With a hissing sound, as expected, the female violet centipede writhed in agony, its myriad of legs thrashing before it exploded into a shower of gore. Go, go! The Lin Silkworm, oblivious to any notions of loss, urged the stinging needle moth to approach and feast at the moment of the centipede's demise. The stinging needle moth wobbled over, devouring the severed limbs and remains, then patiently awaited Lin Ke's next victim. This stinging needle moth was not limited to feeding with its mouth. It could also utilize the stinger at its rear to extract sustenance. However, it appeared the stinging needle moth preferred using its stinger, displaying a reluctance when consuming the remnants. Lin Ke merely observed for a moment before turning his attention elsewhere. He had previously calculated that, currently, there were only 16 Yunjiang moths in his possession, of which 5 pairs would be reserved for breeding new Yunjiang silkworms, leaving him with only 6 available for use. Once utilized, they would be gone. Regrettably, the Lin Silkworm's ambition to mass-produce spirit insects like the stinging needle moth could only be realized through devouring the creations of the dantian. Otherwise, Lin Ke would have already facilitated the mass production of Yunjiang silkworms. As he pondered these matters, Lin Ke extracted a light purple longhorn beetle, about the size of a thumb. Who would have known that an unexpected occurrence transpired when he combined this male longhorn beetle with a female black witch moth? Could it truly be possible? Chapter 18. The New Gu Insect. The Amethyst Beetle. Before Lin Ke's eyes, the male beetle firmly clung to the female golden moth, their abdomens intertwined and subtly writhing. In previous experiments, when a female golden moth mated with a male ordinary insect, the outcome was invariably fatal, with no eggs produced. However, this amethyst beetle was exhibiting an unexpected behavior. It gripped the female golden moth with its barbed legs, its sharp mandibles poised to gnaw at her thorax. Lin Ke furrowed his brow, attempting to separate the two. but they were entwined too tightly to part. Moreover, the golden moth was a spirit insect. Most beetles were not carnivorous, nor did they exhibit the behavior of males consuming females during mating. Thus, Lin Ke was perplexed by the beetle and Oppos, as actions. Suddenly, a thought struck him. This unusual behavior might indeed be a mating ritual. He squinted, waiting in silence as the pair remained locked in their embrace. The tail ends of the amethyst beetle and the golden moth began to move rhythmically. The beetle and Oppos' mandibles slowly chewed through the thorax of the golden moth, and the deliberate nature of its feeding struck Lin Ke with a sense of earnestness. The beetle was meticulously consuming the golden moth during copulation. Was this truly mating? Wasn't Oppos had only mantises and spiders that engaged in such behavior? Just as Lin Ke believed the golden moth was doomed to waste, an astonishing transformation occurred. With its thorax consumed, the wings of the golden moth fell away, and its half-head, adorned with compound eyes, trembled violently. Its abdomen contracted sharply, causing the beetle to vanish in a puff of dust. What remained was merely the framework of the thorax, the half-head, and the intact abdomen of the golden moth, which commenced to writhe on the ground, slowly laying a pale purple egg. Had it succeeded? Lin Ke was taken aback. In the next moment, the Lin silkworm showed no hesitation. It extracted its lower body from the soil and hurriedly crawled over, directly biting the egg open and swallowing it whole. Lin Ke did not intervene. After all, the egg was meant for the Lin silkworm to consume and subsequently hatch. The Lin silkworm, having inherited fragments of Lin Ke and Oppos' spiritual energy and bloodline memories, chirped with clarity after a brief moment of sensing the contents within. Daddy. This is an amethyst beetle, a spirit insect. An amethyst beetle? Lin Ke nodded slightly. Do you have enough energy now? The Lin silkworm shook its head vigorously, pointing to the nearby insect rearing jar. If I eat these, I can hatch an amethyst beetle. Such energy consumption. Lin Ke sighed, continuing to facilitate the mating of the golden moths, reserving the deceased for the Lin silkworm. However, the remaining insects were not so fortunate. They all perished. The process of mating proved fruitful, resulting in the hatching of the stinging needle moth and the amethyst beetle, a stroke of luck indeed. Eventually, the female golden moths exhausted themselves, while the female golden moths fared little better, sealing off their mating openings and thus rendering further copulation impossible. In total, he had utilized 3 insect rearing jars and 5 insect boxes, and from 6 golden moths. He had managed to create only 2 types of spirit insects, the golden moth and the amethyst beetle. However, Lin Ke did not immediately instruct the Lin silkworm to produce the amethyst beetle. Instead, he created an additional 20 golden moths. The amethyst beetle required substantial blood nourishment for hatching, suggesting it was considerably stronger than the golden moth. Yet, having previously agreed with Zhongyu to sell the stinging needle moths, he prioritized fulfilling that order to earn some spirit stones. Thus, Lin Ke presented the harvested stinging needle moths to Zhongyu, exchanging them for 4,560 spirit stones. He subsequently purchased various enhancements, 800 spirit stones for mountain shifting, 400 spirit stones for the dragonfly rush technique, and 700 spirit stones for the wet egg hatching method, leaving him with 2,600 spirit stones. 2,600 spirit stones. This was a considerable sum. It must be said that in any realm, successful research and development yield substantial profits. However, the costs of development often outweigh the returns, and the success rate can be dismal. Fortunately, the development costs for the stinging needle moth were nearly zero, resulting in an astonishingly lucrative outcome for Lin Ke. Nevertheless, despite the bounty, he was not inclined to squander it. Resources must be utilized judiciously, given his current low margin for error. He could not afford to waste this fortune and needed to be frugal. Thus, he purchased a special spirit tool crafted from the nest of the golden-winged insect, a beehive-like structure designed to house spirit insects. Otherwise, the constant extraction and insertion of spirit insects from his mind would draw unwanted attention. In the following days, he returned to a normal routine of cultivation, practicing spells, observing the silk production of the golden silkworms, and catching insects to feed the Lin silkworm. He meticulously recorded the progress of the golden silkworms. Initially, after being moved to the golden silkworm peak, their silk production had decreased for a couple of days. However, after that period, their output skyrocketed. Lin Ke marveled at the silk in his hands. Compared to before, the output of the golden silkworms had increased by nearly 30%. His hypothesis had proven correct. By adapting the production environment based on the experiences of the farmers in the Qingsang garden, he had created a more comfortable habitat for the golden silkworms, thereby enhancing their silk production. This warm and nurturing environment even prompted some 5-year larvae to quickly spin cocoons. The life cycle of silkworms consists of several stages: egg, larva, pupa, and adult. The larval stage refers to the stage of the white silkworms. The golden silkworms differed from traditional silkworms, as they ceased to eat during their 5th larval stage, patiently awaiting their transformation into cocoons. Consequently, 35-year golden silkworms rapidly matured over the past few days, spinning cocoons and entering the next phase of their lives. They merely needed to break free from their cocoons to become golden moths. In addition to the changes in the golden silkworms, the mulberry trees also exhibited positive transformations. Lin Xiangxian, these mulberry trees are thriving. Fang Tong exclaimed, standing beside Lin Ke, holding two tender green mulberry leaves, one large and one small. This mulberry leaf I obtained from outside, and this one is newly grown. Fang Tong's words bore a distinct accent from Yunjiang. Here, mulberry trees were referred to as ma sang, endowment to pick. Oh, such a remarkable change? Lin Ke took the golden silkworm silk and handed it to Fang Tong for safekeeping, then examined the two leaves closely. Both were new, tender leaves. And the mulberry leaves from golden silkworm peak were noticeably broader by a centimeter or two, with a thickness that distinctly differed from mere paper. The changes in the new mulberry leaves were sufficient evidence that, following the dual influences of fire burns and the warm sand array, their growth and development had been positively impacted. However, Lin Xiangxian, regarding that silkworm sand, Fang Tong scratched his head sheepishly. Can that really be eaten? Isn't that just insect excrement? It is only natural that you are skeptical, Lin Ke replied with a smile. Yet the silkworm sand from the golden silkworms is indeed a medicinal ingredient. Collected diligently, I shall find a use for it soon. Chapter 19, The Great Sorcerer and the Old Man. Let us heed the words of the immortal Lin, said Fang Tong with a smile. Indeed, immortal Lin. We have already filled 14 insect breeding jars and 16 feeding boxes with the new insects we captured. We have nearly exhausted the resources of several mountains. What do you think, with such abundance? Upon hearing this, Lin Ke fell into contemplation. Although the 5 mountains were indeed teeming with insects, venomous ones were a rarity. Furthermore, exceptionally promising or mutated insects were even scarcer. This was to be expected, as the Golden Wing sect was originally an insect-rearing sect, and any potential venomous insects within 1,000 miles had long since been captured, let alone the spiritual varieties. It was commendable that so many insects could still be caught in the Yunjiang Gardens mountains. Are you skilled in insect rearing? Lin Ke inquired. The scarcity of insects was a concern, especially since the little Lin can consume a considerable amount, and in order to produce the stinging moth or the purple crystal beetle, even more insects were needed. The difference in the dietary requirements of these two species was striking. The stinging moth required only 10 ordinary thumb-sized insects to produce one, while the purple crystal beetle demanded around 130. Thus far, Lin Ke had not managed to have Lin Ke produce even one, as Lin Ke herself needed to grow. Currently, she was merely the size of a palm, and if he rushed to have her produce spiritual insects without allowing her to mature, it would be a futile endeavor. Therefore, to this point, Lin Ke had already consumed the insects from 16 breeding jars. However, such gluttony could not continue indefinitely. The 5 mountains would soon be depleted, after which there lay regions managed by others. In the insect-obsessed Golden Wing sect, if Lin Ke were to venture into neighboring territories to capture insects, it would be akin to stealing vegetables from someone else's garden. Insect rearing? Fang Tong quickly grasped Lin Ke's intentions, then pondered before saying, Immortal Lin, to speak candidly, our poisonous mountain range is rife with insects. In the past, the great sorcerer and the old man merely practiced insect cultivation. Ordinary insects hardly require rearing. Lin Ke nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in his words. The poisonous mountain range indeed overflowed with insects. Was there any need for cultivation? However, now that Immortal Lin had transformed that mountain, the golden silkworm peak, into a celestial realm, Fang Tong understood the essence of Immortal Lin's intentions. With a hint of nostalgia in his eyes, Fang Tong continued, from my ancestors and Appos, time, our family has labored in the Yunjiang garden for generations. Raising the black golden silkworm has become ingrained in our very blood. In the 30 years I have been in charge, the Yunjiang garden has seen 16 immortals. Yet only you, Immortal Lin, regard us as equals, treating the black golden silkworm as a spiritual insect. We have long pondered how to repay your kindness. His expression shifted, as if he had made a momentous decision, and he finally uttered. It could be said that I am the 132nd generation of the old man in our village. Old man? Lin Ke's eyes flickered with surprise, but he refrained from commenting further, instead allowing Fang Tong to continue. The great sorcerer and the old man were indeed enigmatic professions. Lin Ke's understanding of these roles stemmed from the teachings of the elder who had once imparted knowledge to them. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that, while the great sorcerer and the old man could not wield immense power like the immortals, they could command formidable spiritual insects with their mortal forms. It was said that some particularly powerful great sorcerers could once manipulate spiritual insects to the extent of breaching the nascent soul and devouring golden cores, even contending with beings at the fusion stage. However, such lineages of great sorcerers had long since vanished. As for the legacy of the old man, if the great sorcerer focused on controlling and commanding spiritual insects in battle, then the old man specialized in their cultivation, breeding, and nurturing. I see that Immortal Lin is a wise and discerning individual, Fang Tong remarked, which is why I dare to take such a significant risk in sharing this information. With a wry smile, he added, nevertheless, whether I speak or remain silent, the lineage of the old man, much like that of the great sorcerer, has nearly been severed. Lin Ke placed a reassuring hand on Fang Tong and Appos' shoulder. Rest assured, I shall keep your identity as an old man confidential. The Golden Wing sect spoke little of the great sorcerers and old men. Yet discerning individuals could grasp the implications of their disappearance after the sects took control of the poisonous mountain range. Why were there so many mortal villages within the realms of these immortal sects, and why did these villages remain submissive without resistance? It was akin to questioning why the indigenous peoples did not rise against their oppressors. Thus, although the legacies of the great sorcerer and old man appeared to lack attention, Lin Ke could sense the caution in Fong Tong and Appo's words. Thank you, Immortal Lin. I have come to understand your character through our interactions, which emboldens me to take this risk, Fong Tong said, bowing respectfully, visibly relieved. However, he then gritted his teeth and spoke in a hushed tone. I am willing to offer the old man and Appo's legacy, but may I request one thing in return? Upon hearing this, Lin Ke and Appo's expression shifted slightly, and he frowned. Speak your terms. What is it? Seeing Lin Ke and Appo's furrowed brow, Fong Tong and Appo's countenance momentarily faltered, but he pressed on with determination. I wish for my son to enter the Immortal sect and learn the ways of immortality. To enter the Immortal sect and learn the ways of immortality. Lin Ke was not taken aback. The poisonous mountain range spanned tens of thousands of miles, and in times past, countless tribes existed, with the great sorcerers and old men numbering in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions. Yet now, why was it only the immortal sects that were spoken of, with nary a mention of the great sorcerers or old men? The answer was simple. The power of the Immortals was undeniable. Even sects like the Golden Wing sect had their teachings rooted in the paths of beast mastery and sorcery. Though Fong Tong was an old man, he was not foolish. The great sorcerers and old men lived but a century, while the lineage of Immortals was ancient and expansive, embodying the true path. It was entirely understandable to seek a brighter future for one and Appo's descendants. I cannot promise that, Lin Ke replied slowly, shaking his head. As you are aware, I have offended Li Lu, whose father is a nascent soul elder, wielding immense power. Not only would it be difficult to have your son admitted to the sect, but even self-preservation would prove challenging. The farmers of Qingsang Garden had witnessed the conflict between Lin Ke and Li Lu. Upon hearing that Li Lu was backed by a nascent soul elder, Fong Tong and Appo's expression changed dramatically. Yet as he lifted his gaze and met Lin Ke and Appo's enigmatic smile, he quickly realized the implications. We have encountered many immortals, but you, Immortal Lin, are different, Fong Tong said, kneeling on one knee and clasping his hands together. I believe that Li Lu is no match for you. Your future is limitless. You are astute, Lin Ke acknowledged, then used his spiritual energy to lift Fong Tong. While I cannot facilitate your son and Appo's entry into the sect, I promise that should I come across suitable techniques in the future, I will share them with you. If I were to gain authority one day, accepting your son as a disciple would not be out of the question. Chapter 20. The Summer and Winter Mosquitoes, an Unexpected Legacy. Thank you, Master Lin, Fong Tong exclaimed, astonished. He contemplated kneeling again in gratitude, but was gently lifted up by Lin Ke. Observing Lin Ke before him, Fong Tong and Appo's thoughts churned. He could sense that the aura of this Master Lin had grown exponentially stronger since his arrival, by more than tenfold. In fact, logically, Master Lin could have long since departed from this remote place, Qingsang Garden, yet he chose to remain. The meticulous cultivation of mulberry trees on Jin can pique and inquiries into the habits of the Wu Jin can were not the actions of an ordinary immortal. Why then? Did Master Lin prefer to stay in Qingsang Garden rather than pursue a lucrative position within a sect? Fong Tong surmised that this Master Lin harbored secrets. For instance, the numerous insect jars and breeding boxes they handed over to Lin Ke transformed into spirit insects resembling celestial moths. And then there was the vanished Wu Jin moth. In short, this Master Lin was no simple figure. Fong Tong estimated that Lin Ke would linger in Qingsang Garden for a considerable time. The reasoning was straightforward. After all, even his son understood that when one possesses something delectable, it is wise to conceal it from others to avoid having it seized. Thus, Fong Tong intended to cultivate a good relationship with Lin Ke while he remained hidden in Qingsang Garden. It would be too late to forge a connection once Lin Ke achieved great success. Many matters are best kept to oneself rather than broadcasted. At an opportune moment, Lin Ke and Appo's voice resonated. Although he could not decipher Fong Tong and Appo's precise thoughts, he could surmise they were largely aligned with his own, prompting him to offer counsel regarding discretion. As Lin Ke and Appo's influence grew, certain secrets would inevitably slip away, such as his ability to cultivate unique spirit insects. However, it would be prudent to delay revealing such matters until he possessed the means to safeguard himself. Yes, Master Lin, Fong Tong acknowledged solemnly, then vowed. I will never disclose anything about Master Lin, nor will anyone from Qingsang Garden. Very well, Lin Ke replied with a slight nod. Now, please share the legacy of your forefather. Forefather, though the title seemed humble and perhaps even rustic, those in the know understood it represented a figure of great reverence and authority within the local community, akin to a paternal deity or the village's leader. In essence, the great shaman waged external battles, while the forefather managed internal affairs. The great shaman fought with insect poisons, while the forefather cultivated them. Thus, Fong Tong and Appos' inheritance pertained to the art of nurturing and rearing such insects. To speak of it, the legacy of the forefather was passed down to me from my father. Fong Tong then produced a dagger, stepping back a few paces before shedding his black cloak, revealing his robust, sun-kissed physique. Master Lin, forgive me. This legacy was sewn into my flesh by my father when I was merely 13. With that, Fong Tong slowly plunged the dagger into his side, stopping just shy of an inch deep, then gently pried the flesh apart. A sliver of wood, mingled with pale fat and blood, emerged from his skin. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he swiftly extracted the inch-wide splinter, blood and fat gushing forth as he pressed down on the wound. Master, this is the legacy. Fong Tong, drenched in sweat and trembling, extended the wooden piece towards Lin Ke. Without disdain for the bloody residue, Lin Ke accepted it. Though it did not possess the expected ethereal quality of a treasure, instead, it exuded a repulsive and terrifying aura. Master, please place this tick upon your brow. Fong Tong urged, suppressing his agony as he retrieved another item. Otherwise, it will be difficult to witness the legacy. A tick? Upon seeing the round, vividly colored creature in Fong Tong and Appos' grasp, Lin Ke and Appos' pupils contracted. The tick, a blood-sucking parasite loathed by mammals, was undeniably hazardous. Placing such a creature on his forehead? Cautiously, he transferred Lin Ke and a stinging moth to the gene nest for safety. Gritting his teeth, he accepted the tick, positioning it on his brow. At the moment it made contact, the tick burrowed into Lin Ke's flesh like a parched desert traveler discovering an oasis. Pain shot through his forehead. Yet Lin Ke maintained his composure, channeling his spiritual energy to the area, prepared to crush the tick at the slightest provocation. However, after a few tense moments, the tick ceased its movement. It did not draw blood or delve deeper. Instead, it released something and fell away lifelessly. Master, look at the goo piece. Fong Tong exclaimed urgently. Lin Ke immediately raised the object known as the goo piece. In an instant, the previously mundane piece of wood transformed, writhing like a willow branch in the wind, emanating a unique and profound resonance. To Lin Ke and Appos' astonishment, these resonances materialized into sensory information, what could be heard, seen, smelled, and tasted. One insect says, mosquito, born in summer, perishes in winter, becomes a goo with spirit, nourished by shamanic blood, endlessly persistent. Lin Ke absorbed a wealth of information merely by observing, particularly regarding the cultivation of spirit insects. The legacy encapsulated within the goo piece detailed the art of nurturing these ethereal creatures. Among the records were many spirit insects previously unknown to Lin Ke, including formidable specimens like the summer and winter mosquito, which was birthed from one of the 6 evils, the wind mosquito. It required the shamanic methods inscribed on the goo piece for sustenance, growing stronger without limit, akin to ordinary demon beasts with boundless potential. Lin Ke had heard of the legendary summer and winter mosquito during teachings from the elder who transmitted skills to the outer disciples. This extraordinary insect was said to wield mysterious seasonal powers, rivaling even those at the fusion stage. After the Qi refining stage comes the Tao foundation, followed by the golden core, which then evolves into the nascent soul, culminating in fusion. The sect leader of Gene sect was a being of fusion, making the summer and winter mosquito immensely powerful. Yet it had long faded into obscurity throughout history. Lin Ke pondered whether the absence of cultivators dedicated to the summer and winter mosquito stemmed from a lack of access to the forefather and Appos' legacy. Never could he have anticipated that the inheritance of the summer and winter mosquito lay within the grasp of Fong Tong and Appos' lineage. After absorbing the complete information from the goo piece, Lin Ke could not help but reflect. The methodology for cultivating even a single summer and winter mosquito would drive powerful beings of the nascent soul and fusion stages to madness. Fong Tong and Appos' ancestors had passed down their legacy from his grandfather to his father, yet they remained obstinate, preferring to witness their tribe's decline rather than relinquish it to a sect for opportunity. I do not wish for our village to perish in my generation, Fong Tong lamented, his gaze heavy with sorrow. I understand, Lin Ke replied empathetically. Lin Ke rose to his feet and gently patted Fong Tong's shoulder, channeling spiritual energy into his body to alleviate his pain. Fear not, for the path of witchcraft is indeed a grand way, albeit lacking the straightforward methods to transcend to higher realms as the celestial path does. In the future, at the very least, your son will study celestial techniques. If he can blend the celestial path with the art of witchcraft harmoniously, it shall not be said that your lineage has dwindled. Indeed, Fong Tong replied, his countenance brightening considerably upon hearing Lin Ke and Appos' words, particularly the prospect of his son learning celestial arts. He felt the nourishing energy Lin Ke had imparted to his wounded abdomen and remarked, I have encountered many celestial beings, yet Lin Xiansheng is unlike any other. It seems I have made the right choice after all. I shall do my utmost. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke smiled and extended his hand to return the witchcraft talisman. Here, take back your talisman. No, Lin Xiansheng, please keep it. Fong Tong responded with a wry smile. This item feels akin to a stone, weighing heavily upon my heart. Entrusting it to you brings me peace of mind. Very well, Lin Ke said, not wishing to elaborate further, and placed the talisman into his storage pouch. He then continued. Since that is the case, we may proceed with the method of nurturing the insects. How many of the captured insects possess the 5 poisons and 6 evils? Chapter 21. The breeding plan of the Qingsang Garden. The malevolence of the 6 evils is rather scarce, particularly the latter. The pain coursing through Fong Tong and Appo's body has diminished significantly. Under the influence of spiritual energy, his wounds are even gradually healing. In the springtime, venomous snakes, centipedes, and geckos abound, yet to capture toads, one must venture to the banks of the Red River, where scorpions are also few, likely requiring a trek into the veins of the poison-refining mountains. Among the 6 evils, only the wind mosquito and the wet spider have yielded 3 specimens each. As the others are unlikely to emerge in the spring, Lin Ke comprehends the abundance of the 5 poisons, and the scarcity of the 6 evils is equally understandable. However, whether capturing toads by the Red River or scorpions from a peak in the poison-refining mountains, both endeavors are fraught with peril. To cultivate the summer-winter mosquito, one can only utilize the 5 poison skill. Lin Ke shook his head, reluctantly abandoning the prospect of nurturing the highly alluring spiritual insect. Although he possesses the wind mosquito, transforming it into a summer-winter mosquito necessitates its metamorphosis into a goo, thus becoming a true spiritual insect. After achieving this transformation, he must gather the 5 poison spiritual insects, employing the specific witchcraft inscribed on the goo tablet to facilitate the wind mosquito and Appo's evolution into a summer-winter mosquito. Should he succeed, even the most inferior specimen of the summer-winter mosquito would likely be of superior spiritual grade, with the potential for the more ordinary varieties to be exceptional. What if he were to cultivate an extraordinary summer-winter mosquito? At that time, combining it with the black gold silkworm or its second-generation spiritual insects, such as the stinging moth or the amethyst beetle, could yield a weapon of unparalleled might. Regrettably, his current capabilities are insufficient to support the acquisition of a sufficient quantity of spiritual insects for cultivation. Nonetheless, while he cannot raise the summer-winter mosquito, nurturing a few 5 poison spiritual insects remains feasible. Although the 5 poisons are not classified as insects, their modest size allows for their inclusion in the Mudpill Palace. The classification of insects originates from his previous life. In this realm, whether in the path of witchcraft or beast taming, the 5 poisons are regarded as insects. Aside from toads and scorpions, there are many others. Then we shall first capture more venomous snakes, geckos, and centipedes, proposed Lin Ke. I will establish a mountain dedicated to breeding the 5 poisons. You shall assign personnel for diligent management, and I will impart my knowledge to you. Having received the inheritance from the old man, Lin Ke effectively acquired the accumulated wisdom of countless generations of entomologists and biologists. By arranging the breeding grounds according to this invaluable knowledge, the 5 poisons will proliferate. Isin and Appo's. Is there a need to nurture goo first? Fong Tong, taken aback, reminded him, Lin, why bother with the ordinary insects? They are everywhere. Only goo is truly useful, the most formidable. No, nurturing them is still necessary, Lin Ke replied, shaking his head. Fong Tong, along with many of the elders here, believed that with insects abundant across the mountains, there was no need for cultivation. Yet, they were unaware that within Lin Ke's Mudpill Palace resides a particularly voracious little creature with substantial appetite. They also did not realize that the efficiency of scientific cultivation far surpasses that of foraging. The greatest advantage of industrial production lies in its ability to mass produce. In the future, should he wish to rear spiritual insects akin to the summer-winter mosquito, the demand for ordinary blood meals will be immense, as will the need for spiritual insects. How to cultivate the 5 poison spiritual insects into goo. The simplest and most fundamental method involves placing hundreds or thousands of identical 5 poisons into a vessel imbued with witchcraft or inscribed with formations, allowing them to battle. The ultimate victor will absorb the essence of the other insects, transforming into a goo insect. Such goo insects will serve as foundational materials for the witchcraft required to cultivate summer-winter mosquitoes. One can only imagine the future demand for the 5 poisons. Thus, he must begin cultivation in advance to avoid shortages when the need arises. How to proceed will be discussed tomorrow, Lin Ke smiled. For now, focus on your recovery. He discerned that the goo tablet was indeed a spiritual artifact. Fong Tong, not being a cultivator, could not refine spiritual energy but had, through years of blood refinement, managed to meld the goo tablet to himself, a process known as blood recognition. However, even after refining, it could not be utilized. Generations of elders devised a method to utilize the cultivated star-patterned tick, a peculiar parasite, to enable the use of the goo tablet. After piercing his own skin, he found himself enveloped in agonizing pain. This suffering was due to the conclusion of the blood refinement. The spiritual artifact no longer belonged to him. Thank you, esteemed Immortal. Fong Tong expressed his gratitude, bowing before taking his leave. Lin Ke then directed his attention to the goo tablet in his hand. With a surge of spiritual energy, he rapidly refined it. Initially believing it to be crafted from plant, wood, or bark, he was astonished to discover it was a flattened earthworm. The method for creating this goo tablet was also found within the old man's teachings, allowing it to record information akin to a jade slip. It must be noted that the path of witchcraft is indeed distinct from the celestial path, possessing its own unique characteristics. With a swift motion, the goo tablet shot forth like a bullet, only to return to him in a manner reminiscent of his flying sword. Although it could be utilized in such a fashion, Lin Ke was reluctant to treat it as merely a weapon. Thus, he stored the goo tablet in his dantian, alongside the Lin Silkworm, placing it upon the land of the Yunjiang Palace. The Yunjiang Palace represents the earth, while the Mud Pill Palace embodies the sky. The Lin Silkworm was consuming the jelly produced by the stinging moth when it noticed Lin Ke tossing in a piece of wood. Its gaze immediately captivated. How is it? Is this sufficient to incubate the amethyst beetle? Lin Ke's mental energy manifested beside the Lin Silkworm. Daddy, just wait until I finish eating here. I have enough. The Lin Silkworm cheerfully pointed to the 6 jellies surrounding it. Having sold 20 black gold silkworms, it retained 1 for daily use. The stinging moth tirelessly devoured the insects captured by Fong Tong and the others, converting them into these jellies. After consuming the jelly, the Lin Silkworm and Appos' growth and development also consumed some energy, causing it to now be the size of a small forearm. Daddy, what is this? The Lin Silkworm stared at the goo tablet in astonishment. Can I eat it? Eating it? Lin Ke was taken aback before realizing that the goo tablet was indeed a spiritual insect crafted from an earthworm and, in a sense, falls under the category of insects. This item, referred to as a goo instrument in the Old Man and Appos' legacy, lacks the efficacy of a spiritual artifact but possesses a peculiar quality. You cannot eat this. Lin Ke chuckled, but you might as well try to learn from the knowledge inscribed upon it. He lifted the goo tablet and offered it to the Lin Silkworm. The goo tablet was roughly the same height as the Lin Silkworm. Upon grasping it, she experienced the same profound mysteries as Lin Ke and subsequently acquired that knowledge. It is worth noting that the Lin Silkworm is not only Lin Ke's innate spiritual insect but also the spiritual being of his Mud Pill Palace, making it a particularly unique entity. What Lin Ke can perceive, the Lin Silkworm can naturally perceive as well. Ah, so many insects! The Lin Silkworm exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with wonder as she munched on the insect jelly, akin to enjoying popcorn while watching a movie. Lin Ke smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Once the Lin Silkworm had finished her observations and consumed all 6 jellies, it was finally time to produce the amethyst beetle. Chapter 22. The skills of the amethyst beetle. Have you had enough to eat? Lin Ke inquired with a smile. Yes, replied Lin Ke, her eyes sparkling with vitality. She set down the goo piece in her hand and eagerly asked Lin Ke, in the future, can we also have summer-winter mosquitoes, moon-shooting golden toads, cold misty Xianhua lice, and daylight giant pythons? Of course. Lin Ke nodded. There will certainly be opportunities. The conditions for obtaining the summer-winter mosquito were already quite challenging, and the other creatures Lin Ke mentioned belonged to the realm of mythical beasts. However, there would be chances in the future. I want the eggs from the mating of the summer-winter mosquito and the black gold silkworm. Lin Ke exclaimed excitedly, her fist pumping. I want to hatch 100 of their eggs. All right. Lin Ke chuckled helplessly. Lin and Appos. Let's focus on the amethyst beetle first. The stinging needle moth consumed 1 worm jelly, while the amethyst beetle required 16. He could hardly believe that a creature produced from such a considerable amount of worm jelly would be weaker than the stinging needle moth. Here it comes. The amethyst beetle. Lin Ke and Appos' face flushed red as she cupped her hands in anticipation, and at Lin Ke and Appos' eager gaze, the egg of the amethyst beetle finally materialized. It was a palm-sized, pure white egg adorned with intertwining purple patterns. As before, the eggs produced by Lin Ke hatched without the prolonged wait. Come out. Lin Ke gasped. In the next moment, the egg cracked open, and a marvelous creature resembling crystal emerged. It appeared as an enlarged version of a common beetle, with long antennae, a hard shell, and robust mandibles. Its most distinctive feature was its body, which shimmered like amethyst. I wonder what abilities you possess, Lin Ke said as he extended his hand for the amethyst beetle to crawl onto it, scrutinizing it closely. He truly should purchase a mirror used for identifying spiritual insects, known as a treasure mirror, which, although merely a low-grade spiritual tool, was specifically designed to assess the characteristics of spiritual insects and was exceedingly practical. How beautiful! Lin Ke leaned closer, her eyes filled with delight. The amethyst beetle we created is so lovely. What do you mean? And Appos, we and Appos created it. Lin Ke replied, exasperated. You stay here and wait while I go to find my senior sister for identification. Okay. What a stunning beetle! Exclaimed Zonya, her voice brimming with admiration. Indeed. Some women often prioritized aesthetics above all else. Indeed, Lin Ke agreed as he observed the slowly crawling amethyst beetle in his hand. Senior sister, what are its characteristics? Let me see, Zonya said as she took out the bronze treasure mirror and shone it on the amethyst beetle. Your amethyst beetle, although of low-grade spiritual quality, is remarkably close to mid-grade. Zonya remarked, its strongest feature is its shell. She gently caressed the amethyst beetle and Appos' shell, which felt warm and smooth. It should be capable of utilizing its own ability to instantly enlarge its shell. This is a spiritual insect with innate talents. Skills. Lin Ke immediately understood Zonya and Appos' implication, his eyes sparkling with delight. Some spiritual insects possessed innate abilities, which, in Lin Ke and Appos' understanding, were akin to skills. The stinging needle moth and the black gold silkworm were too weak. If one were to consider their capabilities, the black gold silkworm could spin silk, while the stinging needle moth had a thick stinger at its tail. The stinging needle moth was acceptable as, according to Zonya, the scales on its wings could potentially develop into toxic substances. However, what about the black gold silkworm? It was a creature easily manipulated by even mortals. And aside from silk production and mating, it was practically useless, with a combat power approaching zero, instantly enlarging. Lin Ke and Apos, his heart raced as he gazed at the amethyst beetle before him. The ability to instantly enlarge its shell was a quintessential defensive skill. He currently possessed methods for moving mountains, hatching eggs, and the dragonfly racing technique but lacked a means of defense. This amethyst beetle could very well fill that gap for him. Moreover, its aptitude was already nearing mid-grade spiritual quality. If Lin Ke were to cultivate it properly, might it not truly become a mid-grade spiritual insect? If sold, it could fetch 460 spiritual stones. After Zonya finished her assessment, she put away the bronze treasure mirror and looked at Lin Ke with a smile. Lin Ke, this amethyst beetle is quite remarkable. If you find yourself in need of a second spiritual insect in the future, this one would be perfect. I will consider it, Lin Ke nodded, not mentioning Lin Ke and Apos, as earlier comments, and added, Senior sister, is the bronze treasure mirror for sale? I find it very useful. Hikuden and Apos, keep bothering Zonya. She had her own tasks to attend to in the spiritual insect cave. Are you referring to the insect mirror? Zonya furrowed her brows slightly. This item, though merely mid-grade in spiritual quality, is only available to the law enforcement team and those in the spiritual insect cave. We can only use it within the cave. And the law enforcement team wears it whenever they enter the poisonous mountain range. It is prohibited to circulate outside of that context, so acquiring one is quite difficult. All right, Lin Ke chuckled. It seems I will have to trouble you more in the future. It's just a small matter. We need not be so formal, Zonya replied with a serene smile. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, perhaps. Once you report to the transmission elder and achieve a breakthrough in your foundation establishment, you could directly enter the spiritual insect cave and work alongside me as a steward. I could look out for you. Working as a steward in the spiritual insect cave? Lin Ke was taken aback, then promptly declined. No, senior sister. I prefer to stay in the Qinsang garden. Even as a foundation establishment cultivator, one could only choose one location for their duties. Having chosen the Qinsang garden, he could not select the spiritual insect cave. Moreover, aside from the insect mirror, there was nothing particularly enticing about the spiritual insect cave. It did not involve research on insects but rather resembled a sales operation. It was akin to selling houses or toothpaste, with the only difference being that they sold insects. The Qinsang garden? Zonya pondered for a moment, likely guessing Lin Ke's thoughts. Though remote, it is peaceful, which is a good thing. However, junior brother, she mused, the recent anger of that beast lord has compelled the sect leader to discuss strategies with the Mu family in the Dali region. I have a feeling that turbulent times are approaching. We must consider this carefully. What you say holds merit. Lin Ke nodded. I will strive to make progress in the Qinsang garden. It may become a refuge for both of us in the future. That would be ideal. Zonya felt warmth in her heart. After all, Lin Ke was only in his teens, and in her eyes, he still seemed young. Even as he established his foundation, he remained her younger brother. Yet, the fact that her brother wished to protect her brought her joy. However, Zonya feared that Lin Ke might be overly ambitious. So she sighed. Our family background does not compare to the privileged disciples of the sect. We may be capable of refining mid-grade spiritual insects or even high-grade ones. But a good mid-grade spiritual insect can save us much hardship in cultivation. I understand, senior sister. Do not worry, Lin Ke assured her with a nod. The standard grades consisted of lower, middle, and upper tiers, while particularly powerful ones, though still classified as spiritual insects, were deemed high grade. Those that were exceptionally powerful and exceedingly rare were classified as superior grade, with legendary absolute grade insects existing above them. High grade, superior grade, absolute grade. These were treasures to be sought but seldom found. In the memories of his former self, it seemed that an elder's primary spiritual insect had been a high-grade one purchased from outside, priced several times higher than a low-grade spiritual insect. Of course, during the chi refining and foundation establishment stages, one could only refine spiritual insects of low-grade quality. It was only during the core formation stage that one could refine low-grade spiritual insects. In the future, I may very well discover high-grade, or even superior-grade or absolute-grade spiritual insects. A mysterious glimmer appeared on Lin Ke's face. Zonya smiled without saying anything further, clearly skeptical. Senior sister, I shall take my leave now. Indeed, do not forget about the sect missions and the grand sect competition. Understood. Chapter 23, The Method of Wet Incubation. The Skills of the Amethyst Beetle. Amethyst Carapace? Upon returning home, Lin Ke eagerly took out the amethyst beetle to play with. The amethyst beetle had already been refined by Lin Ke using the Miaojiang Gu technique into his own spirit insect, much like a flying sword. This spirit artifact could now be commanded by him. The previous stinging moth had no skills, thus Lin Ke had not refined it much. After all, that stinging moth resembled a worker ant in a colony, solely seeking food to nourish the queen ant, rather than being a soldier ant designed for battle. Its tail stinger and method of extracting the bodily fluids of its prey made Lin Ke perceive the stinging moth as innately suited for the role of a worker ant. The amethyst beetle, however, was different. It came equipped with the skill of amethyst carapace, making it exceptionally suitable for cultivation as a combat spirit insect. Let me try the method of wet incubation. Lin Ke gazed at the amethyst beetle before him, silently channeling his inner spiritual energy according to the principles of wet incubation. Transform. Suddenly, Lin Ke softly uttered a word, and a radiant light erupted from his eyes. In the next moment, spiritual energy overflowed from his body, enveloping his surface, displaying a color reminiscent of egg yolk and blood red, akin to blood vessels and fetal membranes. It was as if a placenta formed on his exterior, resembling the membrane of an egg on the brink of hatching. Strange, eerie, and viscous. Yet, within this sensation, Lin Ke felt warmth and tranquility, as if returning to the womb. At this moment, the amethyst beetle in his hand swiftly transformed into an ethereal shadow, merging with his outer layer. With a crisp pop, the spiritual energy on his surface retracted back into his body. In an instant, Lin Ke felt as though he had transformed into a freshly hatched amethyst beetle, curiously observing the world from a new perspective. Within his dantian, the amethyst beetle appeared on that expanse of land. Alongside it, the curious Lin Ke gazed in wonder. Is that you, Nyonyo? No, Daddy. Lin Ke's eyes sparkled as he looked at the amethyst beetle. The amethyst beetle stood still, utterly oblivious to Lin Ke's words. Consequently, Lin Ke grew even more curious, approaching to poke the amethyst beetle, but it remained unresponsive. Meanwhile, Lin Ke, immersed in the exploration of the mysteries of wet incubation, paid no heed to Lin Ke's curiosity. So this is the method of wet incubation, whether wet-born or egg-born. This method can be applied to both. Truly remarkable. A thought struck Lin Ke, and a faint protective shield manifested around his body. This shield shimmered with a purple hue, appearing from a distance like the back of the amethyst beetle. Success. Is this what it means to utilize the method of wet incubation to seize the amethyst beetle's skills? Although employing this method consumes half of my spiritual energy, it effectively allows me to learn numerous spells. This technique is exceedingly valuable. Lin Ke felt a surge of joy. How costly is it to acquire a spell? Yet, mastering the method of wet incubation equates to learning the skills of all my spirit insects, which essentially grants me many spells without charge. However, he understood that this was a task only he could undertake. Even half of his foundational energy was expended to activate the method of wet incubation. For others, it would likely consume 5 to 6 times that amount of spiritual energy. Moreover, once the wet incubation is complete, utilizing the spirit insect skills incurs minimal cost. Lin Ke could not help but marvel at the extraordinary creativity of the immortal predecessors, who devised such a brilliant technique. Others could only start from the spirit insects. The more abilities the spirit insect possessed, the less spiritual energy was consumed. Conversely, Lin Ke could interchangeably employ various spirit insects through wet incubation to harness their abilities. This spell is perfectly suited for me. Next, it was time to test the defensive power of the amethyst carapace. Lin Ke summoned Lin Ke and a stinging moth, instructing Lin Ke to command the stinging moth to attack him. Bang! The stinging moth swung its tail stinger, striking the amethyst carapace with a muffled thud. Although Lin Ke regarded the stinging moth as rather weak, against an ordinary person, the outcome could still be uncertain. After all, being a spirit insect, the toxicity of its tail stinger and scales was significant. Being stung felt almost akin to being pricked by a knife. However, now the potent tail stinger of the stinging moth struck the amethyst carapace, which astonishingly rebounded the attack. The stinging moth paused for a second, then unfalteringly obeyed Lin Ke's command. Bang! 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 The stinging moth relentlessly jabbed its tail stinger into the amethyst carapace, each strike resulting in a recoil that flung it back, leaving traces of tearing on its tail. Stop! Lin Ke's eyes gleamed with delight. The amethyst carapace remained unscathed, and the consumption of spiritual energy was virtually negligible. This is an exceptionally high-quality method of defense. Previously, I was concerned about being unsteady in the toxic refinement mountains. But now with the amethyst beetle, at the very least, I should be safe. Lin Ke retracted the method of wet incubation, exhaling deeply. To survive and thrive, one must possess both wealth and strength. Relying solely on trading spirit insects is undoubtedly the least cost-effective approach. Entering the toxic refinement mountains is the choice of all capable disciples. The Genie sect established its branch at the base of the toxic refinement mountains precisely because proximity yields advantage. Being near the mountains facilitates the elders and disciples to access an inexhaustible resource of spirit insects. Of course, Lin Ke's current strength was still insufficient. Charging into danger without the means to protect himself would be tantamount to seeking death. At present, his gene kin peak was still developing, and the research on spirit insects was extensive, making it unwise to venture into the mountains. Nevertheless, he had acquired a certain degree of combat capability. The sect competition. Lilu. The silk output of Gene Kin Peak increased day by day. In just 5 days, the black gold silkworms of Gene Kin Peak produced silk that was 4 times greater than before. 4 times. This is a staggering figure. It signifies not only the completion of tasks but also the acquisition of an additional 2 portions of black gold silk, based on market prices. Each pound of black gold silk could be sold for around 200 spiritual stones. This is a considerable price, especially since some spells sell for only 400 or 500 spiritual stones, and a chi refinement disciple and Apos S monthly stipend is merely 150 spiritual stones. Observing how the original owner accumulated less than 200 spiritual stones over many years makes the value of this price apparent. This is reasonable, as the black gold silk is likely exclusive to the genie sect within the entire toxic refinement mountains, although it is merely a low-grade spiritual silk. When tailored by a skilled seamstress for clothing and armor, this low-grade spiritual silk signifies garments of low-grade spiritual quality. The garments crafted by seamstresses are far more valuable than those produced by weapon and tool makers. Selling black gold silk poses a dilemma. Wandering through Jean can peak. Lin Ke pondered the issue of trading black gold silk. As he suspected, he was the sole producer of black gold silk in the entire toxic refinement mountains. Want to sell it? Everyone knows who the seller is. Once some individuals take notice, troubles will come one after another. Should I then learn how to become a seamstress? In the end, Lin Ke found himself at a loss. In his previous life, he was quite lazy, always seeking a job that allowed him to live off others. However, now was not the time for such complacency. In this perilous world, he felt a sense of urgency. Daily cultivation must be undertaken in moderation, otherwise it is akin to forcefully stuffing oneself after a hearty meal, which is detrimental to the body. In the intervals of cultivation, one naturally tends to the nurturing of magical creatures, assuming the role of a beast master. Yet, even when accounting for the time dedicated to nurturing and practicing spells, there remains an abundance of free time. Initially intending to rest, it now appears that one must explore the profession of a seamstress. Chapter 24. The premature inspection. Lost in thought, Lin Ke noticed a black silkworm leisurely munching on mulberry leaves beside him, prompting him to crouch down for a closer look. The sound of crunching filled the air as the silkworm consumed the leaves with a slow, melodic rhythm, existing solely to eat, spin silk, and sleep. A life enviable indeed. My junior brother seems to be enjoying his leisure. At that moment, a laugh echoed from above. Lin Ke looked up to see a man and a woman descending from the sky. The man possessed striking phoenix eyes, while the woman, clad in a Taoist robe, wore a serene expression. The man with the phoenix eyes spoke first. Who might you be? Lin Ke inquired, clasping his hands in greeting. We are disciples of the law enforcement hall, here to assess your sect task, junior brother, the man replied with a smile. I am Han Yun. And this is my junior sister, Han Fu. I am Lin Ke, honored to meet you both, Lin Ke said, his pupils narrowing before he added with a smile. But why come for inspection so soon? There are still about 20 days until the end of the month. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Oh, you. A chi refining disciple. Han Yun raised an eyebrow, about to retort, when he noticed Lin Ke rising into the air to meet their gaze. Han Yun's expression returned to normal as he smiled. So you have advanced. Congratulations, junior brother. But you previously asked Li Lu to have us come early for the inspection. So why this change? Li Lu. Lin Ke hovered in the air, confirming his suspicions. This Li Lu truly intended to put him in a precarious position. I did not commission Li Lu, Lin Ke replied, his expression impassive. Please return. To his surprise, Han Fu, clad in Taoist robes, frowned and interjected, Do you expect us to come and go at your whim? Lin Ke clasped his hands again. This is merely a jest by Li Lu, and has nothing to do with me. He was uncertain whether Li Lu had deceived them or had instructed them, but he was resolute in not allowing them to conduct the inspection. If Li Lu discovered any potential for Lin Ke to turn the tables, he would surely come to cause trouble. Furthermore, the initial demeanor of the two was somewhat off. Had he not revealed his foundation establishment cultivation, they likely would not have been so amicable. After exchanging glances, the two disciples' expressions shifted. Perhaps it would suffice for us to inspect the silkworms, so we can report back, Han Yun suggested with a clasped hand and a smile. No need for that. Please return at the end of the month, Lin Ke declined, his smile fading into a neutral expression. Li Lu had the backing of an elder, and Han Yun and Han Fu likely understood the existing conflict between him and Li Lu, even if they were initially unaware of being used as pawns. Now that they knew, they would likely conspire against Lin Ke to curry favor with Li Lu. Lin Ke had no intention of being cordial with them. You two came all this way. Surely you must do something, Han Fu protested, her brow furrowed. Simply let us weigh the silkworm silk, and we can conclude this matter. No need, Lin Ke replied dismissively, uttering just those 3 words before retrieving the purple crystal beetle and the stinging moth from his mud pill palace. The 2 creatures perched motionless on his shoulder, resembling statues. You. Han Fu's eyes widened as she prepared to speak again. But the defiance in Lin Ke's posture made it clear she would not succeed in forcing an inspection. Even if she reported to her superiors, she would not have the upper hand, leaving her only to glare at Lin Ke with frustration. Junior sister, do not be hasty. Han Yun observed the 2 creatures on Lin Ke's shoulder, particularly the purple crystal beetle, his eyes reflecting admiration. What an exquisite spirit insect. I have never seen such a beetle. May I ask where you acquired it? Lin Ke remained silent, simply hovering in the air. Speaking further would only lead to complications. Moreover, Han Yun and Han Fu were playing good cop, bad cop. With the inspection failing, it was evident they sought to gather intelligence for Li Lu. Why should he divulge anything? Should they attempt to force their way in, he could defend himself without violating sect rules, claiming ignorance of their intentions. In such a scenario, they would bear the consequences. This situation could also serve as an opportunity to test his spells and spirit insects. Thus, Lin Ke's expression turned one of anticipation. The purple crystal beetle waved its long antennae, while the stinging moth gently fluttered its wings, eager for action. Since it has come to this, Han Yun, perceiving Lin Ke's obstinacy, narrowed his eyes and turned, sweeping his sleeve. Junior sister, let us return and report. We shall come again in a month to conduct a thorough inspection and ascertain whether the silkworm silk is sufficient. Humph. Han Fu shot Lin Ke one last glance before joining Han Yun as they flew away. Lin Ke stood expressionless in the air until they had distanced themselves before descending back to the ground. Li Lu. Lin Ke slowly mulled over the name. His brow furrowed. There was no opportunity now, but should he catch a chance in the future, he would ensure to deliver a severe blow to Li Lu. Otherwise, this relentless harassment would render him perpetually restless. Strength. It all comes down to strength. Lin Ke sighed. Cultivation cannot be rushed. Otherwise, he would truly desire to labor for 12 hours a day, 24 hours straight. Alas, the limits of his body and soul's endurance and capacity for assimilation are finite. One cannot achieve instant success or become overly indulgent. Upon reaching the ground, he lost interest in inspecting the black silkworms and decided instead to explore another mountain. Earlier, Fong Tong had bestowed upon him the old man's inheritance, and he now knew many methods for raising insects. He needed to establish a dedicated area for this purpose. This place seemed suitable. Lin Ke examined the mountainous conditions, his rudimentary knowledge of geography allowing him to discern the inherent warmth and moisture within. He approached the base of the mountain, feeling the surge of spiritual power within him. Move mountains and drain seas, he exclaimed, raising both hands. In the next moment, the soil and rocks before him parted like curtains, revealing the reddish-brown earth beneath. Lin Ke stepped inside, and as he advanced, the soil scattered to the sides like molten lard. The technique of moving mountains and draining seas grants unparalleled control over earth and water elements, encompassing more than mere relocation. It embodies a deft mastery of manipulation. Techniques such as mountain moving, earth spike, earth wall, and water arrow are merely derivatives of this foundational method. Though Lin Ke was not yet adept at this technique, he could still create a cave with relative ease. As he ventured deeper, he sensed the ground beneath him shifting, creating an unstable environment within the cave. Boom. Suddenly, after having entered several meters into the cave, a rumbling erupted behind him. It's collapsing, Lin Ke realized, hastily maintaining the technique as he retreated. This was to be expected. Even without formal training in geography or civil engineering, he understood structural integrity and load-bearing principles. Yet, it was unnecessary for him to figure out how to construct a cave on the spot. It seemed he would need to acquire a method for solidifying the earth beneath him. Chapter 25. Insect Breeding Mountain. Fortunately, he still had a surplus of spirit stones. Embracing the philosophy that possessing multiple skills is advantageous, he decided to purchase the techniques of turning earth into steel and the sewing master method titled Records of Suzhou Silk. The former cost 600 spirit stones, while the latter was priced at a hefty 1,500 spirit stones. Initially, he contemplated scouring the Yiwa marketplace for a counterfeit version, but he realized that spells and vocational training methods are not to be taken lightly, and thus, reluctantly, he bought both from the scripture pavilion. Consequently, he was left with merely 500 spirit stones. However, spirit stones are merely a number. Converting them into power is the most beneficial approach, transforming spirit stones into spells and techniques. He recognized that mastering these spells would not only enhance his capabilities in the future, but also facilitate the establishment of an insect breeding ground. Once the breeding ground was created, he could consistently utilize the old man's legacy to cultivate a variety of venomous creatures. He could feed them to the forest silkworms, allowing them to produce numerous spiritual insects for sale or to keep as trump cards. Either way, it was a viable option. Simultaneously, these venomous creatures could serve as subjects for experimentation, potentially mating with the black gold moths, yielding new spiritual insects. Moreover, if one or two of these venomous creatures could metamorphose into goo, transforming into spiritual insects, it would be an unexpected delight. Thus, although Lin Ke felt a pang of regret spending such a significant amount of spirit stones, having accumulated over 2,000 in just a couple of days, he understood that it was a necessary expenditure. First, he would excavate a cave. Lin Ke ceased his musings and, after mastering the technique of turning earth into steel, began the excavation. The cave he previously carved using the mountain-moving technique had completely collapsed, necessitating continued excavation. With the invocation of the mountain-moving technique, a nearly 2-meter-high cave entrance slowly emerged. Lin Ke entered and extended his index finger, invoking turning earth into steel. Spiritual energy burst forth from his fingertip, transforming into an intricate rhythm that acted upon the newly excavated cave. The combination of the mountain-moving technique and turning earth into steel constituted the most formidable construction skill. As he traversed, he pushed the surrounding earth outward while subsequently solidifying it with the turning earth into steel method. Nearly half an hour later, The entire mountain was hollowed from bottom to top. Like a sturdy eggshell, the mountain now contained less than 2 meters of shell, leaving its interior completely vacant. Lin Ke then continued his work, meticulously controlling the soil to form layered sections, rooms, and staircases. The mountain-moving technique shaped the soil, while turning earth into steel solidified it, creating a structure more robust than reinforced concrete. In just about 5 hours, the interior of the mountain was intricately designed. Following the old man's teachings on crafting insect breeding jars, the industrious folk possess great wisdom. Do not underestimate the insect breeding jars and insect feeding boxes. These items are potent treasures for those in the toxicity mountains, far more effective than spiritual tools in insect cultivation. They have ample capacity, and once filled, the venomous creatures do not interfere with one another, allowing for ventilation. The design is remarkably rational. The old man, as a specialist in raising venomous creatures, included the methods for crafting these jars in his teachings. After learning, Lin Ke utilized this knowledge to design the mountain, aptly naming it Insect Breeding Mountain. Having expended 60% of his spiritual energy, Lin Ke ultimately exited the mountain but was struck by a sudden inspiration. Since he had already hollowed out the mountain, why not excavate the entire underground of the Yunjiang garden? Connecting the 5 mountains would facilitate future covert endeavors. Lin Ke stroked his chin, considering this idea brilliant. However, the magical energy required would likely necessitate several days of tireless work to complete. Thus, he decided against it. For now, cultivation was of utmost importance, followed by practicing spells, and then insect breeding. All these efforts were directed towards enhancing his strength. As for the labor-intensive task of excavation, he could recruit others to assist in the future. But that was a matter for another time. The moon shone brightly amidst a sparse sky, and the signs of spring were profound. The month soon drew to a close. During this time, Lin Ke not only solidified his foundation at the initial stage, but also became adept at employing the mountain-moving technique and turning earth into steel. Whenever he had time, he practiced using these 2 spells to expand the underground realm of the Yunjiang garden. When time was scarce, he focused on nurturing the black gold silkworms and black gold moths. Over this period, 3 more black gold moths emerged from their cocoons. However, all failed to mate, leaving him with only the stinger moth and the purple crystal beetle as his spiritual insects. The quantities of these 2 spiritual insects were steadily increasing, and Lin Ke refrained from selling all the stinger moths and purple crystal beetles. He feared that an excess of stinger moths might disrupt the market and that selling the purple crystal beetles could lead to others mastering their nuances and countering them. Before the sect's grand competition, he did not wish for his trump cards to be exposed. While nurturing spiritual insects and practicing spells, the yield of black gold silkworm silk steadily increased, enabling him not only to fulfill sect tasks but also to retain approximately a pound of surplus silk. 1 pound. This was sufficient for him to craft a piece of inner armor using the newly acquired sewing master technique. His cultivation, spells, spiritual insects, black gold silkworm silk, golden silkworm peak, and insect breeding mountain all progressed methodically according to his plan. However, an unexpected development arose concerning the forest silkworms. They seemed to have entered a growth phase, encasing themselves in cocoons buried in the soil, awaiting their emergence like the black gold silkworms. When the time comes, Lin believed the forest silkworms would provide him with even greater assistance. After gathering the black gold silkworm silk and completing the aforementioned tasks, Lin Ke was approached by Fong Tong, who was reporting to him. On the adjacent table lay a specially crafted sandalwood box containing the black gold silkworm silk ready for submission. Yes, for the next couple of days, let the inhabitants of Insect Breeding Mountain endure a bit. I will close the mountain gate, allowing them to attend to their needs inside. Lin Ke contemplated. He did not wish for others to learn of the happenings in Insect Breeding Mountain, avoiding the necessity for numerous explanations, thus opting for concealment. The sect steward would arrive to collect the various products from the sect in these 2 days. So he instructed the farmers tending to the venomous creatures within Insect Breeding Mountain to remain hidden for a couple of days, bringing sufficient food and water, and only emerging after the inspection was complete. We understand, Immortal Lin. Fong Tong nodded eagerly. Little Fifth and the others have already entered. They have been raised alongside the venomous creatures and are quite familiar with such an environment. Indeed, Lin Ke replied, slightly nodding. Additionally, the routine maintenance of golden silkworm peak must be attended to, as the insect population is on the rise, and pests should be promptly eliminated. With the advent of spring, having experienced several bouts of spring rain, the insect population in the Yunjiang garden had surged. Golden silkworm peak, with its soil cicadas and warm sand array, was particularly suited for insect habitation, leading to an influx of various insects. Carnivorous insects sought to prey on the black gold silkworms, while herbivorous insects targeted the mulberry trees. In short, there were insects aplenty. A few black gold silkworms had fallen victim to ordinary parasitic wasps. Fortunately, the farmers in the Yunjiang garden, accustomed to dealing with insects, could effectively manage the situation. Understood, Fong Tong affirmed, nodding. Aside from Insect Breeding Mountain, we are all vigilant at Golden Silkworm Peak. We will ensure no further black gold silkworms perish. Lin Ke nodded, a smile gracing his face. Just then, an out-of-breath voice called from outside, Immortal Lin. The steward from the Law Enforcement Hall has arrived. Chapter 26, The Sect Mission. The name of a genius. Finally, the time has come to collect the black gold silkworm silk. Lin Ke felt a stir within, as the other party exchanged a knowing glance before departing alone with the box containing the precious silk. It is worth noting that Yunjiang Garden is situated in a remote area, and typically, the stewards would only arrive here at the end of the month. Other sects with similar locations to Yunjiang Garden abound, and the journey to collect from them takes considerable time. However, as Lin Ke anticipated, although Li Lu did not personally appear, he discreetly arranged for the steward to come to Yunjiang Garden ahead of schedule to commence the collection, which was quite straightforward. Everyone was inclined to accommodate Li Lu, especially since he had the backing of a nascent soul elder. Where is Lin Ke? Why hasn't Apos he come out to submit the black gold silkworm silk yet? A familiar voice echoed outside. The earlier visitors, Han Yun and Han Fu, lingered in the air above Jikan Peak, their tone dripping with disdain and arrogance. Upon stepping outside, Lin Ke spotted the two and soared into the sky, holding a black circular stone in his left hand and the box containing the silk in his right. This stone was a recording stone, akin to a camera, designed to capture images and document events. Lin Ke, could you be any slower? You dawdle like a woman. Han Fu sneered upon seeing him, her expression sour. Lin Ke, with an impassive demeanor, flew towards them, choosing not to respond to Han Fu. He recognized that their loud remarks were intended to humiliate him in front of the crowd at Jikan Peak, showcasing him as someone who was summoned like a servant. If he retaliated, he would fall into their trap. Nevertheless, such petty schemes did not perturb Lin Ke and Apos' state of mind. The immediate priority was to utilize the recording stone to document his submission of the black gold silkworm silk in adequate quantity to preempt any potential backlash from Li Lu. Oh, adequate quantity of black gold silkworm silk? Han Yun raised an eyebrow and produced a scale. This was a simple balance scale, with a wooden stick marked with measurements on one end, tied with a line and an iron pan. Items would be placed on the pan, and weights would be used for measurement. A common balance scale? Lin Ke frowned. I recall that the sect employs spirit artifact scales for measurements, correct? The accuracy of a common balance scale is susceptible to various factors, including calibration and environmental conditions. If the fixed point of the scale is calibrated correctly, it can be a reliable tool. However, common scales are prone to human manipulation, which can lead to inaccurate results. Hence, the sect provides disciples of the law enforcement hall with spirit artifact scales that can self-calibrate and measure independently, ensuring fairness. Yes, but the elder has taken the spirit scale for use, instructing us to use common tools for the month. Han Yun chuckled. Han Fu echoed with a sneer. If you disagree, you may report to the elder. Report to whom? Lin Ke immediately grasped their intent. Han Yun and Han Fu sought to manipulate the measurements. Those familiar with common balance scales knew that tampering to achieve less weight was all too easy. I have previously utilized several scales for measurements. Lin Ke replied nonchalantly. Let us proceed as you wish, but... He glanced at the recording stone in his hand, which emanated a faint aura of spiritual energy. All of this will be documented. Seeing Lin Ke's words, Han Yun and Han Fu's expressions turned grim, as disciples of the law enforcement hall. They dared not overstep their bounds and could only manipulate the situation slightly under the watchful eyes of their superiors. Bring it here, Han Yun said, his face darkening. Thus, Lin Ke handed over the items. Han Yun took the sandalwood box, opened it, and levitated the black gold silkworm silk onto the scale, adjusting the weights. 1 pound and 2 taels. How is that possible? Han Fu exclaimed, while Han Yun frowned in silence. Lin Ke observed them with a hint of amusement. 1 pound and 2 taels. It is actually 2 pounds. This month's total yield of black gold silkworm silk is nearly 3 pounds and 6 taels. I have presented 2 pounds to avoid complications. Without a doubt, Lin Ke knew Li Lu would take action, and to preserve the reputation of his backing elder. He would certainly incite others to act. Presently, it appeared that the law enforcement hall was relatively fair and strict. These two could only attempt to manipulate the weights. Gentlemen, it is time to hand over my remuneration, Lin Ke said blandly. You are merely weighing the silk. Why must you dawdle like a woman? He threw Han Fu's earlier taunt back at her. Moreover, I must clarify that this is not 1 pound and 2 taels. It is 2 pounds. If you have decided to trouble me today on account of Li Lu, it may very well escalate into enmity come the sect competition. Lin Ke did not utter any harsh words, yet his internal spiritual energy surged, emitting waves of tidal sounds. This was merely a display of spiritual pressure. Upon hearing this sound, Han Yun and Han Fu's expressions shifted in alarm. A genius. A foundation at 60%. Both Han Yun and Han Fu were taken aback. A foundation at 60% is deemed a genius, 70% is extraordinary, 80% possesses the talents of ancient prodigies, and the legendary 90% is the foundation of immortals. Any manifestation of sound during the operation of spiritual energy indicates at least a genius foundation, or that of a body cultivator, but that is another matter altogether. Lin Ke naturally could not reveal his astonishing foundation at 130%, however. Displaying a hint of genius status would benefit him. Being too inconspicuous or overly prominent are both extreme conditions. It is essential to strike a balance, ensuring he neither invites suspicion nor envy, nor encounters persistent petty troubles. What say you? Lin Ke inquired once more. Are you too intent on making an enemy of me? For the sake of pleasing Li Lu, you would offend a genius? Han Yun and Han Fu exchanged glances. Han Fu appeared bewildered, while Han Yun sighed. Brother Lin. This scale tends to show a deficit, yet it aligns with the figures you provided. Han Yun clasped his hands, using his spiritual energy to lift a portion of the black gold silkworm silk from the scale, presenting it to Lin Ke. Please accept this surplus portion, Brother Lin. Your sect mission has been completed. As he spoke, he took out a pouch. Here are 150 low-grade spirit stones for your monthly remuneration. Please accept them. Lin Ke's face broke into a smile upon seeing this, as he accepted the surplus silk and the spirit stones into his storage bag. Then, with a surge of spiritual energy, he shattered the recording stone. Brother Han, you are welcome to visit my Qing garden. In April, the mulberries are at their sweetest. You both have pressing duties today, so I shall not keep you longer. Brother Han, let us meet again soon. Chapter 27. Expansion and preparation. As Han Yun departed with Han Fu, Lin Ke smiled as he touched down on the ground. Han Fu seemed oblivious to the situation. But Han Yun was certainly astute. Such individuals navigate social waters with ease, rarely offending anyone. Even if they do, they are quick to retract their statements if there is a chance for reconciliation. Today, Lin Ke's display of 6/10 foundational strength prompted Han Yun to reconsider his stance, opting not to antagonize him. After all, Lin Ke would undoubtedly fulfill the sect's tasks. Han Yun could not trouble him, especially since he couldn't report any issues to Li Lu. It was wiser to curry favor with Lin Ke instead. Lin Ke chuckled to himself and returned to his wooden cabin atop the mountain. Lin Xianxing, regarding the sect's tasks. Feng Tong, relieved to see Lin Ke smiling, cautiously inquired. Naturally, it has been completed, Lin Ke replied with a grin. From today onward, we can summon everyone from Yunjiang Mountain. That and Appos, that's fine. A couple of days won't hurt. Feng Tong wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow, his face brightening with a smile. We'll wait a couple of days before proceeding. We cannot disrupt Lin Xianxing's grand plans. Lin Ke chuckled again. The sect's grand competition is in 3 days. You may venture in then. For now, it would be best to enjoy some fresh air. He would certainly not be at Qing Garden during the competition, planning for the worst. What if Li Lu sent someone to create chaos here? At that moment, he would be unable to manage the situation at Qing Garden. The grand competition of the sect? Feng Tong was taken aback. Yes. Lin Xianxing is still young and full of vigor, unlike the older generation who often abstained from participation. Previously, Qing Garden was merely a retirement haven, where many outer disciples who had yet to break through the foundational stage were sent to languish. Today, I shall visit the Yiwa market to procure an array. Please be cautious when entering and exiting Yunjiang Mountain, Lin Ke added. Feng Tong nodded in agreement. Lin Ke proceeded to outline several matters concerning Qing Garden, particularly the daily management of Jinkan Peak and Yunjiang Mountain, before setting off towards the sect's central area. Having accomplished the sect's tasks, he only needed to navigate the upcoming competition successfully, after which he would no longer be subject to Li Li's constraints. As the sounds of insects echoed, and the clouds stirred with energy, the entirety of Jin-E sect was abuzz with activity as the end of March approached. Lin Ke encountered numerous inner and outer disciples along his journey, some riding colossal locusts, others surrounded by swarms of flies, while some were entangled in lengthy, slick earthworms. The scene was both universally characteristic and uniquely individual. Yet, there were many like Lin Ke who flew and ran independently, their spiritual insects not oversized. The size of an insect bore no relation to one's power, making it impossible to gauge strength based on the size of one's spiritual companion. The disciples mingled freely, unaware of their respective inner or outer sect statuses, as their auras were not constantly radiated. The distinction between qi refining and foundational stages was not so pronounced. Conversations flowed easily among them. Have you heard? The beast sovereign of Yunjiang has been in quite a rage lately. The elders in the scripture pavilion have been furrowing their brows all day. Not just the scripture pavilion. I've heard the law enforcement hall has made numerous trips in and out of the sect recently. Is the sect leader not returning soon? I wonder how things are progressing in the Dali domain. The Dali domain is the most prosperous region for our human race in Yunjiang, far exceeding the wealth of our poison refining mountains. I truly wish to visit. Both inner and outer disciples were captivated by the recent events, particularly the furious beast sovereign of Yunjiang. Yet, some were discussing other matters. This year, there are even more participants in the grand competition, reportedly due to the sect expanding its enrollment by about 1,000 outer disciples. Have the locals finally awakened? One remarked. It's been thousands of years, and they still cannot see who reigns supreme in the poison refining mountains. Nearby, 2 individuals were engaged in conversation. One sat cross-legged on a mat, while the other soared through the air on his sword. Expansion of enrollment? Lin Ke, intrigued by their dialogue, approached. Greetings, brothers. I am Lin Ke. The seated, slender man clasped his hands, introducing himself. I am Shiping. The one flying on the sword, clad in green, also bowed. I am Huang Fuqi. I overheard you mention the sect is increasing its number of disciples this year. Lin Ke inquired with a smile. I have a nephew who wishes to join the sect, hence my curiosity. Ah, I see. Ping exclaimed, then added with a grin. If your nephew possesses suitable talent, he may seek the transmission elder. He is quite favorable towards our inner disciples. He gave a thumbs up. Huang Fuqi nodded in agreement. Lin Ke acknowledged their insights. I appreciate your guidance, brothers. As a newcomer to the foundational stage, I was unaware of this. Thank you. He was inquiring on behalf of Feng Tong, whose son aspired to join the sect to learn celestial arts. Perhaps this was the opportunity they sought. Nevertheless, amidst the chatter, a sense of unease began to stir within Lin Ke. The beast sovereign of Yunjiang's fury, the prolonged absence of the sect leader, the expansion of disciples, was this a precursor to war? Moreover, the spiritual pearl lost by the beast sovereign was highly likely Lin Ke's mysterious gem. Yet, it appeared that the beast sovereign's wrath was not solely due to the pearl, it merely served as a catalyst for long-standing tensions. One does not become satiated by merely consuming the seventh bun. It does not imply that one can fill their hunger simply by taking the seventh. The beast sovereign's relationship with humanity had always been tenuous, and the shattering of the mysterious pearl likely exacerbated pre-existing grievances. Thus, as the beast sovereign's anger flared, the sect was already preparing for the storm ahead. If the situation was such in the poison refining mountains, one could only imagine the heightened tension across the Ileo Great Forest. By the way, this junior brother seems rather familiar. Where do you serve? Ping inquired with curiosity. The three soared through the skies, whether on the wind or riding spiritual insects, or flying on swords, all required the expenditure of spiritual energy. Thus, they could sense each other's general cultivation level. For instance, Lin could discern that Ping was at the mid-foundational stage, while Huang Fuqi's aura was more obscure, likely indicating he was at the late foundational stage. I work at Qingsang Garden, Lin Ke replied with a smile and a bow. Qingsang Garden. Ping's expression shifted, and a flicker of surprise crossed Huang Fuqi's eyes. Is it true that this junior brother was unable to advance in the 3-year disciple competition, even experiencing a regression from the 9th layer of qi refining to the 1st? Ping unconsciously slowed his pace. Lin Ke chuckled. Indeed, that is me. Chapter 28, Gathering. Grand Assembly. Why does Lin Ke possess such a considerable reputation among the contemporaneous disciples? Either they have already established their foundational cultivation or remain stagnant at the 5th level of qi refinement. In contrast, Lin Ke was initially among the fastest, achieving the 9th level of qi refinement shortly after entering the sect. However, inexplicably, over the course of 3 years, his cultivation regressed to the 1st level of qi refinement. Even the elder of the nascent soul stage came to investigate, discovering no connection to soul possession or similar phenomena. Subsequently, an elder speculated that Lin Ke was born with a flawed physique that could not retain spiritual energy, leading to his being sent to Qingsang Garden for a life of leisure. Additionally, there was a disciple of Li Lu, whose sister was a talented beauty, but their union was thwarted by Lin Ke's interference. The tale of Lin Ke's decline from the 9th to the 1st level of cultivation, coupled with his prior aspirations to become an inner sect disciple before being relegated to Qingsang Garden in the romantic entanglement, led to the story being exaggerated and proliferating widely, for gossip is a natural inclination of humanity. Many knew of a person on the brink of being expelled from the sect, while some discerning individuals could uncover the underlying intricacies, such as who stood behind Li Lu. Inner sect disciples could easily ascertain this. Nevertheless, Lin Ke was indifferent to the impact of his reputation and paid little heed to the unusual glances exchanged between the two before him. Unexpectedly, Huang Fuqi spoke up. It seems Brother Lin has had quite the adventure. Initially reticent during Lin Ke and Appo's inquiries, Huang Fuqi now clasped his hands and stated, I tend to speak plainly. So I shall be direct. My master is the esteemed by Lu Zhenren, who once said, clear springs and white dew streams. Drink wine and sing long songs. My master cherishes freedom and has always disdained the oppressive elders of Li Li's faction. I admire your ability to break through Li Li's barriers. Clear springs and white dew streams, drink wine and sing long songs? Lin Ke's expression flickered. Renowned poems and verses often circulated within the sect, reflecting the mindset or virtues of their authors. Those whose verses were recognized were invariably acknowledged as formidable figures within the entire genie sect. Only one direct disciple of the Golden Core stage had such honor, and no more than 5 at the nascent soul stage. These individuals were celebrated throughout the poisonous mountain range and beyond, truly renowned. Lin Ke smiled and replied, Li Lu is merely a clucking hen. We shall observe his arrogance. What are the elders who support Li Lu? Naturally, there are disputes among the elders. Thus, after establishing his foundational cultivation, Lin Ke ceased to regard Li Lu as a concern. His primary aim was to strengthen himself, to seek longevity, to explore this world, distinct from his past life, and to pursue enlightenment, ready to embrace death at dusk if need be, rather than waste energy on parasites like Li Lu. Well said. Ping praised. I despise those who flaunt their connections with elders. He added, I too aspire to study under Bai Lu Zhenren. How delightful it would be to indulge in wine and merriment at the Bai Lu stream. Huang Fuqi, observing Lin Ke's disdain for Li Lu and a certain unyielding pride in Lin Ke's demeanor, smiled and remarked, I imagine your journey to this point has been fraught with trials. Should you one day reach the later stages, perhaps you might join my master and Appo's sect and explore the world together. My master, Bai Lu Zhenren, is a sword cultivator, and Li Lu's father, Yuan Yongzhenren, would not dare challenge him. Lin Ke chuckled. Bai Lu Zhenren is unmatched in combat, traversing the heavens with a sword and a cup of wine. It is indeed enviable. As for becoming a disciple, Lin Ke did not broach the subject. Regardless, to garner the attention of a nascent soul elder, one must at least possess the potential to break through to the golden core stage. He was merely at the initial stage of foundational cultivation, still a considerable distance from the mid-stage, let alone the late stage or attaining golden core. Thus, he shifted the conversation, engaging Shiping and Huang Fuqi in discussions on other matters. The trio flew together and soon arrived at a vast plaza. This plaza was meticulously leveled, comparable in size to 3 birds' nest stadiums from his past life, surrounded by mountains, each crowned with a powerful artifact that suppressed the void. In the very center of the plaza, suspended high above, hung an earring forged from scorpion tails, emanating an overwhelming aura. These artifacts were all of the highest quality. Beneath the artifacts, distinctive buildings floated in the air, arranged in neat rows. Some resembled honeycombs, with entrances in the center, allowing people to enter and exit. Others took the shapes of triangular prisms, cylinders, and more, adorned with the attire and architectural features of various ethnicities, each vying for splendor. From the sky down to the ground, the area was filled with floating structures, with the plaza itself providing seating akin to that of a football field. Hundreds of thousands of disciples from the genie sect gathered here, the atmosphere vibrant with chatter. Even though Lin Ke had witnessed such scenes in the memories of the original owner, experiencing it firsthand was profoundly striking. In his past life, he had seen metropolises bustling with millions, but the sight of innumerable buildings suspended in midair, akin to the floating mountains in Avatar, was a first for him. Witnessing it in reality as opposed to mere recollection was an entirely different sensation. This was a grand assembly of the genie sect. Brother Lin. Sure, and I shall head to our sect now. We will meet again another day. Huang Fuqi bowed in farewell upon their arrival. You both must come to my Qingshan garden for some mulberries and enjoy the scenery. Lin Ke and Shiping said their goodbyes amicably. By the way, Brother Lin, do you possess a Xianmai book? Shiping inquired as he produced a radiant tome. A Xianmai book? Lin Ke shook his head. I am rather short on funds and have yet to purchase one. The Xianmai book serves as a communication device, allowing users to leave their essence on a page, facilitating written exchanges through the input of spiritual energy. Unfortunately, Lin Ke knew few individuals within the sect and was financially constrained, so he had never acquired one. What a pity, Shiping lamented. Not at all, Lin Ke smiled. I shall buy a Xianmai book in the future, and we can communicate through it then. That works. Shiping scratched his head, then clasped his hands. I hope you will visit me at Bai Xia Peak soon. Huang Fuqi chimed in. I am at the Jing He of Bai Lu stream. After bidding farewell, the two flew towards a spherical building suspended in the air, while Lin Ke headed towards the second layer of the floating structures in the plaza. He intended to take advantage of the time before the sect and Oppos' grand competition began to explore this place thoroughly. These multi-layered buildings, unlike the skyscrapers of the past built upon the ground, had their entrances on the middle layer. The method of flying directly into buildings was intriguing, and the offerings within were plentiful. After all, only those at the foundational cultivation level or above could fly, and the merchants within these buildings dealt in high-level goods. Naturally, if a Qi refinement disciple could afford it, they might purchase items as well. However, Lin Ke had no intention of buying anything. He merely wished to stroll, observe, and broaden his horizons. His primary purpose for coming was to participate in the sect's grand competition. Once he overcame this hurdle, the sky would be the limit. Chapter 29, The Annual Festival. The Golden-Winged Queen. The latest treasure of the town, the 7-angled viper, is about to be auctioned. All are welcome to participate. The 36 Flavors Pavilion has introduced the latest Southern Ming Li Hua stove cooking, personally handled by a spirit-level chef, guaranteed to satisfy your palate. I, at the Dragon Hall, am professionally seeking mineral formations and am open for business to those in need. Surrounding shops were bustling, contrary to expectations of silence due to high prices. The atmosphere was vibrant, akin to a tourist attraction. As Lin Ke strolled, he remained mindful of his Niwan Palace. Yet no unusual occurrences like those at the Yua market had reappeared, confirming that the seed acquired then was indeed a rare find. The absence of disturbances did not hinder Lin Ke's enjoyment of exploring various shops. This outing allowed him to witness much, including 3 specialized auction houses. Commodities of various levels, elemental, spirit grade, and superior spirit grade items, were up for bid, stirring Lin Ke's desire, though his pockets were light. Numerous spirit insects, artifacts, precious garments, and elixirs were displayed. Some shops featured only high-tier items, while others dealt in bulk commodities, such as thousands of low-tier spirit swords. The grand competition among sects often saw the Golden Winged sect inviting friendly sects to participate. Goods like the Golden Essence honey and honeycombs, produced by the Golden Winged sect, facilitated trade between sects, or among human settlements like cities and villages, where transactions often amounted to thousands, executed in batches. Such dealings typically involved tens of thousands of spirit stones, most likely using medium-grade spirit stones for transactions, as ordinary storage bags would be inadequate. After wandering for a while, Feeling the weight of his empty pockets, Lin Ke eventually made his way to the lower square, awaiting the commencement of the sect competition. He waited for 3 full hours. As dusk descended, the square was filled with countless disciples. Amidst this throng, a powerful divine consciousness swept across the area, accompanied by a resounding voice, Golden-Winged Sect. The annual festival begins. As the words echoed, a resounding boom followed, countless torches ignited, illuminating the surroundings for miles, their brilliance matched only by the sound of buzzing insect wings. Swarms of bees, adorned with golden patterns, converged from all directions. Each bee stood half a person tall, radiating an aura of foundational energy. There were tens of thousands of them. They gathered in the sky, patiently awaiting something. The elders were about to arrive. Lin Ke mused. As he contemplated, figures began to materialize. They donned garments of varying colors and styles. Some appeared regal, while others resembled beggars from busy markets. And still others wore attire of diverse ethnicities from the poisonous mountain range. Each presence exuded an obscure aura, with at least a dozen being at the fusion stage. The Golden-Winged Sect, occupying an entire branch of the poisonous mountain range and boasting hundreds of thousands of disciples, had less than 10 who had reached the fusion stage. Underscoring the arduous journey to such heights, the annual festival begins. Please, Golden-Winged Envoy. A venerable elder's voice resonated throughout the square. In an instant, silence enveloped the crowd. This stillness was not due to strict obedience, but rather a shared sensation of being scrutinized by a formidable adversary. The very air around them was charged with an overwhelming aura, halting the wind and sound, as if time itself had frozen. A colossal, indistinct phantom appeared high above. With 2 antennae, sharp mandibles, and golden compound eyes, it resembled a bee and amp, Apos, as head, known as the Golden-Winged Envoy. This head was several times larger than the square, as if it could engulf the entire space. Yet, in mere seconds, the apparition merely glanced aside before vanishing without a trace. The crowd sprang to life, and thousands of bees buzzed away in all directions, erupting into cheers. That is the Golden-Winged Queen, our guardian beast of the Golden-Winged Sect, but not anymore. I heard the Golden-Winged Queen returned to the depths of the poisonous mountain range long ago after our ancestral master's passing. It is said she was once the spirit beast accompanying our ancestor, immensely powerful and renowned throughout the poisonous mountain range. Indeed, I felt the Golden-Winged Queen's gaze upon me just now. The disciples buzzed with excitement. Though they experienced this spectacle annually, each encounter was equally awe-inspiring, igniting fervor among them. Lin Ke shared in their enthusiasm, but not out of emotion. Rather, he felt a sense of enlightenment. While science may equip all with firearms, it cannot transform everyone into a weapon. However, the path of immortality can. The immense phantom of the Golden-Winged Queen illuminated Lin Ke and Apos' insignificance, yet also revealed the vastness of his future. Was the Golden-Winged Queen a fusion great? Or perhaps an even greater being? Lin Ke was uncertain, but he had discerned his future direction. Such insight was a form of opportunity, guiding him toward a path ahead rather than leaving him in a haze of uncertainty. Moreover, had she just looked at him? Lin Ke pondered. He felt as though the Golden-Winged Queen had indeed cast her gaze upon him. Brother, don't jest. The Golden-Winged Queen was clearly looking at me. A disciple in the foundation stage shot him a sidelong glance. Nonsense. She was looking at me. Another disciple chimed in. A rather handsome male disciple scoffed. Silence. She was looking at me. I bought a new hairpin yesterday. He turned his head, showcasing a spirit-grade jade hairpin atop his head. Utter nonsense. I changed my outfit from light green to blue-green. The Golden-Winged Queen must have noticed and wondered why I changed. His companion, clad in a green robe adorned with a green flower, had a mantis perched atop it. More disciples joined the fray of banter. Lin Ke could only smile in amusement, disinterested in their squabbles. Just as most male disciples debated who had captured the Golden-Winged Queen and Apos' attention, the elder at the forefront appeared prepared for something. Moo rum rum. Quack. Quack. Suddenly, a loader spirit-grade pig, cow, sheep, chicken, duck, and goose materialized before him, bound tightly with fine straw, floating helplessly in midair. The Golden-Winged Sect offers blood sacrifice to appease the myriad beings. He bowed toward the heavens, and immediately, the livestock exploded into a shower of blood and flesh. In the next moment, these remnants rose skyward, scattering in all directions, ultimately falling beyond the Golden-Winged Sect. The annual festival is a tribute to heaven and earth, as well as the tenacious beings that dwell within. Chapter 30. Li Lu, do you dare? The flesh and blood of those spirit beasts will ultimately transform into ordinary bacteria, nourishing plants and insects. Perhaps some beings will embark on the path of spirit beasts, or perhaps none will. Regardless, Lin could perceive the reverence and awe that the people of this world hold towards heaven and earth from this annual sacrifice, as well as their respect for the Tao and nature itself. However, following the completion of the annual sacrifice, what truly concerned Lin Ke arrived. The annual sacrifice has concluded. The sect and Apos' grand competition is about to commence. All outer sect disciples are required to participate in this competition, with those who advance receiving a low-grade Titan giant spider egg. The exceptionally talented will have the opportunity to select 3 individuals to additionally receive a mid-grade glimmering cordyceps. The first place in this grand competition will be rewarded with a wormhole granting any mid-grade insect egg. The head elder announced the commencement of the sect competition and, shortly thereafter, ascended into the depths of the clouds with several other elders, leaving no trace of their whereabouts. Before the crowd could even celebrate the rewards of the competition, a woman clad in light red gauze strode into the center of the square, her demeanor cold and indifferent. She was the elder responsible for overseeing the outer sect disciples. I am the transmission elder. In this initial stage of the sect competition, the first 15 matches will determine who wins 10 matches to become inner sect disciples, while those who win 100 matches will compete for the final ranks. Her voice echoed throughout the square. The designated areas for the matches had been established, and those corresponding to the numbers were to enter. With her spiritual energy, the transmission elder delineated several designated areas marked with characters such as 1, 2, 3, and so forth. Names then appeared above each area. Yi Fan, Han Li, Shi Hao, Xiao Yan, Lin Ke. They have arrived. Lin Ke picked up her disciple token, noticing the number 6,532 appear on its reverse side. She then sought out the corresponding area in the square and descended with her token. The vast poisonous mountain range housed the Genie sect, which occupied one of its smaller branches and could accommodate hundreds of thousands of disciples. Among this vast population, outer sect disciples made up the majority, accounting for approximately 80% of the sect's population. Consequently, over 20,000 participants were present for the first match alone, rendering Lin Ke utterly inconspicuous among them. Nevertheless, one in Amp, Oppo's aura cannot be concealed. As Lin Ke took the stage, the transmission elder immediately sensed that she was no longer merely a chi refinement disciple. Lin Ke, have you advanced to the foundation establishment stage? The transmission elder raised an eyebrow and flew above Lin Ke, inquiring through her thoughts. At that moment, countless pairs of eyes were fixed on the transmission elder, having just witnessed the annual sacrifice. The elder and Amp, Oppo's movement drew everyone, and Amp, Oppo's gaze towards Lin Ke. Yet, they could not hear the transmission elder and Amp, Oppo's words. Indeed, elder. Lin Ke replied with a smile and a slight bow. I fortuitously consumed a fruit, leading to the convergence of 3 years' worth of spiritual energy within my dantian, allowing me to directly break through to the foundation establishment stage. A fruit? The transmission elder nodded thoughtfully and then declared loudly. If there are any outer sect disciples who have achieved the foundation establishment stage, ascend immediately. As the transmission elder spoke, the chi refinement 9th layer disciple opposite Lin Ke widened his eyes, stammering, You, junior brother. It seems you have failed the task assigned to you by Li Lu. Lin Ke smiled at the individual before taking to the skies. In that moment, she noticed 3 others rising from the audience not far from her. One was Li Lu, another was Zonya, and the last was the attendant who had been entrusted by Li Lu to arrange Lin Ke's opponent. Li Lu and the attendant flew up, startled by Lin Ke's sudden ascent, while Zonya ascended out of caution, fearing Li Lu might act irrationally. The transmission elder followed Lin Ke's gaze and immediately spotted Li Lu and the attendant beside him. Upon glancing down at the chi refinement 9th layer disciple Lin Ke was originally set to face, the elder seemed to understand something, her expression shifting to one of realization. Humph. The transmission elder cast a cold glance at Li Lu and the attendant, her voice booming. I have stated before that outer sect disciples are the foundation of the inner sect. No one is permitted to meddle in this matter, otherwise, I shall sever that hand on behalf of my sect master, Duanli Gang. You have disobeyed my orders by privately arranging for Lin Ke and Du Hui to be placed in the same group. You must have received some form of compensation. I shall now send you to the Scarab Valley for 3 years on behalf of the law enforcement elder. Furthermore, Li Lu. The transmission elder narrowed her eyes. Do you dare to interfere in sect affairs? And your father has been so indulgent with you. After the sect competition concludes, I shall personally visit to discuss this matter. The transmission elder's imposing voice resonated throughout the area, clearly exhibiting her genuine fury. The sudden ascent of Li Lu and the attendant, Duanli Gang, caused their expressions to change dramatically. Just as Duanli Gang was about to speak, the transmission elder waved her sleeve, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that sent him flying back to his seat, rendering him unable to move or speak, his eyes wide with terror. Li Lu, however, wore a grim expression and remained silent. He scanned the crowd, seeing that nearly everyone in the arena was looking at him, whispering amongst themselves. Yet, he said nothing, merely offering a slight bow to the transmission elder before casting a lingering glance at Lin Ke and departing the arena without looking back. This left Zonya, whose face was a mixture of disbelief and ecstatic surprise after all. Zonya had never anticipated that the transmission elder would so openly chastise Li Lu in front of everyone. However, Zonya said nothing, quickly descending to blend back into the crowd. Why did the transmission elder suddenly erupt? Lin Ke found it somewhat surprising. The transmission elder was the sect master's younger sister, although she typically appeared aloof and unapproachable. Lin Ke had not expected her to openly disregard Li Lu in front of so many. To put it bluntly, this was akin to slapping Li Li's father in the face. Yet, this was highly unusual. It is worth noting that, aside from various other instances, During the years Lin Ke spent under Zhong Ye's care after entering the sect, she had witnessed numerous cases of outer sect affairs being meddled with. The transmission elder had always turned a blind eye. Otherwise, Han Yun and Han Fu, the sibling duo, would not have been so rampant. Yet today, she suddenly shifted her stance and openly admonished the son of a venerable nascent soul elder in front of the entire sect. Lin Ke could not believe that there was no underlying reason for this change. Nonetheless, she was grateful for the elder's support and was about to convey her thanks through thought transmission when the transmission elder beat her to it. Lin Ke, in 2 days, there will be another sect competition presided over by 3 high elders, specifically for the competition among Foundation establishment disciples. It will not be open to the public. You need not participate in the outer sect competition. Simply await the opportunity to engage with other early-stage Foundation establishment disciples in a couple of days. The transmission elder gazed at Lin Ke, her tone softening as a hint of a smile broke through her icy demeanor. Do you have any questions? A multitude of thoughts raced through Lin Ke's mind, yet she ultimately asked, will I receive any rewards for the sect competition? Rewards? The transmission elder paused for a moment before slowly nodding. Having established your foundation, you are deserving of the first prize in this competition. Once an outer sect disciple breaks through to the Foundation establishment stage, they automatically ascend to become an inner sect disciple. The chi refinement stage merely serves as a phase for cultivation and accumulation. Strictly speaking, it does not qualify one as a true cultivator. And the disparity in strength between those at this stage and those at the Foundation establishment stage is indeed immense. As the sole Foundation establishment disciple to have ascended among numerous outer sect disciples, it is only reasonable for the transmission elder to reward Lin Ke. It is noteworthy that many disciples with poor aptitude may forever remain at the first level of chi refinement. You may return for now. The duels among the Foundation establishment disciples will commence only after the sect competition concludes tomorrow, instructed the transmission elder. Lin Ke then bowed respectfully and took his leave. However, Lin Ke and Amp, Oppos, unexpected action set off a fervor throughout the entire square. Foundation establishment? Why hasn't an Amp, Oppos, been promoted to an inner sect disciple? I heard it has something to do with Li Lu. Which elder bears the surname Li? To be directly considered a victor is remarkable. I wonder if I will ever achieve Foundation establishment in my lifetime. Just breaking through to the 3rd level of chi refinement would feel like a blessing. Various disciples engaged in animated discussions, and Lin Ke recalled a matter, turning back to inquire of the transmission elder. Ah, elder. I have a nephew who wishes to join the sect. I heard there is an expansion this year. Might it be possible? Oh, this year? Are you certain? Well, although it contravenes regulations, it is of little consequence to inform you. A war looms. And those in the chi refinement stage are destined to become cannon fodder. Your nephew should consider joining the sect at a later time. Chapter 31. The Gaze of the Golden-Winged Queen War? Upon hearing this, a ripple of unease surged within Lin Ke, the beast sovereign of Yunjiang. It is highly likely that it is due to the beast sovereign of Yunjiang. Although the original body had little understanding of the current situation, Lin Ke, drawing from memories and observations made after her arrival, discerned that the relationship between the human and demon races in Yunjiang was rather tense. However, both sides possessed formidable powers, which induced a certain level of restraint to avoid grievous losses. Yet now that the spiritual pearl of the beast sovereign had been expended, it was likely that he could no longer contain his fury, seizing this opportunity to wage war. If Lin Ke could conceive of this, then surely the higher-ups of the Golden Wing sect could as well. Recruiting external disciples is not merely a lucrative endeavor. One must consider that external disciples come with responsibilities and salaries. A sect has only a finite number of tasks to allocate, and suddenly adding thousands of external disciples would cause a significant strain on resource distribution. Furthermore, salaries must be dispensed, which would further burden the sect. However, once war is declared, external disciples are bound to become cannon fodder. It becomes imperative to ensure there are enough cannon fodder, otherwise, sustaining the war and Amp, Oppos, expenses would be impossible. Thus, Lin Ke pondered whether Fong Tong and Amp, Oppos, son should join the sect at this juncture. This was a matter she needed to inquire about thoroughly upon her return. Nevertheless, one must also consider that war can serve as a crucible for fortune. While it is undoubtedly brutal, those who emerge from the ranks of cannon fodder will be tempered into true gold. Ultimately, the decision lies with Fong Tong himself. After all, your sister lost her parents and younger brother years ago, only to return with a boy resembling her brother, who has now grown so much. The transmission elder continued conversing with Lin Ke. I lamented your inexplicable regression in cultivation, yet today, seeing you restore your foundation, I am quite gratified. As for Li Lu, I do not regard his father, the true man Yunjiang, with any high esteem. Should he dare to bully you in the future, simply invoke my name. Rain Spider True Man. The Rain Spider and Amp, Oppos, tone was indifferent. It was a matter of temperament. The underlying concern for Lin Ke was unmistakable. Had it been the original body. Recalling the memory of the elder and Amp, Oppos, immediate inquiry after the incident involving the mysterious pearl, she would have been overwhelmed with gratitude. However, Lin Ke understood that the current demeanor of Rain Spider True Man was not rooted in nostalgia. If that were the case, There would have been no need for a personal visit. A few words of concern would suffice, and Lin Ke would have believed her. The crux of the matter was that Lin Ke had learned from her previous life that as one encounters more individuals, it becomes impractical to extend warmth and assistance to everyone. For instance, a personnel manager, upon meeting many, ceases to operate based on personal preferences, but rather on genuine needs. As an elder who has recruited thousands of disciples over the years, Rain Spider True Man and Amp, Appos, as heart must surely be hardened. Who has the capacity to be concerned about a chi refining disciple bringing her younger brother to join the sect? However, it is true that if a particular disciple were to truly flourish, Rain Spider True Man, with her capabilities, could effortlessly recall matters related to that disciple from centuries past, let alone from just a few years ago. Of course, while such thoughts crossed Lin Ke and Amp, Appos' mind, she could not articulate them. Returning to her seat, she displayed an expression of deep gratitude, transmitting back, "Thank you, Rain Spider True Man, for your concern. This kindness, I shall never forget." As she spoke, her mind churned with contemplation. What could have caused Rain Spider True Man and Amp, Appos' sudden change of heart towards her? It must surely be unrelated to her cultivation. There are many foundation cultivators within the sect, and even more inner disciples. What significance does Lin Ke hold? As for her talent, the assessment conducted years prior had deemed her an ordinary mid-grade talent, far from exceptional, let alone top-tier or legendary. Her foundation was 13%, which remained undetectable from the outside unless demonstrated. Even a nascent soul would not discern it. As Lin Ke ruminated, she struggled to pinpoint the reason behind this change. Instead, it reminded her of the penetrating gaze of the golden-winged queen during the previous year and Amp, Appos' festival. The thought of this allowed Lin Ke to ease her heart slightly. After all, unwarranted goodwill often breeds suspicion, but goodwill backed by reason can bring a sense of reassurance. Why did the golden-winged queen cast her gaze upon Lin Ke? Perhaps it was due to the mysterious pearl, or her 13% foundation, or perhaps something else entirely. Regardless, the golden-winged queen remained too distant for her to speculate further. Unlike Rain Spider True Man, whose distance was not so vast, allowing for a degree of conjecture. Alas, it all came back to cultivation. Lin Ke sighed inwardly, then turned her focus back to the sect and Amp, Appos' grand competition. Many onlookers surrounded her, intrigued by the reason behind her favor with the transmission elder. Yet, none approached her. For it seemed this matter entailed a struggle among elders. Many were not foolish enough to involve themselves in such tumultuous disputes. Thus, Lin Ke found solace, allowing herself to observe the competition in peace. The duels among chi refining disciples predominantly employed spell-level techniques, with low-grade spiritual swords clashing, and very few possessed spiritual insects. Despite the Golden Wing sect being renowned for its affinity with insects, not everyone could possess one. Lin Ke, having reached the 9th level of chi refining without her own spiritual insect, only found one in the unvisited Qing garden, a nearly powerless black gold silkworm. The scarcity of spiritual insects was evident. This scarcity, however, spurred the development of spellcraft among the chi refining disciples. Many showcased only fundamental elemental spells but employed them with creativity. For instance, some combined water arrow technique with fireball technique to create steam that obscured their opponent and Amp, Appos' vision, while others melded fireball technique with binding technique to form fiery cages. Others transformed the ground into marshes using mountain-moving technique and water arrow technique to hinder their opponent and Amp, Appos' movement. In essence, the competition was a cornucopia of creativity, and Lin Ke found her horizons broadened. It is said that profound wisdom can be found in classics and masterpieces. Yet it is the small ideas that belong to each individual. Many cultivators, through their lives and training, might discover unique nuances and methods in the application of their spells. They may be unaware of their brilliance until brought to light. Such insights invigorated Lin Ke with inspiration. Indeed, many spectators of the grand competition likely shared similar thoughts. Attending the competition was not merely for entertainment, akin to watching the Olympics every 4 years, but also to learn and gain inspiration. Consequently, Lin Ke conceived numerous ingenious applications for her spells. The grand competition lasted a full 2 days and nights, concluding just as dawn broke on the following day. Since all present were cultivators, even the most novice disciple possessed sufficient spiritual energy to dispel fatigue. Thus, exhaustion was hardly a concern. The final match, however, attracted even more spectators, with some golden core disciples making their appearances in the skies above. The finals, Lin Quanming versus Fong Du. At last, the finals had arrived. Chapter 32. The terrifying talent Lin Quanming, a young maiden adorned in delicate green silk, stands in stark contrast to Fong Du, a young man in his 20s, marked by a prominent X-shaped scar on his face. Both are at the 9th level of chi refinement, their innate talents unknown, yet their combat awareness is strikingly formidable. Each possesses a spirit insect. Lin Quanming boasts a mid-grade spirit-level stick insect, its body exceptionally hard and as long as a forearm, while Fong Du commands a low-grade spirit-level earth spider, lurking underground with an elusive presence. Their duel is intense and closely contested, with Lin Quanming exhibiting impressive agility and grace akin to a dance as she wields her flying sword. Her beauty and skill in combat captivate the male disciples, who watch with great enthusiasm. Nearby, disciples chatter animatedly about Lin Ke, revealing that she hails from the Mingzi Great Tribe, one of the 13 tribes of the poison refining mountain range. Her dance technique, known as Axi Tiaoyu, is rumored to embody 3 stages of inheritance: technique, law, and intent. Intent. One wonders, can a dance truly convey intent? Indeed, the 3-string dance technique encompasses form, method, and intent, all intricately connected. Lin Ke observes the enchanting figure of Lin Ke as she twirls and leaps across the arena, akin to a flickering flame, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Her agility is undeniably impressive. If his intuition serves him correctly, Lin Ke possesses considerable lineage. Not only does she master the Axi Tiaoyu combat dance, but she also wields a mid-grade spirit-level stick insect, a luxury for someone at the chi refinement stage. Just then, the battle seems to reach its climax. Now, Fangdu exclaims, his iron chain hammer whistling through the air as it hurtles towards Lin Ke and Appo's head. He grips one end of the chain hammer tightly, launching it with force. The hammer and Appo's tip glows with a faint purple light, likely infused with some form of poison. Despite previous attempts failing to strike the nimble Lin Ke, this time is different. The earth spider, which had been attempting to ensnare her, finally manages to clasp the spiritual shield enveloping her legs. Lin Ke is immobilized. High above, the rain spider master watches intently, particularly concerned for Lin Ke and Appo's safety, while gasps of astonishment ripple through the crowd. It's going to hit. It's going to hit. Fangdu is about to claim victory. They exclaim. Alas, Fangdu's hammer is both offensive and defensive, unlike Lin Ke, whose flying sword seems inadequate in this moment. The standings are apparent. Lin Ke, Fangdu, and Lin Ke occupy the top 3 spots. Thoughts of his own inadequate foundation plague Lin Ke. When will he achieve true mastery? Fangdu and Appo's skills are formidable, his martial techniques impressively refined. As the spectators recognize Lin Ke and Appo's strength, they also note Fangdu and Appo's seasoned prowess, honed through life and death experiences. A far cry from Lin Ke and Appo's relative inexperience. Just as the crowd anticipates Lin Ke and Appo's defeat, and even the rain spider master prepares to intervene, an unexpected turn transpires. Suddenly, Lin Ke closes her eyes, an enigmatic aura enveloping the arena. What is happening? The rain spider master's expression shifts dramatically as he raises his hand in alarm. Fangdu and Appo's hammer is immediately repelled, freeing Lin Ke from the earth spider and Appo's grasp. Eyes still shut, she moves with the grace of a swallow, her toes barely grazing the ground. In the next instant, she begins to dance. It resembles a joyful blade of grass swaying in the wind. Her movements both expansive and yet imbued with an ineffable sanctity. Axi Tiaoyu. This dance, akin to the 3-string technique she previously employed, now transforms into something entirely different, primal, wild, and vibrant. Even the worldly wise Lin Ke is left in awe. Such a performance is unprecedented, surpassing the capabilities of even the most skilled dancers or artists. If one were to draw a comparison, it would be that all dancers possess form, yet lack spirit. Yet Lin Ke manages to embody a divine essence. I understand. I understand. This is Appo's intent and Appo's. A voice suddenly cries out nearby, igniting a fervor among the spectators. This is Appo's intent and Appo's. This is intent. Intent. Lin Ke raises an eyebrow. Curiosity spreads among the crowd as they inquire. What does this intent mean? The excited individual, flushed with enthusiasm, exclaims, It's intent. Beyond technique lies law, and above law exists intent. The crowd and Appo's expression shift to realization, grasping the significance of the moment. Technique, law, intent. Lin cannot slightly. His admiration for Lin Ke deepening. This is indeed Appo's intent and Appo's. To wield technique at the chi refinement stage, such as the fireball technique from the 5 elements law, is commendable. After establishing a foundation, one can harness law, like Lin Ke's own wet egg transformation method. What follows? Intent. Mastery of intent is typically reserved for golden core disciples, as it requires not only immense spiritual strength but also considerable insight. Examples abound, such as sword intent and knife intent, primarily held by golden core practitioners. However, this does not imply that only they can grasp intent. Much like the majority of self-made millionaires are adults, it does not mean only adults can achieve such wealth, nor does it guarantee that adulthood leads to it. Among the many golden core disciples of the genie sect, only one has mastered intent, the esteemed senior disciple, known for his flowing water sword intent. This underscores that those who can harness intent become extraordinarily powerful. To possess intent at the chi refinement stage is to be a true prodigy. Lin Ke, initially envious and resentful, reflects on his own formidable foundation, and a sense of clarity washes over him. His foundation remains concealed from others, shrouded in mystery, ensuring that no one comprehends its true magnitude. A prodigy? His very foundation could qualify him as one. Lost in thought, a powerful aura suddenly envelopes the arena. Silence. An ancient voice reverberates, triggering a cascade of reactions. The air quivers as the scorpion tail sting artifact, alongside the surrounding mountains, radiates beams of light, suppressing the void. The entire arena extending hundreds of miles around the sect's territory, falls into a state of stillness. Each individual is rendered immobile, unable even to blink. The Rain Spider Master, too, is frozen in place, as if trapped within amber. In the next moment, an elder materializes in the sky, clearly one of the former Grand Elders. This elder, with red hair and beard, has exposed arms, each adorned with a fiery red centipede, its antennae swaying like aquatic plants. After a century away from the sect, I returned during this year's festival, only to discover such a remarkable disciple. This disciple is destined to join my ranks. Chapter 33, The Dance of the Moon and the Body of 10,000 Leagues. Lin Ke had not danced for long when she opened her eyes. What greeted her was a smiling old face, which startled her into taking a few steps back. Disciple, I am Wujing, the third Grand Elder. Many years ago, I also hailed from the great Mingzi tribe, and I am quite proficient in the Axie Dance of the Moon. If you find it suitable, why not join my sect? I shall wholeheartedly teach you, Wujing said with a hearty laugh. Grand Elder? Lin Ke was once again startled, then joyfully exclaimed, Yes, yes. How could I refuse? I am willing. Good, good. Wujing nodded, then waved his hand to disperse the barriers of the world. A great stir erupted in the square. The Grand Elder is taking on a disciple? If you can comprehend the essence, you too may join the Grand Elder's ranks. Indeed, being a direct disciple is already a great honor. My friend, I suggest you think carefully about entering the inner sect. The disciples murmured among themselves. The Rain Spider True Person descended from the sky and bowed respectfully. Grand Elder Hua. Well, I shall take my disciple back first. She has just grasped the essence of the Dance of the Moon and needs to consolidate her understanding. Wujing chuckled. Rain Spider, you may continue. Rain Spider True Person nodded, as it should be. However, Lin Ke interjected, Wait. Both Rain Spider True Person and Wujing turned their attention to her. Curious about her intentions. Rain Spider True Person, do you know whether I ranked first or second in our sect's grand competition? Lin Ke and Appo's gaze was fierce, her fighting spirit ablaze. This. Rain Spider True Person glanced at Lin Ke in the distance and understood her meaning. Logically, Lin Ke should have been first due to his foundation establishment, but Lin Ke had unprecedentedly comprehended the essence of the Dance of the Moon. Who was truly first? Historically, the Golden Wing sect had never seen a disciple at the chi refining stage comprehend an essence, so there was no precedent for this. As for Fengdu, who had already been sent to the audience area by Rain Spider True Person to rest, he would at most claim third place. How about this? Wujing suggested with a smile, stroking his beard, let the two of them have a match. The winner shall be deemed first. A match? It appeared that Wujing did not intend to exert pressure on them nor blamed his newly accepted disciple for her boldness. Rather, he seemed to encourage such behavior. Thank you, Master. Lin Ke replied softly, then turned to Lin Ke. Senior brother Lin Ke, would you be willing to spar? Lin Ke was unafraid. His spiritual core was inherited from a great civilization of his past life, and he would not easily yield. He had not considered surrendering to Lila previously, and now, even facing a Grand Elder of the fusion stage and his newly enlightened disciple, Lin Ke would not be intimidated. At worst, it would be death. Moreover, he perceived this as a friendly exchange rather than a life-and-death confrontation. Thus, he rose and flew out, landing steadily opposite Lin Ke. With an indifferent expression, he greeted Wujing and Rain Spider True Person. Disciple Lin Ke pays respects to Grand Elder Hua and Rain Spider True Person. Such poise, Wujing praised. If I am not mistaken, you are Lin Ke, who just a month ago was unjustly sent to the outskirts of the sect to rest due to failing your assessment at the hands of the son of the Great Ape True Person. Am I correct? Indeed, Lin Ke nodded. You have actually discerned the truth of the body of 10,000 leagues. The body of 10,000 leagues. Wujing and Appo's expression grew fervent, and he laughed heartily. Excellent. Excellent. In a single day, our sect has produced two prodigies. The Dance of the Moon is unmatched in the world, and the body of 10,000 leagues? In an age of great talents? The body of 10,000 leagues is extraordinarily powerful. The body of 10,000 leagues? Lin Ke remained outwardly composed while internally calculating. It was evident that Wujing believed he had regained his powers after losing them, attributing it to the so-called body of 10,000 leagues. Previously, when he had lost his spiritual power, Rain Spider True Person and the others had come to investigate, declaring it to be the body of 10,000 leagues. Fortunately, they had not discovered the existence of the pearl. Now that he had advanced to the foundation establishment, it seemed to solidify the claims about the body of 10,000 leagues. However, he did not understand what the body of 10,000 leagues was. So he appropriately feigned a hint of confusion. I will take you to review the materials later, and you will understand, Wujing said generously. Although it is a forbidden area, it is our sect, and we are family. I shall guide you. Lin Ke immediately bowed in thanks. Well, let us not linger on words, Wujing smiled. My new disciple is brimming with fighting spirit. You two should spar earnestly, haha. With that, he gestured to Rain Spider True Person. Rain Spider True Person? It seemed that the supposed consolidation of Lin Ke and Appo's Dance of the Moon was not particularly important, or rather, that combat could serve as consolidation as well. Please, Rain Spider True Person replied respectfully, then together they ascended to the sky, gesturing to Lin Ke. Lin Ke. Do you consent? Naturally, Lin Ke smiled. Very well, Rain Spider True Person nodded slightly. Thus, only Lin Ke and Lin Quanming remained, facing each other. Lin Quanming took out a spirit stone from her storage bag, drawing forth spiritual energy until she adjusted her state to its peak. With all eyes upon them, Lin Quanming and Appo's eye sparkled with fighting spirit, while Lin Ke remained calm. He was not particularly interested in combat and lacked the fervent battle consciousness often depicted in novels. Yet, he understood that in such a world, avoiding conflict was nearly impossible. In any world, one principle remains constant, the one with the greater fist holds the truth. Though Lin Quanming had yet to establish her foundation, her comprehension of the so-called essence, coupled with her innate combat awareness, meant that Lin Ke would not underestimate her. This was a perfect opportunity for him to practice techniques such as mountain moving and sea toppling. Knowledge gained from books feels shallow. True understanding comes from practice. Please. Lin Ke gestured. Lin Quanming shouted, be careful, and leaped into the air. In the next moment, her bamboo stick insect, which had remained on the ground, shot forth like an arrow, targeting Lin Ke's head. This rapid attack, combined with Lin Xuanming's Dance of the Moon, was exceptionally effective, creating a seamless synergy. Fast and slow. Hard and soft, it left Fong Du struggling to cope. If struck by the bamboo stick insect, the result would likely be akin to being pierced by an arrow. Now, Lin Ke faced this bamboo stick insect, and he could instantly feel the pressure mounting. What was the best way to counter such an attack? Either be faster than it, or defend. Rise. Lin Ke swiftly flipped his hand to retrieve the purple crystal beetle, immediately employing the wet egg hatching technique. In an instant, the purple crystal shell coalesced around Lin Ke's body, forming a light purple shield. Bang! The hard head of the bamboo stick insect collided with the shield, producing a dull thud. The purple crystal shell remained unyielding, and Lin Ke did not even shift his stance. The bamboo stick insect, however, was sent reeling by the force of the impact, wobbling unsteadily on the ground, as if it were intoxicated. At that moment, Lin Xuanming's flying sword had also arrived at the purple crystal shell, its spiritual energy surging forth. Slash! Lin Xuanming's voice flowed like a clear spring, yet it carried a chilling intent. However, the response remained a dull thud. Bang! Lin Quanming inadvertently released her grip, causing the flying sword in her hand to be sent hurtling away. With a furrowed brow, she moved like a flickering flame in the wind, retreating swiftly, wary of Lin Ke seizing this opportunity to strike. To her surprise, Lin Ke remained utterly immobile, not even a corner of his garment stirred. After exchanging dozens of blows, Lin Ke stood steadfast and unyielding. Seeing this, Lin Quanming paused. Lin Ke, noticing her halt, clasped his hands and smiled, saying, I am somewhat lacking in resources. Hence my knowledge of combat techniques is rather limited. The spirit insects I command are but a few, and thus my means to counterattack are scarce, leaving me with no choice but to defend. From a distance, Lin Quanming shook her head in response. There is no need for such modesty. Your ability to defend against the attacks from both me and Qizhu demonstrates the value of your spirit insects. I have observed your demotion to the outer sect due to inadequate examination results. Now, these spirit insects represent your strength. Furthermore, your immediate recognition that defense was the best strategy given your inferior speed and agility compared to mine showcases your sharp insight, akin to Fong Du, who possesses a keen eye. However, I wonder how long your spiritual power can endure under such relentless defense? With that, she launched into a new round of attacks. Would Lin Ke's spiritual power withstand it? He smiled. Let us find out. Chapter 34. Be my sharpening stone. If it were anything else, Lin Ke might not dare to boast. After all, there are always greater talents beyond the mountains. However, Lin Ke has established an unprecedented foundation of 13 levels of Tao. Since the inception of his Tao foundation, he has never exhausted his spiritual energy in one go. Consequently, after battling Lin Quanming for nearly 40 minutes, the purple crystal armor on his body remained utterly unyielding. The spectators nearby had already begun to express their astonishment. Has it been half an hour? Why does it feel like Lin Ke hasn't moved at all? I can sense that Lin Ke's aura is indeed at the initial stage of Tao foundation. I'm quite curious. Could he possess some treasure? If he had a treasure, he would have soared to prominence long ago, rather than being humiliated by Li Luo as he was before. Brother, you're not an inner sect disciple. You're unaware of Lin Ke's assessment scene from over a month ago. TSK. Oh, you, my friend, are an inner sect disciple? Entering the inner sect during the Qi refinement stage, it seems you possess considerable talent. I am honored to meet you. If he indeed possesses treasures, wouldn't we be able to discern them? Spirit tools all exhibit fluctuations of spiritual energy. That spirit insect boasts formidable defensive power. I can't even discern what kind it is. Besides its protection, it also possesses a counter-rebound force. It must be a mid-grade spirit tool, right? Lin Ke's wet egg transformation technique seems rather unrefined, indicating he has likely practiced it for less than a month. Otherwise, with a mere thought, he should have merged with the spirit insect. The disciples chattered among themselves, some discussing Lin Ke's profound spiritual energy, others pondering his past, and some even mentioning his spirit insect and spells. Yet few paid attention to Lin Quanming. Only Fong Du, seated in the audience at a distance, silently observed everything. His gaze toward Lin Ke imbued with an inscrutable significance. Meanwhile, up above, Master Yuzhu and Hua Wuzhong were also discussing Lin Ke. What profound spiritual energy! Hua Wuzhong exclaimed. Earlier, we several elders had exchanged thoughts regarding Lin Ke's unique body. Aware that such a physique could be ranked among the best during the era of the sages, though the cultivation methods had been lost to time. Little did we expect that this unique body, besides its explosive power, also possesses the characteristic of abundant spiritual energy. What he mentioned pertains to us, the Elder Council. Master Yuzhu recognized that Hua Wuzhong was one of the core members of the sect, and Lin Ke's circumstances had piqued their keen interest. After all, a particularly rare unique physique like the one Lin Ke possesses is seldom encountered by such high-ranking elders in the fusion stage, making it all the more intriguing, though interest waned thereafter. It's akin to a place where one has only heard of parrots capable of human speech, but has never seen one until one day. A bird that speaks human language suddenly flies in. Initially, everyone finds it fascinating and amusing, but over time, as they become accustomed, the novelty fades. This explains why Lin Ke was once the subject of investigation but later fell into obscurity, relegated to the green mulberry garden to fend for himself. Now that Lin Ke has surprisingly broken through to the Dao Foundation, it is likely to rekindle the interest of many core sect members. Reflecting on the scant records of the unique physique, Master Yuzhu understood. It seems that Lin Ke and Lin Kuan-Ming will likely face considerable scrutiny in the near future. It's worth noting that these Elder Council members in the fusion stage often find themselves with ample time on their hands. If Hua Wuzhong is interested, he could take Lin Ke as his disciple, Master Yuzhu responded. Take him as a disciple? Hua Wuzhong chuckled but refrained from replying. A single elder. Even if accepting a disciple in the nascent soul stage would draw countless aspirants queuing for the opportunity. There are many unique physiques within the sect, yet only a few in the fusion stage. Typically, it takes a prodigy like Lin Kuan-Ming to attract such attention from the Elder Council. Just as the two were conversing, the situation in the arena shifted once more. Lin Ke retracted his protective barrier. Lin Kuan-Ming, already drenched in sweat, had not employed the newly mastered jumping moon intent, as it consumes too much spiritual energy. Upon seeing Lin Ke remove his barrier, her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Why the sudden change? She could not believe Lin Ke had exhausted his spiritual energy. Observing Lin Ke's calm demeanor, it was evident that he was still brimming with energy. Even if she were to fight for another hour, she could not breach his defenses. I have roughly grasped the limits of this technique. Lin Ke smiled and said, it's the perfect opportunity to practice my other spells with you. Be careful now. With that, he invigorated his spiritual energy, causing it to flow rapidly within his body, producing a sound reminiscent of a waterfall striking the surface, and his spirit surged with battle intent. He intended to test his spell-casting abilities. As he contemplated, in this world, combat is inescapable and inevitable. Moreover, for him, spells, spirit insects, and the like are things he yearned to understand and master since his previous life, having only encountered them in novels, dramas, and films. Since that is the case, why not hone his skills? After all, with Masters Yuzhu and Hua Wuzhong observing, he was assured of his safety. Thus, he decided to relish the battle. You wish to use me as a sharpening stone? Lin Kuan-Ming, unaware of Lin Ke's inner thoughts, was momentarily taken aback by his words. But then her own battle intent ignited. Excellent. I appreciate your sentiment. I have comprehended the jumping moon dance intent, while you are at the Dao Foundation. Presumably at least at the 6th level foundation, making us evenly matched. Let us see whether I shatter you or you level me. As she spoke, her eyes radiated an astonishing brilliance, and her entire being transformed from before. Mysterious and profound, an enigmatic wave emanated from Lin Kuan-Ming's body. She began the Axie jumping moon, infused with a profound intent. However, Master Yuzhu and Hua Wuzhong above did not focus on Lin Kuan-Ming. Instead, they turned their attention back to Lin Ke. At least a 6th level Dao Foundation. Master Yuzhu remarked with a peculiar expression. Is this the unique physique? Unbroken, unestablished. Only after breaking can one establish a foundation, and thus, it is indeed a 6th level Dao Foundation. Regrettably, the records are too scant. Hua Wuzhong squinted. Were it not for my preoccupation with comprehending the transformation of spirit method, I would genuinely wish to take him under my wing and mentor him. Upon hearing this, Master Yuzhu's eyes twinkled. Then why not recommend him to the other elders? Hua Wuzhong shook his head. The other elders are even more obsessed than I. Aside from the annual festival, when have you seen them make an appearance? It's only because I have recently gleaned a bit that I entertained the thought of taking Lin Kuan-Ming as a disciple. Otherwise, gleaned a bit? Master Yuzhu's face lit up with delight. Then I congratulate you, Hua. To achieve even a small gain in the fusion stage is quite a rarity. Haha. It's still too early. I'm far from the transformation of spirit. Hua Wuzhong's face broke into a smile, clearly pleased with this modest achievement. Then, he shifted the conversation. Speaking of which, Master Yuzhu, why are you so concerned about this young man, Lin Ke? Hua Wuzhong inquired with a smile in his eyes. Master Yuzhu did not respond immediately but pondered for a few seconds before replying. Actually, I'm unsure if it's merely a delusion. During the previous annual festival, it seemed that the golden-winged queen cast a glance at Lin Ke. What? Hua Wuzhong's expression shifted dramatically. His eyes widening. Is that truly the case? Such a significant matter. Why did you not mention it sooner? I shall inform the chief elder at once. Chapter 35. A tremendous shift. Shocking the entire arena. Lin Ke was oblivious to the conversation between the rain spider and Hua Wujian, as he was wholly engrossed in the battle at hand. Such an astute and agile movement. Only by immersing himself in the fray, devoid of any protective barriers, did Lin Ke truly grasp the formidable synergy between Lin Quanming and his own stick insect. From the sidelines, Lin Xueming's movements appeared splendid, teeming with untamed vitality. However, as her adversary, Lin Ke perceived her aggression as fierce as a blazing inferno, with the stick insect piercing through the chaos like an unstoppable arrow, leaving him vulnerable and defenseless. Previously, Fong Du had managed to subdue Lin Quanming using iron chains, hammers, and ground spiders, which spoke volumes of his combat experience. Little did he know that Lin Quanming harbored thoughts akin to Lin Ke's. Such mastery over her techniques. Lin Quanming marveled internally. She was unaware that Lin Ke was a traveler from another realm, whose original combat experience had yet to be fully integrated. Nevertheless, it was evident that Lin Ke's combat skills were lacking, often clumsy, as if he had scarcely engaged in battle before, rendering him almost devoid of any substantial experience. However, Lin Ke's insight into magical techniques left her astounded. For instance, a simple mountain-moving technique, typically employed by Lin Quanming to conjure earthen walls or shields for defense, was wielded by Lin Ke in a rather unconventional manner. Unable to capture the elusive dance of the moon leap, he instead stirred up clouds of dust, betraying Lin Xueming's position amidst the swirling chaos. As the wind stirred, so too did the dust, allowing Lin Ke to discern her location with uncanny precision. Moreover, he employed water arrow and rain techniques to moisten the earth, causing mud to cling to Lin Xueming's feet and diminish her speed. Alternatively, by combining water arrow with fireball techniques, he generated scalding steam, compelling both combatants to raise protective shields against the searing heat. While both Lin Ke and Lin Quanming were required to sustain these barriers, it was apparent that Lin Ke possessed a considerable reservoir of spiritual energy compared to Lin Quanming. The moment her energy was depleted, victory would be his. Indeed, Lin Quanming could not afford to underestimate Lin Ke any longer. Initially, she had perceived him as merely a fortunate genius who had fortuitously reached the foundational stage of cultivation, believing the distinction between their levels to be negligible, a mere difference between a fetus and an infant. The establishment of a foundational stage marked the true commencement of the path of cultivation, akin to the transition from a fetus to a living being in the world. Yet, in truth, the disparity between a fetus and an infant was not as significant as that between an infant and a child or adolescent. Lin Quanming had previously triumphed over early-stage foundational disciples without fully comprehending the moonleap dance. Now, having grasped its essence, she believed that a typical early-stage foundational cultivator would stand no chance against her. However, it was evident that Lin Ke was no ordinary early-stage foundational cultivator. With this realization, Lin Quanming resolved to go all out. Continuing in this manner would only lead to her defeat. Thus, she decided to dedicate herself entirely to a singular, decisive effort. "Be careful," she exclaimed, her form suddenly accelerating by at least 30%. The swirling dust, steam, and mud that had once hindered her were now of no consequence, as she moved with the grace of a flame dancing in the wind, ethereal and ghostly. "Come on," Lin Ke shouted, his eyes glimmering with exhilaration. The battle was far from the dismal affair he had envisioned. In fact, he found himself relishing the thrill of combat. It was akin to the invigorating experience of long-distance running. Initially, he had no desire to run, and upon first attempting it, he might feel weary and exhausted. Yet, once fully immersed, a sense of liberation and exhilaration took over. Running until utterly spent, drenched in sweat, breathing steadily, and ultimately feeling an unparalleled sense of euphoria. Since his arrival in this realm, he had only experimented with the application of spells but had never engaged in combat like this. The surge of spiritual energy within him, the tension and exhilaration between life and death, and the increasing fluidity with which he wielded his spells ignited an undeniable fervor within Lin Ke. Suddenly, he could not contain himself and let out a triumphant howl. This cry swept away the pressures and anxieties of the past month since his arrival. All that remained in his heart was a profound sense of freedom and joy. "Sister, be cautious." Lin Ke laughed heartily, unleashing nearly 40% of his spiritual energy in a surge. That was an extraordinary amount. Lin Ke's foundational energy was already substantial. Thus, 40% of his power was no mere addition. In terms of sheer quantity, he felt that his spiritual energy could rival that of a cultivator at the peak of the foundational stage. As this immense energy erupted from his body, a tempest of spiritual energy engulfed the area, creating chaos for miles around. Amidst the whirlwind, Lin Ke's voice rang out, mountain moving and ocean shifting. At his command, the earth trembled. Boom, boom, boom. Massive, solid chunks of earth erupted from the ground, forming towering spikes that soared several meters high, far exceeding the height of a typical two-story building. These spikes shot upwards like rockets, their sheer density creating a breathtaking spectacle. Lin Ke stood his ground, channeling his immense mental strength from the Dantian to control thousands of conical earth spikes that danced in the air, akin to bees protecting their queen. Ordinarily, his mental strength would not suffice to lift such a multitude, let alone a single spike of that magnitude. Yet, With 40% of his spiritual energy devoted to the mountain-moving and ocean-shifting technique, only minimal guidance of his mental energy was required, allowing him to command these spikes predominantly through his spiritual energy. Consequently, the arena was filled with an awe-inspiring display of soaring earth spikes, captivating the attention of all spectators. The square was vast, as it hosted not mere mortals but disciples at least at the chi refinement stage, possessing keen eyesight. Nevertheless, the sight of these numerous spikes, reminiscent of towering edifices dancing in the air, left many onlookers utterly astounded. Is this truly the foundational stage? One gasped. Yes, at the early foundational stage. What does that make me? What terrifying spiritual power? How can I sense that Lin Ke is not an ordinary early-stage foundational cultivator? Could he possess some extraordinary constitution? My goodness. I can use the mountain-moving and ocean-shifting technique too. Isn't it just lifting a stone and hurling it? It can be used like this? Alas, Lin Ke must surely be a genius. It's merely mountain-moving and ocean-shifting. If I were a genius, I could do it too. It's terrifying. If I were fighting, I might have already been pierced by those spikes. If it were you, you would have been shot through by that green bamboo insect in the first round. Countless spectators engaged in fervent discussions, their astonishment palpable, particularly among the foundational disciples who were left in a state of utter disbelief. Some even exclaimed, "This is undoubtedly not a technique achievable by an ordinary foundational cultivator. I have only witnessed such immense spiritual power in the hands of Golden Core disciples. It's colossal. It's simply colossal. This must be a manifestation of complete spiritual energy." Chapter 36. The Great Ones Speak. The Golden Core? Many were further astonished by the exclamation of the foundational disciple. The direct disciples of the sect do not remain within the confines of the sect. All Golden Core disciples must embark on journeys. Yet, it is well known that those who can attain the status of direct disciples are exceptionally formidable. Once one consolidates their Golden Core, they may seek the tutelage of the Yuaning elders, learning profound spells and techniques, and even acquiring the spirit insects inherited from the Yuaning masters within the sect. However, the Golden Core is absent from the sect, leaving many unaware of its true might. It is important to note that the grandest gathering of the Genie sect occurs during the annual festival. Those who are to return do so in advance, while most remain outside. The competitors in the sect's annual grand competition are merely at the chi refinement stage. After all, the destructive capacity at the chi refinement stage is already considerable, and with numerous disciples within the sect, frequent battles would have left the grounds in disarray. Thus, the competition among foundational disciples is merely a small-scale contest, lacking the grandeur of the chi refinement sect competition. The Golden Core is even more so. If battles were unrestricted among Golden Core practitioners, it is likely that the vast territory of the Genie sect would be utterly devastated. This is the nature of cultivators. Yet now, someone claims that Lin Ke's method of moving mountains and draining seas has displayed the might of the Golden Core? The Golden Core? Is there truly such power? Surely not. I believe the Golden Core stage must be even stronger. Did it not state that Lin Ke is only at the initial stage of foundational cultivation? I do not know. After all, I am merely at the third layer of chi refinement, having failed to break through for over a decade. The full eruption of my spiritual energy is merely overwhelming. At most I can manage just over 20%. The disciples murmured among themselves. Ants cannot perceive the difference between a kitten and a tiger, nor can they discern the distinction between a Tyrannosaurus rex and a 9-clawed golden dragon. After all, they are all crushed under a single finger. Yet dogs can indeed recognize the differences among a tiger, a Tyrannosaurus rex, and a 9-clawed golden dragon. The disciples at the chi refinement stage are quite distant from the foundational stage, let alone the Golden Core. Hence most spectators remain oblivious to Lin Ke's true level of this mountain-moving technique. However, some foundational disciples are aware that Lin Ke's strength does not exhibit the immense disparity akin to ants and Tyrannosaurus rex or 5-clawed golden dragons. It likely resembles the difference between a chihuahua and a hunting dog. At this moment, many gazed skyward, curious about what Master Yuzhu and Hua Wujian might say or explain. Indeed, it is the Golden Core. Master Yuzhu raised an eyebrow, noticing the curiosity among the disciples, and turned to Hua Wujian. Haha. Though comparatively weaker, this strike indeed reached the level of the Golden Core. Hua Wujian's voice resonated over a vast distance, reaching thousands of miles. He appeared immensely pleased, much like an elder rejoicing over the emergence of a talented scion. Upon hearing his words, the audience erupted in exclamations akin to a tsunami. The Golden Core. To possess the strength of a Golden Core strike at the initial stage of foundational cultivation. Even most late-stage foundational practitioners do not possess such power. However, before Hua Wujian could finish, he added, Lin Ke is a rare 10,000 leagues body, enduring countless hardships during his cultivation. A moment's inattention could drain the spiritual energy within him. As though drawing water with a dustpan, no matter how much energy is drawn, it will all be lost. The chi refinement stage, at the 9th layer, is essentially equivalent to 1 part of foundational cultivation. Upon reaching 10 parts, one can establish their foundation. Lin Ke, being a 10,000 leagues body, when breaking through, the unique nature of his body resulted in him achieving 6 parts of foundational cultivation, truly worthy of being called a genius. Why can he unleash so much spiritual energy at once? It is known that a typical cultivator can only exert 4 or 5 parts at most. However, the 10,000 Leagues body is unique, capable of an explosive release of all 10 parts of spiritual energy. True to its name, 10,000 Leagues. Thus, with 6 parts of foundational cultivation, Lin Ke unleashed all his spiritual energy, resulting in such formidable power with his mountain-moving technique. Speaking of the technique, I too have some insights. Hua Wujian seemed intrigued and began to expound in public. This was a lecture from a practitioner at the fusion stage. And even Master Yuzhu listened intently, not to mention the countless sect disciples. Everyone listened earnestly, contemplating. The mountain-moving technique is one that many can utilize. Even those unfamiliar with it may encounter it in future confrontations, so it is wise to listen closely. However, Lin Ke, the originator of this technique, was not fortunate enough to hear the teachings. During the battle, the sounds on the field were isolated, preventing him from hearing Hua Wujian's voice. Such an explosive display could only last a fleeting moment. Lin Ke felt a surge of enlightenment, yet his mental energy was nearly exhausted in an instant. In the next moment, he unleashed the myriad spikes that swarmed from the sky, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Dust and debris filled the arena immediately. As for Lin Kuan-ming, at the very moment Lin Ke executed this mountain-moving technique, a spike shattered her protective barrier, and Master Yuzhu had intervened to shield her. The subsequent moments of spikes raining down were merely Lin Ke testing his limits. It now appeared that while this move seemed immensely powerful, it was more suited for group attacks or against swift opponents like Lin Kuan-ming. At other times, it might not prove as effective, especially beyond the foundational stage. Where everyone would take to the skies, the spikes would likely only be effective in ambushes. He needed to contemplate even better techniques. For instance, the conventional mountain-moving technique simply involves using stones to smash or water to drown. However, at higher levels, one can condense diamond, thunderstone, primordial heavy water, and primordial clear water to attack or submerge. But those considerations were for later. Lin Ke raised his head. He saw Master Yuzhu descending and was about to speak when he heard Hua Wujian's lecture. Master Yuzhu gestured for him to listen first. After all, this was a discourse from a powerful being, a fusion stage master rarely seen, and opportunities to hear such teachings are scarce. Thus, Lin Ke listened intently. The muscles lie beyond the bones, while the blood vessels run through the flesh, to understand the flow of blood and the principles of muscular vitality. Hence, all waters converge northeast, and the energy of Kunshin fosters life. The Jia and Yin give birth. Without consuming the Qi of Yu and Xin, the Wu and Ding generate vitality, can they not ride upon the spirit of Kan and Gui? Hua Wujian elucidated the principles behind the mountain-moving technique. What is principle? Tao and Li. Tao is the path of the great way, while Li is the essence of truth, patterns and principles. Lin Ke was already immersed in learning and comprehending the mountain-moving technique. At this moment, upon hearing Hua Wujian's explanations, he immediately experienced a flicker of realization. After a long while, Hua Wujian paused, smacking his lips. Let us conclude here for today. With his words, tens of thousands awoke from their stupor, realizing the lecture had ended. Today, I shall take my little disciple and depart. Master Yuzhu, please take care of the young ones. Hua Wujian laughed heartily, taking Lin Kuan-ming, who had also gained some understanding, soaring into the sky. Lin Kuan-ming opened her mouth as if to say something to Lin Ke. But in the blink of an eye, she was whisked away, leaving Lin Ke and Master Yuzhu on the field. The next moment, the audience erupted in fervent cheers and applause. Heavens, he has only been at the foundational stage for a month, and he has already defeated a prodigy who wields intent. Have you not heard? He is a 10,000 Leagues body, immensely powerful, comparable to the ancient sages. I have just listened to the sermon of the great fusion master, an address that even Elder Yuaning might not have the fortune to hear. The great fusion master, who is engaged in countless affairs, gracing us with his teachings is indeed a stroke of extraordinary luck. I believe my own method of moving mountains and overturning seas now surpasses that of Lin Ke. But hold on. Master the concept of intention before you even think of challenging Lin Ke. Previously, Lin Kuan-ming suddenly emerged 3 months ago, defeating numerous early-stage disciples of the inner sect, suggesting she must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity. Now, she is poised to soar to great heights. Our sect is truly remarkable. Not only do we have prodigies who comprehend intention during the Qi refinement stage, but we also possess a genius with the 10,000 League body and a solid foundation of 60%. I sense that our sect is on the verge of a renaissance in our generation. The venue is filled with cheers and discussions, as everyone fervently debates the recent events. One topic is the sermon by the great fusion master, another is Lin Xuanming's mastery of the moon leap intent, and yet another, it is Lin Ke, who, despite having the 10,000 League body and enduring 3 years of neglect and bullying, has now made a stunning breakthrough. Chapter 37, The Furnace, The Sacred Wind of Lingxuan. Lin Ke, you have forged the foundation of your path with the myriad leaks of your body, triumphing over Lin Kuan-ming, who wields the intent of moon jumping. You shall rightfully claim the title of champion in this sect and Oppos, grand competition. The voice of Master Yuzhu resounded. Upon hearing this announcement, the audience erupted into fervent cheers, their applause echoing through the heavens, a cacophony of exuberance. Standing at the center of the square, Lin Ke felt the weight of the crowd's attention. A slight tremor within his heart quickly subdued. Though he experienced excitement, He did not forget the source of this achievement, his fists. To indulge in the fleeting vanity of such attention, forgetting the necessity of vigilance and humility, would lead him perilously close to ruin. Thank you, Master Yushu. Lin Ke replied calmly, bowing, the exuberance of battle fading from his demeanor. Master Yushu, observing Lin Ke's transition from elation to introspection and then to serenity, nodded approvingly. Her eyes filled with admiration. To remain unarrogant and undiscouraged is the essence of the path. After the upcoming festival, I shall dispatch rewards for the sect competition. With a wave of her hand, her voice carried across the gathering. The sect competition has concluded. The festival lasts for 10 days. You may revel to your heart's content. The festival, a day of utmost significance, enveloped the entire genie sect in a sea of joy. For nearly 10 days, all thoughts of cultivation and duties were cast aside, as everyone indulged in merriment within the square and its adjacent edifices. Lin Ke too immersed himself in this jubilant atmosphere. Yet his training did not cease. With his newfound fame, he found it necessary to don a mask to conceal his identity. Fortunately, the diverse attire of the attendees, along with many who also masked their faces, allowed him to blend in. Have you heard? Our sect is about to flourish. Indeed, you know. We have always been a mediocre presence in the poisonous mountain range, but with the new generation of Lin Ke and Lin Kuan, we are poised to ascend. Mediocre? Our sect is at least in the top 10 of the poisonous mountain range. We might even reach the top 5. Let's strive for the best. What does that have to do with me? My monthly allowance remains a mere 150. You're mistaken. If our sect grows strong, we could see spiritual stone mines from other sects, and then your allowance would increase. I have no time for such concerns. I'm simply striving to survive. As Lin Ke wandered, he overheard snippets of conversation mentioning his name more frequently than he cared for. Fame brings peril, he mused inwardly. However, the festival, a grand gathering, also offered him valuable insights and experiences. The 5 elemental techniques he employed during his battle with Lin Kuan were inspired by observing the duels of others in the arena. As for the explosive force of the mountain toppling technique, according to Yunjiang, it was a technique of the myriad leaks, capable of unleashing his full spiritual power in an instant. In reality, he had only tapped into 40% of his power, prompting him to further appreciate the significance of his substantial spiritual energy. His strengths lay in his profound spiritual power, in Lin Ke, and in the Mud Pill Palace. He wondered about the state of the Qingsang Garden. After a lengthy stroll, Lin Ke felt the urge to return. Yet the foundational competition for the Dao base had yet to commence, so he lingered in anticipation. It was said that the Dao base competition would not take place in the square, but rather in another location. He merely needed to wait for Master Yushu to summon him with the disciple token before gathering with the others. Simultaneously, he pondered the matter concerning Li Lu. Now that Lin Ke had emerged as a formidable figure, Master Yushu had openly reprimanded Li Lu before the sect disciples, rendering him seemingly insignificant. Yet, he wondered how Li Lu's nascent soul father would react. It seemed unlikely that even the formidable Yunjiang, a nascent soul elder, would dare to confront Master Yushu, particularly as she was the sister of the sect leader, boasting both strength and support far beyond his own. Yet, Lin Ke sensed that the matter was far from concluded. Why had Li Lu suddenly taken an interest in Zhongya? This question lingered in his thoughts. According to the original owner's memories, there had been little connection between Li Lu and the siblings. However, one day, Li Lu had inexplicably developed an interest in Zhongya. This was undoubtedly peculiar. The original owner had dismissed it as mere lust on Li Lu's part, but Lin Ke felt that the situation was more complex than that. Could the issue lie with Zhongya herself? At this moment, Lin Ke entered an auction house, intending to sit down and contemplate the matter further, while also exploring if there were any intriguing items for sale. Though purchasing was unlikely, broadening his horizons would be worthwhile. Esteemed friend, are you here to trade or simply to observe? Upon entering, he was greeted by a graceful woman. I am merely here to observe, Lin Ke replied. The woman, possessing cultivation at the late stage of Dao base, reflected the strength of the auction house. Upon learning that Lin Ke was not there to buy, her demeanor remained unchanged, maintaining her politeness. Very well, esteemed friend, please follow me. I shall take you to the ordinary viewing area. Many auction houses feature tiered viewing areas, determined not by strength or status, but by the quantity of spiritual stones one possesses. Lin Ke had little desire for private boxes, as he was simply seeking a place to rest and enjoy the spectacle. He readily accepted, following the woman to the so-called ordinary viewing area. The auction house was not suspended in the air, indicating that many Qi refining disciples could enter, yet the atmosphere remained neither crowded nor noisy. They likely employed spatial and soundproofing formations. Despite the throng, the interior felt spacious. Upon passing through a door, the scenery shifted dramatically. Cushions floated in the air, with cultivators seated cross-legged upon them. In the center stood a large marble platform where a woman animatedly addressed the crowd, exuding enthusiasm, with a cage behind her containing some form of beast. Please feel free to step onto a jade cushion. It will carry you to the platform. If you wish to participate in the bidding, simply channel your spiritual energy into the cushion. The woman guiding Lin Ke indicated towards a cushion at his feet before bowing and departing. Many auction houses operate in this manner. Lin Ke had visited one before. so he comfortably settled onto a jade cushion. The cushion rose steadily into the air, allowing him to survey everything on the marble platform and hear the discussions among various spectators alongside the host and Appos' announcements. 3,800 for the first time. 3,800 for the second time. 3,800 for the third time. Sold. This water-repelling pig has been acquired by Box 5. The next item up for bid is a 600-year-old purple corpse dendrobium, harvested from the poisonous mountain range. The host, clad in revealing attire, spoke with fervor, effortlessly drawing the crowd's gaze. Yet, once their attention was captured, her eloquence adeptly redirected focus towards the item itself. This is a spiritual herb. Lin Ke observed as the bidding for the purple corpse dendrobium commenced, with several disciples activating their jade cushions to place bids. Calm your mind, eliminate impurities, and refine your spiritual energy? Even Lin Ke felt tempted by the herb's purported benefits. However, he refrained from purchasing unnecessary items, as he remained quite impoverished. Thus, he remained deep in contemplation regarding the memories of Zongya and Li Lu, endeavoring to uncover certain clues that neither the original self nor Zongya had discerned. After much reflection, an anomaly occurred to him. It seemed that one day Zongya had mentioned feeling an unusual discomfort during her cultivation, which was subsequently alleviated after she partook in a meal prepared in the kitchen. At that time, the original self had been oblivious, and Lin Ke, in his recollection, had attributed it to the natural physiological cycle that women experience monthly. However, upon further consideration, it appeared rather suspicious. Esteemed fellow cultivators, the next item for sale hails from the vast Yunjiang marsh, a clam maiden, and chi refining slave possessing the sacred wind body of Lingshuan. The sacred wind body of Lingshuan, if refined into a furnace, could strip away her innate constitution, leading to boundless potential in the future. A furnace? Upon hearing this, Lin Ke's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 38. Spirituality. A sudden inspiration. Originally, I merely sought a place to sit and contemplate, but upon inadvertently overhearing the words of the host above, Lin Ke was struck by a revelation. The furnace cauldron. Li Lu intended to use Zongya as a furnace cauldron. Even if she was not to be a furnace cauldron, it was evident that he had discovered some unique quality about her. Li Lu was captivated by Zongya's physique, and not in the way that Lin Ke and Zongya had previously imagined. This also elucidated why Li Lu wished to marry Zongya. Yet, why did the elder behind Li Lu, a Yuan, not intervene? If Zongya truly possessed such potential as a furnace cauldron, the Yuan elder could simply make an appearance and solidify the matter. The most probable reason was a desire to keep it discreet. Li Li's father, the revered Yuan Yong, feared that the news might leak or that others would catch on. Hence he refrained from involvement. To those at the Golden Core and Yuaning levels, this seemed akin to the trivial affairs of the younger generation, comparable to adults observing small children playing house. This indicated that Zongya's constitution was indeed extraordinary, enough to stir even those of Yuan and above, which rendered Li Li's father hesitant to disclose the situation. 96,900 spirit stones, sold. Once, twice, thrice. Hearing the figure of 1,000,000 spirit stones, Lin Ke could not help but gasp in astonishment. He promptly departed to seek out Zongya, to share his conjecture with her, inquire about her feelings, and then delve into research. This matter must be handled solely by him and Zongya. Otherwise, any leaks could lead to complications. Darn it, I truly need to acquire a spiritual vein manuscript. Now, finding Zongya was a challenge. If only I had the manuscript, I could simply ask her directly. Lin Ke resolved to earn some money and purchase the manuscript first. Where could his senior sister be? Lin Ke stood on the ground, gazing upward. After the sect competition concluded, Zongya had left with several senior sisters, while Lin Ke had conversed with Master Yuzhu before departing. Hence they missed each other. It seemed he had no choice but to seek out Master Yuzhu. Lin Ke felt helpless. He did know where Master Yuzhu was located, so he soared into the sky. Unbeknownst to him, a sense of urgency surged within him. The plaza was here. The office should be above. His battleground was in the center of the plaza, surrounded by numerous shops, whether on the ground or in the floating structures above. Not all were properties of the Golden Wing sect. The majority were established by external sections. The Golden Wing sect's annual festival was considered a grand event for many factions. It provided an opportunity to purchase a myriad of goods and sell their own wares. The Golden Wing sect welcomed this exchange. However, who managed these shops? Naturally, it was one of the elders of the Golden Wing sect. These elders, to facilitate the control of the powerful artifacts that suppressed the area and to showcase their status, had their offices positioned at the highest point. Lin Ke flew straight up, announcing his identity, and was escorted by the gatekeeping disciples to Master Yuzhu. Your sister? Master Yuzhu, seated on a mat, perusing a tome, raised an eyebrow at Lin Ke's words. In just a few hours, the competition for the inner disciples of your foundation establishment stage will commence. Why the haste? In just a few hours? Lin Ke realized he had been overly anxious. However, suddenly he was jolted awake. No, this was a sudden inspiration. In the past, there was a notion that one's close kin would exhibit physical reactions during times of distress. Sometimes, one would instinctively sense something amiss, but such instincts stem from the subconscious, reacting to the surrounding environment. For instance, some detectives might notice minute details of a case without consciously acknowledging them. leading their subconscious to feel something is overlooked. The sixth sense, subconscious awareness, and similar concepts all convey akin meanings. Some individuals feel restless at work, unable to focus, perhaps due to neglecting something. Yet their subconscious has already pieced together the overlooked fragments, forming a result they subconsciously wish to avoid, hence causing their agitation. This is the essence of sudden inspiration. In this world of cultivation, the phenomenon is even more pronounced. Some cultivators experience such inspirations when confronted with matters of personal significance. Just as Lin Ke had previously received the mysterious tree seeds through a sudden inspiration from the Mud Pill Palace. His recent impulsive visit to an auction house, sparked by the furnace cauldron's efficacy mentioned by the clam girl, culminated in his hurried arrival here. It was only upon Master Yu Zhu's remark that he recognized his own impatience. This indicated a possibility. Zonya is in danger. I recall that the original host's spiritual sensitivity was not particularly strong. Lin Ke felt a twinge of doubt. Spiritual sensitivity, root quality, and comprehension are the talents assessed when new disciples enter the sect. Root quality refers to the ability to absorb spiritual energy during cultivation, akin to the spiritual roots depicted in novels from my past life. Comprehension is straightforward. As for spiritual sensitivity, in Lin Ke's understanding, it embodies an enigmatic essence, perception, innate nature, curiosity, and sudden inspirations. All things possess a spirit. Just as one might praise a particularly perceptive cat or dog, or a child with keen intuition. According to the original host's entrance assessment, the root quality was decent. Otherwise, he would not have directly entered the inner sect. However, the spiritual sensitivity was merely average. Now, having displayed such a sudden inspiration regarding this matter, it likely stemmed from his transmigration, causing some transformation. Perhaps the merging of two souls has amplified his sensitivity? Master, I seem to be experiencing a sudden inspiration. I sense that my senior sister is in danger. With this thought, Lin Ke inhaled deeply and clasped his hands in salute. I kindly request your assistance. Sudden inspiration? Master Yu, upon hearing this, slowly rose and regarded him intently before a diminutive version of herself emerged from above her head. A Yuan. In the next moment, a formidable wave of spiritual power emanated from the Yuan, cascading into the vastness of the world. Surrounding Yuan cultivators sensed the aura of this spiritual power emanating from Master Yu. Though curious, none intervened. Since neither Lin Ke nor Zonya possessed the spiritual vein manuscript, their only means of communication was through the spiritual power search conducted by Master Yu. What an immense spiritual power! Lin Ke could not help but marvel at Master Yu's prowess. Though the full extent remained unknown, he could feel its magnitude. Yet, it did not seem overwhelmingly powerful. While he recognized the vastness of this spiritual energy, he did not perceive the stark disparity typically felt between an ant and a dragon. A Yuan could easily crush a golden core cultivator, just as a golden core could dominate a foundation establishment practitioner. However, in terms of spiritual power, Lin Ke did not feel the same level of disparity. He understood that this was not due to Master Yu's spiritual power being weak, but rather because his own spiritual power, derived from the Mud Pill Palace, was exceptionally strong. Found it. Moments later, Master Yu let out a soft huff. Lila truly has audacity, daring to commit malice right beneath my nose. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke's heart tightened. In the next instant, Master Yu grasped Lin Ke's shoulder and soared into the air. Within mere minutes, they reached the vicinity where the sect's annual festival was being held. The site of the annual festival is encircled by numerous majestic mountains. The Rain Spider Master swiftly led him over the peaks, even beckoning to summon a primordial artifact from the nearest summit. Before them stood a young man with an expression of indifference. Behind him were Li Lu, wearing a broad smile, and Zonya, whose face was contorted with rage. Rain Spider Master, what brings you here? The young man inquired coolly. The Rain Spider Master responded with a cold snicker. Yuan Yong Master, do you intend to have your son oppose me? Chapter 39. Duel of Wits. Before Lin Ke stood a young man, surprisingly the renowned Yuan Yongjinren. He appeared even younger than Li Lu. However, Lin Ke understood well that for cultivators, outward appearance does not reflect true age or strength. This seemingly ordinary youth was, in fact, a powerful being at the nascent soul stage. Oppose you? No. Li Lu has affection for this woman, and I shall ensure she attains her golden core. Yuan Yongjinren declared, shaking his head slowly as he gazed at Lin Ke, who stood beside Yu Zhuxinren. Additionally, I shall grant you a Yuan by Scorpion and 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. A Yuan by Scorpion? Lin Ke furrowed his brows as relevant information flashed through his mind. The Yuan by Scorpion was a top-tier spiritual insect, with its royal lineage potentially possessing supreme talent. It originated from the poisonous mountain range and had been brought into the sect by an elder, raised in the Yuan by forest. With an exceedingly low production rate and exorbitant price. The Yuan by forest? Is Li Li's father from there? Lin Ke quickly connected the dots, shifting his gaze to Yu Zhuxinren, who happened to be looking at him. Her eyes sought confirmation, inquiring whether Lin Ke agreed with Yuan Yongjinren's proposal. Lin Ke and Amp, Oppo's, eyes, however, conveyed a plea, requesting Yu Zhuxinren to take his side. The two exchanged glances, and Yu Zhuxinren raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, seemingly taken aback by Lin Ke's familiarity. Little did she know, Lin Ke had already anticipated her willingness to assist him. After all, although he was unaware of the significance of the golden-winged queen and Appos' gaze, he recognized that since Yu Zhuzhenren had aided him once, she would see it through to the end. Given that she had already offended Yuan Yongzhenren in front of everyone, she would have no reason to fear him now. Yuan Yongzhenren, release Zongya, Yu Zhuzhenren asserted, turning to meet Yuan Yongzhenren's gaze directly. She is a disciple of our sect. Do not disrupt the rules. There is but one rule in this world, and that is the law of the strong, Yuan Yongzhenren replied nonchalantly. As he spoke, a scorpion with long, hairy arms and a tail resembling that of a monkey crawled out from behind his shoulder, its size nearly that of a human head, brandishing its claws menacingly at Yu Zhuzhenren. You speak of the rules of beasts, Yu Zhuzhenren scoffed. Our sect has taken root here. We ought to support one another, not force or harm one another. Lin Ke found himself in agreement with Yu Zhuzhenren's stance, though he also understood Yuan Yongzhenren's perspective. For instance, he himself comprehended the sect's principles, according to the narratives of his previous life as cultivation novels. A disciple with such a lack of potential would have been cast out to fend for themselves. Yet, the sect had not abandoned him, instead allowing him to reside in the Qingsang garden to live out his days, an act of remarkable kindness. Of course, it was normal for a few characters like Li Lu to exist within the sect. In a vast forest, one would encounter all manner of birds. Oh, by your reasoning, does our sect not stand in the poisonous mountain range by virtue of strength? Has by Ming Men and the reverse life sect not refrained from infringing upon us, due to our internal support? Yuan Yongzhenren replied coldly. Without mutual assistance, you would have starved to death 230 years ago. It is precisely because the sect protected you and did not abandon you that you were able to challenge me today. A mocking smile spread across Yu Zhuzhenren and Appos' face at his words. This is indeed true. To Lin Ke and Appos' astonishment, Yuan Yongzhenren unexpectedly acquiesced to Yu Zhuzhenren and Appos' words, even bowing slightly in gratitude. I thank you, Yu Zhuzhenren, for your shelter all those years ago. Is there such a story? Just as Lin Ke thought Yuan Yongzhenren would relent, he continued. However, I have only one son, Lu'er, the woman he loves. I will not allow him to let go. I do not wish for him to suffer as I did. I relinquished my love once, which resulted in Lu'er growing up without a mother. As he spoke, the scorpion on Yuan Yongzhenren and Appos' shoulder suddenly extended its tail, aiming for Yu Zhuzhenren and Appos' brow. Bold move. Yu Zhuzhenren exclaimed, her voice sharp as she unleashed her spiritual pressure. Do you dare to show your claws against me? With her delicate brows furrowed, she waved her hand fiercely, and a spider adorned with yellow and black patterns and possessing wings appeared before her, lifting her into the air. Swish, swish, swish. The spider flapped its wings, shooting strands of silk from its abdomen like bullets toward Yuan Yongzhenren and Appos' Yuan by scorpion. I am loyal to my sect. But this woman shall be mine, Yuan Yongzhenren declared as the scorpion merged with his body, evidently utilizing the wet egg hatching technique. I shall not retreat. Shameless. Your son is enamored with Zongya, but have you ever considered her feelings? Li Lu is not like you, Yu Zhuzhenren retorted coldly. She pushed Lin Ke behind Yuan Yongzhenren and also employed the wet egg hatching technique. However, her manifestation differed. From her back sprouted 8 spider legs, while Yuan Yongzhenren's back extended 3 scorpion tails, each longer than his own body. Both had evidently mastered the wet egg hatching technique to a profound level. Yuan Yongzhenren barely had time to glance at Lin Ke, who had been thrust toward him by Yu Zhuzhenren, before being forced back by her assault. In an instant, the two retreated several miles, engaging in battle amidst the clouds, leaving behind Zongya, Lin Ke, and Li Lu, who could only express their anger through their expressions. Who knew you could break through? Li Lu hissed, extending his hand, upon which a yuan by scorpion lay. It seems I should have killed you back then. Back then, killing you would have warranted punishment. Now, it is not too late. Lin Ke did not respond but turned his attention to Zongya. She seemed to be immobilized by some force, her mouth unable to utter a sound, only able to emit muffled noises. Lin Ke frowned and activated the purple crystal beetle's wet egg hatching technique, then spoke. Are you and your father not afraid of the sect and Appos' rules? Haha rules. Li Lu scoffed. War is imminent. Strength is everything. Do you think the sect would choose a weakling with no potential over a proven nascent soul elder? In times of war, rules are cast aside? Is this Li Lu trying to be lawless? What naivety! In times of war, the laws are even more strictly enforced. With no further words to exchange, Lin Ke concentrated his spiritual energy, and 2 masses of earth surged forth from the ground. One enveloped Zongya, transforming into a solid wall under his command, while the other morphed into spikes that shot toward Li Lu. Yuan by needle. Li Lu leapt, the yuan by scorpion merging with his body. This scorpion was likely Li Lu and Appos' innate spiritual insect, and it appeared to be of high quality. Once merged, a phantom scorpion tail formed behind him. Swish. The scorpion tail descended, shattering the earth spikes and extending towards Lin Ke. Lin Ke and Appos' body manifested a purple crystal shell, standing firm to block the strike before conjuring multiple earth spikes resembling javelins out of thin air. He had considered that using the mountain toppling technique earlier had been too crude, scattering his power too widely. It was more suited for group attacks, especially against foes whose average realm was lower than his own. For battles against equals, he needed to consolidate his strength. The force of 5 fingers pressing down could never match that of a single fist. This was the benefit of practical experience. Lin Ke had not engaged in actual combat since learning the mountain toppling technique and had not observed others in battle. However, after the sect's grand competition, he had absorbed many lessons and experiences. Much like the overwhelming surge of spiritual energy he unleashed during his previous confrontation with Lin Ke, which equated to a single strike from a golden core practitioner, the intensity of that power remains questionable. A golden core cultivator, with their energy closely condensed, could likely dispatch him with but a single flying sword. In contrast, his own energy, dispersed across numerous earth spikes, couldn't even graze the hem of a golden core cultivator's robe. Thus, the earth spike spear he formed to assault Li Lu was crafted through the techniques of moving mountains and parting seas and solidifying the earth with a mere gesture. Bang! Li Li's scorpion tail, reminiscent of a raging beast, swung fiercely, repelling the earth spike spear conjured by Lin Ke. The agile motion of the scorpion tail and Appos' phantom achieved a defensive effect. Simultaneously, Li Lu gestured with his hands, summoning massive fireballs that appeared from nowhere and hurtled towards Lin Ke. Having established his foundational energy long ago, Li Lu and Appos' spiritual power was robust, granting him superior command over spells compared to Lin Ke. Yet, when considering the depth of spiritual energy, who in the initial stages of foundational establishment could rival Lin Ke? Whoosh! Lin Ke soared into the air, his spiritual energy surging within him, erupting outward in a flurry of enormous water orbs, each measuring 4 to 5 meters in diameter, numbering around 70 or 80. The technique of moving mountains and parting seas manifested. These water orbs surged forth, extinguishing Li Lu and Appos' fireballs in an instant, while attempting to envelop him as well. Not a chance. Li Lu retreated swiftly, summoning a high-grade spirit-level flying sword beneath his feet, and once more conjured 5 scorpion tails to cling to him. These 5 scorpion tails, with their powerful motions, replaced the phantoms of scorpion tails created by the technique of wet egg hatching as a means of defense. The phantoms transformed, elongating to launch their own attacks. Your father is quite generous, Lin Ke thought, bemused by the plethora of high-grade spirit-level items. He then dispelled the sluggish water orbs and fortified his defenses with a purple crystal shell, using the aforementioned techniques to conjure an ever-increasing number of earth spike spears. Although these spears lacked the strength of low-grade spirit-level flying swords, the relentless assault of 50 or 60 spears under Lin Ke and Appos' mental control posed a significant obstacle for Li Lu. Your mental prowess is astonishing. The body of 10,000 leagues. Junior brother, you have concealed your strengths well over these years. Li Lu and Appos' countenance hardened. I shall eliminate you here today, or else in the future. His sentence remained unfinished, yet his intent was unmistakable. Lin Ke and Appos' formidable talent was now evident. Should he continue to grow, he would undoubtedly become a great threat in the future. You are incapable of achieving that. Lin Ke refrained from engaging in verbal sparring. The fact that Li Lu, despite his long-established foundation, could not surpass him was telling. Yet, this exchange illuminated Lin Ke and Appos' own shortcoming. Despite his abundant spiritual energy, the prolonged contest with Li Lu suggested that he still lacked a decisive, powerful offensive spell. Or perhaps, Lin Ke's gaze drifted to the scorpions crawling over Li Lu and the flying sword beneath his feet. These high-grade spirit-level items could only have come from Li Li's father. An epiphany ignited within him. While he might lack certain spells and magical artifacts, which undeniably held value, what he truly required at this moment was not those items. Rather, it was the potent spiritual insects that he could command and utilize for the technique of wet egg hatching. Chapter 40. The outbreak of conflict and turmoil in the sect. Bang. 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 Li Lu did not summon his spiritual power shield, clearly aware that his spiritual prowess could not match Lin Ke and Appos'. Instead, he relied on the 5 formidable spirit-level upper-grade ape-arm scorpions for defense. This demonstrated the wealth of his resources. Each of these 5 scorpions emanated a fluctuating aura indicative of the 9th level of chi refinement. This meant that Lin Ke was not merely facing Li Lu one-on-one, but rather 1 against 6. This reality increasingly highlighted Lin Ke's shortcomings. It is worth noting that during his previous battle with Lin Ke, she had only a single green bamboo worm at her disposal, and the disparity lay primarily in her superior agility and skill. This was a gap that Lin Ke found challenging to bridge. Thus, he did not dwell on how to compensate for it, as it was unrealistic to expect an immediate understanding of profound concepts. However, now, even with Li Lu being vastly outmatched in spells and spiritual power, the fight remained fiercely contested. The primary differences were becoming apparent, and these were not insurmountable gaps of comprehension, but rather aspects he could feasibly address. One was the lack of more powerful offensive spells. or perhaps the need to develop alternative applications for his existing abilities. The other concern was spiritual insects. He contemplated the prospect of investing significantly in acquiring several spirit-level middle-grade spiritual insects for breeding purposes. With the Mudpill Palace and Lin Ke at his disposal, nurturing spiritual insects would prove easier than for Li Lu and his father. As Lin Ke engaged Li Lu in a tense standoff, a booming laughter resonated from the distant sky. Ha ha ha. Master Yunjiang, your ape-armed scorpions remain as easy to defeat as ever. A mere sharp object suffices to counter them. Aha. It was the voice of Master Yuzhu. Simultaneously, a figure plummeted from the heavens like a cannonball, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Master Yuzhu descended, her spider spirit insect perched on her shoulder, having already dispelled the wet egg-laying technique. With a radiant smile, she approached Lin Ke, effortlessly swatting Li Lu aside and inquiring, "How do you fare? Did Master Yuzhu vanquish Li Lu and Amp, Appos, as father?" A smile graced Lin Ke and Amp, Appos, as face as he clasped his hands in response. Truth is born from practice. Li Lu, sent flying by Master Yuzhu and Amp, Appos, as slap, was directed towards the vicinity of Master Yunjiang. Lin Ke understood that while Master Yuzhu had aided him, she would not engage in a relentless feud with Master Yunjiang on his behalf. It was already commendable that she intervened in his conflict with Master Yunjiang. Regardless of the circumstances, the law of the fist prevailed. Had Lin Ke been a nascent soul master, he could have effortlessly eliminated Li Lu without consequence. Truth is born from practice? At Lin Ke and Amp, Appos, S words, Master Yuzhu and Amp, Appos, S I sparkled. Well said. Profound and meaningful. It seems you have gained much. She then turned her gaze towards Zonya, who was protected by Lin Ke and Amp, Appos, S mountain moving and ground steel techniques, lightly shaking her shoulder. The spider, with its yellow and black body and wings, leaped forth, easily breaking through the earthen barrier. It deftly maneuvered its front legs, creating glistening transparent silk strands between them. Previously, Zonya had been ensnared by these very strands, rendering her immobile. Junior brother, Zonya exclaimed as she freed herself, her eyes filled with concern. Yet she had witnessed Master Yuzhu's assistance to Lin Ke, which calmed her spirit. She bowed deeply to Master Yuzhu, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your help. Master Yuzhu. Thank you. Master Yuzhu waved her hand with a smile. Every sect has its own rules. I hold Li Lu and Amp, Appos, as conduct and disdain, and will see him punished. Now, let us proceed. The grand competition of the Tao Foundation sect is about to commence. Though you may not be the main characters, it is beneficial to observe. The Tao Foundation grand competition? Lin Ke felt a surge of interest. It would be an opportunity to witness the prowess of his peers, especially those in the later stages of Tao Foundation. He eagerly anticipated the battles ahead. Recent experiences during the annual festival had impressed upon him the significance of practical combat. However, Zonya and Amp, Appos, S situation also weighed heavily on his mind. He approached her, expressing concern. Sister, are you feeling unwell? Li Lu lured me here under the pretense of your peril, yet he did not harm me. Zonya shook her head, sighing. I did not give it much thought at the time. In retrospect, I was quite foolish. Lin Ke understood her flustered state. As long as you were unharmed, that is what matters. He resolved to inform Zonya of her unique constitution later, advising her to exercise caution. Master Yuzhu beamed as she awaited their exchange. Once they had concluded, she remarked, since all is well, let us depart. She cast a glance at the spot where Master Yunjiang had been struck down. For the time being, Master Yunjiang and Li Lu should not trouble you. However, just as she was about to elaborate, a thin membrane suddenly appeared in the sky, accompanied by a piercing scream. Alert! Alert! The Poison Mountain range is in turmoil. No sooner had the words left her mouth than a tremendous noise reverberated through the air, followed by an explosion reminiscent of fireworks. A nascent soul self-detonation? This is dire. Master Yuzhu and Amp, Appos, S expression shifted dramatically. You two must flee. The sect is in turmoil. The Tao Foundation disciples and Amp, Appos, competition is cancelled. Before Lin Ke and Zonya could fully comprehend the situation, Master Yuzhu had already vanished. In the next moment, an enraged roar echoed from an unknown location high above, followed by a muffled thud, suggesting that a confrontation among the higher-ups had commenced. The Poison Mountain range in turmoil? Lin Ke and Amp, Appos, S expression darkened. He had anticipated that the Cloud Realm Beast Sovereign would become frenzied due to the mysterious pearl, fully aware of its immense value. However, he had not expected such chaos to erupt so soon after. Sister, Zonya frowned deeply. It appears our sect is on the brink of war. You must follow me. Sister, you should come with me to the Qingsang Garden. Lin Ke interrupted. It is safer there. The Qingsang Garden, typically secluded, would attract less attention than the bustling areas during wartime. The Beast clan was not devoid of intelligence. Should the formations be breached, they would undoubtedly seek to seize the treasures within the sect and Amp, Appos, S heart. Zonya and Amp, Appos, S expression shifted as she grasped his reasoning. Fortunately, she was not the kind of character who clung to ideals like a naive protagonist, but instead responded decisively. Very well. She continued, the prices of formations, pills, spiritual tools, and spiritual insects will undoubtedly surge. I will head to the spiritual insect cave to procure supplies. You should return and make arrangements. Although the sect had not yet descended into chaos, everyone was astute enough to understand that prices would rise with the anticipated demand. Stockpiling resources for unforeseen circumstances was wise. With that, they exchanged no further words and each soared towards their respective destinations. As for the chaotic scene at the annual festival square, it had already devolved into disarray. Fortunately, Lin Ke and Zhongyu were outside the city, thus unaffected by the throngs of sect disciples. Before long, Lin Ke returned to the Qingsang garden. Fang Tong. Summon everyone to meet me at once. Chapter 41. Prepare. The underground world. Lin Ke stood pensively before the wooden cabin, contemplating the aftermath of the impending war, while Fang Tong hastened to summon the farmers of Qingsang garden. Known for his efficiency, Fang Tong had heard of the upheaval outside the protective array and thus acted with even greater urgency. In no time, he gathered everyone together. You have also heard the news, Lin Ke addressed the anxious crowd. The demon tribes of the poisonous mountain range have risen in revolt, and war is imminent. In times of conflict, our lives are at stake, let alone those of mere mortals. Upon hearing these words, panic surged among the gathered individuals. Lin Ke continued, therefore, I shall acquire a great array to safeguard Jinkin Peak. You may all relocate underground, where I will establish an underground world to protect against the onslaught of beasts. The concept of the underground world had long been in Lin Ke and Appo's mind. The development of the insect cultivation mountain was, in a sense, a closely guarded secret of his own. After all, ordinary Qi refinement and Tao Foundation cultivators could not sustain too many spiritual insects. And given the varying taste of these insects, it was unnecessary to rear in abundance for sustenance. Lin Ke and Appo's unique ability to merge through his mud pill palace made it advantageous for him to cultivate a diverse array of insects, particularly if they could potentially merge with the Wu Jin silkworm to create powerful spiritual insects. Moreover, with Lin Ke, his insatiable companion, he needed a vast number of insects to form an army. Thus, the insect cultivation mountain held considerable significance for him. However, despite its size, after excavation, it could not accommodate too many people. The most effective solution was for him to employ his earth-moving techniques to create various passageways and chambers beneath Jinkin Peak, allowing for quiet and covert growth. This required manpower, as Lin Ke could not manage everything alone while still needing to cultivate. It was best to assign these tasks to the common folk of Qingsang Garden, for the sect showed little regard for their lives, treating them with the same indifference as livestock, replaceable at will. Furthermore, given the remote location of Qingsang Garden, it attracted even less attention. The underground world? Fang Tong and Appo's expression shifted, grasping Lin Ke and Appo's intention, and he promptly bowed his head, responding, Master Lin, we are willing to seek refuge underground. The others, initially fraught with anxiety, found solace in Lin Ke's words and Fang Tong's assurance of safety, seizing upon the idea as though it were a lifeline. I too am willing. I must quickly gather my belongings. My wife has far too much. Son, hurry and carry your grandmother. She struggles to walk. The farmers and their families had not anticipated Lin Ke and Appo's own reluctance to move underground. Instead, their faces radiated joy. Realizing this, Lin Ke reflected on the harsh reality of chaotic times where human lives were as insignificant as weeds, especially in a world of cultivation where cultivators often regarded mortals as myriads. If the demon beasts and spiritual insects invaded Qingsang Garden, not a single mortal would likely survive. For them, relocating underground, safeguarded by a protective array, was indeed a form of security. Then prepare yourselves, Lin Ke commanded, dismissing the crowd before he ascended to Jinkin Peak. The 5 mountains of Qingsang Garden were rather ordinary, but Jinkin Peak and Insect Cultivation Mountain were the fruits of his labor. He had to brace for the worst, anticipating an invasion from the north should the protective array fail. Although Qingsang Garden lay near the southern banks of the Red River, it was prudent to prepare in advance. Given his limited resources, acquiring an array to envelop the entire Qingsang Garden was impractical. Instead, a defensive array to shield Jinkin Peak was his utmost objective. As for the items from Insect Cultivation Mountain, they simply needed to be relocated underground. Open, Lin Ke commanded, invoking the technique of earth-shifting. Mounds of soil parted before him like waves, revealing a passage wide enough for a person to traverse. He descended slowly, creating sturdy steps beneath his feet that led deeper into the earth. With his eyes emanating a faint white glow, Lin Ke and Appo's spiritual powers surged from his fingertips, clearing, securing, and solidifying the pathway ahead. Having forged his Tao Foundation, he possessed immense spiritual energy, unlike during the Qi refinement stage when he required rest after using a few techniques. Now, he labored tirelessly, operating 2 spells consecutively for an entire hour, excavating an area roughly the size of 8 or 9 basketball courts beneath the surface. Yet, challenges arose. It was dark, stifling, humid. The underground was engulfed in darkness, and he had relied solely on intuition to carve out the space. Though the expanse was ample and resilient enough to accommodate the entirety of Qingsang Garden and Appo's inhabitants and withstand seismic activity, it was undeniably inhospitable for human life. not to mention the detrimental effects of prolonged exposure to sunlight deprivation on the human body. The darkness, lack of oxygen, and dampness would all have adverse effects on life. To illuminate the space, torches or oil lamps would be required, but this would exacerbate the air quality and consume significant resources. How to resolve this? As Lin Ke pondered solutions, he emerged from the underground just in time to see Zonya approaching from a distance. Senior sister, Lin Ke ascended into the air. Was your journey fraught with difficulties? Zonya was a rare individual worthy of trust, and given the original Lin Ke and Apos' admiration for her, Lin Ke felt a deep concern for her well-being. The sect is in chaos. I was unable to procure anything, Zonya replied, her brow furrowed with worry. I reached out to several junior sisters, but they seem to be at the annual festival square and have yet to return to their quarters. The annual festival square was located in the heart of the sect, and Lin Ke had previously taken considerable time to reach it. The sudden turn of events left many unprepared. Some sought to purchase supplies, while others rushed back to their caves, leading to utter disarray. Do not worry. If it comes to it, I shall visit the Yiwa market, Lin Ke assured her. Chisang Garden lay to the southwest, while Yiwa market was situated at the southernmost edge of the sect, by the banks of the Red River. With the sect holding the annual festival, it was likely that fewer people would be present at the market. However, there would still be merchants on duty. Take this first, Zonya said, descending alongside Lin Ke to the ground and presenting him with 2 books. The Shimai manuscripts? Lin Ke exclaimed. Aren't and Apos, these rather expensive? I could have purchased the spiritual insect cave, but I had not done so previously. Zonya shook her head, her gaze filled with concern for Lin Ke. In light of the upheaval within the sect, I have resigned from my position as steward of the spiritual insect cave, but prior to that, I utilized my permissions to acquire these 2 books. Should we part ways in the future, it will aid us in maintaining contact. Senior sister, you are astute. Lin Ke nodded in appreciation. Zonya exhibited no hesitance or indecisiveness. She refrained from making demands to remain in the spiritual insect cave or rescue other junior sisters. Instead, she was pragmatic and resolute. Lin Ke increasingly regarded Zonya as a person of exceptional talent. Follow me, senior sister. He led Zonya to the entrance of the underground, sharing his plan to allow the common folk to seek refuge below, eager to gauge her thoughts. To his surprise, Zonya indeed had an idea. Bioluminescent mushrooms are inexpensive. They should be available at Yiwa market. Zonya suggested. Moreover, these mushrooms can also attract certain subterranean insects. Once matured, they are often used as feed for mole crickets. Mole crickets? Lin Ke nodded slightly. It and Apos' already remarkable that these bioluminescent mushrooms can emit light. The fact that they can also lure underground insects and even serve as feed makes them perfectly suited for cultivation underground. Junior brother, continue expanding the area here. I shall now head to the Yiwa market to procure the necessary supplies. Chapter 42, The Mayfly and Apos' existence? Ascension to immortality? Although the incident occurred abruptly, Lin Ke had anticipated it in his heart, while Zonya appeared calm and composed. The siblings had their respective duties. Lin Ke remained at Jinkan Peak, continuing to excavate underground spaces, striving to fortify it into an impregnable fortress. Zonya, on the other hand, ventured to the Yiwa market to procure essential supplies. After all, accommodating so many individuals underground required a considerable amount of provisions. Zonya, inherently steady and meticulous, was entrusted with this task, and Lin Ke felt reassured. At present, the sect had not yet succumbed to chaos. It is essential to note that Genie's sect was not an ordinary small sect. Despite the unfortunate demise of a Yuaniang elder, it did not diminish the sect and Apos' formidable strength. Lin Ke, however, was the type to prepare for impending crises, always preferring to be well-equipped. Master Lin, we are ready. As Lin Ke diligently toiled underground, the resonant voice of Fong Tong echoed through the tunnel and Apos' entrance. Lin Ke paused his work and emerged from the subterranean chamber. Upon exiting, he beheld hundreds of individuals burdened with various packages standing at the tunnel's mouth, each displaying a range of emotions, some anxious, others fatigued, some worried, some curious, and others filled with anticipation. This assembly represented the entirety of Qingsang Garden's populace, encompassing the young and strong, as well as the elderly, weak, and children. Master Lin, shall we proceed inside now? Fong Tong inquired, glancing apprehensively at the dark void of the tunnel. It is quite dim within. We should wait a moment. Lin Ke replied with a warm smile. I have sent my senior sister to procure supplies, ensuring everyone will find it more comfortable once we enter. This smile alleviated much of the tension and panic among the crowd, for they were indeed fleeing from peril. Yet Lin Ke's unhurried demeanor allowed them to relax considerably. Is this your son? Lin Ke inquired, noticing a woman beside Fong Tong, who was holding a young boy's hand. The boy, donned in the attire of the Miaohui clan, had a dark complexion, bright eyes, and an air of vitality about him. Yes, yes. Fong Tong quickly urged the boy to bow. Xiao Meng, greet Master Lin. Greetings, Master Lin. The boy, with his expressive features, resembled a miniature version of Fong Tong. Yet his demeanor contrasted starkly with that of his father, who appeared as a humble farmer, while the boy exuded an effervescent charm. Splendid. What is your name? Lin Ke asked, smiling in approval. My name is Fong Meng. The boy's voice was lively and confident, embodying youthful exuberance. Fong Meng? A name that conjures images of dragons and serpents coiling in the cosmos. What an excellent name. Lin Ke genuinely admired the boy's spirited essence. Recalling their earlier discussion regarding Fong Meng's potential entry into the sect, Lin Ke beckoned Fong Tong closer. Fong Tong's expression shifted to one of apprehension as he leaned in attentively. Lin Ke broached the subject of Fong Meng's potential initiation into the sect. Having sensed that war was imminent, he contemplated whether Fong Meng's entry might render him a mere pawn in the conflict. With war now an undeniable reality, the decision to join the sect rested solely on Fong Tong's shoulders. War, joining the sect. Fong Tong's face reflected his inner turmoil as he weighed the options. Becoming a disciple would grant Fong Meng the opportunity to learn the Yunjiang skills. Yet he would immediately face peril, possibly becoming a casualty at the onset of hostilities. Conversely, abstaining from joining left uncertainty regarding the war's duration. Given the protracted lifespan of cultivators and the numerous threats in the Poison Mountain range, the conflict could endure for decades, potentially squandering Fong Meng's youth in the process. Thus, Fong Tong found himself increasingly conflicted. Lin Ke understood Fong Tong's plight and chose to remain silent, allowing him the time to ponder. With his connection to Master Yushu, facilitating entry for external disciples was not an insurmountable challenge. Many gained entry through connections, resulting in a significant number of external disciples within the sect. In a sect with a population of hundreds of thousands, the number of external disciples rivaled that of mortals, suggesting that joining was not exceedingly difficult. Lin Ke recognized that this was largely due to Master Yushu's influence, though appearing to be merely a transmission elder. She effectively served as the overseer of all external disciples, wielding immense power. If she deemed someone worthy of entry, they were admitted, with only a distinction between inner and outer disciples. Lin Ke himself had been brought into the sect by Zongya and, due to his commendable talent, had ascended to the inner sect. Sighing softly, Fong Tong expressed, Master Lin, we are at a loss as to what to do. Could you possibly illuminate a path forward? It was evident that Fong Tong held great concern for his son. However, as a farmer in Qingsang Garden, he belonged to a lineage of caretakers, historically overlooked as mere external disciples, leaving him without guidance in this matter. The chasm between mortals and those in the Qi refinement stage was far greater than that between Qi refinement and Yuanying stages. Fong Tong might not fully grasp the intricacies of these realms, yet he recognized that Master Lin was unlike anyone he had encountered before, demonstrating both benevolence and hidden prowess, as well as a profound understanding of Qingsang Garden-esque dynamics. Thus, he entrusted this pivotal decision regarding his son's fate to Lin Ke. Illuminate a path. Lin Ke let out a sigh. To be candid, he could empathize with Fong Tong's dilemma, for he too faced choices of his own. If it were him, he would undoubtedly choose a life filled with splendor rather than one of mediocrity. Having traversed to this realm, how could he not relish the experience of the ephemeral journey towards enlightenment? Yet, Fong Tong's son was different. How many souls, after weathering countless trials, yearned for the simplicity of their humble beginnings? Bringing someone into the realm of cultivation, was it a blessing or a curse? At this juncture, entering the sect equated to a true test of mettle. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Ke finally spoke. The probability of death outweighs that of survival. As his words resonated, not only Fong Tong but also the other farmers and their families listened intently. Upon hearing the mention of death, the crowd collectively held their breath. The instinctive fear of mortality is inherent to all living beings. However, Lin Ke's tone shifted. Yet, should one forge true gold, the ascent will be unparalleled. This applies to your son and everyone else alike. Whether they join the sect or not, they will ultimately confront the specter of death. The most equitable aspect of existence is that death befalls us all. Yet, the most exhilarating aspect lies in the life lived between birth and death. Gazing at Fong Tong, Lin Ke's voice, though soft, resonated with profound clarity. Living a mundane life in a mountain village, and choosing to do so after attaining strength, are two distinct paths. The mayfly's life lasts but a day. If you too were granted but a single day to live, would you choose to be a mayfly or a human? Or would you prefer to experience the divine joys of immortality, unencumbered by worldly woes? With a smile illuminating his face, Lin Ke continued. How one chooses to navigate their existence is paramount. I now relinquish the decision to you, Fong Meng. Chapter 43. Everyone can cultivate. In his previous life, Lin Ke pondered a profound question. Why do some individuals willingly sacrifice their lives for their ideals, while others cling to life, abandoning their families and forsaking their beliefs? Upon traversing to this realm, he began to grasp certain insights. Here, cultivators can live for thousands of years, truly achieving a form of immortality. However, is living for a millennium as one desires the same as merely existing for a millennium in a physiological sense? To exist as a vegetable, a wretched being, or a slave for countless years differs significantly from living as a celestial emperor, a revered immortal, or a sovereign for merely a century. Thus, Lin Ke's understanding of himself became crystal clear. He could choose a life of serene retreat, gathering chrysanthemums beneath the eastern fence while leisurely gazing at the southern mountains. Alternatively, he could embrace the urgency of seizing the present moment, for that moment might encapsulate the essence of enlightenment and the readiness to face death. Ultimately, regardless of the path he chose, he needed to wield power, Only with power could he possess the right to choose. The difference between having a sword and not having one is profound. Life and death, brilliance. I comprehend, Master Lin. Fong Tong, having gained some insight, turned to his son, Fong Meng, who nodded in a manner that suggested partial understanding, then expressed, Master Lin, I wish to learn to fly. Fly? Lin Ke nodded. After cultivation, one can feast upon the fierce winds by day and drink from the yellow springs by night, traversing heaven and earth, capable of anything. Upon hearing this, envy flickered across the faces of the onlookers. Yet, they understood well that crossing the chasm between the mundane and the celestial was akin to surmounting an insurmountable divide. Were it not for Fong Tong's capable assistance to Lin Ke, his son would not have had such an opportunity. At times, what is easily accessible to one class of people can be an unattainable dream for others across generations. Thank you, Master Lin, Fong Tong said with a respectful bow. Had he not known Lin Ke's aversion to such formalities, he might have prostrated himself in gratitude. This was a chance to alter the fate of their family, which had languished in the realm of ordinary mortals for generations. However, it seemed the elder responsible for imparting teachings was busy, and they would have to wait a few days, Lin Ke noted. Fong Tong and the others naturally refrained from commenting. They simply remained in place, awaiting the return of Zonya, while Lin Ke continued to expand the underground world. By the time Zonya returned, Lin Ke had made significant progress. Lacking experience in constructing such subterranean cities, he merely built downward in the style of surface buildings, intending to modify them as needs arose. They did not wait long before Zonya appeared from afar, flying alone with a grave expression. Sister, what is the situation outside? Lin Ke approached her. Everyone is in a state of panic. Zonya shook her head. The entire Yiwa market is nearly deserted. Many lack high cultivation, yet cultivation does not equate to wisdom. Not to mention, the Golden Wing sect has lost an infant transformation elder. If they do not reclaim their honor, they will struggle to hold their head high throughout the entire Poisonous Mountain Range. As for the Poisonous Mountain Range, the fact that a group of demons instigated a riot leading to the slaying of a Golden Wing sect elder could not have been a spontaneous occurrence. It was clearly premeditated. Thus, astute observers recognized that war was imminent. The realm of cultivation had witnessed countless wars, often prolonged and devastating, ceasing only when the highest wills of the opposing factions converged. In recent millennia, the Yunjiang region had enjoyed a rare peace. The last war that affected the entirety of Yunjiang harked back to ancient times when cultivators from beyond the realm clashed with local tribes, resulting in the near annihilation of the great shamans and elders of various ethnicities, allowing the cultivation sects to flourish. As for the demon clans that had long existed in Yunjiang, they likely engaged in conflicts with various ethnic groups in the past. But such events have faded into the mists of history. No one remembers, and it matters little. They had not waged large-scale wars against the cultivation sections. Just a month prior, the beast sovereign of Yunjiang had unleashed a roar that reverberated throughout the sect, alarming even the sect leader of the Golden Wing sect, who felt compelled to convene discussions with other sect leaders regarding urgent matters. This alone was sufficient to signify that war was on the horizon. The wise would undoubtedly prepare themselves early, not to mention the chilling cries of the infant transformation elder that had echoed throughout the sect. Sister, were you able to procure the items? Lin Ke was particularly concerned about consumables such as formations and elixirs, including the previously mentioned luminous mushrooms. I managed to acquire some. Zonya nodded slightly, then gestured to a nearby open space. In the next moment, a plethora of items appeared on the ground. These were seeds suitable for cultivation. Zonya turned to Fong Tong. You have not yet entered the path of fasting. You still require grains to sustain yourselves, and these will suffice. Thank you, Master. For your consideration, Fong Tong responded promptly with a smile and a bow. Lin Ke couldn't help but smile as well. Sister, your thoughtfulness is commendable. I nearly overlooked that. The ordinary inhabitants of the Qingsang Garden held little value for many cultivators, merely a burden. However, for the Golden Wing sect, the situation was markedly different. Renowned for its vast holdings, the sect enjoyed a continuous influx of spiritual stones. Ordinary folk could tend to spiritual insects or herbs, thereby affording the disciples more time for cultivation or secondary endeavors. As for Lin Ke, the ordinary populace held an even greater significance. After all, his Qingsang Garden was merely one of his many needs. Another was the Lin Silkworm and the Mud Pill Palace. By merging various types of spiritual insects through his Mud Pill Palace, he could potentially create exceptional, powerful, and practical spiritual insects. This necessitated a vast quantity of spiritual insects, with greater variety being advantageous. Such a multitude of insects required management and care, making ordinary people the ideal choice. As for the Lin Silkworm, it could be replicated, but the prerequisite was ample sustenance. Moreover, it seemed that due to the unique combination of mystical tree species and the black gold silkworm eggs, the Lin Silkworm could only consume insects, showing no interest in livestock or fish. Thus, rearing insects became imperative. Consequently, the farmers of the Qingsang Garden, who had for generations assisted the Golden Wing sect in insect husbandry, were Lin Ke's most valuable allies. Nevertheless, relocating them all underground posed numerous considerations. A trace of unshakable worry lingered on Zonya's brow. Sister, I understand you have your reasons for this approach. If you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Zhongya was unaware of Lin Ke's motives for bringing a multitude of burdens into the depths, for even though the Golden Wing sect boasted extensive resources, not all disciples possessed prosperous holdings. However, she trusted Lin Ke and thus refrained from inquiring further, opting instead to lend her support. Rest assured, sister. I have everything under control. Lin Ke felt a warm surge within. Zhongya was worthy of trust, and trust was a rare commodity in any era, typically found only among parents and children. A trustworthy cultivator represented significant support for Lin Ke. Reflecting on this, Lin Ke addressed Fang Tong and the others. In the future, if the opportunity arises, I shall ensure that everyone can cultivate. In this world, where sects proliferate, knowledge regarding techniques, inheritances, and intellectual property is valued even more than in his previous life. For the sake of preservation, two sects might even engage in a life and death struggle. This was precisely why Fang Tong and his kin had been denied opportunities for cultivation across generations due to narrow-mindedness and bloodline biases. Much like the ancient aristocracies of yore, the esteemed families would rather allow their tomes to succumb to the ravages of time and insects in their storied libraries than bestow a glance upon them to the common folk or those of lesser means. Knowledge is indeed a treasure of unparalleled value. Those who dwell in the era of the internet and the explosion of information may find it challenging to grasp the true worth of such wisdom. However, Lin Ke understands that in order for horses to run swiftly, they must be well fed with quality fodder. Thus, should the future permit, he aspires to cultivate his own cadre. His heart bears no remnants of prejudice towards social class. Consequently, as his words resonated, the farmers in the verdant mulberry fields before him began to draw deeper breaths, transformed by the weight of his declaration. Cultivation? Chapter 44. A Great Change in the Sect. Expanding Territories. Upon hearing Lin Ke's words, everyone was filled with excitement. They had just listened to Lin Ke's discourse and were already yearning for the path of cultivation. Now, their spirits soared even higher. Can I also cultivate? Asked Li Hua. The stout woman behind Fang Tong, her expression one of bewilderment. In the Qingsang garden, Fang Tong generally managed the men while Li Hua oversaw the women, which was the current arrangement. Although Li Hua was diligent in her duties, she was rather dull-witted and had never made any requests to Lin Ke, unlike Fang Tong, who was shrewd yet appeared honest and straightforward. Of course you can, Lin Ke replied with a smile. But the prerequisite is that there must be an opportunity in the future. For now, it's still quite difficult. Living with hope, despair, or numbness are entirely different states of existence. Whether one paints grand visions or outlines blueprints, it invariably stirs the hearts of the people. Moreover, Lin Ke himself felt quite confident. Initially, upon his arrival, he had been devoid of such confidence, but after consolidating the Niwan Palace, establishing the 13 foundations of Tao, witnessing the birth of Lin Ke, and triumphing in the sect grand competition against Lin Kuan-ming, his belief in his future had soared immensely. Of course, increased confidence did not equate to arrogance. Until he had fully developed, it was prudent to remain cautious. Everyone can do it, but for now, avoiding calamity is paramount. Lin Ke chuckled. Everyone, follow me and my senior sister. He glanced at Zhongya, who nodded in agreement. She then took out a luminescent mushroom. These luminescent mushrooms are quite convenient. They can be directly planted in the soil. Zhongya led the way, entering through the entrance beneath the golden silkworm peak, with Lin Ke closely following and others trailing behind. After walking a few paces, Zhongya would plant a luminescent mushroom into the ground. She had also learned the mountain-moving technique. Although not as adept as Lin Ke's earth-shattering skills, she could still soften the soil solidified by Lin Ke's half-baked method. The luminescent mushrooms resembled small, pure white button mushrooms, absorbing surrounding spiritual energy to emit light. It was said that these mushrooms could serve as food for soil-dwelling insects and perhaps could be fed to other creatures in the future. As Zhongya continued to plant mushrooms, they soon arrived at the first layer of space created by Lin Ke. Here, Lin Ke had modeled a refuge, leaving 2 lookout positions and some small traps for entry management. Zhongya used her spiritual power to control several luminescent mushrooms, inserting them into the surrounding walls and ceiling before continuing downward. It seems my junior brother is not particularly skilled in architecture, Zhongya assessed as they walked. What you built is somewhat unreasonable. Upon reaching the second underground layer, she frowned, sensing something amiss. I also find it somewhat unreasonable. Lin Ke surveyed the surroundings. Unfortunately, we need to remain hidden, and we cannot invite anyone from the dragon sect to assist with the design. While constructing, he had only managed to create simple rectangular rooms without any rational design, resulting in a direct descent from the first layer. Despite having seen many buildings in his previous life, he had never paid attention to architectural concepts and methods. This oversight left him with an uncomfortable feeling upon entering. The dragon sect specialized in civil engineering, geomancy, and other such practices, similar to how the Golden Wing sect was dedicated to insect cultivation, thus making them quite professional in their respective fields. If only he could invite someone to help. However, the dragon sect charged fees, and Lin Ke needed to be frugal with his funds, so he decided to make do for the time being. Zhongya understood this and merely sighed before continuing her work. Planting the luminescent mushrooms was not difficult, after observing her for a while. Lin Ke took some and began planting alongside her. This underground world had been developed into 7 layers, and ideally, they should start living from the bottom 7th layer. However, ventilation was still inadequate, and the people of Yunjiang Garden would likely suffocate if they attempted to sleep down there. The ventilation issue needed addressing. And Lin Ke was also contemplating cost-saving methods. Otherwise, they could simply purchase a breeze formation to ensure a continuous supply of air. But that would also mean a constant drain on spiritual stones, which he could not afford. If only he had known in his previous life that he would traverse to another world, he would have learned more. As the two planted swiftly, the 7 layers of underground space were soon fully cultivated. The mortals of Yunjiang Garden then placed their bundles down and began to venture out to chop wood, bringing in logs one by one to construct shelters. Although Lin Ke could have helped, he had already gone with his senior sister to the annual ritual square. The elder Yuzhu was summoning all inner and outer disciples through the disciple tokens. The two flew side by side, taking a while to reach the square. By the time they arrived, the square was teeming with people. The viewing area was filled with inner and outer disciples in the chi refinement stage, while the foundation establishment disciples hovered in the air. Even higher up, Lin Ke could see some powerful figures. Golden Core. Although Golden Core disciples roamed the world, it was not absolute. Most would return to the sect after some time. It appeared that Yuzhu was gathering all the Golden Core disciples who had returned to the sect. Moreover, other shadowy figures could be seen higher up, likely the nascent soul elders who usually practiced in various parts of the sect. Lin Ke and his companions were among the last to arrive, and shortly after their arrival, Yuzhu began to speak. Since the establishment of our sect thousands of years ago, the surrounding area of 1,000,000 miles along the Red River has been our domain. Yuzhu's expression was serious, and his voice carried an undeniable nobility, laced with a hint of pride. We have always remained in a corner, not actively engaging in conflict with other sects or opposing the demonic clans. Our reputation within Yunjiang is well established. However, the demonic clans have violated the covenant. At this point, Yuzhu's tone shifted ominously. First, the beast sovereign of Yunjiang inexplicably accused our entire human race of the so-called Spirit Pearl affair, and then rallied all the demonic clans within Yunjiang to wage war against us. This is war. A war aimed at the extermination of our human race. 1,000 years ago, various schools flourished on the land, and naturally, there were human settlements in Yunjiang, slowly developing into tribes like Miaowei and Hakka. We are diligent and wise, harnessing the power of the celestial path to master all things, and we express our gratitude to heaven and earth through our annual rituals. But should the beast sovereign of Yunjiang wage war against us for personal desires, we shall fight back. Moreover, we will take the initiative and strike when they least expect it. Yuzhu's voice rose in fervor, and the surrounding disciples began to boil with battle spirit, eager to take action, cheering and clapping. Let our Golden Wing sect seize this opportunity to expand our territory, providing our future disciples with more resources and a better cultivation environment. Henceforth, open the great protective formation of the sect. All nascent soul elders shall be designated as peak masters, guarding the sect's outer domains such as Qingwei Peak, Dewoyan Peak, Monhao Peak, Zifeng Peak, and 206 other peaks, each governing 1,000 miles around their respective peaks. Any disciple who conquers a territory of at least a mile outside the sect and holds it for 10 days without losing it shall be rewarded with that land as their fief, under the protection of their peak master and the sect. Let us, my fellow disciples, expand the frontiers of our sect. Chapter 45, The Sect's Call to Battle and Return. Is the sect about to unleash the protective mountain array, allowing them to venture forth into battle? The elders of the nascent soul stage will no longer be referred to as elders, but as peak masters? And what are the other implications? As Lin Ke listened to the words of the rain spider true person, he sensed a profound shift in the atmosphere. Expanding territories. Everyone saw only the prospects of expansion, envisioning the lands they could claim, yet they overlooked the mountains of corpses and seas of blood that lay behind such ambitions. It is essential to recognize that the sect already occupies a substantial area, being one of the more prominent branches within the poison refining mountain range. Based on Lin Ke's estimations during his flight, he surmised that this branch alone is comparable to half of the former Himalayas. The entire poison refining mountain range, along with its encompassing region, is nearly equivalent to an entire continent from his past life, boundless and vast. Consequently, this illustrates that the Golden Wing sect does not possess as much authority as it seems. The peaks mentioned by the rain spider true person must be territories beyond the sect's domain. According to her, the elders within the sect will henceforth be designated as peak masters, stationed at various peaks, each commanding and safeguarding a radius of 1,000 miles. And beyond that, for every Golden Core and Foundation Establishment disciple who conquers a territory originally belonging to the demon race, they may apply for the peak masters to oversee and protect their newfound domain. What does this signify? It indicates that the Golden Core and Foundation Establishment disciples are expected to venture forth and develop new lands. Although there are numerous cultivation sects within the poison refining mountain range, their exploitation of this vast expanse is likely less than 30%. A wide array of spiritual materials, treasures, insects, and herbs abound. Should one manage to conquer a piece of paradise, or a locale suitable for cultivating certain spiritual plants or rearing specific spirit beasts, or even stumble upon a spiritual stone mine, it would be a tremendous windfall. The crux of the matter is that this expansion is not the solitary endeavor of individual cultivators seeking to claim mountains as kings. It is backed by the full support of the Golden Wing sect, as long as they can hold the territory for 10 days. The nascent Soul Peak Masters will come to their aid. Lin Ke speculated that this requirement to hold for 10 days serves to demonstrate their capabilities to the sect. After all, the Peak Masters cannot remain on guard every single day. More often than not, they must fend for themselves, seeking assistance only when faced with insurmountable threats. Lin Ke could only imagine how fervently the Golden Core and Foundation Establishment disciples must feel about this. It is not just the Golden Core and Foundation Establishment disciples. Even the Chi refining disciples would be envious. In the realm of cultivation, the 4 quintessential words are wealth, companions, techniques, and land. Ultimately, these words signify resources. If one could reign over a mountain, even Chi refining disciples would have access to abundant resources. As for the Foundation Establishment and Golden Core stages, the benefits are even more pronounced. Regrettably, Chi refining disciples lack the strength to maintain a conquered territory, as powerful spirit beasts are fiercely territorial. There are reasons why spirit beasts occupy prime real estate, be it treasures, dense spiritual energy, or rare flora. If one were to conquer such a territory, the spirit beast would undoubtedly attempt to reclaim it. The battle would not simply end with the initial conquest. Conversely, should one attempt to seize a territory from spirit beasts, there must also be compelling reasons for their desire to reclaim it, namely, wealth and land. Even Lin Ke felt a stirring of ambition. His daily envy stemmed from a lack of resources. His Qingsang garden lacks sufficient spiritual energy, and many areas within the sect are similarly deficient, with the most abundant locations already claimed by those above the nascent soul stage. If he could discover a place within the poison refining mountain range rich with spiritual energy. Moreover, he faced numerous challenges, a scarcity of spirit insect varieties, unaffordable formations, and equipment. To conquer a territory and reign over it with the sect and Oppos' backing would be an exhilarating prospect. However, Lin Ke understood that with his current meager strength, it was paramount to develop cautiously without overreaching. At that moment, the Rain Spider true person continued. Just now, I consulted with the Grand Elders. She bowed towards the unseen heights and declared, the Grand Elders have already swept their divine consciousness across tens of thousands of miles beyond the sect and have established contact with the Great Strength Fire Prison sect, the Cloud Ink sect, and the Emerald Great Light sect. Their mountain guarding elders have also perished. The demon race within the poison refining mountain range intends to wage war against us, the human race. Her tone was imbued with anger, yet remained as icy as ever. Let us not allow our fellow practitioners to underestimate the Golden Wing sect. Henceforth, let each peak master take their position. As her words resonated, a powerful aura surged through the sky. Ha ha ha. I have long asserted that the sect should strike first, and though it may be late, it is never too late. Children, follow me into battle. I shall be the vanguard. From today onwards, the first peak at the front line shall be renamed by Lu Peak. My Spider Mother's cave shall once again be filled with abundant blood and food. Kill, kill, kill. The legacy of the giant worm corpse, which finally sees the light of day. Should any disciples be interested in the corpse transport lineage, you are most welcome to join. Haha. Each nascent soul expert and Oppos' voice was distinct, resonating through the heavens, transforming the sky and Oppos' hue, and creating a tumultuous atmosphere. Regardless of their personalities, be it grim and solitary or savage and bloodthirsty, each voice brimmed with anticipation and exhilaration. Lin Ke felt a profound sense of history unfurling before him, as if the epic saga of the Golden Wing sect was gradually unfolding. This was the fervor preceding territorial expansion. A nascent soul expert known as the Fly True Person disintegrated into countless flies, swirling into the distance. Another, the White Dew True Person, merged with his sword, slicing through the firmament. Yet another, the Spider Mother, sprouted 8 legs and sped through the air, adorned with a myriad of spiders. The nascent soul experts were all mobilizing. Meanwhile, the Rain Spider True Person remained aloft, holding an extraordinary script of the mysterious veins, its pages appearing as if crafted from jade, distinct from any ordinary scroll. Observing that all the nascent soul true persons had been activated, she cast the script into the air. The sect has summoned us. We must fight and return. A tremendous surge of spiritual and mental energy flowed from the Rain Spider True Person into the mysterious script, causing it to radiate profound waves of energy. In an instant, myriad consciousnesses emerged, transmitting their intentions. A call to arms from the sect. It seems the demon offspring of the poison refining mountain range, much like those in the Ileo Great Forest, are equally unruly. Golden Wing sect. How I long for that name. After over 300 years, it is time to return and take a look. Haha. The sect has finally issued the call to battle. I have heard tales of disturbances caused by demon beasts in the cloud territory. I shall respond. After a century of wandering, I wonder where my old friends are? Is the old man still alive? He better not have passed away. I shall return to see you soon. Countless intentions swept across several miles, allowing Lin Ke and the others to perceive the immense heritage of the sect. For these voices came from the direct disciples of the Golden Core stage. Just the voices alone indicated that there were no fewer than 100 direct disciples of the Golden Core stage. As Lin Ke felt his blood surge with excitement, he also realized that the future landscape would undoubtedly become tumultuous. I should exercise restraint. While engaging in battle is essential for honing combat skills, venturing out amidst such upheaval will certainly pose threats. However, threats are also synonymous with opportunities. Moreover, the grand formation of the sect is about to be unveiled, and everyone will inevitably confront such a threat. The sect seems intent on refining genuine gold through fierce flames. Upon this reflection, Lin Ke narrowed her eyes and murmured, "The underground realm of Golden Silkworm Peak must be expedited in its construction." Chapter 46, Meeting and Arrangements. Having made up his mind, Lin Ke felt less agitated. However, the people around him remained captivated, clearly drawn in by the benefits just mentioned by the Rain Spider Master. Completely oblivious to their own limitations, while Lin Ke also yearned for territory and resources, he maintained a calm demeanor deep within. He understood that he must first establish his base, only then could he venture out to fight with peace of mind. Moreover, it was only through such a foundation that his achievements in battle could realistically translate into personal strength. Thus, he resolved to proceed accordingly. With this thought, Lin Ke felt a sense of urgency as the Rain Spider Master commanded the congregation to disperse, and he, alongside Zonya, blended into the crowd as they made their way back to the Yunjiang garden. Each individual hurried towards their respective caves, most preparing to gather their belongings for battle, while a few likely planned to hide away indefinitely. After all, disciples in the Qi refinement stage seldom emerged victorious against the ferocity of demonic beasts unless fortune favored them. Even Zonya, a disciple with foundational skills, faced similar challenges. Previously, during her Qi refinement phase, she was tasked with tending to spirit pigs bred specifically to nourish the insects, and later, as a foundational disciple, she worked in the spirit insect cave. In the annual sect competition, she rarely lasted more than a few rounds before being defeated. It is important to note that individuals like Lin Quanming and Feng Du were exceedingly rare. The majority were akin to Zonya. This was a consequence of the prolonged peace and stability within the Golden Wing sect. Thus, upon returning to the Yunjiang garden, Lin Ke's demeanor and mindset were both cautious and exhilarated, while Zonya was filled with worry and trepidation. In the Yunjiang garden, beneath the Golden Silkworm Peak, Zonya and Lin Ke sat at a makeshift earthen table and chairs at the entrance of the first underground layer. Crafted through the techniques of mountain shifting and earth solidifying, a soft glow emanated from the surrounding luminous mushrooms, illuminating the entire space. "Junior brother, I know you will undoubtedly venture out," Zonya remarked, her immediate concern directed towards Lin Ke. "There are numerous venomous insects outside. You must take care." "Elder sister, do not fret," Lin Ke reassured her. "My combat prowess is commendable. I am well suited for honing my skills. With the presence of the nascent soul elders, the significant dangers are mitigated. Indeed, given the recent upheaval in the Yunjiang region, for us to survive amidst this turmoil, combat is essential." Zonya clenched her teeth. "Not only must you go out, but I too must venture forth to sharpen my abilities. Otherwise, relying solely on you to uphold the Yunjiang garden would be insufficient." Despite her seemingly delicate demeanor, Zonya exhibited remarkable clarity during critical moments, and there was an underlying strength to her character. In Lin Ke's earlier weakness, she had often played the part of the submissive, adeptly maneuvering between relationships without explicitly rejecting or accepting Li Lu, keeping him at bay. When Lin Ke regained his powers, she suggested he eliminate Li Lu, though the plan was interrupted by the onset of war. With conflict imminent, she swiftly severed ties with her duties in the spirit insect cave and came to prepare for the impending chaos in Lin Ke's Yunjiang garden. Now, though her heart remained anxious, she had resolved to cultivate her and Lin Ke and Appos as combat capabilities. Lin Ke observed Zonya with newfound respect. "Let us proceed this way." He pondered aloud. "Elder sister, Li Lu has already made an aggressive move against you, and he is unlikely to relent. Fortunately, his father, the brave ape master, has departed to oversee the mountain region. We only need to contend with him. However, going out poses inherent risks. It would be prudent for you to remain hidden for the time being, managing our Yunjiang garden and practicing your techniques." Lin Ke had formulated a plan and shared it naturally. "Once I deal with Li Lu, if I can find 1 or 2 allies, we can venture out together. Otherwise, it would be unsafe for you to go alone." Agreed. Zonya contemplated for a moment before nodding in affirmation, showing no sign of reluctance. "Additionally, please follow me." "Elder sister." Lin Ke rose, speaking mysteriously to Zonya. "Are you not curious about the origins of the stinging needle moth and the purple crystal beetle?" Zonya and Appos' expression shifted in surprise, and she promptly followed Lin Ke downwards. The underground world beneath the Golden Silkworm Peak consisted of 7 layers in total, with Fong Tong and the others residing on the second layer. The third layer stored various necessities, the fourth was designated for washing and processing black silkworm silk. The fifth stored the silk, eggs, and several black silkworm moths, and the sixth was dedicated to breeding venomous insects, the largest area Lin Ke had developed. The seventh layer remained vacant, reserved for Lin Ke and Zonya, ideal for conducting clandestine activities, such as this. Lin Ke halted at the midpoint of the 7th layer. Here, luminous mushrooms flourished, illuminating the vast space of approximately 500 square feet, akin to LED lights. Junior brother, what is it you wish to reveal? Zonia inquired, her curiosity piqued as she glanced around. The space contained merely 2 cushions, meant for their use. Naturally, they intended to practice in the wooden house above to keep a low profile, while the underground world served as their hidden sanctuary. My secret is her, Lin Ke declared, extending his hand. Instantly, a singular leg resembling wood, with crystalline eyes, appeared in his grasp, the Lin silkworm. This Zonia was immediately captivated by the Lin silkworm's unique plant and bee-like form. The Lin silkworm, in turn, curiously examined Zonia. She was aware of Zonia's existence. Yet Zonia was oblivious to hers. This is Lin silkworm, Lin Ke briefly introduced. In the future, she will inhabit the 6th and 7th layers. Lin silkworm. You must heed Zonia's instructions, understood? Understood, Daddy. The Lin silkworm gazed at Zonia with wide eyes before softly uttering, Mommy. Zonia and Appo's cheeks flushed upon hearing this. You may call me Aunt, not Mommy. Aunt? The Lin silkworm tilted her head in confusion. Oh, Aunt. Lin Ke chuckled and proceeded to explain the care required for the Lin silkworm. Once the Lin silkworm transformed into a cocoon and emerged, her body showed little change. Merely a slight increase in size, hardly noticeable to the naked eye. However, her appetite had significantly increased. She would require approximately 1 piece of insect jelly daily to cultivate. Every being in the world, much like humans, can undertake cultivation. Lin Ke envied the Lin silkworm for the cultivation technique she practiced. In the ancient times, who imparted the teachings? In the ancient times, no one imparted the teachings. How did these techniques come about? Lin Ke understood that cultivation methods were not vastly different from the sciences of his previous life. They were learned, comprehended, refined, and passed down through generations. Many demon races followed a similar path, lacking a lineage and instead absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in a primitive manner, eventually entering the path of cultivation. The Lin silkworm exemplified this process. By absorbing spiritual energy and transforming it into spiritual power, she would circulate it within her body in a manner she found to be smooth and comfortable. The process of absorbing spiritual energy, converting it into spiritual power, and nurturing both body and soul encapsulated the essence of cultivation. The techniques served as a guide for individuals on how to cultivate. The speed of energy absorption, the rate of transformation into spiritual power, the pace of circulation, and the effectiveness in nurturing body and soul. All these factors measured one's aptitude and the quality of the cultivation technique. A technique suited to oneself would undoubtedly yield exceptional results. However, such techniques were exceedingly rare, and most sects guarded their teachings jealously, making it an arduous endeavor to find a suitable method. For instance, Lin Ke was only familiar with her own technique, the Miaojianggu skill, and had never even heard the names of other martial arts. In such circumstances, however, Lin Ke was able to instinctively operate her technique, a remarkable talent that others could only envy. Were she a human, she would have to endure numerous challenges such as breath misalignment, demonic deviation, and meridian conflicts. She had already reached the first level of qi cultivation. She consumed a substantial amount of food, yet she merely needed to remain grounded in the earth on most days. When I ventured outside, my senior sister would feed her a larger insect daily, and she would command the stinging moth to assist her. Lin Ke gradually elaborated on Lin Ke and Appo's unique characteristics. With each detail she shared, Zonia's expression grew increasingly astonished. By the time she finished, Zonia's demeanor had turned quite serious. Junior brother, the matter of Lin Ke must remain between the two of us. We shall need to interact frequently in the future, so I will refrain from erasing any memories for now, but we must exercise utmost caution. Chapter 47. Constructing the Underground City, Surviving and Developing. Lin Ke is well aware of the principle that governs the weak early stages of a transmigrator. Fortunately, Zonia shares the same intentions as Lin Ke. After a brief exchange, Lin Ke gently placed Lin Ke onto the ground. With a soft thud, Lin Ke buried her lower half into the softened earth, propping herself up with her hands, and opened her mouth. Daddy, I'm hungry. Lin Ke, however, was not about to neglect the child's needs and promptly retrieve the only stinging moth he possessed. These spiritual insects could be controlled not only by Lin Ke but also by Lin Ke, who essentially acted as a secondary controller. In simpler terms, as long as Lin Ke remained silent, Lin Ke could take charge. At this moment, Lin Ke immediately commanded the stinging moth to fly towards the 6th level. It seemed that Lin Ke had inherited a portion of Lin Ke's soul, granting her the intellect of a 5 or 6-year-old child. She understood that the 6th level contained an abundance of delicious food. Seeing Lin Ke begin to eat, Zonia continued, Junior brother, aside from ventilation, there is another pressing issue. Lin Ke, sensing the unspoken connection, interjected, Sister, are you referring to waste disposal? Precisely, Zonia replied, smiling at Lin Ke's insight. Since you can articulate that, you must have some thoughts on the matter. Lin Ke nodded slightly. The issue of excrement was indeed of utmost importance. Every living being, Even cultivators must undergo the process of absorption, consumption, and excretion. However, while cultivators absorb spiritual energy, they expel spiritual power and spells. The excrement of the black gold silkworm is medicinal, but the waste of many insects is not. Interestingly, the excrement of these insects is akin to that of humans and can be utilized as fertilizer. With so many people in the green mulberry garden, it was manageable in the wild before, but now, confined to these 7 levels, neglecting the waste issue would soon lead to an unbearable stench. Throughout history, many cities have succumbed to similar fates, overwhelmed by untreated sewage. The high-heeled shoes of the Western aristocracy were designed to avoid stepping in excrement, underscoring the necessity of a sewage treatment system. Lin Ke knew that directly using this waste as fertilizer could scorch the seedlings. But establishing a biogas pit would be a different matter. Not only could it transform the accumulated waste into nourishment for plants, but it could also generate biogas for cooking. I shall take care of this matter now, Lin Ke resolved, contemplating the situation. Once the sect's barrier was lifted, they, as cultivators, could roam freely. However, the ordinary people within the sect might suffer significant casualties. As for the beasts, many spiritual insects were beyond the capacity of ordinary folk to confront, despite their small size. The strength of spiritual insects in the cultivation world is not determined by their dimensions. A lion, though smaller than a water buffalo, can hunt it. Therefore, when faced with spiritual insects, ordinary people might not even have the chance to escape. In such circumstances, the best choice for Fong Tong and the others would be to remain underground, sending individuals in shifts to oversee the black gold silkworms at Golden Silkworm Peak while caring for other insects below. They would transform this space into an underground fortress. No? Are you sure? Zonya hesitated. Do you need my assistance? No need, Lin Ke smiled. Sister, you can familiarize yourself with Fong Tong and the others and get acquainted with the affairs at hand. What he was about to undertake could be elegantly termed a biogas pit, but less delicately, it was a cesspool. Moreover, the fermentation and decomposition processes could not be accomplished through spells. They required patience and time to naturally occur. Nevertheless, this approach was currently the most efficient in conserving spiritual stones and energy. If we are to do it, let us do it right. Build an underground city uniquely our own. Lin Ke set about creating the cesspool while Zonya tended to the insects. Having previously worked in the spiritual insect cave, she possessed both insight and skill, and her time spent on the 6th level would be minimal. She could even guide the people of the green mulberry garden. Lin Ke spent half an hour excavating a large pit adjacent to the basement on the 7th level and, in the 5th level, dug several drainage channels connecting to the cesspool. The fundamental principle of modern drainage systems is to consolidate all sewage within a city for unified processing. What he was doing was similar. First designing a space for storage, then establishing interconnected channels, essentially a drainage system. He also created an area at the entrance resembling a public restroom, complete with a bathing area. All tasks were now completed. Toilets? Fong Tong stared at the setup in disbelief. But can't one just find a bush to relieve themselves? That was acceptable before, but it's too dangerous now, Lin Ke replied, shaking his head. You should limit your excursions. The sect and Oppos' barrier will soon lift, and venturing out could expose you to peril. Yes, Fong Tong nodded, realization dawning upon him. He then expressed gratitude, albeit awkwardly, but having the immortal busy with such unseemly tasks. No worries. Lin Ke maintained a friendly demeanor towards these laborers. In chaotic times, lies are as inconsequential as grass, especially in such a turbulent world of immortals. You just need to inform everyone to come here for water. Lin Ke pointed to the room ahead. The left side was designated for toilets, while the right was for bathing. Lin Ke even separated the facilities by gender. However, since the people of the green mulberry garden were illiterate, he instructed Fong Tong to ensure everyone knew how to distinguish between the sexes. Although, in reality, it hardly mattered since they were all familiar with one another. Even among women, there was little concern over such details. You will bring water here for bathing. This area will eventually provide heat, which can be used to warm water. Though not just yet, as we are not ready. If water runs low, remember to inform me or sister. We will accompany you to fetch more. Lin Ke elaborated in great detail, explaining each aspect clearly. I see. Fong Tong listened to Lin Ke and Oppos' explanation, feeling an indescribable sensation within. He sensed that the issue of waste disposal was not trivial, yet he also felt a subtle shift towards a different way of life. Perhaps he could appreciate the convenience and cleanliness, though he remained unaware of their true significance. By the way, Immortal Lin, Fong Tong suddenly exclaimed, slapping his forehead. I just remembered something. He produced a bamboo slip from his pocket, inscribed with characters. This is the weight of the black gold silkworm silk over the past 5 days. Fong Tong respectfully handed over the bamboo slip, his face alight with joy. It has increased by about 1 or 2 taels. 1 or 2. Lin Ke and Oppos' expression brightened at the news. Has there been an increase in production? Indeed. Fong Tong replied with admiration. Your methods are truly remarkable, Immortal Lin. I observed that the black gold silkworms have been growing fatter, and the black gold moths have also increased in size, resulting in more eggs. That and Oppos' excellent. Lin Ke nodded slightly. In that case, Please give me the excess processed black gold silkworm silk. This should be sufficient for me to craft a set of black gold silk inner armor. Alchemy, weapon forging, spellcasting, sewing, insect breeding, formations. Although the original self had attempted these endeavors, Lin Ke remained skeptical. What if he differed from the original? Chapter 48. Blood Sand Frog, of course. Lin Ke was reluctant to practice with the precious Wujin silk. Such a fine material, he preferred to barter, hoping to exchange it for something of greater value. If he could not find a suitable trade, he would then consider trading the Wujin silk for spirit stones, and subsequently use those stones to purchase items, such as supplies for refining tools, to hone his skills in that craft. In Lin Ke's mind, while many professions indeed rely on talent, it is not to say that one cannot succeed without it. Much like mathematics or physics, with diligent study, one may not reach the pinnacle, but at least enough effort will yield rewards. Some inherently gifted pursuits are challenging to master, yet those attainable through hard work are worth exploring. Although the cost-effectiveness may not be high, as one without talent would inevitably differ in quality and consumption compared to a gifted individual, a modest gain is preferable to the risk of exposure. It is crucial to remain discreet during one's formative years. Thus, Lin Ke arrived at the Yuan market. The scene before him was chaotic, yet not in the sense of violence. Above the market floated Yuan instruments, capable of quelling any would-be rioters with lethal force. Though not a riot of destruction, the atmosphere was far from calm. Panic buying ensued. The entrances of shops that typically saw little traffic were now crowded with eager patrons seeking weapons, potions, and spiritual food. Even the vendor area was bustling. Under normal circumstances, the sect and Oppos, as protective formations kept everyone safe, leading to a general sense of security and lack of demand for such items. But that was no longer the case. With the impending scarcity of resources and the looming threat of danger, people were frantically purchasing war supplies. Lin Ke assessed the situation and concluded that he could likely not push through the throngs crowding the shops. He would have to explore the vendor area instead. Upon reaching the vendor section, Lin Ke devised a plan. He found a suitable spot to stand and proclaimed loudly, top-quality Wujin silk, priced at 8 taels per pound. Ideal for tailors to craft inner armor with exceptional protective capabilities. The vendor area was rife with noise, the clamor of trade amplified several times over. As soon as Lin Ke made his announcement, a crowd quickly gathered around him. Wujin silk? What is that? Is it of low-grade spirit quality? It and Oppos, is merely infused with a trace of spiritual energy, but I happen to need a pair of gloves. How much for it? Wujin silk? What kind of spiritual insect is the Wujin silkworm? Brother, you seem somewhat familiar. Many were intrigued by the Wujin silk, while others regarded Lin Ke, feeling he looked familiar but unable to place him. Regardless, Wujin silk appeared valuable to many. Inner armor crafted from silk is lighter and more resilient than metal alternatives. Let us barter, Lin Ke suggested, as he had not come merely for spirit stones. As soon as he spoke, offers began to pour in. I have a section of Shijin wood, suitable for nurturing the larvae of the great horned beetle. A woman in green produced a piece of pale green wood, about the length of her forearm. Shijin wood? Lin Ke nodded slightly and turned to the others. A man in a black robe revealed a porcelain vial, 10 cold needles. Disposable weapons, each capable of immobilizing a foundation establishment novice for 3 breaths. Disposable weapons? Unfortunately, they only last 3 seconds and are effective only against chi refining practitioners. Apologies. Lin Ke declined the black-robed man first. The man took no offense and quickly moved on to seek other trades. Soon, another bid emerged. 30 sheets of bamboo charcoal paper, suitable for writing talismans. A handful of Xianfeng soil, below the low-grade spirit level, a derivative of it. A low-grade broken arrow. 3 individuals offered items of comparable value to the Wujin silk. While these offerings were decent, they fell short of Lin Ke and Oppos' expectations. Just as he contemplated choosing one, he overheard a nearby vendor shouting, a pair of blood sand frogs, male and female, for breeding purposes. Only accepting spirit stones. Blood sand frogs. The name derived from the frog's legs, which, when processed, resembled blood sandwood. The bones of these frogs could be utilized in tool refinement. Albeit the finest bones were merely of ordinary quality. Yet, for Lin Ke, this was precisely what he needed. Do you have spirit stones? Lin Ke smiled at his potential customers, who were equally eager, and began to bid. Lin Ke settled on a suitable price and sold the Wujin silk for a total of 50 spirit stones. He then swiftly made his way to the vendor selling the frogs. Are you interested in blood sand frogs? Called a young boy, a fish basket hanging from his waist. Only 80 spirit stones. A few buyers surrounded the boy, but it seemed a deal had yet to be finalized. Lin Ke squeezed through the crowd just as the boy addressed him directly. Young man, let us see the quality of these blood sand frogs. Someone nearby jested. If you're not buying, I want to show them, the boy replied, shaking his head. He then turned to Lin Ke. This esteemed immortal likely wishes to purchase. He has come specifically. It was evident the boy had noticed Lin Ke's approach. 80 spirit stones is not a trivial sum, Lin Ke remarked. I am indeed interested in the blood sand frogs, but I only wish to use their leg bones for practice and refinement. If they are too expensive, it wouldn't be worthwhile. No way, the boy countered. After a moment and Oppos' silence, he added, You must promise not to kill them. I insist on their proper care. Others nearby shook their heads. The value of blood sand frogs lies in their leg bones. If you 1T allow them to be killed, what use are they? With that, they turned to leave. Time was of the essence. Many were unwilling to waste it on the so-called breeding frogs. The boy fell silent, conflicted. While he could breed their offspring, he could not part with the parents. The boy touched his fish basket, looking troubled. I've cared for them, Big Red and Little Red, for so long. I cannot kill them. It was clear the boy felt pressure to sell these 2 blood sand frogs, otherwise. His expression suggested he would prefer not to. I can refrain from killing them. I will only use them for breeding, Lin Ke interjected. However, my offer stands at 50 spirit stones. He had no intention of purchasing them solely to harvest their bones. Many sought immediate gains, needing items that could directly enhance their power. They lacked the time to nurture breeding frogs through the long process of laying eggs, hatching, and maturing into adults. Yet Lin Ke was different. He possessed the Mud Pill Palace and Lin Silkworm, while the blood sand frogs could not directly hatch Lin Silkworm. If he could create new species through the Mud Pill Palace, it would lead to mass production. The resulting abundance of blood sand frogs would continuously provide Lin Ke with materials for refinement. 50 spirit stones. Deal. Chapter 49. An unexpected success upon returning to the Qingshan Garden underground city. Fong Tong was engaged in explaining the use of toilets and bathrooms to the villagers. Lin Ke had also begun to acclimate to the external environment, no longer needing to remain in the Nirvana Palace. This time, Lin Ke and Oppos' metamorphosis and evolution had brought about certain changes within her. Unlike before, when she was clingy to Lin Ke, she now resembled a child maturing into adolescence. Lin Ke was a part of Lin Ke and Oppos' soul, the spirit of the Nirvana Palace, yet she possessed her own independent personality. Her interactions with Zongya were quite pleasant, and Zongya quickly became familiar with the 6th level. After all, compared to the spirit insect tunnels, the so-called poisonous creatures in Qingshan Garden were rather mundane. With Zongya and Oppos' experience, managing these insects was a simple task. When Zongya brought back the blood sand frogs, she immediately formulated plans and ideas regarding them. The blood sand frog thrived in shadowy environments and had a substantial appetite, yet they were not difficult to raise. Observing the 2 blood sand frogs in the pumpkin-sized fish basket, their eyes adorned with crimson streaks, Zongya expressed her delight. However, it is rare for anyone to sell breeding frogs, as they are often killed for their bones right after metamorphosing from tadpoles. I never expected to find ones of such maturity, though she could not ascertain their exact age. She speculated that these 2 blood sand frogs were likely around 3 years old and would be able to breed by the end of winter. Breeding only in winter? Lin Ke paused momentarily, then chuckled softly. Earlier, while purchasing, he had noticed a crowd around the vendor, yet no one had bought blood sand frogs. He had assumed it was due to the complications of breeding. Everyone preferred to obtain ready-made ones. Little did he know, it was precisely because of this timing. Since breeding could only occur in winter, and they had just celebrated the new year, it would be at least a year before they could reproduce. By then, many of those individuals would likely have perished. No wonder he was the only one making a purchase. Not to worry, I have a method, Lin Ke reassured himself. Fortunately, he had a solution. The Nirvana Palace did not concern itself with seasonal breeding, as long as they were brought into the Nirvana Palace. He could simply place the reproductive organs of the 2 creatures together, and those capable of breeding would do so naturally. Junior brother has a solution? Zongya initially expressed surprise, but then recalled a stinging moth and amethyst beetle, seeming to grasp something without further inquiry. Yes, Lin Ke nodded. Sister, what amphibians do we have here on the 6th level? Although the Nirvana Palace could facilitate breeding, the blood sand frog was not a spirit beast or insect. Thus, breeding it with the black gold silkworm might lead to catastrophic results. He needed to first mate it with other frog species to minimize risks. We have all the 5 poisons and 6 evils here, Zongya pondered. Regarding the breeding of blood sand frogs, I once heard an elder mention that there exists a powerful individual managing a blood sand lake within the sect. It is said that not only are there numerous blood sand frogs there, but also a large population of blood sand mosquitoes and 3rd transformation sunleaves. I suspect that this blood sand lake is specifically designed to produce blood sand frogs for extracting bones for sword forging. I have heard there are many red-striped frogs in that lake as well. We have raised some too, but they are all common varieties. Listening to Zongya, Lin Ke surmised that their flying swords were likely mass-produced using the leg bones of the blood sand frogs. Red-striped frogs? Lin Ke nodded slightly. Please fetch me a few. Sister. Zongya complied and went to retrieve the red-striped frogs, while Lin Ke crouched down to observe the 2 blood sand frogs in the fish basket. The distinguishing feature of the blood sand frog was its remarkably developed hind legs, each as thick as 2 ordinary frog legs, with blood streaks at the corners of their eyes. They resembled toads or bullfrogs more than frogs, remaining motionless on the ground. Daddy, are these red frogs? Lin constrained her neck to look. Can we eat them? Absolutely not, Lin Ke chuckled, bemused. Lin Ke and Oppos' first instinct upon seeing anything was to inquire if it was edible. In truth, she was likely already satiated, yet the desire to eat persisted. I digest quickly, Lin Ke explained with a hint of grievance. Sharing part of Lin Ke and Oppos' soul, she understood the concept of digestion. In her mind, digestion and refining spiritual energy were synonymous. Lin Ke, you must strive harder. Lin Ke covered the fish basket to spare Lin Ke from lingering thoughts. He then smiled, saying, if you produce more stinging moths and amethyst beetles, I can earn more money. The more I earn, the better spiritual insects I can buy for you to enjoy. I can produce 10 stinging moths and 2 amethyst beetles now. Lin Ke and Appo's mouth watered at the prospect. No, save them for later. Lin Ke chuckled. Later. I will provide you with something new, and you can produce more. Why the amethyst beetles? Because they sell well. Why do they sell well? Because of advertising. It was noteworthy that Lin Ke had successfully defended against Lin Kuan and Appo's attack using solely the amethyst beetle during the sect competition. Observant individuals could easily deduce that had Lin Ke not wished to test the mountain-moving technique, the power of the amethyst beetle alone would have sufficed to defeat Lin Kuan. In the days following the New Year festival, Lin Ke also heard rumors in the market about individuals seeking to purchase amethyst beetles. If he were to announce that he was selling them, many would likely come seeking to buy. If he were to shine in the next sect competition as well, the amethyst beetles would become even more sought after. Unfortunately, the amethyst beetle had a low ceiling, merely a low-grade spiritual insect. If he could cultivate mid-grade or even high-grade ones, certain golden core disciples might be tempted. However, now that he intended to delve into weapon crafting, he naturally needed Lin Ke to produce other varieties. This included the new species he was about to breed by mating the blood sand frog. New things? Wonderful. Lin Ke nodded in her adorably naive manner. Then I will practice. Yes, practice. She promptly sat still, her eyes, resembling jeweled compound eyes, lacking eyelids, dimming slightly as if she were closing her eyes. Practicing? Excellent. Lin Ke smiled, choosing not to comment further. Lin Ke and Appo's current practice seemed quite promising. However, he knew that ultimately, Lin Ke would rely more on blood nourishment to enhance her abilities, much like most demon beasts. As he contemplated this, Lin Ke returned with several red-striped frogs. He wasted no time and directly entered the Niwan Palace with the red-striped frogs and blood sand frogs. If the 2 blood sand frogs were to mate directly within the Niwan Palace, they would produce only a single egg, resulting in the demise of both parent frogs. However, if they were to mate separately, as long as the mating was successful, he could obtain a new species. The crucial aspect was that Lin Ke could devour the eggs produced after mating for mass reproduction. Otherwise, if he were to cultivate them himself, who could predict what issues might arise? Let us proceed with the mating. Lin Ke grasped the male blood sand frog in his left hand and the female red-striped frog in his right, bringing them together. The male blood sand frog immediately embraced the female red-striped frog with its forelimbs. Notably, blood sand frogs typically only mated during winter. Yet it was evident that they had developed a desire to breed within the Niwan Palace. To Lin Ke and Appo's astonishment, the red-striped frog did not explode upon mating. It was known that in previous experiments involving mating various insects, the lower-tiered participant typically perished post-failed mating. Could it be that this was the first successful mating? Chapter 50. Revealing partial talent. As Lin Ke had anticipated, the male blood sandalwood frog disintegrated into ashes, while the female red-striped frog leaped to the ground to lay its eggs. This could hardly be deemed a breach of regulations. Lin Ke silently observed the male blood sandalwood frog and Appo's remains. He had promised the seller not to kill the frogs. Yet the male and Appo's death during mating could hardly be attributed to him. As the seller had indicated, acquiring 2 blood sandalwood frogs was for the purpose of breeding. Lin Ke had indeed used them for breeding, albeit with a process and outcome that diverged from the seller's intentions. This did not constitute a violation of his oath. While Lin Ke mourned the male frog, the female red-striped frog, having laid her eggs, also succumbed, leaving behind a solitary red-shelled frog egg. In nature, frogs typically lay numerous eggs. However, the rules of the Mud Pill Palace dictated that only a single egg could be produced. Astonishingly, it had succeeded. Lin Ke picked up the frog egg, feeling a sense of nostalgia. It seemed that adaptability was indeed paramount. The blood sandalwood frog and the red-striped frog had successfully mated on the first attempt, while previous attempts with the stinging moth and the amethyst longhorn beetle had required numerous trials. Perhaps this could be a direction for the future. Subsequently, Lin Ke experimented with another blood sandalwood frog, achieving the same result. The blood sandalwood frog effortlessly mated with the red-striped frog, producing a second frog egg. He utilized his spiritual awareness to retrieve the 2 eggs from the Mud Pill Palace. Zonia was astute. Upon sensing that some matters were confidential after Lin Ke and Appo's spiritual awareness entered his mind, she proceeded to the 6th level. Thus, when Lin Ke emerged, Lin Ke and Appo's eyes immediately brightened, clearly having concluded her cultivation. I want to eat, Lin Ke exclaimed eagerly. However, she had already rooted herself, so she did not emerge from the soil but gazed longingly at the 2 frog eggs in Lin Ke and Appo's hands. The frog eggs were prepared specifically for Lin Ke, so he smiled and tossed them over. This is what I mentioned earlier. You will produce it, and I shall see if it proves useful. From their aura, both were mere mundane items, albeit imbued with a touch of spirituality. He was curious about what would hatch. All right. Lin Ke received the frog eggs and With a few decisive crunches, consumed them. Moments later, she raised her hands, her body radiating with spiritual energy, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Ah!" she exclaimed. And then, to Lin Ke and Appos' astonishment, a single egg larger than herself materialized. "Is it really that big?" Lin Ke gasped. The blood sandalwood frog was merely palm-sized. And the red-striped frog was even smaller. How could their union yield such a large egg? Just as Lin Ke was taken aback, the egg cracked open, revealing a fully crimson tadpole. "Quick, quick, Daddy, it needs water." Lin Ke panted anxiously after producing the egg. "Water?" Lin Ke swiftly enveloped the wriggling red tadpole with his spiritual energy and rushed to the 6th level. Most of the creatures raised here required water. Yet there was no dedicated water pool, as toxic creatures like toads were quite rare. Fortunately, Lin Ke was adept at manipulating terrain, having learned from the old man and Appos' lineage. Previously known as the grass dam, he was well aware of the habits of many toxic insects and reptiles. Upon arriving at the 6th level, which was divided into several areas for different insects, Lin Ke headed to the common insect breeding zone, where numerous insect rearing jars were arranged. The staff from the Qingsang garden came regularly to feed and clean the waste. Next was the dedicated area for the black gold silkworm, specifically for storing its eggs and cocoons. Lastly, there was the water storage area. Naturally, Lin Ke made his way to the common insect breeding zone. Facing the solid walls formed from the earth, he extended his hand forward and took a step. With a rustling sound, the soil parted, creating a new space before him. In no time, a room the size of a basketball court materialized. Without pausing, he created 2 1-meter-deep pools on either side, with a bridge in the middle. He then placed the restless red tadpole into the right pool. "Bring forth the sea," he lightly uttered, gesturing with his hands. In the next moment, a steady stream of water began to seep from the surrounding soil, cascading into the pool. Upon sensing the arrival of water, the red tadpole settled down, quietly floating in its new aquatic environment. There are many precautions to consider with water-dwelling spiritual beasts. Lin Ke mused, feeling a twinge of headache. The old man from the grass dam lineage primarily raised terrestrial toxic insects, with only a small portion being aquatic. Their knowledge of nurturing aquatic life was not as extensive as that for terrestrial species. Lin Ke possessed some understanding, but it was limited to his previous experiences with fish tanks and creatures like turtles and horned frogs. He knew a few things, but not nearly enough. He would have to learn gradually. Watching the red tadpole swim leisurely in the pool, Lin Ke shook his head with a smile and stepped outside. "Junior brother." "What is this?" Zonia approached, curiosity evident in her voice. Lin Ke replied softly, "The red-striped frog and the blood sandalwood frog have successfully mated." Zonia and Appos' eyes widened in surprise as she covered her mouth, exclaiming, "So soon?" Lin Ke nodded. Zonia and Appos' eyes sparkled with excitement. "Does this mean that what you mentioned about refining tools is also feasible?" "Indeed," Lin Ke chuckled. "Sister, perhaps you should also consider studying it in your free time?" Zonia pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "No, I have thought of a method of division of labor." Her eyes sparkled with brilliance. "Junior brother, since we are so proficient in breeding spiritual insects, we need not concern ourselves with refining tools or concocting pills." "Need not concern ourselves?" Lin Ke raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Pray tell." "Refining tools and concocting pills could extend to many other crafts such as blacksmithing, tailoring, cooking, and spiritual plant cultivation. Yet, I recall your remarks about industrial and supply chains." Zongyu began to pace slowly. "According to your reasoning, we should solely focus on breeding spiritual insects, and naturally, others will handle the refinement and alchemy. Are you suggesting that we partially expose our secrets?" Lin Ke frowned. He had previously contemplated specializing in one area and excelling in breeding, but ultimately found it too precarious. Caution. Numerous novels from his past had imparted a crucial lesson: survival leads to a future. Otherwise, no matter how talented a transmigrator might be, drawing too much attention could lead to becoming a target. Even if they ultimately grew powerful, the journey could be exceedingly harrowing. Therefore, his philosophy had always been to conceal as much as possible. "Yes, partially expose." Zonia approached and grasped Lin Ke and Appos' hand. "Junior brother, I understand the hardships you have endured. However, at times, revealing our strength can attract the elders and Appos' attention. Fear not, I shall shoulder this risk." Chapter 51, The Omnipotent Senior Sister? Rewards distributed. Bearing the risks? Lin Ke turned to Zonia. "Are you suggesting I should engage in weapon forging and alchemy?" Zonia smiled. "Moreover, you should become a spiritual plant master." "Spiritual plant master?" Lin Ke nodded. "That indeed sounds like a commendable profession. A spiritual plant master specializes in nurturing spiritual flora. Cultivating insects involves not just the insects themselves, but also their sustenance and byproducts, which is a field of study in its own right. For instance, the issue of food has yet to be resolved in the Blue Mulberry Garden, leading Fong Tong and his companions to capture merely a few herbivorous insects to feed their carnivorous counterparts. Previously, they had to venture out frequently to gather supplies. While we may not achieve mastery, ensuring the daily sustenance of our Blue Mulberry Garden should suffice. Zongyu continued, "Later, I will attempt weapon forging. Although the quality may be subpar and thus sell at a lower price, given the onset of war, even the most ordinary flying swords will become consumables. I need not delve into other crafts. Mastering the flying sword alone will suffice. With the profession of a blacksmith, I could also take on tailoring. Crafting garments from obsidian silkworm silk for personal use and trade. Alchemy follows a similar path. What do you think, junior brother? But senior sister, what about your cultivation? Lin Ke inquired further. If she were to assume the roles of a spiritual plant master, blacksmith, tailor, and alchemist, would she even have time to cultivate? This is something I have contemplated. Zongya gazed intently into Lin Ke's eyes. Your strength is vital. Only when you grow powerful can you acquire more resources. At that point, we need not fear the covetous glances of others, and we might even consider acquiring a few servants to assist us. In essence, you are the keystone. Once you reach a profound level of cultivation, you will become incredibly formidable. As for me, with my ordinary talent, it is wiser to remain safely hidden within the blue mulberry garden. Zongya's eyes radiated determination, prompting Lin Ke to hesitantly nod. Very well. Let us discuss matters here. Zongya smiled and surveyed their surroundings. Junior brother, the water and food here must be sourced from outside, which I find quite troublesome. Do you have any solutions? Solutions? Lin Ke fell into contemplation. He had considered this before, yet the abrupt establishment of the underground world had overshadowed this issue momentarily. If the problems of food and water remain unresolved, the farmers of the blue mulberry garden would need to frequently venture to the surface, rendering the underground city meaningless. What about formations? Zongya proposed. Such formations should not be overly expensive, or perhaps a spiritual artifact could suffice. Alternatively, I've heard of spiritual plants that can extract moisture from the surroundings and release it to the surface. Having survived in the cultivation world for years, her first instinct was to think of formations or spiritual artifacts that could easily resolve their current dilemma. Lin Ke, on the other hand, pondered the principles of air pressure, atmospheric pressure, and other phenomena to create siphoning or similar effects, enabling a continuous flow of water from other locations, akin to running water. However, such methods were undoubtedly challenging to implement, especially since the nearest lake was several dozen kilometers away. The nearby Red River was laden with red silt and could not be used directly, not to mention the presence of ferocious beasts. As for Zongya and Appos' suggested methods, Lin Ke was aware of them but knew they would be difficult to realize. Such resources were not only costly but also required spiritual stones as fuel and energy, which were simply too burdensome. Good formations like the Earth's cicada warm sand formation were scarce and priced high. After much deliberation, the most economical solution appeared to be transporting water from outside. As for food, the situation was similar. I might as well prepare over the next few days and venture outside the sect to investigate, Lin Ke thought, clenching his fists. Going out. In his past life, he had never experienced battle, but after the encounters in this life, he discovered he did not abhor combat. Fear of battle was merely fear of pain and death. However, Lin Ke understood that in this life, he would not reside in a peaceful realm as he did before, in a world of cultivation. It would be disingenuous to claim there would be no battles. Rather than cowering in trepidation, it would be wiser to charge into the fray amid the chaos between the Golden Wing sect and the demon tribes of the Poison Refinement Mountains. While the risks were high, the potential rewards were equally substantial. All he needed was to step outside, whether to leverage his past experiences to find cultivable edible plants, hunt some demon beasts, or seize a territory. Each option bore high risks and high rewards. If he could capture new spiritual insects and cultivate more powerful hybrids, that would be even more exhilarating. Going out. Zongya's eyes reflected concern, evidently aware of some of Lin Ke's thoughts. Junior brother, are you certain? Absolutely. Lin Ke took a deep breath. Now that we have resolved the waste disposal issue, only the matters of water and food remain. I will go out to see if there are any solutions. I aim to address the food supply issue for the 6th layer of insect nurturing while also scouting for other opportunities. But before I venture out, senior sister, I must reiterate your health concerns. Lin Ke had previously mentioned her physical condition to Zongya but had not elaborated much. Now that he was preparing to go out, he had to remain cautious of Li Lu. Fortunately, with Li Li's father, the Yuaning cultivator, stationed outside the sect, there was no immediate threat from him. Lin Ke merely needed to be wary of Li Lu. Moreover, senior sister was safeguarding the Lin silkworms, and he intended for her to produce more red tadpoles, which she could use for weapon forging. As for the purple crystal beetle, they could not neglect it either. Thus, he proposed that for every 3 red tadpoles produced, 1 purple crystal beetle should be crafted. Lin Ke set the groundwork, and Zongya had no further objections. Lin Ke still had around 500 spiritual stones in his pocket, while Zongya possessed over 400. Therefore, Lin Ke purchased a forging furnace and a weaving machine, along with a manual for becoming a spiritual plant master, methods of herbal crafting, a blacksmithing guide, great forge techniques, and a tailoring book, The Essentials of Weaving 13. In the end, his spiritual stones dwindled to a mere 6. Nevertheless, these items would suffice for Zongya's learning and usage for some time. After a busy day, the following morning, as Lin Ke prepared to set out, he was greeted by a visitor. At the entrance of the underground city by the wooden house of the Golden Silkworm Peak, Lin Ke was engaged in conversation with a man. Fengdu? Lin Ke exclaimed in surprise, have you broken through to the foundation establishment stage? Before him stood Fong Du, who had triumphed through trials during the sect competition and had ultimately battled Lin Ke. Although Fong Du only secured third place in the competition, Lin Ke had heard of his reputation, known to have risen from the ranks of the lower echelons. Certainly, opportunities had played a role, but it was effort and perseverance that had brought Fong Du to his current stature. Senior brother Lin, Fong Du bore a jagged X-shaped scar across his face, giving him a fierce appearance, yet he did not seem as intimidating to Lin Ke. I was on the verge of a breakthrough, and my battle with Lin Ke yielded significant gains. His demeanor was stern, but his voice was gentle. I have come not only to congratulate you on your victory in the sect competition, but also to deliver something entrusted to me by Master Yuzhu. He retrieved a storage pouch from his waist. This is your reward for winning the first match in the sect competition. Please verify its contents. Chapter 52, The Poison of Fong and the Amethyst Beetle, Rewards? Lin Ke was taken aback. This grand competition included all outer disciples, and those who were promoted to the inner sect would receive a low-grade Titan giant spider egg. The top 3 participants would be additionally rewarded with a medium-grade glimmering caterpillar fungus, and the first-place winner would receive a medium-grade insect egg from the insect cave. Not to mention the Titan giant spider and the glimmering caterpillar fungus. Just the medium-grade insect egg alone was quite valuable. It is known that a medium-grade insect egg typically costs around 800 to 900 spirit stones, and the price could be even higher for more valuable variants. For instance, while the low-grade variants like the black gold silkworm, stinger moth, and amethyst beetle all differ in price, the stinger moth only fetches around 230 spirit stones, and the black gold silkworm likely does not exceed 300. The price for the amethyst beetle had yet to be determined in the insect cave, but it would surely be at least 300 spirit stones, potentially nearing 400. The price of medium-grade spiritual insects varies significantly, ranging from 700 to 800 spirit stones to over 1,000. Contemplating this, Lin Ke accepted the storage bag handed to him by Fong Du, and, without inspecting its contents, tucked it into his robe. He then smiled and clasped his hands together, saying, "Thank you, Brother Fong. If you are not in a hurry, would you care to join me for a cup of tea?" It would be impolite to dismiss someone who had come to deliver a gift amid such chaos. Besides, Fong Du had a notable reputation and considerable strength, making it beneficial to cultivate a friendship. "Thank you, Senior Brother Lin." Fong Du surprisingly did not decline and followed Lin Ke as they descended. En route, he glanced at the nearby golden silkworm peak and remarked thoughtfully, "Senior Brother Lin's mulberry garden is quite orderly, far from the disarray the rumors suggested. It is merely a testament to the diligence of the farmers. It does not reflect on my relationship with them," Lin Ke replied with a wry smile. "You are likely aware of my enmity with Lilu." Fong Du nodded slightly. "Speaking of which, I came here not only to deliver items but also with a request." The two landed on the ground, and Lin Ke opened the door to a wooden cabin, searching for a teapot, cups, and tea leaves. Curiously, he asked, "What is it?" as he pointed to the ground. The soil began to swirl and coalesce into a table and 2 chairs. "My humble abode is rather simple. I hope Brother Fong does not mind while I search for some tea leaves." "Your mastery of the art of earth manipulation is indeed remarkable," Fong Du complimented. "Haha. Do not jest, junior brother," Lin Ke chuckled, shaking his head as he continued his search. It seemed that despite Fong Du's stern demeanor, he was not lacking in acumen typical of someone who had risen from humble beginnings. Many were aware of the simplest methods to secure the greatest benefits, yet often overlooked them. Sometimes, a few words could foster goodwill or ruin perceptions. Fong Du clearly understood this, as he effortlessly complimented Lin Ke's actions, drawing their rapport closer. "I have come not only to deliver items but also to inquire about purchasing a spiritual insect that you previously used," Fong Du said as he sat down. After some consideration, he added, "I find myself financially constrained and unable to afford the insects from the insect cave. Given the perilous nature of my upcoming venture, I am in dire need of a protective companion. I have observed the excellent skills of your spiritual insect, and the technique of the wet egg hatching master is one I have also learned. In a critical moment, hatching this insect could serve as a life-saving trump card." Fong Du's earnestness was evident, clearly desiring to procure the amethyst beetle. "Oh." Lin Ke poured the aged tea leaves into the pot and, using his earth manipulation technique, added clear water before igniting the stove with a fireball to brew the tea. "So, you wish to purchase the amethyst beetle?" "Indeed," Fong Du affirmed, nodding. "I propose 350 low-grade spirit stones for the amethyst beetle. Would you consider this?" 350 spirit stones? Lin Ke pondered as he took a seat beside Fong Du. "Your offer seems somewhat low." Upon hearing this, Fong Du's expression shifted slightly, and he nervously inquired, "What do you mean, senior brother?" "Though the offer is low, the efficacy of the amethyst beetle may not align with your expectations." Lin Ke shook his head. "Let us settle on 350 spirit stones. Should you feel dissatisfied later, you may return to exchange it." "You are very forthright," Fong Du exclaimed, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Rest assured, I understand that you are a rare talent, and even if the amethyst beetle's effects are not extraordinary, they will certainly be worthwhile." "Then I shall reluctantly part with one," Lin Ke chuckled softly. He had anticipated various individuals coming to purchase the amethyst beetle, yet he did not expect Fong Du to be the first. He had thought that Fong Du and Appos, as reward from the sect, The Titan giant spider would suffice. Thank you. Senior brother, Fong Du beamed as he produced several medium and low-grade spirit stones, handing them over. I presume you have yet to rear a second one. I shall pay now and later. I hope you can deliver the insect to the Baiji garden. Lin Ke accepted the spirit stones, then waved his hand, saying, rearing the amethyst beetle is no easy feat. However, I did manage to acquire several eggs at once, and I currently have a few newly hatched amethyst beetles. They just need a couple of days of care and some insects to eat. Please wait a moment while I fetch the spiritual insect. So you do not have to wait long. That would be excellent. Fong Du and Appo's eyes lit up as he encouraged Lin Ke to proceed. Thus, Lin Ke hurriedly entered Golden Silkworm Peak and made his way to the underground chamber, instructing Zongya to entertain Fong Du while he looked for Lin Ke to produce an amethyst beetle. He had just spent his spirit stones, and to his surprise, Fong Du was providing him with new ones. Fortunately, Lin Ke should have some insect reserves. If not, she could produce them on site. After all, the reserves were plentiful, although Lin Ke typically conserved them. Producing an amethyst beetle? Lin Ke showed no hesitation upon hearing this. All right. She immediately utilized her internal energy, her cheeks flushing red as she began the birthing process. Typically, the insect reserves were kept outside, but after a brief rest, Lin Ke could store energy equivalent to around 60 insect reserves within her body. She would use them directly when needed. Thus, an amethyst beetle hatched under Lin Ke's guidance. With the newly hatched amethyst beetle in hand, Lin Ke returned to the surface. Zongya was serving freshly brewed tea to Fong Du and casually chatting with him. Upon seeing Lin Ke, both turned their gazes toward him. Senior brother Lin, this is... Fong Du immediately noticed the amethyst beetle crawling in Lin Ke's hand. Its body resembling amethyst, with antennae nearly the same length as its body, creating an appearance akin to a piece of art. Yes, this is the amethyst beetle. Approaching the table, Lin Ke conjured another chair and sat down, placing the amethyst beetle on the table. Fong Du's eyes were instantly fixated on it. Thank you for your efforts, senior sister. Lin Ke turned to Zongya, who had just finished pouring tea. Please take a seat. Let us converse with Brother Fong, especially given the recent changes within the sect, which would be beneficial for us to discuss. Certainly. Zongya, after serving the tea, sat down with a smile and teased. Junior brother, you ought to replace these tea leaves. Otherwise, should anyone visit in the future, they would only be offered this stale tea, which would not be pleasant. Haha. I shall change them when the opportunity arises. Lin Ke laughed, then turned to Fong Du. Brother Fong, you may begin refining it to see its effects. At that moment, Fong Du was intently observing the amethyst beetle. Upon hearing Lin Ke's words, he lifted his gaze. Senior brother Lin, this amethyst beetle is extraordinary. A glimmer of delight flashed in Fong Du's eyes as he circulated his spiritual energy, extending his right hand toward the amethyst beetle. The beetle, seemingly oblivious to what was happening, allowed Fong Du to gently lift it. In the next moment, the spiritual energy within Fong Du surged into the amethyst beetle, swiftly refining it into his own puppet insect. The Miaojiang Gu technique, the fundamental method of the Golden Wing sect, indeed possesses extraordinary efficacy in the refinement of puppet insects. Brother Lin, this amethyst beetle has an astonishing appetite. Chapter 53, The Genius List and the Prodigy List. Fong Du's voice bore no trace of annoyance. Instead, it was imbued with delight. This protective power is indeed exceptional. Under his guidance, the amethyst beetle ascended, enveloped in a radiant barrier, a manifestation of its skill, amethyst shell. Fong Du activated the amethyst beetle's ability and, upon observing its exquisite form, his satisfaction grew. Brother Lin, Sister Zong, I am truly grateful. Fong Du expressed his heartfelt thanks once more. Zongya offered a gentle smile. This is all thanks to Lin Ke. Lin Ke waved his hand dismissively. As long as Brother Fong does not mind its substantial energy consumption. Mind? Not at all. A grim smile broke through Fong Du's austere demeanor, revealing his genuine joy. He then placed the amethyst beetle into his golden wing nest and, after a moment of contemplation, continued, Brother Lin, regarding the impending conflict within our sect, I wonder what your thoughts are on the matter? Lin Ke and Zongya exchanged glances before Lin Ke spoke. Sister and I have deliberated on this matter and concluded with a simple phrase: wait for the right moment. Act gradually. To wait for the right moment and act gradually? Fong Du took a sip of tea, his lips twitching at the bitter flavor, before silently setting the cup down and nodding. Those words are quite profound. However, I have a third matter to discuss with you today. With a sigh, he continued. The Law Enforcement Hall has mandated that all foundational disciples must seize a territory or slay a foundational beast or insect each month. And they have issued the Genius List and Prodigy List, which correspond to the combat prowess of foundational and golden core disciples. Every month, we must conquer territory or slay beasts of equivalent rank. The Genius List? The Prodigy List? Lin Ke and Zongya exchanged concerned glances, both frowning. Is this truly the case? Zongya asked, unable to suppress her curiosity despite knowing Fong Du would not speak lightly. Indeed, Fong Du sighed. The true man Yunjiang has a close relationship with the elders of the Law Enforcement Hall. He may pose a threat to you, Brother Lin. Since I am preparing to join the Law Enforcement Hall after achieving foundational status, I felt it necessary to inform you. Reciprocation. Lin Ke suspected that Fong Du's visit was intricately motivated. Had Lin Ke not been worth cultivating a friendship with, Fong Du likely would have simply delivered his message and departed. However, despite Lin Ke being the champion of the sect's grand competition, he remained humble and treated Fong Du with respect, prompting Fong Du to wish to procure the amethyst beetle. After acquiring the amethyst beetle, Fong Du recognized Lin Ke's worthiness as a friend and thus disclosed his knowledge. I see. Thank you, Brother Fong. Lin Ke expressed his sincere gratitude with a clasped fist. Had you not informed me in advance, I would have been caught unawares. In truth, Lin Ke was already on guard. As the prior incident with the black gold silkworm had indicated the closeness between true man Yunjiang and the elders of the law enforcement hall. Otherwise, Li Lu would not have acted so recklessly. Nevertheless, Fong Du approached with good intentions, and Lin Ke naturally responded in kind. This news would likely spread in the coming days, rendering it somewhat insignificant. Fong Du clasped his hands. However, it seems Brother Lin intends to go out. Fong Du had encountered Lin Ke just as he was preparing to venture outside. Indeed, Lin Ke nodded. I wish to explore the area beyond the sect and seek opportunities to engage in battle. Then, why not travel together? Fong Du smiled, adding, my sole purpose here was to deliver this to you, and I too wish to engage in combat against the beasts. By the way, I have another piece of news to share with Brother Lin. At the end of each month, the sect rewards the top 100 on the genius and prodigy lists. Oh? Lin Ke's eyes brightened. He had been impoverished in his previous life, and after over a month of transmigration, his situation remained unchanged. The prospect of obtaining rewards was undeniably enticing. Just call me Lin Ke, and I shall address you as Fong Du. No need for formality, Lin Ke stated. Could you elaborate on this list? Then I shall refer to you by your given name. Fong Du nodded. The prodigy list is designated for the golden core disciples. I am unsure of the rewards. However, I have heard about the rewards for the genius list from my fellow disciples. In simple terms, they include spiritual weapons, elixirs, herbs, insects, and more, varying each month. Furthermore, if one is dissatisfied with the rewards, the sect allows for exchanges for spirit stones. So many types of rewards? It appears the sect is genuinely investing. The prospect of the sect providing support through the acquisition of territory was already tempting enough. Now, with the introduction of these lists, the allure of both fame and fortune was hard to resist. Since I am also headed out, Brother Lin, would you care to join me? Fong Du invited. I am accustomed to solitude, but you seem a trustworthy companion. Shall we form a party? Fong Du was indeed used to being alone. Yet Lin Ke had heard of this disciple's reputation. Now that Fong Du wished to team up, Lin Ke speculated that it was due to various factors, such as his potential and character. After all, Lin Ke understood that one could not traverse this world alone forever. If Fong Du proved trustworthy, having an additional ally would be advantageous, especially since Lin Ke had recently pondered the issue of needing various professions. It would be beneficial if someone capable of handling black gold silkworms joined the Qingsang Garden in the future. Form a party? Lin Ke and Zonya exchanged a knowing glance, their expressions inscrutable, before Lin Ke replied to Fong Du, very well, I, too, wish to venture out and see the world. Brother Fong, shall we? Indeed. Please. As the two ascended into the sky, many others were also hastening away. The poisonous mountain range stretched infinitely, with the Golden Wing sect situated at its southernmost edge, adjacent to the Red River. The conflicts with the demon race arose from the north. During their flight, Lin Ke and Fong Du exchanged information. Lin Ke was not well versed in matters beyond the sect, nor was he aware of the situation surrounding it. Fong Du patiently explained, the southern border of the sect was the Red River, which encircled it, while the southern side housed 13 major tribes inhabited by many mortals. The northern side of the sect was divided into several regions. As they soared side by side, Fong Du meticulously detailed the surroundings to Lin Ke. To the north of the Golden Wing sect lay several other sects, each spanning tens of thousands of miles, comparable in size to the Golden Wing sect. From left to right, the sects were the giant Power Fire Abyss sect, the Cloud Ink sect, and the Emerald Great Brightness sect. However, the distances between them spanned far beyond thousands of miles, resembling blocks placed in a basin, with vast expanses of emptiness between them. The combined area of these voids likely surpassed that of the four sects. Thus, the expansion prospects for the Golden Wing sect were indeed promising. Speaking of which, Lin Ke recalled some signs before the war commenced. He felt certain that the Golden Wing sect would not simply adopt a passive stance. Perhaps they were the ones to instigate conflict and turn the tables? He found it hard to believe that the esteemed elders of the Golden Wing sect had merely been waiting for their adversaries to act. If the Golden Wing sect were to entice the demon race of the poisonous mountain range into action, they must possess considerable confidence. The enraged Cloud Territory Beast Sovereign incited a collective attack against the human race. However, many sects, like the Golden Wing sect, had long endured in silence for the sake of peace between humans and demons. Otherwise, they would have expanded their territories long ago. Reflecting on this, it indeed seemed that this was a golden opportunity for disciples like Lin Ke to develop and strengthen themselves. Chapter 54. The Target. The Boundless Poisonous Mountain Range. In ordinary times, seeking resources and striving for advancement is not impossible, yet it is fraught with difficulty. One must either possess exceptional talent or venture outside the protective array of the sect to compete fiercely. However, an opportune moment has now arrived. While pondering this, Fong Du pointed to the distant sky. Brother, take a look. Lin Ke followed his gaze and immediately spotted several Dao Foundation cultivators hovering in midair. What is happening? Lin Ke wondered aloud. Fong Du chuckled. They wish to venture out as well, but have yet to find suitable companions for their journey, hence they await a team. Lin Ke understood. It appeared many shared his plight, having spent long periods within the sect with little opportunity to venture outside, thus desiring companionship on their first outing. Not only would they watch each other's backs, but their skills could also complement one another. By the way, have you considered taking a position in the Law Enforcement Hall? Fong Du inquired. The Law Enforcement Hall is divided into the Execution Hall and the Guardian Hall. The former deals with internal sect matters, while the latter addresses external affairs. If you join the Guardian Hall like I did, those Li Lu and his son would not dare to target you. The Law Enforcement Hall. Lin Ke pondered. My foundation currently lies within the Qingshang Garden. It may pose some inconvenience. Not at all, Fong Du replied with a smile. Members of the Law Enforcement Hall typically hold dual positions, especially in the Guardian Hall, which prioritizes combat prowess. Your strength far surpasses mine. Joining the Guardian Hall would be quite effortless for you. The Guardian Hall is responsible for external affairs, correct? Lin Ke asked, intrigued. Then this campaign for expansion must surely be their domain. In Lin Ke's understanding, the Law Enforcement Hall functioned like the police. While the Guardian Hall resembled the military, one governing internal matters, the other external. Logically, the Guardian Hall should oversee this war. Indeed, Fong Du nodded. The Genius List and the Outstanding Talent List are preparations by the Guardian Hall, already approved by Master Yuzhu. Master Yuzhu is the Grand Internal Supervisor under the Supreme Elder, overseeing various matters and implementing the will of the Supreme Elders in the Sect Master. I currently lack the strength. Perhaps in the future, I will consider joining. Lin Ke shook his head, recognizing his unstable foundation in Qingshang Garden. Once he had solidified his footing, he might contemplate joining the Guardian Hall to sharpen his combat skills. After speaking, he took out the Shima manuscript. Sketching and writing while flying. That's fine. Fong Du did not press the matter, merely extending an invitation, for everyone has their own plans. Observing Lin Ke sketching, he became curious. Brother, what are you doing? Lin Ke smiled. My senior sister has never ventured out. I am describing the scenery here to her. The view here is indeed splendid. Fong Du nodded, unperturbed, and began to chat casually. Speaking of which, your Wan Luo physique is quite formidable. Although Fong Du usually appeared aloof, he proved to be quite conversational. Lin Ke, however, was not particularly interested in the Wan Luo physique. After all, he was not a Wan Luo. The 3 years of spiritual energy depletion related to the mysterious jewel had no connection to other matters. Yet, outsiders remained unaware of this. As they continued their idle chatter, they gradually soared beyond the sect's territory. Along the way, many disciples accompanied them, all exuberant, resembling a joyous outing. However, as time passed, a chilling atmosphere began to envelop their surroundings. Within the span of an hour, no one remained visible in the high skies. They traversed mountain after mountain, ultimately arriving at the outskirts of the sect's protective array. Before them lay an expansive and terrifying mountain range. Towering peaks, each exceeding 1,000 meters, stood shoulder to shoulder, stretching infinitely into the distance, their summits shrouded in mist. Some mountains were lush and green, others barren, some rugged with sharp stones, and others blanketed in ice and snow. With Lin Ke's keen eyesight, he estimated that over 100,000 mountains lay before them, sprawling northward and occupying his entire field of vision. It felt as though they stood at the apex of a triangle, with the mountain range sprawling outwards to the left and right, overwhelming in its vastness, grandeur, and primordial essence. Lin Ke found himself momentarily lost in awe. Brother, we should descend. Fong Du, unaware of Lin Ke's reverie, had turned serious. Flying high outside the sect was akin to becoming a target. While one could understand if they were at the nascent soul stage, their Dao Foundation stage flight was akin to a mouse flaunting itself before a cat. Nevertheless, they did not descend to the ground but halted at the height of the trees. Here, the trees towered high, with the shorter ones reaching dozens of meters and the tallest soaring hundreds of meters, truly magnificent. The two halted beneath a great tree, scanning their surroundings for any signs of danger. The area was lush with greenery, and sunlight barely penetrated through the foliage. Brother, do you have a purpose for this outing? Fong Du inquired softly. The surrounding silence instilled an instinctive reluctance to speak loudly. Indeed, Lin Ke replied, his gaze sweeping the area. Yet seeing nothing, I have 3 objectives for this outing. Oh? Fong Du nodded slightly. I have but one. Do share yours first, and I shall consider our next course of action. Lin Ke nodded, smiling. The first objective is to capture more spiritual insects. I welcome any and all. He patted the beehive at his waist. Currently, it held only a single purple crystal beetle, but it could accommodate over 100. It would be a pity to return without filling it. However, most of the insects that could be termed spiritual, or anciently known as gu, possessed spiritual energy at the early Dao Foundation stage. Yet, the quantity of spiritual energy does not equate to strength. Many of the black gold silkworms he had were easily squashed, while creatures like the stinging moth could pose a challenge even for ordinary mortals. Thus, Lin Ke approached this outing with the intent to capture as many as he could. The second objective is to seek out valuable resources. Lin Ke continued. Spiritual flowers, spiritual grasses, and spiritual ores are all fair game. His underground city was in dire need of development, and finding unique spiritual items would be a splendid opportunity, whether to sell or utilize directly. As for the third objective, Lin Ke cast a playful glance at Fong Du. That depends on your purpose, junior brother. My purpose? Fong Du hesitated, then frowned. My aim is to seize a spirit spring, as instructed by the elders. Your tone suggests there may be a misunderstanding? Seeing Fong Du's expression genuine, Lin Ke raised an eyebrow. Oh? Just as he was about to speak further, distant laughter echoed. Haha, thank you, junior brother Fong, for luring this fellow out. Indeed. We will ensure you are well rewarded afterward. As the voices faded, 5 individuals raced toward them. Brother Zhang? Sister Ma? Fong Du furrowed his brow. Then sighed. I see now. He clasped his fist toward Lin Ke. Brother, it seems I have let slip some information. Aha, junior brother Fong. You still do not grasp the exquisite nature of power and strength. The leading man laughed heartily. Quick, let us capture this fellow and deliver him to junior brotherly. He will reward us each with a scorpion arm. Gentlemen, let us proceed. They bellowed with laughter. Chapter 55. Encirclement and counter-encirclement. 5 individuals advanced with ferocity, surrounding Lin Ke. Yet, Lin Ke remained unperturbed, glancing at Fong Du. A smile gracing his lips. It seems my junior brother's years of experience in the martial world have not revealed the unusual circumstances, have they? Fong Du gritted his teeth, his gaze darkening. Senior brother, I am well aware of the importance of preserving one's life during my mortal years in the martial realm. Once life is lost, it cannot be reclaimed. Lin Ke leisurely awaited Fong Du's conclusion, while the 5 adversaries across from them displayed expressions of amusement, some mocking, others disdainful, and a few intrigued. But I have never abandoned my companions, Fong Du remarked coldly, directing his attention towards the 5. Zhang Jihua, did you truly think to exploit me? Soon, you shall understand the rules of the road. As he spoke, Fong Du brandished his golden-winged insect nest, from which a recently acquired purple crystal beetle emerged. He then produced his iron chain hammer, emanating a powerful aura of spiritual energy. Do you dare oppose me? The leader, identified as Zhang Jihua, laughed heartily, unleashing a formidable pressure of spiritual power from within. Mid-stage of the Tao principle, the 4 by his side also summoned their inner energies, and oppose, haha, Fong Du. I've long found you displeasing. Fong Du, dear, I find you rather interesting. Let us have some intimate fun later. One of them declared. I shall claim your ground spider. Then I will take that chain hammer. Each of the 4 exhibited murderous intent, withdrawing spiritual insects from their own golden-winged nests. The leader, Zhang Jihua, even possessed a mid-grade spiritual-grade human-faced spider. The tension of battle was palpable. At that moment, Lin Ke shook his head with a smile. It appears I have misjudged you. Junior brother, is it acceptable for you to handle one of them? Handle one? Fong Du was momentarily taken aback, perplexed. Senior brother, this is not the time for bravado. We should retreat while fighting and break through together. No need, Lin Ke replied meaningfully. I am awaiting a big fish. Fong Du furrowed his brow. A big fish? Lin Ke slightly nodded, and then called out loudly. Sister, you may come out now. Instantly, 3 figures appeared in the sky, swiftly approaching. The foremost was none other than Zhongya. Impossible. Zhang Jihua's expression shifted in shock. Our movements have not been disclosed. How could you know? Think about it. Lin Ke tapped his forehead lightly. Fong Du's arrival had been rather abrupt, or perhaps not so much, but his invitation was indeed unexpected. Lin Ke had to contemplate whether Fong Du was acting under Li Li's orders. However, their interactions did not suggest such an arrangement. Yet, to be cautious, Lin Ke had discreetly communicated with Zhongya when Fong Du had invited him to form a team. Regardless of Fong Du's intentions, this was an opportunity. Eliminate Li Lu. Zhang Yang, the true man of the monkey's courage, was bound by the rules of the sect and could not roam freely. The consequences of disobedience were severe. Therefore, if action were to be taken, it would be Li Lu who initiated it, regardless of whether Li Lu would come personally. It was an excellent chance to dismantle his influence and authority. Lin Ke pondered if Li Lu would indeed show up. Extending his spiritual awareness beyond the layered foliage, Lin Ke failed to detect any additional presences for the moment. He then cupped his hands towards the 2 individuals beside Zhongya, senior brother Han Yun, junior sister Han Fu. I sincerely thank you for traveling such a great distance to assist us. The newcomers were none other than Han Yun and Han Fu from the Law Enforcement Hall. Previously, due to Li Li's instigation, these 2 had offended Lin Ke. Although Han Yun, a cunning individual, did not deliberately hinder Lin Ke's silk task, the grudge remained. During the sect's grand competition, Han Yun and Han Fu had witnessed Lin Ke's prowess and the attention he garnered from the Rain Spider True Man, as well as the favor of the esteemed elder Hua Wujing. It is worth noting that while Zhang Yang was indeed a nascent soul, the Rain Spider True Man was also of the same caliber. Moreover, not all nascent souls are equal, just as there are various owners of businesses. Some may manage small village shops while others run multinational corporations. The difference in power and influence is monumental. Zhang Yang was merely one among many elders in the sect. While their strengths may have been comparable, in terms of authority, the rain spider true man far surpassed him. Consequently, the intimidated Han Yun and Han Fu had long contemplated offering their apologies. Lin Ke seized this opportunity to devise a plan. After departing with Fong Du, he had contacted Han Yun and Han Fu, leading to the current reinforcements. Due to the unique nature of his spiritual awareness stemming from the Niwan Palace, he had been vigilant throughout the journey. Upon sensing someone approaching him specifically, he had utilized the Xianmai letter to notify Zonya and the others to prepare for their appearance. At this moment, in response to Lin Ke's greeting, Han Yun wore a smile that appeared somewhat forced. I cannot claim credit for such a great deed. It was merely a small effort from my sister and me, he stated, his expression filled with admiration. Beside him, Han Fu's expression was quite awkward, but she said nothing, merely bowing slightly to Lin Ke. Han Yun then shifted his gaze to the 5 adversaries below. I am fully impressed by your strategy, Lin brother. You even anticipated their numbers. How do you intend to deal with these 5? Anticipated? This is not mere anticipation. It is the result of spiritual perception. Lin Ke, maintaining his composure, gazed at the leader, Zhang Jihua, and smiled lightly. Eliminate them all. Consider it our annual festival for the Poison Mountains. Throughout the journey, he had been observing Fong Du. Knowing that Fong Du was unaware of the true circumstances, it appeared that Fong Du and Appo's grievances with Li Lu were unrelated to himself, leading Fong Du to not think too deeply. However, it was evident that Fong Du was now aligned with Lin Ke. Fong Du, Zonya, Han Yun, and Han Fu would engage the 4 adversaries at the initial stage of the Dao Foundation, while Lin Ke swiftly dealt with Zhang Jihua, allowing him to systematically dismantle the remaining foes. Haha, what boldness! Zhang Jihua laughed, then suddenly the human-faced spider above him melded into his body. Do not think that your myriad leaks can allow you to run rampant. My human-faced yellow spider is particularly effective against your explosive power. As Zhang Jihua made his move, the other 4 adversaries followed suit. Let us test it, then, Lin Ke replied with a smile as he advanced to meet them. Fong Du and Zonya also engaged in combat. Zonya's innate spiritual insect was a jade white butterfly, chosen arbitrarily as the cheapest option to break through to the initial stage of the Dao Foundation. It did not enhance her combat power but merely assisted her cultivation. Thus, she soon found herself at a disadvantage. However, she had summoned a purple crystal shell, evidently having refined a purple crystal beetle. Although she could not match her opponents, her defense would hold until reinforcements arrived. Han Fu was in a similar predicament. Her practical combat experience was clearly inferior to her opponents. Han Yun was evenly matched against his adversary, resulting in a fierce stalemate. In contrast, Fong Du stood out. He had been among the top competitors in this year's sect competition, second only to Lin Ke and Lin Kuan-ming, showcasing remarkable prowess in combat. He quickly overwhelmed a certain senior sister Ma, leaving her pale and distressed. You members of the execution hall have quite the audacity, Fong Du glared, fierce determination in his eyes. If you do not perish today, I shall seek out senior brother Shin and others to seek justice, and we shall see how many of your heads he can sever. Upon hearing senior brother Shin's name, both Zhang Jihua and the others, as well as Han Yun and Han Fu, changed countenance, seeming to regard him as an unparalleled menace. Boom. At that moment, seizing the opportunity when senior sister Ma's concentration faltered, Fong Du struck with his chain hammer, shattering her spiritual protective shield and crashing into her torso. She was sent flying, colliding with a nearby tree trunk and spitting out a mouthful of blood. You little wretch. She extended her finger, ready to curse Fong Du, unaware that his hammer had already swung towards her fated spirit insect, the flower spider ensnared by the earth spider. Meanwhile, not far away, Lin Ke was multitasking. A terrifying earth spike erupted from the ground, soaring from a distance of over 10 meters, to move mountains and seas, to solidify the earth into steel. This was the moment Lin Ke sought to seize. Perish. Lin Ke and Appo's gaze was frigid. How audacious. Zhang Jihua was both astonished and furious. Second sister. At that instant, a fist-sized burst of spiritual energy struck Lin Ke and Appo's earth spike with tremendous force, causing it to shatter into dust. From the unleashed energy came a chilling laugh. Lin Ke, you are indeed astute. Fortunately, I have made thorough preparations. Today, I shall end your life and forcefully violate your master before your very eyes. Chapter 56. The Sword Cultivator. The essence of the clear spring sword. Hearing the voice, Lin Ke immediately narrowed his eyes. Zhang Jihua and the others swiftly abandoned their opponents and retreated to stand behind Li Lu. At this moment, Li Lu was bursting with spiritual energy, and a massive scorpion tail phantom loomed behind him, clearly the manifestation of the newly hatched ape-armed scorpion. You've ascended? Lin Ke replied nonchalantly. Your promotion cannot alter your inherent nature. Only beasts incessantly yearn for mating, controlled by the base instincts of the lower body. It is truly pitiful and lamentable. Li Lu scoffed, producing a porcelain vial from his hand, from which he summoned 5 crimson pills that floated before the others. Thank you, Junior Brotherly. Zhang Jihua and the others exclaimed with joy, swallowing the pills immediately. Follow me, and you shall lack for nothing in the future. Although Li Lu directed his words at Zhang Jihua and the others, his gaze remained fixed on Lin Ke, a smirk curling at his lips. Unlike you, Lin Ke, you are impoverished, with mediocre talent, and a tragically misplaced sense of pride. These are impediments to your future. No, not your future, for you are about to perish. As for me, my father is the esteemed Yunjiang, and I am his sole progeny. Even a mere hint of his power would incite a frenzy among Golden Core disciples. I am currently in the mid-stage of the Tao Foundation, but I shall soon break through to the late stage, and then condense my Golden Core, soaring to great heights. The transformation into the nascent soul is merely a matter of time. As he spoke, Li Lu and Apos' expression grew increasingly arrogant, pointing at Lin Ke. You, too, shall perish here. Along with those treacherous siblings Han Yun and Han Fu. What can you possibly use to contend with me? As he spoke, Zhang Jihua and the others not only regained their spiritual energy, but also saw their auras swell. The pills Li Lu had given them were evidently extraordinary. Meanwhile, the Han siblings, mentioned by Li Lu, wore expressions of distress, while Feng Du gripped his chain hammer tightly, his face grave. Zonia, like Lin Ke, remained expressionless, as if Li Lu and Apos' threats did not concern her at all. Have you finished speaking? Lin Ke sighed. The more you act this way, the more I find you pitiable. Pitiable? Li Lu, who had initially worn a smug grin, furrowed his brow. In the next moment, he retrieved a high-grade spiritual flying sword from his storage bag. The pitiable one is you. You will never even touch a high-grade spiritual flying sword in your life. As for me, should I wish, I could wield a primordial artifact to slay you. As he brandished the high-grade spiritual flying sword, waves of spiritual pressure emanated from it, prompting gasps of astonishment from Zhang Jihua and the others. A high-grade spiritual flying sword. If one were to purchase it, it would cost tens of thousands of spirit stones. Many direct disciples can only use high-grade spiritual flying swords, yet Junior Brother Li possesses a primordial artifact. It seems we have made the right choice in following him. Watch as Junior Brother Li dispatches these wretches. Zhang Jihua and the others displayed expressions of excitement. Lin Ke and Apos' gaze finally shifted, becoming somewhat serious upon seeing the high-grade spiritual flying sword. However, he remained unfazed and looked up at Li Lu. Is that all? Is this lifeless object your ultimate trump card? Seeing Lin Ke and Apos' demeanor, Li Lu and Apos' frown deepened. Since you have nothing more to say, I shall send you on your way. Yet, in the next moment, before the flying sword could be unleashed, a soft whistle echoed from afar. Brother Lin, I have arrived. Accompanying this was another person and Apos' laughter. Brother Lin, do remember to call me for such delightful acts of violence. Before long, a green-robed man flying on a sword and a tall, slender figure arrived beside Lin Ke. It was Huang Fuqi and Shi Ping, whom Lin Ke had met before the sect and Apos' grand competition. A gentleman and Apos' friendship is as light as water. Although the three had only met once, they had conversed amiably. After the competition, Lin Ke had spent more time with them, wandering the festival square and chatting, thus forging a bond. It was precisely due to this connection that Lin Ke understood why Huang Fuqi, the sword cultivator, earned the exceptional favor of the nascent soul elder. Normally, nascent soul elders only accepted Golden Core disciples, particularly those with promising potential for breakthrough. To take on a disciple in the late Tao Foundation stage was indeed a testament to the disciple and Apos' remarkable abilities. Just like Lin Kuan-Ming, who, with a ninth-layer qi refinement, grasped the moon dance intent, was regarded as one of the greatest geniuses in the history of the Golden Wing sect, prompting the Grand Elder Hua Wujian to take him as a disciple. While Huang Fuqi may not possess Lin Kuan-Ming and Apos' extraordinary talent, being accepted as a disciple by a nascent soul elder was already a significant indication of his capabilities. What capabilities? Clearly, the ability to kill. I am aware of the situation from a distance, Huang Fuqi said with a faint smile, first bowing to Lin Ke before turning to Li Lu. Li Lu, your father, the esteemed Yunjiang, is a sworn enemy of my master, the venerable Bai Lu. Due to sect regulations, our two factions have refrained from open conflict, but, as he spoke, the flying sword beneath Huang Fuqi glided above his head. It was a pale green sword, sparkling and translucent like carved jade. My intervention this time is at Brother Lin and Apos' behest, and since you struck first, my actions do not violate the rules. With a casual glance at the high-grade spiritual flying sword above Li Lu, Huang Fuqi shook his head slowly. All show, lacking substance. You do not comprehend the essence of the sword. As these words fell, Huang Fuqi's jade sword soared towards Li Lu, descending with a fierce slash. The jade sword danced and twirled through the air, resembling a clear spring flowing through a mountain stream, winding and twisting, before finally plunging into the depths. You are Huang Fuqi. Li Lu, who had initially prepared to counter with his flying sword, changed countenance upon seeing Huang Fuqi and Apos' sword. He immediately disregarded the so-called high-grade spiritual flying sword, swiftly retrieving a talisman from his storage bag and infusing it with spiritual energy. In an instant, a layer of ghostly light enveloped his body. Clang! Simultaneously, the sound of metal striking metal rang out as his high-grade spiritual flying sword was sent flying. piercing through 7 or 8 large trees before vanishing from sight. Huang Fuqi and Apos' jade sword struck Li Lu and Apos' form, causing the thin layer of ghostly light to ripple. Yet ultimately it steadied itself. A mysterious light talisman? A low-grade primordial artifact? Huang Fuqi observed with a furrowed brow. The esteemed Yunjiang has indeed invested heavily in his only son. At this moment, Zhang Jihua and the others finally grasped the situation. Huang Fuqi, the one who comprehended the essence of the clear spring sword. Zhang Jihua exclaimed in horror. Huang Fuqi did not respond. Yet the name alone instilled fear in the hearts of Zhang Jihua and the others. Brother Lin, Li Li's mysterious light talisman is a low-grade primordial artifact. I cannot break through it. Huang Fuqi addressed Lin Ke, ignoring Zhang Jihua and the others. However, his spiritual energy can only sustain for half a stick of incense. I will ensure he does not escape. The rest is up to you. Understood. Lin Ke nodded, then turned to Zhang Jihua and the others. Run. Zhang Jihua and the others hesitated for only a moment before bolting away. Lin Ke and his group immediately pursued them. They already held the advantage. And with Shi Ping added to their ranks, Zhang Jihua and his group stood no chance of winning. Everyone, keep the treasures from the killed foes for yourselves as a token of gratitude for your arduous journey. The air resonated with Lin Ke and Apos' serene laughter. On this outing, he harbored 3 intentions. Whether it was to capture spirit insects or to seek resources, none could rival his paramount objective. That was to lure the serpent from its lair. Chapter 57, Kill. Lin Ke had long contemplated a resolution to the nuisance that was Li Lu, yet had found no opportunity to execute his plans. Initially, he intended to methodically address the issue once the war commenced. However, the arrival of Fong Du brought forth a glimmer of hope. Li Lu was neither foolish nor inept. But he bore a singular flaw, an excessive penchant for ostentation. When Lin Ke was assigned to Qing Sang Garden, Li Lu was the first to mock and deride him. He reveled in humiliating Lin Ke in plain sight, and therein lay Li Li's vulnerability. Regardless of Fong Du's allegiance, Lin Ke felt assured. This assurance stemmed not only from Huang Fuqi but also from the presence of Master Yuzhu. It was well known that he had retained Master Yuzhu and Apos as contact information in the Xianmai document. In times of necessity, Lin Ke believed Master Yuzhu would choose to aid him. If only for the fleeting glance he once received from the golden-winged queen. Fully prepared, Lin Ke abhorred taking risks, preferring to bide his time. Yet, at times, he could accept a modicum of risk, especially when it concerned the eradication of a formidable foe like Li Lu. Senior brother Lin Ke, please spare me. Up ahead, Zhang Jihua, whom Lin Ke pursued, was utterly terrified. They had initially intended for 6 of them to besiege Lin Ke, or at the very least, 5 against Lin Ke and Fong Du. Little did they expect Lin Ke to summon assistance. Zhang Jihua was well aware of his and his companions' capabilities. Who would willingly serve as a lackey to someone at the nascent stage of foundational cultivation, unless they were truly desperate? If they possessed true strength, they would not find themselves in such dire straits. Having casually practiced for a brief moment, Zhang Jihua realized he was no match for Lin Ke. The current state of his overwhelming fear only compounded his predicament. Very well, I shall spare you. Lin Ke's voice drifted through the air. But you must obey my commands henceforth. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jihua's heart leaped with joy, prompting him to halt while sustaining his protective barrier. By this time, the others had scattered, with Zongya and the others pursuing them, while Huang Fuqi remained to restrain Li Lu from fleeing. Thus, Lin Ke had already chased Zhang Jihua several hundred meters away. Is that truly the case? Zhang Jihua turned back, joyfully inquiring. Lin Ke slowed his pace. Indeed. It is true. My foundation is still shallow. If you pledge your loyalty to me in the future, I shall not impose upon you. Who knows? I might even grant you the opportunity to attain the golden core. Attain the golden core? Zhang Jihua's speed slackened, his eyes reflecting a mixture of joy, disdain, and resentment. In Zhang Jihua's mind, since Lin Ke sought to entice him with the promise of future achievement, it was evident that he wished to recruit him. However, having been cornered to such a degree today, how could he allow Lin Ke to dictate his future? Once I escape, I shall surely expose your actions. You little brat who has forced me to this extent. Zhang Jihua buried his thoughts deep and then turned, feigning delight. Excellent, senior brother Lin Ke. From now on, I am willing. Yet in the very next moment, a long, spiky earth thorn violently erupted from below, crashing down upon Zhang Jihua's spiritual barrier. Simultaneously, Lin Ke's figure swiftly approached, his right hand suddenly thrusting forth a half-meter-long bone spike. The wet egg hatching technique? The stinging needle moth. Lin Ke possessed more than just the purple crystal beetle. He also had a technique he had never previously employed, the stinging needle moth. While the stinging needle moth was not inherently superior to the purple crystal beetle and lacked any noteworthy skills, it did have a single stinger at its rear that could be considered a semblance of a skill. However, as Lin Ke unleashed this technique, it proved remarkably effective. Zhang Jihua, still preoccupied with plotting his future, was taken aback. Lin Ke had never truly intended to recruit him. When it came to killing, he would indeed kill. Crack. Splurt. Zhang Jihua's spiritual barrier shattered, and Lin Ke's bone spike penetrated his eye socket, obliterating his brain. Your desires are of no consequence. Lin Ke retracted his hand and swiftly made a slash. Splurt. A head soared into the air, accompanied by a spray of blood and the spiritual energy erupting from the severed neck. Zhang Jihua was dead. Without waiting for the corpse to fall, Lin Ke swiftly collected Zhang Jihua's decapitated body. Who knew whether these individuals possessed any means of resurrection? It was prudent to take precautions and reduce the body to ash, or perhaps even use it as fertilizer. After all, humans, in essence, were not dissimilar to other spiritual beasts. Their bodies rich in spiritual energy, ideal for nurturing plants or feeding to insectoid creatures. Unfortunately, the Lin silkworm only consumed insects and not flesh, which limited the potential of the stinging needle moth and purple crystal beetle, as they too only fed on insects. Were it otherwise, utilizing such a spiritually rich body to nourish the purple crystal beetle could potentially foster its growth, and if it were to reach foundational cultivation, that would be even better. Go and slay the others. Lin Ke thought little of it, having secured Zhang Jihua's body before resuming his pursuit of the remaining individuals. These people were like reeds in the wind. Having learned of today's events, they could not be allowed to return alive. When it came to killing, he would indeed kill. The weakest among them was not Zongya, but Han Fu. However, even Han Fu, despite her weakness, could still impede the enemy, much like Shiping and Han Yun, who could even suppress their opponents. Yet, Lin Ke's first act of aid was not directed at anyone else, but at Zongya. Senior sister, I am here to assist you. When Lin Ke arrived, Zongya was sustaining her spiritual barrier, warding off attacks from a gray-clad man at the nascent stage of foundational cultivation. Upon seeing Lin Ke approach, the man was struck with fear. Lin Ke. The gray-clad man immediately turned to flee, but was thwarted by 3 fireballs cast by Zongya. Lin Ke wasted no breath, summoning a dozen earth thorns with a wave of his hand. Bang! The earth thorns pierced through the man's spiritual barrier, impaling him from behind to mouth. Upon witnessing this, Zongya exchanged a glance with Lin Ke, nodding in silent agreement, before they swiftly moved on to aid another comrade. In a mere matter of minutes, save for Li Lu, the others had been vanquished by Lin Ke and his allies. They encircled Li Lu. Li Lu, if you come out now, I will grant you a swift end. Lin Ke spoke softly as he faced Li Lu. Li Lu must die. So, you do not intend to spare me. Li Li's countenance darkened, the ghostly light enveloping him casting an ominous shadow over his features. Lin Ke remained silent, smiling enigmatically. Li Lu surveyed his surroundings. Huang Fuqi, Shiping, and others had already surrounded him, leaving him with no feasible escape. I have already informed my father. Do you wish to die? Li Lu barked. His father, the formidable Yuan Yongzhenren, a nascent soul powerhouse. As soon as he uttered these words, Han Fu's expression turned fearful, though Han Yun maintained his stoic demeanor. Shiping, Feng Du, and Zongya remained unfazed, while Huang Fuqi's expression remained unchanged. Your father will merely arrive after you. Lin Ke chuckled softly. Now that the war has begun, do you believe your father has the leisure to concern himself with matters beneath the nascent soul? He too will be overwhelmed. Furthermore, do not harbor hopes of being resurrected by your father's spiritual means. I will reduce you to ash and obliterate your soul, leaving you with no chance of revival. Lin Ke spoke gently. Only after Lin Ke concluded did Li Li's expression truly shift. You, how could you be so malicious? Chapter 58, Li Lu dead. Malicious? Lin Ke waved his hand lightly, and a large bell flew out. This is the bell you gifted me when I first arrived at Qingsang Garden. And you informed me of your intention to forcibly marry my senior sister. The black silkworms of Qingsang Garden typically produce silk weighing 7 to 8 taels. Yet you insisted on a demand of 2 jin. At this point, he glanced at Han Yun and Han Fu. Han Fu appeared somewhat embarrassed, while Han Yun maintained his composure. Lin Ke did not hold these two accountable, but continued. During the sect competition, you directly arranged for someone at the 9th level of Qi refinement to attempt to kill me, but alas, I have forged my Dao foundation. And after that, do I need to elaborate further? Lin Ke shook his head with a smile. In the struggle for power, if one wishes to kill me, they must be prepared to face death themselves. With that, Lin Ke stood leisurely in the air, watching Li Lu with the others. Upon hearing Lin Ke and Appo's words, Li Li's expression flickered with panic, and suddenly he knelt on both knees. Lin Ke, junior brother Lin, please. I was wrong. I should not have been bewitched. Nor should I have coveted the beauty of Zongya. I beseech you, spare me. I am willing to serve you like an ox or horse in gratitude. I will serve you tea and water. Junior brother, I truly understand my mistake. Li Li's face was filled with desperation, tears streaming down his cheeks. Understand your mistake? Lin Ke shook his head. You only realize that you are about to die. Moreover, he could discern that even at this moment, Li Lu sought to cover his true intentions towards Zongya with his desire for beauty, revealing his ulterior motives. If he were to be spared, it was likely he would still plot against Zongya, albeit in a more concealed and ruthless manner. Thus, Li Lu must die. Lin Ke was not one to waver. He understood the importance of decisiveness in matters of life and death. Hearing Lin Ke and Appo's resolute words, Li Lu and Appo's expression transformed once more. First came regret, then fear, and finally a deep-seated resentment. Since you wish to kill me, I shall not allow you to live in peace. Li Lu suddenly raised his right hand, pointing at Zongya. Zongya is the Xian Kuan sacred body. His voice was loud, evidently amplified by spiritual power, allowing it to be heard within a radius of several miles. What is the Xian Kuan sacred body? I have only heard of the Ling Sun sacred wind body. Are they similar? It appears Li Lu and Ampos' intentions were not merely lustful, rather. He aimed to use senior sister Zongya as a furnace. This is a grave violation of sect rules. Upon hearing the term Xian Kuan sacred body, Shiping and the others turned their gazes towards Zongya, while Huang Fuqi and Ampos' expression shifted dramatically. So what? However, Lin Ke and Zongya remained the most unperturbed individuals. They had already speculated about Zongya and Ampos' physique during the onset of the battle. This revelation merely confirmed their suspicions. Although it would have been prudent to keep this knowledge concealed, given the extraordinary nature of a physique coveted even by nascent soul cultivators, revealing it could lead to complications. Yet now that it was exposed, Lin Ke had devised countermeasures. Rain Spider Jinren and Hua Wujing. Brother, what is the Xian Kuan sacred body? Shiping inquired curiously of Huang Fuqi, as it seemed everyone around them was unaware of its significance, save for Huang Fuqi himself. It is best not to speak of what you have witnessed today. Huang Fuqi shook his head, not answering Shiping directly. He turned to Lin Ke and Zongya, gravely stating, "This matter is of great importance. You must not divulge it to anyone. I will share my insights with you shortly." Lin Ke and Zongya exchanged a glance and nodded slightly. Thus, with varied thoughts, everyone turned their attention back to Li Lu. As time passed, Li Lu began to act frantically. He continuously drew treasures from his storage bag to attack Lin Ke and the others, most of which were effortlessly intercepted by Huang Fuqi. Even when Li Lu resorted to self-detonating spiritual weapons, Huang Fuqi was able to shatter them with a single sword strike. Lin Ke now understood why Huang Fuqi claimed that his master, by Lu Jinren, was the only sword cultivation lineage within the sect. Lin Ke and Ampos' own mastery of flying swords differed from that of true sword cultivators. It was akin to an ordinary person throwing punches compared to a trained soldier, martial artist, or boxer. One sword shatters myriad techniques. Although Huang Fuqi was not truly a master of this principle, he had already shown Lin Ke glimpses of the sword cultivation lineage and Ampos' essence. No, die. You all must die. Father, come save me. Father. Li Lu appeared almost deranged, frantically attempting to break free but could not escape the encirclement formed by Lin Ke and the others. Lin Ke and Ampos' meticulous strategizing ultimately trapped Li Lu in a deadlock. As time wore on, Li Lu and Ampos' spiritual energy began to wane significantly. Lin Ke also noted that Li Lu and Ampos' spiritual weapons had nearly been exhausted. He had cast everything from high-grade to low-grade spiritual artifacts, all of which had detonated. Li Lu would rather expend all his possessions than leave anything for Lin Ke and the others. Lin Ke, Huang Fuqi, and Han Yun stood at the forefront, slightly stronger than the others, who remained behind. Meanwhile, the ethereal glow emitted by the talismans on Li Lu and Ampos' body was finally dimming, just as Lin Ke had anticipated. Throughout the ordeal, Li Lu and Ampos' father, Yuan Yongjinren, had not made an appearance. The battle had only just begun, and as a peak master suppressing external domains, he had little time to concern himself with his already established son. Perhaps he was currently engaged in combat with the demon clan. Moreover, the fluctuations of their battle were transmitted over great distances, and those with keen eyes knew that the best way to avoid trouble in such conflicts was to refrain from involvement. Thus, no one came to interfere or to join in the chaos. Lin Ke, I hate you. Ultimately, as the ethereal glow faded from Li Lu, Huang Fuqi refrained from making a move, allowing Lin Ke to deliver the fatal blow. With a swift motion, a head soared into the sky before falling into Lin Ke and Ampos' hand, subsequently stored in his bag. Li Lu dead, the matter concluded, and Lin Ke expressed his gratitude. Thank you all for your assistance. His demeanor remained calm as he executed Li Lu, as if he had merely plucked a wildflower along the roadside, effortlessly and gracefully. There was no expression of exhilaration or vengeance. Brother Lin truly possesses a profound temperament. Observing Lin Ke and Ampos' expression, Huang Fuqi remarked with some sentiment, "It is a pity that Brother Lin and Ampos' unique physique is well suited for sword cultivation. Yet such a refined temperament is at odds with the sword path." No matter. Lin Ke smiled. The distinction between sword path and not is inconsequential. What matters is the act of killing. A method capable of taking life is a good method, although the sword path is noble. Lin Ke saw no need to forsake his essence for it. His core focus should remain on spiritual insects and spells. Brother Lin, since we have ventured out, would you care to accompany us further? Chapter 59, Formation of the Team. Arrival at the destination. A companion on the journey? The question was posed by Han Yun, who possessed commendable strength and a sharp intellect. Although he initially sought to trouble Lin Ke on behalf of Li Lu, he quickly reassessed his stance upon recognizing Lin Ke and Ampos' exceptional nature. An astute individual indeed. Thus, upon receiving news from Lin Ke, he unhesitatingly brought his sister along, aiming to atone for his previous transgressions against Lin Ke and to restore his own reputation. Undoubtedly, he succeeded. If Brother Han is willing, it would be most agreeable. Lin Ke replied with a smile. Let us seize this moment of great change. It is an opportunity for us lesser cultivators to rise. He then turned to Han Fu. If junior sister Han is amenable, she may accompany my senior sister to the Qingsheng garden to rest, indulge in some mulberries, and engage in discourse. His warm tone alleviated the awkwardness that Han Fu had felt in Lin Ke and Amp, Appo's, presence. In truth, Lin Ke bore no grudge against the harsh words exchanged between Han Yun and Han Fu. If he could transform their animosity into support, it would be ideal. However, Han Fu seemed to be overly accustomed to Han Yun and Amp, Appo's, indulgence, planting a thorn in her heart and believing that she had forged a grudge with Lin Ke. In reality, both Lin Ke and Han Yun dismissed the incident. It was merely Han Fu and Amp, Appo's, own discomfort. Yet, Lin Ke and Amp, Appo's, cordial invitation made Han Fu feel a sense of respect. Thank you, senior brother Lin, Han Fu said, her eyes sparkling with genuine joy. She glanced at Zongya beside her. Then I shall rely on junior sister to be accommodating. With my senior sister and Amp, Appo's, assistance, the Qingsheng garden will undoubtedly flourish. Zongya, possessing a high emotional intelligence, found it easy to engage with Han Fu. Brother, I must apologize for my earlier lapse in discretion. Fong Du spoke up, his tone filled with remorse. It was I who took advantage of Brother Fong. Lin Ke shook his head. There is no need for self-reproach, Brother Fong. Besides, you stood by my side even in such circumstances. He then looked into the distance. The conflict has begun. We need not linger here. By the way, he retrieved several storage bags from his waist, obtained from the foes they had just vanquished, including Li Lu and Amp, Appo's. These are the rewards for our collective efforts in battle. Without a glance at the contents, Lin Ke levitated 6 storage bags into the air. This arrangement was previously agreed upon. If they were numerous, they need not sacrifice themselves for Lin Ke, if fewer. Lin Ke and Zongya could forego the spoils for the others to share. Huang Fuqi stepped forward to claim Li Lu and Amp, Appo's, storage bag, then stood to the side in silence. Lin Ke nodded in gratitude towards Huang Fuqi. Li Lu and Amp, Appo's, storage bag was akin to a hot potato. Who knew what it contained? Who could predict how the formidable Yunjiang would retaliate? Yet Huang Fuqi was unafraid. His master, Bai Lu, was the only sword cultivator, and even Yunjiang dared not challenge him. Then I shall not be polite. Han Yun casually approached and took one of the storage bags, followed by Shi Ping and Han Fu. Finally, Lin Ke gestured for Fong Du and Zongya to take one each as well. The spoils were thus distributed. Although Lin Ke claimed no storage bags for himself, his gains were indeed the most significant, for he had eliminated his nemesis, Li Lu. Furthermore, he did not leave empty-handed. He had a plethora of ordinary insects at home, many of which were carnivorous. He would not be morally constrained from allowing his insects to consume human flesh. The bodies, infused with spiritual energy, were perfectly suited to nourish his insects. By the way, esteemed colleagues, allow me to introduce the group, Lin Ke said with a smile, introducing Fong Du, Huang Fuqi, Shi Ping, and Han Yun to one another. Fong Du was already well known due to his prominence in the sect and Amp, Appo's, competition, while Huang Fuqi was said to have been the champion of that year's tournament, a time when Lin Ke had yet to be born. Having fought alongside Lin Ke, they had become acquainted. Zongya and Han Fu prepared to return home to the Qingsheng garden. Among those present, only Lin Ke, Huang Fuqi, and Shi Ping had their own territories. The others were merely subordinates. In Lin Ke's understanding, Han Yun and Han Fu were akin to white-collar workers in a previous life, while Huang Fuqi owned a vast industrial park, and Shi Ping had contracted several mountains for business. Lin Ke, meanwhile, possessed a modest vegetable garden. Most sect members preferred to avoid the burdensome management of their sect and Amp, Appo's, enterprises, favoring the leisurely life of subordinates. However, when war broke out, Huang Fuqi, Shi Ping, and Lin Ke found their own refuge, albeit with varying degrees of size. Han Yun and Han Fu, having nowhere else to go, planned to settle in the Qingsheng garden. Once Zongya and Han Fu departed, the remaining members began to discuss their next course of action. I happen to know of a place rumored to be teeming with spiritual insects. Though I wonder if any of you have better ideas, Fong Du suggested. Previously, he and Lin Ke had been deliberating their purpose for this journey when Li Lu and his associates interrupted. I am agreeable to anything, Huang Fuqi replied, his demeanor generally affable. This endeavor is merely to fulfill my master and Amp, Appo's, request for greater experience in combat, so I am indifferent to our destination. Shi Ping nodded in agreement. I share the same sentiment. The two brothers maintained a strong bond, and although Shi Ping had yet to join Bai Lu's sect, it was said to be a matter of time. Han Yun, smiling, clasped his hands together. It is a fortunate occurrence to travel alongside you all. I am open to any destination. Thus, Lin Ke responded with a smile. Brother Fong, please lead the way. As they traversed the Poison Refinement Mountains, the spiritual energy surged. From north to south, battles raged. Not only the genie sect, But numerous sects were engaged in combat with the demon tribes inhabiting the mountains. Dozens of sects, with countless nascent soul practitioners and clusters of golden core cultivators, were visible everywhere, showcasing scenes of human cultivators clashing with various beasts. In that initial chaos, the Foundation establishment stage seemed insignificant. However, that was merely the beginning. Now, the nascent soul masters rested and fortified their positions, while the golden core practitioners were scarce. It appeared that the most crucial aspect of golden core cultivation was exposure to diverse experiences, and many had departed. Like the genie sect, they had summoned their golden core disciples back, yet none had returned thus far. Consequently, the battlefield was predominantly populated by Foundation establishment cultivators, such as Lin Ke and his companions. Esteemed friends, we are nearing our destination, Fongdu indicated ahead. The group turned their gazes forward, spotting an unremarkable hillock surrounded by dense forests. This site was discovered by my senior brother of the law enforcement hall before the conflict commenced. He has since advanced to the golden core stage, and thus he entrusted this knowledge to me. Fongdu gestured toward the small hill. Within it lies an extraordinary realm, dark and damp yet rich in gathered spiritual energy, providing a habitat for numerous spiritual insects. We may freely harvest them or claim this territory for future cultivation of spiritual insects. Chapter 60. The Mysterious Spirit Insect. Is there another world? Lin Ke scrutinized the surroundings and indeed discerned a clue. One particular tree appeared slightly withered. However, without a powerful mental force or careful observation, one might easily overlook it while passing by. Yes, that tree. Fongdu nodded affirmatively. Others also noticed the anomaly with the large tree. Its yellowing leaves indicated malnutrition. Although it did not seem vastly different from the other trees, it undoubtedly had an impact. As they approached, the group descended to inspect it. And they soon understood Fongdu and Appos' implication. Behold, Fongdu revealed a deep hollow at the base of the tree. Beneath this small hill, there was ample space filled with stalactites and stagnant water, and numerous spirit insects were dispersed throughout various areas. My senior brother had previously investigated. There should be no mid-stage spirit insects here, but a preliminary scan suggests there are about 10. Fongdu was well prepared. He himself was merely a practitioner at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, having just recently made a breakthrough. Naturally, he would avoid excessively dangerous areas. However, with Lin Ke, a formidable peer, and Huang Fuqi, a late-stage sword cultivator, present, Fongdu and Appos' expression was relaxed. I initially planned to find a companion to defeat a few spirit insects and return. But today, with so many of us, it would and Appos' hurt to take control of this place. Fongdu expressed his anticipation. Ping was the first to speak up. I believe that Appos' a good idea. This location is not far from the sect and will inevitably be discovered in the future. Instead of hoping for a continuous emergence of spirit insects with minimal gains, why not subdue them all now and claim this place for ourselves? Hanya nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Let us capture all the spirit insects and occupy this area, which can serve as our insect breeding ground in the future. Upon hearing their words, Lin Ke turned to Huang Fuqi, who had no objections. Lin Ke then declared, let us seize this place. Fongdu nodded slightly in response. Expand our territory. Capture the spirit insects. A dual victory. Thus, Fongdu took the lead, employing the moving mountain technique to expand the entrance sufficiently for one person to enter. Following him were Huang Fuqi, then Ping, Han Yun, and lastly Lin Ke. They entered in single file, and Lin Ke used the same technique to restore the land outside before turning to follow. The interior of the cave was indeed dim and damp, with a stifling warmth perfect for the insects and Appos' survival. Scanning the vicinity with his mental force, Lin Ke could indeed sense numerous insects crawling about. The group descended through the small opening and after several meters, the space opened up significantly. They had entered a distinctly karst underground cavern. There was no time to admire the stalactite wonders as Lin Ke and Appos' mental force suddenly detected a mid-stage spirit insect rapidly approaching from over 100 meters away. Be careful. Lin Ke immediately warned. Close behind him, Huang Fuqi echoed, it and Appos' coming. Everyone turned in astonishment to glance at Lin Ke, seemingly surprised by the strength of his mental force, which appeared even greater than Huang Fuqi and Appos'. Huang Fuqi was somewhat taken aback as well, considering he was already a late-stage practitioner. However, there was no time to discuss mental force. They focused their attention on the approaching spirit insect. To facilitate their observation, Fongdu conjured a fireball, illuminating the creature. Is that a sandfly? Quite impressive. Does anyone have a preference? Surprisingly, Huang Fuqi was the first to speak up. He smiled. I have a senior sister who adores breeding sandflies and antlions. If you all consent, I shall take this sandfly. Naturally, no one else had a particular interest in the sandfly, so they all agreed to let Huang Fuqi have it. Go. Huang Fuqi summoned his flying sword and engaged the sandfly in battle. Leave this to Brother Huang. Let and Appos' search for the next spirit insect, Ping suggested. Let us spread out. If anyone needs assistance, just shout. Fongdu proposed. Remaining together would hinder efficiency. If they split up, they could call for help if needed. as the echoes here should be quite pronounced, ensuring support would not be hindered. The group readily agreed and each chose a direction to hasten their search. Lin Ke cast a casual glance at Huang Fuchi and the palm-sized sandfly before continuing to seek out spirit insects with his mental force. The sandfly was merely a low-grade spirit insect at the initial stage of foundation establishment, likely possessing a talent level below mid-grade. However, there was already one at the entrance. And deeper down there could be even more. Just as he flew out a few dozen meters, Lin Ke suddenly heard the sounds of battle from elsewhere. It seemed Ping and the others had also encountered spirit insects. Spirit insects. If only I could find one of mid-grade talent, Lin Ke thought. His eyes filled with anticipation. For the human race, talent was of utmost importance, and for insects, it was even more critical. After all, while humans could compensate for deficiencies in talent through hard work and intelligence, for insects, gaining wisdom was exceedingly difficult. Without intelligence, it was challenging for them to diligently cultivate. Thus, if their talent was lacking, it became arduous for insects to reach great heights. For instance, Lin Ke and Apos, stinger moth and purple crystal beetle were both rather dull and rarely absorbed spiritual energy to cultivate on their own. He hoped to encounter one with superior talent. Lin Ke continued his search. However, in the next moment, an overwhelming sense of danger surged forth. Not good. Lin Ke swiftly erected a protective barrier of spiritual energy. Bang! The barrier shattered, yet Lin Ke instantly employed the wet egg technique, reinforcing his purple crystal shell. After being struck back several meters, Lin Ke felt a jolt of fear within. What immense force! At the same time, he realized he must remain vigilant in such places, constantly maintaining the wet egg technique, or he would be unable to utilize it in crucial moments. This realization illuminated why some had remarked that his mastery of the wet egg technique was lacking. In a scenario like earlier, a proficient practitioner should have instinctively activated the technique, effortlessly responding to the attack before even consciously reacting. These thoughts raced through Lin Ke and Apos' mind as he expanded his mental force outward. Yet, he could not detect the presence of any insects. Mental force was not infallible. Under certain circumstances, it acted more like a radar, capable of scanning the shape of objects but unable to immediately discern what they were. It was said that only upon reaching the nascent soul stage could mental force transform into divine consciousness, unlocking greater potential. In the next moment, his purple crystal shell was struck once again. What kind of insect is this? Can it turn invisible? Lin Ke furrowed his brow and immediately employed the moving mountain technique. Rise. In an instant, countless stalactites thundered, enveloping the area within several dozen meters, encasing Lin Ke in the unseen creature. Under Lin Ke and Apos' control, the stones began to slowly constrict inward. You may be hidden in the vastness, but when we face each other, let us see how you remain invisible. Chapter 61. Intermediate Spirit Level. Flee. With the invocation of the mountain-moving technique, the earthen walls encasing the surrounding space swiftly converged. However, even with the walls closing into a mere half-meter radius around Lin Ke, he still could not discern the presence of the spirit insect. Generally speaking, spirit insects are not particularly small, as their energy tends to correlate with their size. Yet, this is not an absolute rule. Bang, bang, bang. Throughout this process, the spirit insect continued to strike rapidly against Lin Ke's amethyst carapace. Fortunately, the insect was unable to breach the protective shell. The amethyst beetle was nearly at the intermediate spirit level, and Lin Ke and Apos' spiritual energy infused within the shell was virtually inexhaustible. Let us reduce the size further, Lin Ke thought, and the earthen wall shrank once more. Ultimately, just as the walls were about to press against his amethyst carapace, Lin Ke and Apos' mental energy finally detected the spirit insect. A flea? Lin Ke was taken aback. Before him, not far away, a minuscule black, resembling a sesame seed, was darting about, bombarding the amethyst shell. It seemed to flee since the impending fate that awaited it. In the next instant, Lin Ke unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, conjuring a fireball in the air. The fireball technique has numerous variations. Some practitioners can enlarge, shrink, or even cause the fireball to explode. However, as Lin Ke had yet to refine his fire techniques, he could not wield such control. Nevertheless, he compensated for this limitation with sheer quantity. Boom. 7 or 8 fireballs immediately appeared, filling the area where the flea resided. Yet, this flea was no ordinary creature. A thin layer of spiritual energy shield enveloped its bristly exterior. Lin Ke and Apos' fireball technique, akin to that of a novice, could barely singe the flea, which was also at the foundation stage. Indeed, this flea was a spirit insect of the same cultivation level. Despite its feeble aura confined within such a small space, Lin Ke could faintly perceive it was an intermediate spirit-level flea. What a prize! He pondered whether it could reproduce. Lin Ke squinted. He utilized the mountain-moving technique and the ground steel technique once more, further constricting the flea and Apos' area of movement. The flea seemed to sense its life was in peril, intensifying its assault on Lin Ke and Apos' amethyst shell. Yet, realizing the shell and Apos' formidable hardness, it redirected its onslaught towards the earthen wall reinforced by the ground steel technique. Boom, boom, boom. The wall trembled under the assault, but remained intact. After all, this was a spell Lin Ke had employed for quite some time. While not masterful, he was certainly proficient. If not adept, even if the reinforced wall sustained some damage, he would promptly restore it. Such was the advantage of abundant spiritual energy. The flea, being inherently diminutive, found itself outmatched by Lin Ke, whose foundation stage prowess far exceeded its own. It was worth noting that the flea and Appos' optimal strategy should be stealth rather than direct confrontation, as its aura had diminished to a barely perceptible level, likely detectable only by a keen spirit sense, something foundation stage cultivators could scarcely achieve. At this moment, the flea appeared to have exhausted much of its spiritual energy, its speed gradually diminishing. Lin Ke hastily withdrew some fireballs to avoid incinerating the sesame-sized flea. However, the flames remained alight. His intention was to deplete the flea and Appos' spiritual energy before capturing it in the nest of the golden-winged insect. The flea seemed to comprehend its imminent fate, its movement slowing further until it came to rest in the center of the earthen box Lin Ke had conjured, quietly resisting the flames. Seeing this, Lin Ke immediately enveloped the flea with his mental energy, then broke open the box with his right hand, firmly grasping the flea. It attempted to struggle, but Lin Ke and Appos' overwhelming spiritual energy surged forth. Yunjiang technique. Refinement. Lin Ke rarely exerted himself so vigorously to refine a spirit insect. The only spirit insect he had previously refined was the Lin silkworm, following which he could effortlessly manipulate all its creations. Now, the resistance emanating from this tiny flea was far more vigorous than Lin Ke had anticipated. With no alternative means, it would have to submit willingly. Lin Ke scoffed, his eyes radiating white light. His formidable spiritual power manifested as a pressure that combined with his spiritual energy to suppress the flea. Within mere seconds, Lin Ke sensed the flea and Appos' resistance waning. Yet it persisted. Lin Ke barked a command, and his immense will surged forth, crashing against the flea. In the depths of the void, a sound akin to a crack reverberated, finally shattering the flea and Appos' mental defenses. The unique spiritual energy of the Yunjiang technique transformed into a Gu character seal, deeply inscribing itself into the flea and Appos' very soul. The capture was complete. After a grueling 10 minutes, Lin Ke successfully subdued the flea. Excellent. Sensing the intermediate spirit-level talent of the flea, Lin Ke felt immense satisfaction. He opened his palm, and the flea weakly leapt, subsequently concealing itself within Lin Ke and Appos' hair. Its concealment capabilities were commendable. Lin Ke nodded slightly. If utilized correctly, this flea could serve as a potent weapon. After all, not all spirit insects were meant for reproduction. If inherently strong, mating might prove counterproductive. However, further testing of the flea and Appos' characteristics would be necessary. If it proved to be of little utility, it could be considered for reproduction. If it remained at its current level, it would only be capable of stealth, ambush, and surprise attacks, lacking in strength and defense. Thus, it was best to retain it for now and reassess later. Nonetheless, it was a worthwhile acquisition. Lin Ke beamed with joy. The primary objective of this expedition was to deal with Lilu, followed by the collection of spirit insects. At least he had successfully captured an intermediate spirit-level flea, his first of such caliber. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding earthen walls collapsed, and he continued his exploration. The cavern was deep and dark, with many areas obscured from his view. His visual range was limited compared to the breadth of his mental energy. Yet, this was not entirely detrimental. Although the cavern expanded as one descended, the scarcity of visitors suggested that Lin Ke and Appos' emanation of spiritual energy, blood, and carbon dioxide would undoubtedly attract insects. The flea he had just captured continuously conveyed a desire to feed on Lin Ke and Appos' blood, though he swiftly restrained it. The bodies and blood of cultivators are replete with copious amounts of spiritual energy, akin to the treasures possessed by spirit beasts. Humans seek to consume beasts, and beasts, in turn, desire to feast upon humans. Suddenly, Lin Ke noticed a flicker of blue light rotating in the distance. The swirling movement was caused by the wind, but the luminescence was peculiar. He could even sense a faint allure emanating from the glowing points. Thus, he propelled himself toward the source, unleashing his mental energy. Hiss. To his surprise, as his mental energy surged forth, the luminous area erupted in a chorus of roars. Spirit insects. And not just one. Lin Ke narrowed his eyes, his amethyst carapace unwavering, as a flying sword materialized in his hand. He resolved to capture every last one of these spirit insects. Chapter 62. Young Master. Come to my humble abode. These ethereal insects reminded him of a creature from his past life, the luminescent silk moth, also known as the spectral curtain bug. The larvae of this moth typically reside in caves, capable of spinning long threads. These threads are adorned with viscous droplets, forming shimmering beaded curtains. The larvae meticulously craft these traps to ensnare small flying insects that are drawn to them. Their lifespan is but a year. Most of this time is spent in the larval stage, after which they undergo metamorphosis and emerge as adult moths resembling large mosquitoes. Adult moths lack mouths and cannot feed. Their sole purpose is to mate and lay eggs before exhausting their final strength. It is said that after mating and laying eggs, the adult moths will use their last ounce of energy to crash into the silk threads, sacrificing themselves as sustenance for their offspring. In his previous life, the spectral curtain bug was an unremarkable creature. However, in this moment, Lin Ke found himself exceedingly covetous of these insects, to the point of hesitating to use them for breeding in the Mud Pill Palace. Such was their allure. The natural world offers myriad attractions for insects: light, scent, water, and warmth among them. Lin Ke had previously contemplated luring insects using these means, perhaps even attracting some exotic or spiritual species. Yet, the constraints of time, coupled with his own frailty and lack of combat experience, prevented him from doing so. Furthermore, the Great Protective Array restricted access, allowing only ordinary insects to enter, while those with even a hint of spiritual energy were barred. Thus, his plans remained unrealized. Now, faced with the natural allure of these insects, Lin Ke could not let the opportunity slip away. Moreover, these were all mid-grade spiritual spectral curtain bugs. If the larvae were already mid-grade spiritual beings, what would they become upon metamorphosis? How splendid! Many spiritual insects fail to mask their innate qualities, rendering their grades easily discernible. Lin Ke approached the radiant curtain with a sense of relief. Humans, endowed with wisdom, often find it difficult to discern the grades of one another. Spirituality, innate quality, and comprehension all must be revealed through certain means. In contrast, many creatures, such as insects, possess such low intelligence that they can instinctively sense the approximate grade of their kind. They can differentiate between low, mid, and high-grade spiritual beings. However, humans are different. Originally, Lin Ke possessed a high-grade spiritual quality, and now, fused with his own soul, it was likely that his innate quality had ascended further. Yet, without the aid of specialized spiritual tools, this transformation remained imperceptible. This explains why everyone believed that Lin Ke's restoration of cultivation was due to his unique physique rather than a change in innate quality. To think, all of these are mid-grade spiritual beings. As he pondered, Lin Ke arrived at an opening where a gentle airflow meandered. The spectral curtain bugs hung upside down, swaying their crystalline, luminous threads. These threads cascaded vertically, each measuring over 2 meters in length, while the insects at the top were each about the size of a palm. Such large creatures. As Lin Ke drew near, the insects seemed to sense his approach, swiftly commencing to sway their pendant-like threads. In the next instant, these pendants were hurled toward Lin Ke, aiming to ensnare him. Despite the multitude of insects within the cave, many spiritual insects maintain boundaries with one another. Ordinary insects entering this realm often meet a swift demise, devoured by carnivorous creatures. This explains the scarcity of common mosquitoes and insects within this cave, shaped by the unique terrain. Although the mid-grade spectral curtain bugs lacked special means of attack, relying solely on their liquid threads to ensnare prey, many spiritual insects are not so easily trapped. This impulsiveness led the spectral curtain bugs to disregard the size and strength of their quarry upon sensing a living being. With a thought, Lin Ke caused the rocks at the cave's entrance to rumble, creating a series of slightly calcified, moist stalactites that separated the spectral curtain bugs one by one. The insects, seemingly of particularly low intelligence, abandoned their pursuit of Lin Ke, opting instead to feign death in place. Lin Ke easily encapsulated the spectral curtain bugs, transforming them into individual boxes while severing their threads. This was rather convenient. Lin Ke smiled, extending his right hand toward the first spectral curtain bug. The insect made no attempt to resist. It continued to feign death. Territory of the Miao Jianggu technique. To Lin Ke's astonishment, the first spectral curtain bug was seamlessly refined by him. So effortless? Lin Ke was taken aback. He had not anticipated such ease with no resistance at all. Thus, he repeated the process, refining a total of 26 spectral curtain bugs. However, just as he finished with the last one, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Young master, are you satisfied?" The voice was soft and soothing, akin to a fluffy cotton candy melting in one's mouth. Yet, in an instant, Lin Ke felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. This voice had directly breached his mental defenses and resonated within his mind. Cold sweat immediately trickled down his temples. He reacted swiftly, cupping his hands and loudly proclaiming to the surroundings, "I had no knowledge of your esteemed presence, and I did not intend to disturb you. I shall take my leave at once." With that, Lin Ke turned, summoning 2 dragonfly wings from his back. This was a spell he had previously chosen. It had originally been a technique, but due to its high spiritual energy consumption, it had been elevated to a spell. Although it required significant energy, the dragonfly dash technique was still relatively swift compared to many other escape spells. The consumption of spiritual energy was the least of Lin Ke's concerns, hence his choice of this technique. Now, spiritual energy surged within him, propelling his speed to remarkable heights. Dragonfly dash? Yet, after advancing only a few meters, the voice resounded once more. "Young master, why not come and sit with me?" The voice was sweet and inviting, reminiscent of a woman stretching after a long slumber. No sooner had the words left her lips than Lin Ke felt his body come to a halt. The surrounding space abruptly solidified, rendering him as immobile as an insect trapped in amber. Lin Ke's heart raced with alarm. In the next moment, he felt the air around him begin to flow, gently propelling him backward. "Young master, you have accepted my crystal curtain. Why not stay and become my spectral curtain? I have a fondness for blood. Let us use your fresh blood to craft the crystal curtain." A gentle laughter echoed in his mind. Lin Ke's body turned cold, yet he could not utter a single word. Hidden within this cave, near the sect, was a formidable being. Lin Ke quickly suppressed his inner terror, contemplating an escape plan. That's right. Lin Ke recalled the mountain-moving technique and the ground-solidifying technique he had employed during the sect competition. At that time, his spiritual energy had been dispersed across numerous spikes, rendering each one less formidable. However, during his tussle with Lilu, he had managed to concentrate his energy into a single spike, allowing him to engage in a fierce battle. Concentration. Now, he needed to consolidate his power. Only then could he unleash the might of a golden core strike and escape. Lin Ke's gaze sharpened, his internal spiritual energy surging violently, akin to a roaring river. Concentrate. Peak power. Chapter 63. Escape and negotiation. One must break free. Lin Ke was acutely aware of the imminent danger. The woman's voice, though seemingly gentle, resembled a cordial invitation to visit, yet in such a context, it was highly likely a seduction intended to lull him into a false sense of security. As for whether she was someone Lin Ke recognized, absolutely not. Neither he nor anyone he knew had ever heard her voice. The probability of her being the golden-winged queen, whom he had caught a fleeting glimpse of, was exceedingly slim. While the golden-winged queen had indeed glanced at him, her identity as the founding patriarch's innate spirit beast bestowed upon her formidable powers, and judging by the nature of the annual ceremony, her voice and tone would not be so trivial. Of course, this did not definitively rule out that the speaker could be the golden-winged queen, but the odds were decidedly against it. Thus, escape was imperative. Lin Ke's mental focus surged to unprecedented levels, and his spiritual energy began to boil with intensity. Previously, he had only dared to utilize a fraction of his power to conceal his talents and avoid detection. Now, however, in the face of death, he had to unleash his spiritual energy in an instant to seize a fleeting opportunity for escape. The mysterious woman, while powerful, had not reached the level of the golden-winged queen, who could freeze the entire annual ceremony square. It appeared she was manipulating the air and controlling the wind, restricting Lin Ke's movement. This indicated that he had a chance to break free. Gathering his strength into a singular point, he unleashed peak power. With a determined shout, Lin Ke's body erupted in a fine mist of blood from every pore, blood streaming from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. The force of his spiritual energy surged forth. Boom! Stalactite-like spikes shattered the thickened air, crashing against the cavern walls like tumultuous waves. In that instant, a distant gasp and the shrill cry of some insect echoed through the air. Opportunity. Tears of blood streamed from Lin Ke's eyes. Yet he did not wipe them away. Instead, he channeled his spiritual energy into his back. Dragonfly dash? Originally sporting only 2 dragonfly wings, he now sprouted 4. Tinged with a faint hue of crimson, his speed surged dramatically. Whoosh! The previously stagnant air parted, and Lin Ke transformed into a streak of azure and blood mist, darting towards the distance. Simultaneously, the once gentle feminine voice now morphed into a chilling and terrifying shriek. Stop. I want to feast. I crave flesh and blood. I am famished. I shall consume you. Damn it. The air suddenly surged, transforming into colossal hands reaching forward, seemingly intent on capturing Lin Ke. Yet, at that moment, he had already reached the entrance through which they had entered. Hurry. There is a nascent soul powerhouse here. Lin Ke shouted, his voice echoing throughout the cavern. The cavern teemed with spiritual insects, growing wider as one descended, resembling a pyramid. Just moments ago, Huang Fuqi and his companions must have ventured deeper to capture the spiritual insects. Though facing imminent peril, Lin Ke still sought to warn others when possible. Just then, as if responding to his voice, echoes reverberated from the depths of the cavern. Nascent soul powerhouse. This cave is extraordinary. Flee quickly. Lin, your righteousness is commendable. You do not forget to inform us in this critical moment. Though the others were far off, they hastily began to retreat upon hearing Lin Ke's warning. They were unaware of the true nature of the cave. The location was simply conveyed to Fong Du by his senior brother, and it was somewhat concealed. The reality had never been thoroughly investigated. Even if it had been, no one paid it heed, nor did they delve deeper. After all, this was adjacent to the Golden Wing sect. With so many powerful beings around the Golden Wing sect, Fong Du's senior brother likely never considered that a formidable entity resided deep within the cavern. To remain hidden in the same realm, particularly near the Golden Wing sect, which primarily practiced the Miaojianggu technique, was exceedingly difficult. Either the owner of that feminine voice possessed unique abilities, or this unknown existence was stronger than a nascent soul. Perhaps even beyond the fusion stage. Contemplating this, Lin Ke accelerated even further, blood streaming from his body, his spiritual energy rapidly depleting. In mere moments, he reached the spot where he had entered. At this juncture, the pursuing air currents began to wane, becoming gentle as a breeze, no longer hindering Lin Ke's movement. Meanwhile, cries continued to emanate from the depths of the cavern. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Yunjiang. Yunjiang. I shall feast upon your flesh and blood. Devour your offspring. Humans. Humans. Release me. Release me. The relentless voices from the depths of the cavern sent various insects into a frenzy, scurrying and flitting about in panic. Some spiritual insects darted in all directions. Yet not a single one headed toward the cave entrance, as if something terrifying loomed within. Lin Ke gazed at the scene, heart pounding with trepidation. In the distance, Huang Fuqi and his companions hastened their pace, arriving at the cave entrance, peering inside with bated breath. A formidable entity was indeed imprisoned here. Huang Fuqi furrowed his brow deeply. Such a powerful existence, yet the sect remains unaware? Should we report this to the sect? Han Yun's expression grew grave. An entity of this caliber residing within the cavern is akin to a ticking time bomb. Should we inform the higher-ups of the sect? Upon hearing this, the group fell into contemplative silence, no one daring to speak. Lin Ke narrowed his eyes at the situation. Should they inform the sect? Certainly not. In fact, they should seize this location for themselves. Regardless of whether this being was human or beast, if they grew powerful in the future, could they not subdue her? Moreover, they could foresee that since such an existence was imprisoned here, there were undoubtedly more extraordinary aspects awaiting their discovery. Who would be willing to divulge such a treasure to others? Yet, every person harbored a moral compass, each fearing that should they fail to report to the sect, there could be dire consequences. Observing this, Lin Ke finally spoke. Once we grow powerful, the sect will naturally grow stronger as well. As Lin Ke spoke, the others immediately focused their attention on him. He smiled. My dear brothers, to be frank, I am disinclined to report this place. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Who would want to? None of them wished to. Therefore, we shall not report it. Lin Ke gestured to their surroundings, his eyes gleaming with determination, as I have said. The power of the sect and the strength of its disciples are inextricably linked. The strength of others is our strength, and our strength is their strength. So why should we relinquish the territory we discovered? Let us seize this place, occupying a radius of 1 mile and guarding it for 10 days. At that time, this land shall be our domain. Chapter 64, Alliance. Occupying the cave. To occupy a radius of 1 mile and hold it for 10 days? The hearts of several individuals jolted with realization of Lin Ke's intentions. Previously, the Rain Spider Master had announced that any sect disciple who could occupy a territory of 1 mile and maintain control for 10 days would claim it as their own. This was a call to encourage disciples to venture forth and expand their domains. However, the location they currently occupied was merely a short distance from their sect. Devoid of significant resources, it primarily housed ordinary insects and beasts with very few spiritual creatures. Consequently, when they encircled and killed Li Lu, no one bore witness. This lack of occupation meant that most individuals had ventured to distant realms where a nascent soul master maintained order. While occupying this area for 10 days was feasible, it was not without its risks. The thought of claiming such a perilous place left Ping and the others feeling astounded by Lin Ke's audacity. Brother Lin, do you propose that we seize this place, waiting until we cultivate to a more profound level in the future? Fong Du's face bore a flicker of intrigue. We are 5, yet that formidable being is but 1. How shall we divide it? It must be said that Fong Du exhibited remarkable courage, as he immediately aligned his thoughts with Lin Ke's. However, the issue of selection remained a conundrum, for only one person could claim the territory. Hence, silence enveloped the group. Lin Ke then proposed, Brother Huang possesses the strongest capabilities and is on the verge of reaching the Golden Core stage. I suggest we put him forward as our leader, ensuring that he can look after us in the future. Huang Fuqi, a sword cultivator and disciple of the esteemed Bai Lu, a nascent soul master, would be best suited to develop into a Golden Core cultivator and provide care thereafter. The first to prosper shall assist the rest. However, upon hearing Lin Ke's words, Huang Fuqi shook his head. On the contrary, Brother Lin is actually more suited than I. Ping echoed, what my senior brother states is true. Brother Lin is indeed more fitting than us. He turned to Fong Du and Han Yun. We have gathered here under Brother Lin's leadership, and he even thought to inform us in his time of peril. I am inclined to trust Brother Lin. Fong Du and Han Yun nodded in agreement. It is known that when pursued by a ferocious beast, one must not only outrun the predator, but also their fellow travelers. This principle holds true in the world of cultivation. When peril arises, many abandon their companions in a desperate bid for survival, often leaving their allies behind. Yet, Lin Ke was remarkably forthright, shouting to alert everyone to flee, allowing them to abandon their skirmishes with insects and escape. I concur, Fong Du affirmed. I ventured forth upon hearing of Brother Lin's righteous character, and indeed, he has proven to be just. Han Yun nodded vigorously. It is indeed the case. We are gathered here due to Brother Lin, and it is only fitting that he serve as the bond among us. Thus, all eyes turned to Lin Ke. Huang Fuqi smiled. Brother Lin, why not establish an organization with us? Should others join us later, we can share both joys and hardships. He sighed. Most of my master's disciples are free-spirited, with many at the Golden Core stage. I am often solitary. At times, I yearn for dependable brothers to accompany me on this journey. Typically reserved, Huang Fuqi's willingness to assist Lin Ke stemmed from surprise at his talent, compounded by Lin Ke's previous defiance against Li Lu, which garnered the support of both Huang Fuqi and Ping. Faced with this change of circumstances, their thoughts aligned. Although the resources here were abundant, Lin Ke proved to be a trustworthy leader, unlikely to betray friends or mentors for personal gain. Thus, he was deemed the most suitable occupant of this territory. Then let us swear by our blood, Lin Ke declared, unpretentious. He had no intention of deception. In the long path of cultivation, having a few close friends to support one another toward greater heights is indeed a blessing. He extended his hand, conjuring 5 stone cups out of thin air, and filled them with water using the sweet rain technique. He was the first to drip 5 drops of blood into each cup, with the others following suit. They then raised their cups. May we strive together in the future. Lin Ke mused. The journey ahead is long, and we shall seek knowledge and growth. Well said. Huang Fuqi praised. Shi Ping added, from the outset. I felt a connection with Brother Lin. Now that we 5 are like brothers, we must cultivate our bond further. He nodded toward Han Yun and Fong Du. Han Yun and Appos, S face radiated joy. I am but a minor cultivator from the law enforcement hall, and with your support, I shall strive not to lag behind. I too. Fong Du echoed. Within the sect, there are numerous groups and organizations. It is fortuitous that we 5 have converged here. We shall ascend to greater heights together. The 5 exchanged knowing smiles, then simultaneously raised their cups to drink the blood-infused water. Blood is thicker than water, though not sworn brothers by title. Their bond was scarcely different. As previously stated, they would share joys and sorrows, striving together. To our pact, they exclaimed. Cheers. Cheers. This simple ritual significantly deepened their brotherly affection. Such is the nature of men, that can risk their lives for those they have just met, or dedicate their lives to the causes of those they have never encountered. For instance, during the Three Kingdoms period, figures like Jiang Wei, despite never having met Liu Bei or Zhuge Liang, fought valiantly for the restoration of the Han dynasty. By the way, Brother Lin, have you encountered that nascent soul master? Shi Ping inquired, glancing toward the cave they had escaped, though the cave had diminished in size due to Lin Ke and Appos' influence. The subtle movements of air and the emergence of mindless insects hinted at unrest within. Not yet, Lin Ke replied gravely, recounting his previous observations. However, I believe that should we face an insurmountable foe in the future, we might attempt to lure them into this cave. At this suggestion, the others nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, if we encounter an unbeatable adversary, be it a golden core or nascent soul master, or even someone from within the sect, we could devise a trap for them. Shi Ping stroked his chin thoughtfully. I shall revisit the scriptures in the repository to ascertain the identity of the nascent soul master below us. Knowing who they are would certainly benefit us. Then I shall mark this location, Lin Ke affirmed, producing his sect disciple token, channeling his spiritual energy into it. He tossed it into the sky. In an instant, an inexplicable aura enveloped a 1-mile radius, akin to how animals like tigers delineate their territory through scent. Lin Ke was declaring that this area now had an owner. Chapter 65. Insects. A few individuals enthusiastically engaged in a discussion regarding the future of the alliance. Lin Ke oversaw the Qingshan Garden, Huang Fuqi managed the Jinghe River, and Shi Ping was in charge of Bixia Peak. Huang Fuqi, a formidable sword cultivator, possessed a powerful backing from his sect. Shi Ping, with his extensive management experience, had efficiently governed Bixia Peak. As for Lin Ke, his combat prowess was well acknowledged. And with Han Yun having adeptly cared for the black gold silkworms in Qingshan Garden, the others held him in high regard. Fong Du, having grown up in the mortal realm, was known for his sharp tongue and unwavering loyalty. Han Yun, having spent years in the law enforcement hall, exhibited exceptional emotional intelligence and demonstrated remarkable social skills in his earlier interactions with Lin Ke. Their discussion meandered until they decided to deliberate on other matters. Initially anxious, their spirits eventually calmed, yet the alliance and Appos' formation still elicited fluctuating emotions. We should establish a name for ourselves, Shi Ping suggested. Bixia Peak, Brother Huang and Appos' Jinghe River, and Brother Lin's Qingshan Garden are all sect properties. It would be fitting to name our collective endeavor. The others nodded in agreement, proposing various names until they settled on the Great Wilderness. Whether it would be referred to as the Great Wilderness Palace or the Great Wilderness Hall would ultimately depend on the structures they erected. However, these details paled in comparison to the ominous unknown force lurking beneath the cavern, alongside the myriad of spirit insects descending from above. Such resources were akin to a treasure trove. They needed to engage in serious discussions regarding their division. Thus, they spent 2 hours deliberating. Ultimately, only Lin Ke and Fong Du remained, while the others departed briefly. Huang Fuqi and Shi Ping returned to attend to matters concerning Jinghe River and Bixia Peak. Han Yun went to inform Zongya and Hanfu at Qingshan Garden, also delegating responsibilities to Zongya. However, neither Han Yun nor Lin Ke intended to bring their respective sisters or senior sisters along. Although Zongya possessed commendable strength, Han Fu was considerably weaker, rendering her a liability. Remaining at Qingshan Garden was akin to staying within the sect. While lacking protective formations, it was still relatively safer. As 6 hours passed, Lin Ke and Fong Du rested and cultivated beneath the sect's tokens, undisturbed by any unwelcome spirit insects. Only a disciple of the nascent soul came to inquire about Lin Ke's status, duly noting the time displayed on the sect's disciple token. This area fell under the jurisdiction of the nascent soul, or rather, the peak's authority. They needed merely to hold their ground for 10 days, after which, should any issues arise, the peak's master would intervene. All was prepared, awaiting the 10-day mark. As the moon waned and the stars shone brightly, the chirping of birds fell silent. Fong Du sat beneath a tree meditating, while Lin Ke stood vigil in midair. Brother, Fong Du slowly opened his eyes. I have completed my cultivation. It is my turn now. Lin Ke smiled and shook his head. I am a body of myriad leaks. My foundation exceeds 50%. and each session of cultivation requires considerable time for assimilation. Cultivation entails transforming spiritual energy into spiritual power. In truth, Lin Ke possessed an astonishing 13% foundation. He could absorb a staggering amount of spiritual energy with just 1 hour of practice. However, the Miao Jianggu skill was not entirely compatible with him, resulting in a slower assimilation process. Assimilating. Fong Du nodded in deep understanding. While the Miao Jianggu skill is indeed beneficial, it is not entirely suitable for us. Brother Lin's innate talent is exceptional, and the choice of technique is undeniably significant. Yet, despite the importance of technique, Lin Ke and his companions found themselves constrained. The entirety of the Jin sect practiced this particular skill. The transmission of techniques was a closely guarded secret within every sect. Any leakage would lead to dire consequences. Thus, from Lin Ke's current perspective, he had not encountered anyone within the Jin sect practicing any other technique. Suddenly, Fong Du recalled a type of spirit insect. I remember hearing about a spirit insect called the Xuanqing Huitong that can reside within the host's body and assist in their cultivation. I wonder if such a creature has gone extinct. Huitong? Xuanqing Huitong? Does that mean one must ingest it? Lin Ke felt a wave of nausea at the thought. Yet he self-deprecatingly chuckled. Regardless of its existence, even if it does exist, it would likely not be our fortune. Lin Ke also possessed the legacy of the old man, which contained numerous formidable goo insects. However, either their cultivation conditions were exceedingly stringent, or their breeding requirements were harsh, resulting in very few surviving varieties. Speaking of which, there should be ample space beneath this cavern, Fong Du mused. Perhaps the Xuanqing Huitong resides down there as well? Perhaps, Lin Ke replied with a serene smile. The abundance of spirit insects within the cavern constituted their resources. However, finding the specific spirit insect they required would not be an easy task. As the two exchanged casual banter, reminiscing about Fong Du's past and Lin Ke's experiences in Qisang Garden, an entire day slipped by. Yet, as they continued their wait, an unexpected visitor swiftly approached with the dawn. Something's amiss, Lin Ke exclaimed, rousing the meditating Fong Du, his brows furrowing in concern. In the distance, a swarm of black mist was rapidly advancing. The sound of buzzing wings filled the air as the black mist loomed closer. Mosquitoes? Fong Du ascended alongside Lin Ke, frowning as he readied his weapon and spirit insects. Such a vast swarm of mosquitoes, has the front line been breached? At that moment, a voice emerged from the dense mass of mosquitoes. You two youngsters, clear the way for your elder. With that, a formidable aura surged forth. Jindan, Lin Ke and Fong Du's expressions turned grave as they quickly descended. This was not the spirit insects of the poisonous mountain range. It was evident a direct disciple of Jindan was commanding the mosquito horde. However, just as Lin Ke and Fong Du attempted to yield, a voice rang out from within the swarm. What a fortuitous find. I didn't expect to find you here. Instantly, the entire swarm of mosquitoes veered toward Lin Ke, their momentum overwhelming and swift. Lin Ke and Fong Du were taken aback and promptly split apart to escape. Who are you? Lin Ke furrowed his brow, drawing forth the purple crystal beetle, which sprouted 2 wings from his back. Dragonfly speed technique. Yet he did not flee immediately, after all. He had sustained severe injuries from the prior outburst of spiritual energy. If he were to unleash more than 40% of his power now, it would likely jeopardize his foundation. Simultaneously, Lin Ke turned to Fong Du and instructed, Brother Fong, swiftly summon Hua Daijinren. A direct disciple is out for blood. Without a moment's hesitation, Fong Du dashed away, fully aware that this individual sought to harm Lin Ke. He had to hurriedly fetch reinforcements. Chapter 66, If I become powerful, I will repay you 100-fold. Both Lin Ke and Fong Du understood that this individual had undoubtedly come for Lin Ke. When Li Lu was slain, only Lin Ke was known to Li Li's father, the esteemed Yunjiang. If the two were to part ways, the intruder would surely choose to eliminate Lin Ke rather than pursue Fong Du. Moreover, Lin Ke had previously unleashed his spiritual power during their expedition in the cave, making him less capable of a swift escape like Fong Du. Lin Ke was also renowned for the protective abilities of the purple crystal beetle in the sect's great competition. Thus it was most suitable for Fong Du to flee while Lin Ke stood his ground. However, these were merely theoretical considerations. The one who remained was highly likely to face death. Both Lin Ke and Fong Du were at the initial stage of the foundation establishment, while the intruder was at the very least at the initial stage of the golden core. If not handled properly, the outcome would likely be catastrophic. Hold on, Brother Lin. I will return swiftly, Fong Du called as he departed. Bang! Just as Lin Ke raised the purple crystal beetle's protective shell, an onslaught of relentless insects struck, shattering the shell with the first blow. Arise! Lin Ke summoned the purple crystal beetle's shell once more, simultaneously conjuring layers of earthen walls that surged upwards, enveloping him completely. Move mountains and drain seas. Solid as steel. At the same time, he retreated frantically towards the direction Fong Du had fled, which led to the cave of the renowned Hua Daijinren. Ha ha ha. I shall devour you whole, avenging my little junior brother's demise, and then report back to my master. The voice of the intruder was wickedly arrogant, as if he regarded all beneath him with disdain. It was indeed a disciple of Yunjiang. As expected, he had come for Li Lu. Try if you dare. Lin Ke's gaze turned as calm as an ancient well, his spiritual energy boiling within. At that moment, He erected layers of earthen walls between himself and the intruder. The dragonfly wings upon his back flapped furiously, stirring the air and propelling him further away. Yet he sensed that the assailant was rapidly breaching the earthen defenses. The insects surged forth like bullets and cannonballs, reducing the walls to mere paper as they crumbled swiftly. Not even 10 seconds left. Lin Ke urged himself to remain calm, channeling his spiritual energy to fend off the attacks. Damn annoying turtle shell. I loathe turtle shells. The intruder roared in frustration. In the next instant, Lin Ke witnessed an even greater swarm of insects erupting from the massive earthen wall that had been raised. Enjoy my treasures. With those words, the walls disintegrated into dust in mere 3 seconds, leaving Lin Ke no time to conjure new barriers. There was no escaping this. Lin Ke felt a sense of resignation within, once again unleashing an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy from within, akin to his previous explosion in the cave. Oh, you possess such a wealth of spiritual energy without having reached the golden core? The intruder exclaimed in surprise, followed by a more deranged grin. Excellent, excellent. I shall feast upon you and satiate my treasures. However, a torrent of blood mist erupted from Lin Ke and Appo's body, and once more. For delicate red dragonfly wings materialized behind him. Dragonfly dash? With a whoosh, Lin Ke propelled himself several hundred meters away, leaving the swarm of insects behind, creating a gust that rustled the surrounding leaves. His spiritual energy was depleting rapidly, but there was no time to linger. He had to flee. Within mere seconds, the buzzing of the insects returned ominously from behind. Ha ha ha, it's merely the dragonfly dash. How can it compare to my black mosquito technique? The voice drew closer, prompting Lin Ke to instinctively channel even more spiritual energy, causing his body to bleed anew. Previously in the cave, he had only erupted in power for a few seconds, recovering shortly thereafter. But now, it had been a relentless assault lasting over 10 seconds. Lin Ke felt a scorching pain enveloping his body. Yet, for the sake of survival, he could not afford to hesitate, pushing himself to run faster. Just then, he caught sight of Fong Du in the distance. He was gaining on Fong Du. As soon as Lin Ke noticed Fong Du's figure, an immense force suddenly struck from behind, shattering the purple crystal beetle's shell and delivering a heavy blow to his back. Pooh! Lin Ke spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling a peculiar sensation as if small creatures were devouring his flesh from behind, an agonizing itch. In a moment of clarity, Lin Ke swiftly utilized the mountain-moving technique to excavate the flesh from his back, immediately conjuring a layer of armor upon his body. Within the armor, droplets of healing water from the sweet rain technique began to seep into his wounds, mending his injuries. The pain was excruciating. Yet that last strike propelled Lin Ke to flee with even greater speed. Haha, lacking body refinement techniques yet possessing such potent spiritual energy. It seems you truly are a vessel of countless leaks. Unable to cultivate a body refinement method and still searching for suitable spiritual insects? Today, you shall perish, brat. The voice behind him was relentless, and Lin Ke gritted his teeth, abruptly dispelling the purple crystal beetle and Appo's shell and casting it backward. Under his command, the purple crystal beetle erupted with a surge of violet light, forming a protective shell that shielded him from the approaching threat. He released the wet egg hatching technique, allowing the purple crystal beetle to fend for itself against the enemy. Bang, bang, bang. A series of relentless impacts echoed as the purple crystal beetle successfully held off the swarm for a brief moment. Yet within 5 seconds, Lin Ke felt a sharp pain in his dantian. Pooh! Once again, Lin Ke coughed up blood. The purple crystal beetle was a spiritual insect he had refined, akin to the Lin silkworm that had also been cultivated in his dantian. Thus, the death of the purple crystal beetle resulted in a backlash against him. But there was no time to dwell on it. He had to escape. He must endure until Huadai Jinren arrived. Lin Ke clenched his teeth, tossing out several inferior flying swords from his storage bag, activating them to self-destruct and create a momentary barrier. Haha, trying to summon Huadai Jinren? To speak frankly, she is currently battling the mud swamp giant frog. You are destined to die, and so is that scar-faced brat. This is the master and amp, Appo's command. No one shall defy it. Haha. Once I kill you, I shall finally be free. Continue to run. I shall toy with you slowly. Just don't die too quickly. The voice behind him was maddeningly ecstatic, as if it had been suppressed for far too long. Lin Ke would not entertain such notions. Even if Huadai Jinren was engaged in battle, he had to reach her cave. Otherwise, any attempt to resist would be a path to certain death. His cultivation. Lin Ke's gaze was deep, a mixture of fury and tranquility swirling within. He had practiced for far too short a time, having only crossed over 2 months prior. Yet in this brief span, he had encountered countless tribulations. His cultivation was still low, yet formidable foes emerged continuously. Once this ordeal was over, he would devote himself to hastening his cultivation and nurturing mightier spiritual insects. Resources, cultivation, spells, spiritual insects, battles, body refinement. To avoid being oppressed in the future, he must forge ahead with relentless determination. You may take advantage of my weakness now, but should I grow powerful, I will repay you 100-fold. Chapter 67. Severe Injury. Bloodsucking Master. Ha ha, you have no future. Today, I shall skin you alive, crush your marrow, and even devour your hair. Remember my name, Bloodsucking Master. The voice of the Bloodsucking Master dripped with mockery, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Weak, truly weak. The sect remains vast, yet I have transformed. Ha! Kill. Devour. Zhang Shixiao, Fang Shixiao, by Shimmy, your former junior brother has returned. Ha! I shall first slay you, then wipe out the others. After knocking Lin Ke to the ground, the blood-sucking master lingered in the air, laughing maniacally. Thunderous roars echoed as fortified earthen walls surged before Lin Ke, forming layer upon layer of protection. Meanwhile, his body sank deeper into the earth, propelled away by the soil. Blood poured from his mouth, and for the moment, he could not summon the dragonfly speed technique. He could only rely on the earth to carry him far away. His back was a gruesome mess. Spiritual energy and blood gushing out uncontrollably. In just a minute, he had lost the fruits of 3 days of arduous cultivation. Moreover, if reinforcements did not arrive in time, he might face the peril of death. Even ants cherish their lives. Lin Ke still possessed nearly 30% of his spiritual energy. Since escape was not an option, he would have to defend himself and flee by moving mountains and seas. Though it was slow, it offered a glimmer of hope. Fortunately, the blood-sucking master seemed to be venting his frustrations after years of oppression outside, relishing his power over Lin Ke. Thus, he played with Lin Ke like a cat with a mouse. This was Lin Ke's opportunity. Ha ha ha, you wish to escape? You yearn for life? Gather your foundation. The blood-sucking master's laughter echoed beneath the layers of fortified earthen walls. I particularly detest those talented individuals with over 50% foundation like you. Just the thought of such people makes me sick. At this point, the blood-sucking master appeared to recall something, and his tone turned venomous. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke immediately understood. He spoke up. What you despise is not their talent or hard work, but rather your own weakness and incompetence. You regret not accumulating more before breaking through your foundation. You could have been a genius, even a prodigy. Lin Ke and Appos' voice was intermittent, mingled with blood as it flowed from his mouth. Boom. In an instant, the fortified earthen wall that Lin Ke had gathered, resembling a fortress, was shattered. Along with the sunlight, a tall, muscular man with a bare upper body entered Lin Ke and Appos' sight. What did you say? The man's expression was sinister, a cold sneer gracing his lips. I said you dare not kill me, for you fear the repercussions afterward. Lin Ke and Appos' gaze was cold. You would only dare to cripple me, not to take my life. The sect is amidst battle. In times of chaos, severe measures must be taken. If you violate the rules, you shall perish. Lin Ke chuckled coldly, blood streaming from his lips. You dare only to wound me, to strike me, but not to kill me. You fear my suffering, for you seek the pleasure of revenge upon a weaker me. You envision me as your peer, someone you cannot conquer. As someone who oppresses you, hence your desire to torture me. Yet, you are cautious, hesitant, masking your cowardice with a facade of madness. Lin Ke and Appos' sharp words seemed to provoke the blood-sucking master, urging him to strike with deadly intent. Are you provoking me? The blood-sucking master raised an eyebrow, swiftly slapping Lin Ke. Lin Ke's body was sent flying, crashing into a deep pit. However, he did not perish. Do you wish for me to kill you? The blood-sucking master chuckled coldly. Do not assume I would truly kill you. I will cripple you, leaving you alive. But I shall implant the black pattern goo worm into your dantian, controlling you to meet your demise. If my master desires your death, I shall ensure it. The blood-sucking master approached slowly, firmly planting his foot upon Lin Ke and Appos' face. I have just returned to the sect, yet I have not forgotten the rules. With that, he laughed maniacally. Wishing to escape? You cannot. Wishing to die? You shall not. You have barely opened your lower dantian, let alone your middle dantian. Your upper dantian is shrouded in chaos. Perhaps I shall refine you into a human puppet, a mere slave. He twisted his shoe, forcing Lin Ke's face to mix with blood and dirt, making it difficult for him to breathe. Lin Ke's spiritual energy was nearly depleted, blood flowing incessantly. He could barely speak. Yet, unbeknownst to the blood-sucking master, a minuscule black dot was moving slowly, unnoticed. This was the flea Lin Ke had recently tamed. Kid, are you dead yet? The blood-sucking master lifted his head, mockingly gazing at Lin Ke. Why have you fallen silent? Relying on your age to suppress me, you old dog. Lin Ke's visage was ghastly, blood streaming from his mouth, eyes, nostrils, and ears. Yet, his gaze remained remarkably serene, embodying an unyielding pride. That very pride reignited the blood-sucking master's fury. That gaze. That very gaze. The blood-sucking master gritted his teeth. Do not look at me with such eyes. With that, he kicked Lin Ke in the waist, sending him flying once more. You, such a genius, with that disgusting gaze. The blood-sucking master and Appos' eyes were frigid, his figure moving at a speed invisible to Lin Ke as he seized Lin Ke by the throat. Do you truly believe I do not dare to kill you? You do not dare, Lin Ke retorted with a hint of mockery in his eyes. You fear the sect and Appos' repercussions. You only dare to implant the black pattern and let me die on my own terms. Lin Ke continued to provoke him, for he was gambling. He gambled that this man truly wished to kill him, but due to his provocations, he would refrain. To act contrary to expectations, the less one fears death, the more fulfilling it is to let them die. History is replete with scholars who embrace death for righteousness as a mark of honor. Conversely, those who fear death and plead for mercy prove that their lives hold little significance. Such individuals are easily discarded, with no chance of leaving a mark in history. In this moment, Lin Ke embodied that very person seeking death. It must be noted that the sect's rules were stringent. Initially, Leela merely sought to beat Lin Ke, yet feared Lin Ke would seize the opportunity to report him to the master of Rain Spider, which would be a considerable nuisance. At that time, Lin Ke was merely at the first layer of chi refinement, so Leela felt it unnecessary to pursue the matter. Had it not been for Lin Ke and Amp, Appos, subsequent crossing over, Leela might have succeeded. And now? It was different. The more he provoked the bloodsucking master, the less inclined the bloodsucking master would be to kill him. Chapter 68, The Black Mosquito and the Mud Pill Palace. You have repeatedly incited my ire, merely seeking your own demise. The blood-devouring master suddenly revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. A talent such as yours, rendered useless, would be far more intolerable than your death. Perhaps I shall refine your senior sister into a cauldron for my own enjoyment, right before your eyes. It would undoubtedly be quite splendid. The blood-devouring master and Amp, Appos, tone lightened. However, by then, you will have already been parasitized by my black mosquito in the Mud Pill Palace. Oblivious to everything. Haha. I am unafraid to disclose that my black mosquito is an ancient aberration, granting me the power to manipulate the Mud Pill Palace solely through my golden core stage. At that time, I shall have you stripped bare, trailing behind me like a dog, while you watch me indulge with your senior sister. For a genius like you, death would be the ultimate liberation, haha. The blood-devouring master smiled, then waved his right hand. A black mosquito, the size of a common mosquito, flew towards Lin Ke. Fear not, it will be swift, soon. You shall become my slave. Observing this, Lin Ke and Amp, Appos, gaze turned icy. Yet, he remained silent, for he too was uncertain of what this black mosquito truly was. The black mosquito wobbled as it descended towards Lin Ke and Amp, Appos, forehead, vanishing upon contact. In the next moment, Lin Ke promptly closed his eyes. In the upper Yuan Palace, within the Mud Pill Palace, Lin Ke and Appos' body coalesced upon the boundless soil of the Dantian. A black mosquito? What exactly is it? How will it enslave me? Lin Ke glanced around, but saw nothing. Could it be an invisible, deadly spirit insect? Yet in the next instant, Lin Ke felt an instinctive urge and raised his head to gaze at the high sky to his right. There, a palm-sized mosquito was lazily fluttering towards the ground, its long proboscis casually aimed at the earth. To extract? Or perhaps to inject some form of enslavement serum? Lin Ke raised an eyebrow. However, he could not afford to wait idly for the black mosquito to act freely. Thus, Lin Ke extended his hand, enveloping the black mosquito from a distance. Boom. The unknown azure gas saturating the Mud Pill Palace instantly coalesced into a massive hand under Lin Ke and Appos' mental control. The Mud Pill Palace is Lin Ke and Appos' domain. The lower Yuan Palace serves as the Dantian, the middle Yuan Palace as the heart, and the upper Yuan Palace as the brain. Yet Lin Ke had only opened his heart. Nevertheless, he had successfully opened the upper Yuan Palace, a realm of mental prowess. Here, Lin Ke could achieve many feats relying solely on his mental strength, without the need for spiritual energy. Buzz, buzz, buzz in an instant. The black mosquito was grasped by Lin Ke and Appos' great hand, producing a fierce sound as its wings vibrated violently. This noise generated a unique wave, causing the surrounding azure gas to ripple like waves. Yet ultimately, the black mosquito could not escape the grasp of Lin Ke and Appos' mental hand. Indeed, it proved effective. Lin Ke felt a surge of joy within. He knew that his Mud Pill Palace was not so simple. It could not only react to the essence of Lin Ke but also cultivate and merge new species. This was akin to the power of a creator. Currently, the blood-devouring master outside would never suspect that Lin Ke had, at the nascent stage of the Tao Foundation, already opened the Mud Pill Palace. He could not fathom the numerous peculiarities possessed by Lin Ke's Mud Pill Palace. This was a Mud Pill Palace opened with a mysterious pearl, one that even the revered beast sovereign of the Cloud region found infuriating, indirectly leading to the war between humans and beasts. With such a mysterious pearl, such a Mud Pill Palace, such a scenario, how could a mere black mosquito easily breach Lin Ke and Appos' upper Yuan Palace defenses and turn him into a puppet? To open the Mud Pill Palace at the Tao Foundation stage, or even at the Qi refining stage, was akin to establishing a Fortune 500 company by the age of 3 and assuming the presidency. Utterly absurd. However, Lin Ke dared not eliminate the black mosquito, at least not at this moment. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Ke, causing his body to tremble. The rank of this black mosquito eluded him. It was likely at least of golden core caliber. After all, cultivation level does not equate to combat prowess. The black golden silkworms in Lin Ke's Qing Sang Garden were merely spirit insects of the initial Tao Foundation stage. Yet, their abilities stemmed from their bloodline, not from a breakthrough from beast to Tao Foundation. Thus, even commoners like Fong Tong could not defeat them. Even an ordinary person might easily stomp them to death. However, some insects, such as Lin Ke and Appos' fleas, could potentially slay even those at the golden core level if one were not careful. In this context, It was entirely plausible for the black mosquito to possess the realm of the golden core while exhibiting merely the strength of a mosquito. Moreover, it was possible that this mosquito and Apos' strength lay in its mental prowess, but Lin Ke himself was also strong in this regard, thus restraining it. Hence, it could be said that this black mosquito not only possessed a high realm but likely also a considerable grade. If employed for breeding, it could yield a powerful spirit insect. Perfect. He would control this black mosquito. After evading the impending crisis, when the blood-devouring master believed Lin Ke to be under his control and ready to obey, Lin Ke would suddenly turn against him. By then, any exposure would be inconsequential. Perhaps, if the black mosquito were to perish, it might even harm the blood-devouring master. This could serve to eliminate him altogether. Thus, Lin Ke immediately conjured a cage within his spiritual space to confine the black mosquito, then opened his eyes. The next second, he was greeted by the cold visage of the blood-devouring master. Clean the dust from my boots. The blood-devouring master advanced his foot forward. Lin Ke, expressionless, exerted himself to raise his arm, then bent down to extend his tongue. Life and death are of utmost importance. Compared to that, consuming a bit of soil is trivial. Dignity is not earned through bravado or blind sacrifice. Enduring humiliation is also a form of dignity. Yet, just then, a voice echoed from afar. You dare harm my sect and Apos' disciple. Even if it is a golden core direct disciple, you cannot disrupt the loss. Otherwise, I shall surely slay you. The voice was cold and transcendent, akin to a crescent moon suspended in the night sky, reminiscent of a waterfall cascading from icy cliffs. It imparted a chilling sensation to the core. The butterfly transformation master had finally arrived. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Lin Ke and Apos' eyes. No need to lick anymore. Upon hearing the voice, the blood-devouring master squinted, then looked upwards, clasping his hands. The blood-devouring master pays respects to the butterfly transformation master. ISN and Apos, the master currently engaged in battle with the beast? How is it that you have the leisure to come here for a diversion? I am merely engaging in a friendly exchange of spells with my junior brother Lin Ke. Rest assured, no one wishes to kill us. Nor do we desire to harm others. With just a few words, the blood-devouring master distanced himself from culpability. In essence, he portrayed the encounter with Lin Ke as a mere sparring session, not a struggle for survival. This is no mere sparring. Do you take me for a fool? Lin Ke, you must clarify whether the blood-devouring master is pursuing you. Chapter 69, The Butterfly Transformation. Lin Ke, what do you say? The blood-speaking master looked at Lin Ke with an expression that was almost a smile. He understood that Lin Ke would never admit to being pursued. For those who had been parasitized by the black mosquito retained their original appearance, yet their consciousness had been supplanted. With the blood-speaking master, all things existed for him, and the thoughts of the original host lingered. Thus, lying was a mere trifle. Indeed, it was merely a sparring session. Lin Ke and Apos' voice echoed. Otherwise, I would have perished long ago. As his words fell, the approaching butterfly transformation master fell silent. The blood-speaking master's smile widened. Get up, junior brother. You are injured. Take this pill. He then retrieved a porcelain vial from his storage bag, inscribed with the words Shurhu-dan, and poured out a pill. Bending down to feed it to Lin Ke. Lin Ke swallowed the Shurhu-dan whole. The pill dissolved instantly, releasing pure medicinal energy that coursed through Lin Ke's body. Unbeknownst to Lin Ke, on his back, where flesh had been excised, new tissue sprouted abundantly, and the damaged blood vessels began to heal. With just one pill, Lin Ke and Apos' body was restored to its former state, but the lost spiritual energy could not be replenished without further cultivation. Is that a top-grade Shurhu-dan? A voice inquired. Lin Ke, now restored, sat up and turned to see the source. A figure clad in a long, flowing gown that transitioned from pink to deep red, resembling a vibrant butterfly, approached, accompanied by the astonished Fong Du. It was none other than the renowned butterfly transformation master, whose influence extended for hundreds of miles. Lin brother, how are you? Fong Du exclaimed, rushing over to assist Lin Ke. I am unharmed, Lin Ke replied with a smile, shaking his head. Initially, we thought the blood-speaking master intended to kill us, but it turned out to be a jest. A jest? Fong Du and Apos' pupils constricted as he took 2 steps back, falling silent behind the butterfly transformation master. The butterfly transformation master's expression turned cold and aloof as she surveyed her surroundings, furrowing her brow. You call this a jest? Lin Ke nodded. It was merely sparring. Otherwise, the golden core master could have dispatched me in one blow. The blood-speaking master stood with arms crossed. Observing as Lin Ke explained. Do not presume that I cannot protect you, the butterfly transformation master stated. If you suffer any injustice, even the brave ape master would face consequences. She had been watching the sect competition and was aware of Lin Ke and Apos' circumstances, even if she were unaware. The discussions following the competition would have made her cognizant of the blood-speaking master and Apos' identity. There is no need for concern, master, Lin Ke replied, his eyes shining with gratitude. This is merely a personal matter between myself and the brave ape master. There is no need to trouble you. Upon hearing this, the previously aloof butterfly transformation master regarded Lin Ke with newfound appreciation. With a flick of her sleeve, she dismissed the blood-speaking master. You have just returned to the sect. Yet instead of joining your master in battle, you stand here instructing your juniors. Are you so idle? Very well, since you are free. Accompany me to slay that marsh giant frog and contribute to our sect. With that, the butterfly transformation master soared into the sky, her voice sharp and commanding, leaving no room for refusal. The blood-speaking master's expression shifted, but he ultimately ascended into the air. Before departing, he cast a glance back at Lin Ke. Once the blood-speaking master had left, Fong Du sighed heavily. Lin brother, please tell me you were not possessed. I was not, Lin Ke replied, exhaling deeply. However, even if I were to confront it, it would only result in punishment. In chaotic times, strict measures are indeed necessary. Yet, in such turmoil, hierarchy and strength hold significant sway. A golden core disciple who kills a chi refining disciple is subject to severe penalties, for stability and order are paramount. But now, golden core disciples are the main force on the battlefield, while chi refining disciples are mere cannon fodder. In such circumstances, if the issue is not critical, the sect's higher-ups would surely turn a blind eye. Even if it were reported, the likely punishment would simply involve sending the offender to more perilous battlefields. It is improbable that a golden core master would be executed for the actions of a mere foundation establishment disciple, even if that disciple possessed extraordinary talent. Chaos is not the breeding ground for genius, but rather the domain of the strong. Thus, it would be wiser to conceal his ability to control the black mosquito rather than expose it. The blood-speaking master likely had no inkling that Lin Ke had already opened the Mud Pill Palace, a feat neither he nor his master had achieved. Moreover, Lin Ke had been able to manipulate its power and reverse the control of the black mosquito. When the time was right, Lin Ke would strike down the blood-speaking master at a pivotal moment, and perhaps even eliminate the brave ape master. With these thoughts, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Lin Ke's gaze, which he swiftly concealed. Fong brother, let us return to our post. My spiritual energy is nearly depleted, and I can only rely on you to guide me. Very well, Fong Du replied, noticing Lin Ke's pallor. Although his body had healed, it was evident that Lin Ke had exhausted his spiritual energy. Thus, Fong Du assisted Lin Ke back to the cave and Appo's entrance. Upon their return, Huang Fu and the others had yet to return, and Lin Ke's disciple token remained suspended in the air, seemingly unchanged, with only Lin Ke himself having transformed. Lin brother, that was indeed perilous. You should have charged underground, Fong Du remarked once they settled down. If I had plunged down, the blood-speaking master might have survived. But I would likely have perished, Lin Ke replied with a wry smile. Earlier, Lin Ke had narrowly evaded the pursuit of an unknown powerful being within the cave, which had evidently incensed that entity. Had it not been for the entity being seemingly trapped deep below, Lin Ke and the others would have met their demise. If Lin Ke had lured the blood-speaking master underground, he would have been the first to fall. Thus, he had wisely chosen to avoid such a reckless course of action. Your wisdom is profound, Lin brother. I admire you, Fong Du declared with admiration. Initially, Fong Du had suspected Lin Ke had been possessed, but soon realized that even a nascent soul could struggle with possession, let alone a golden core disciple. Hence, he quickly grasped Lin Ke and Appo's intentions to retaliate in due time. Otherwise, after a chaotic series of events, this place would likely fall into enemy hands. It is merely a matter of survival, Lin Ke sighed. Junior brother, please keep watch while I recover. With that, Lin Ke seated himself cross-legged, beginning to absorb spiritual energy. Though the Shirhu Dan had healed his flesh, his spiritual energy remained depleted. He needed to regain his strength. Otherwise, should another enemy appear, he would be ill-prepared to respond. Chapter 70. Renting a golden core after a day and a night, the bloodthirsty real person had yet to return. However, Huang Fuchi and the others gradually made their way back. Upon learning about the events that transpired during their absence, they all grew increasingly concerned. At this moment, beneath the grand tree, several individuals gathered together. Lin Ke had regained his spiritual power but had not yet sought to explore the nature of the black mosquito. As they were engaged in discussions regarding their future course of action, this place was not an ordinary cave. Fong Du furrowed his brow and remarked, my previous senior brother believed this was a mere small hole, but it seems otherwise. Indeed, Lin Ke nodded. I had captured some ghost curtain insects before I heard the sound emanating from the depths. It is likely that this location was once a battlefield for a formidable being, only to have that being suppressed beneath the earth, resulting in the formation of this cavern below. The terrain here is typical karst topography filled with numerous caves. My senior brother must not have truly entered. He likely only glanced around outside, failing to delve deeper. Otherwise, such a treasure would not have been left to Fong Du. Such precious resources and an abundance of spiritual insects. Han Yun narrowed his eyes and suggested, perhaps we truly need to acquire a powerful formation. A formation. After the incident with Lin Ke and Appo's ambush, the group began discussing strategies to confront formidable foes. There were an overwhelming number of spiritual insects here, all of which represented resources. Coupled with that unknown formidable being, they were in a position to pool their resources to purchase a formidable formation. While it may not guarantee victory against a nascent soul, it should at least enable them to contend with a golden core. However, achieving the capability to confront a golden core was no trivial matter. Anyone could potentially transition from the chi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage, but not everyone possessed the requisite foundation to condense a golden core. The value expended from the chi refinement stage to the golden core was incalculable. To rely solely on a formation to achieve the capacity to confront a golden core? It was a daunting task. It wasn't that it was impossible. Rather, the costs involved would likely be calculated in mid-grade spirit stones, aside from formations. There were also nascent-level weapons, but, Ping shrugged, both options are exceedingly expensive, even if we pooled our entire fortunes. We might not be able to afford them. Nascent-level spiritual artifacts. Such items could only be wielded by those at the golden core stage, consuming immense amounts of spiritual energy and costing a fortune. Yet, their power was equally astounding. Just like the nascent level cap that suppressed the nearby Yuan market. It deterred anyone from daring to act recklessly. However, as Ping rightly stated, confronting a golden core inheritor was exceedingly difficult. Lin Ke and Apos' strength was already formidable. During his clash with the bloodthirsty real person, he could be said to have caused a cataclysmic upheaval. Yet, even in that confrontation, he could only endure for a few fleeting seconds under the playful torment of the bloodthirsty real person. This alone illustrated the might of the golden core stage. And what if they opted for a foundation establishment stage being instead of a golden core? Huang Fuqi and Lin Ke could handle a foundation establishment stage adversary without needing formations or weapons. Thus, their discussions reached a stalemate. Perhaps we could rent a mountain-suppressing spirit beast? Han Yun suddenly proposed. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Rent. Indeed, weapons generally recognize their masters and cannot be rented. Formations, too, are firmly rooted and cannot be easily adjusted. However, spirit beasts were different. Many spirit beasts were often idle, accompanying their masters in cultivation when not engaged in other matters. In the spirit insect cave, there were numerous spirit insects that no one had purchased, allowing them to gradually cultivate. There were certainly those of foundation establishment and even golden core cultivation levels. Presently, the spirit insect cave had not engaged in many such transactions, as there had been little warfare. Only a few occasions involved external sects requesting assistance, the specifics of which remained unknown. Yet, this provided a new avenue for consideration. Is this feasible? Fengdu remained uncertain. However, Lin Ke promptly produced the Xianmai document to consult with Zonya. Wait a moment, I will inquire with my senior sister. She works at the spirit insect cave and should know something. The others awaited with keen anticipation. A short while later, Zonya responded affirmatively that renting was indeed possible. That works. Lin Ke then inquired about the costs. Zonya mentioned that she was not entirely sure, as the rental fees varied based on strength and purpose. However, in general, they were rather steep. Moreover, there was another consideration. Given the current state of warfare, many spirit insects might have already ventured out to claim territory and confront demonic beasts. In the eyes of the spirit insects, their enemies were other spirit insects, which could also serve as potential food. But how long would they rent? Fengdu pondered. Even if it's a lower-grade spirit insect at the golden core stage, it likely won't come cheaply. The grade and strength aren't always perfectly correlated, but generally, higher-grade insects tend to be stronger. Renting a golden core spirit insect to act as a mountain-suppressing beast, we certainly can and Apos settle for a weak one, can we? A more powerful one might cost several thousand spirit stones for just a month. Thus, this posed yet another dilemma. How about this, Brother Lin? You go ahead and arrange the rental while I guard this place, Huang Fuqi proposed. Each of us can contribute 2,000 low-grade spirit stones as a deposit. Renting month by month. We can replenish the spirit stones each month. By the end of the year, we should be able to manage without renting. A year? Lin Ke raised an eyebrow and chuckled. It seems Brother Huang is on the verge of a breakthrough. Huang Fuqi, possessing keen insights, an excellent foundation, and profound comprehension, was a swordsman of unparalleled offensive prowess. If he were to break through to the golden core, his power would surely soar. Roughly so, Huang Fuqi replied with a smile. Even if I cannot break through within a year, I should be able to contend with golden cores below 50% of the foundation establishment stage. Upon hearing this, everyone expressed their congratulations and settled on their plan. Pooling 10,000 spirit stones was different from collectively gathering them once. Each of them would only need to contribute a small amount of spirit stones. Moreover, if they fell short, they could always venture out to capture some spirit insects to sell, which would be more than sufficient. Lin Ke also kept a crucial point to himself. If these spirit insects were taken outside to sell, they would likely be gone after a single transaction. It would be more advantageous to keep them for their own use. He only needed to bring them to the Mud Pill Palace for breeding, where the resulting spirit insects could be mass-produced. At that time, whether for their own use or for sale, they would yield considerable income. Thus, as long as they could operate this cave effectively, they would all benefit. The most challenging aspect was indeed the present. They lacked powerful members and sufficient resources, forcing them to scrape by for the time being. Please wait here. I shall return swiftly. Lin Ke bowed and then departed, flying off with the 2,000 low-grade spirit stones contributed by each member. Brother Lin, hurry back and stay safe. We will guard this place for now. Stay safe. Lin Ke himself did not possess 2,000 spirit stones. He planned to return to the Qingsang garden first. He aimed to check whether the fleas and ghost curtain insects he had captured could potentially breed with the black gold silkworm or with each other. Then, He would go with Zhongyu to the spirit insect cave to carefully observe and select a powerful golden core spirit insect. Bloodthirsty real person, monkey courageous real person. Do not fret. I will soon rise to prominence. Chapter 71. Honey Production. The Queen Bee. On the way to rent the spirit bug, Lin Ke casually examined the rewards he had previously received from Fengdu, which were the prizes from the sect's grand competition, a low-grade titan spider egg and a mid-grade glimmering worm grass. The titan spider serves as a formidable mount, capable of carrying substantial burdens, as storage bags have their limitations. However, Lin Ke is not engaged in trade and currently has no need for a mount. Thus, the spider egg is destined to become breeding material. Moreover, another reward from the sect's grand competition includes the option to exchange for any one mid-grade worm egg from the spirit bug cave. This is indeed a rare find. Mid-grade worm eggs can cost several hundred spirit stones at the lower end and can exceed 10,000 at the higher end, just as with dogs. Where some breeds are valued at mere tens while others command tens of thousands, so too do prices vary based on breed and lineage. Lin Ke had only just received the rewards from Fengdu representing the law enforcement hall and had not yet had the chance to exchange them at the spirit bug cave when a series of events transpired. Now that he is headed to the spirit bug cave, it seems fitting to go. The application of glimmering worm grass is extensive, making it the most sought-after feed within the sect. Zhongyu provided Lin Ke with an introduction along the way. Lin Ke refrained from sharing the details of his previous perilous encounter and only mentioned some matters concerning the great wilderness caves. Shall we then proceed with cultivation? Lin Ke smiled. If ordinary bugs consume it, could they potentially undergo metamorphosis? Precisely. Zhongyu nodded slightly. Many ordinary bugs within the sect have the potential to evolve into spiritual ones upon consumption. However, Zhongyu shook her head, expressing a hint of resignation. The greater probability is that they will be assimilated by the worm grass and transform into new glimmering worm grass, which would then revert to being ordinary and devoid of any spiritual essence. Ah, I see, Lin Ke acknowledged. In truth, there are not many who raise ordinary bugs within the sect. His reason for raising ordinary bugs is that the silkworms he cultivates can only be fed with insects. Most sect members, however, raise spirit bugs that do not require insects but can be fed with livestock such as pigs, dogs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, fish, and geese. Thus, the most lucrative business within the sect revolves around raising blood-feeding creatures, such as Huang Fuchi's Spirit Crane River for raising cranes, and Shiping SB Xiao Peak for poultry. The requirements for raising these domestic animals are quite stringent, unlike the simplicity of livestock farming in Lin Ke's previous life. Scale is essential, otherwise, it simply would not suffice. Therefore, Lin Ke has no intention of venturing into poultry and livestock for now and plans to focus on nurturing ordinary bugs first. Furthermore, if glimmering worm grass indeed has a chance of causing metamorphosis in ordinary bugs, it might be worth considering large-scale cultivation. However, cultivating worm grass is not an easy task. In his past life, even common worm grass was difficult to cultivate on a large scale, let alone mid-grade glimmering worm grass in this life. A single misstep could result in transforming a mid-grade glimmering worm grass into several low-grade, or even ordinary worm grasses, which would be a waste. If we wish to cultivate mid-grade spirit grass, a spirit planter is indispensable, Zhongyu cautioned, concerned that Lin Ke might have unrealistic ambitions. A spirit planter, Lin Ke suggested. Isn't my dear senior sister preparing to become one? Indeed, that's the plan, Zhongyu replied with a smile. Given my current abilities, managing both alchemy and artifact crafting is already a challenge. Let us not tire out my only beloved senior sister, Lin Ke teased, eliciting a gentle pinch from Zhongyu at his waist. As they engaged in light-hearted conversation, they maintained a brisk pace. Arriving at the spirit bug cave just as dusk approached, the cave was teeming with people, clearly one of the few favored locations within the sect. With the onset of war, enhancing combat strength has become paramount. Zhongyu, you're back. A tall woman draped in a white veil exclaimed joyfully as they entered the spirit bug cave. Lin Ke and Zhongyu turned to see Xiaoli. Xiaoli. Zhongyu beamed, quickly leading Lin Ke over. Have you made any breakthroughs today? Breakthrough? I'm still at the initial stage of the foundation establishment. I doubt I'll ever break through. Xiaoli waved her hand dismissively. But who cares? I'm just here to eat and wait for death. What about you? She glanced at Lin Ke and chuckled. Your junior brother here seems impressive. Just the other day, a buyer for the stinging needle moth came to inquire with me. Came to ask you? Zhongyu raised an eyebrow, then explained to Lin Ke. That stinging needle moth you had was sold through Xiaoli. Ah, I see. Lin Ke clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, senior sister. Ah, it's nothing. We're all part of the same circle, Xiaoli replied generously. She then looked around and pointed to a nearby pavilion. Let us go inside and chat. The three of them entered a room, and Xiaoli closed the door behind them before pouring tea. Please, take a seat. Lin Ke and Zhongyu sat down promptly. The combat power of your stinging needle moth is rather unremarkable, and its wing scales are quite ordinary, but it seems capable of forming formations. Which is why a formation master purchased it, Xiaoli said, serving the tea. But guess what? That formation master returned a few days ago asking if there were more stinging needle moths available. Oh? Lin Ke and Zhongyu exchanged glances. To be frank, The stinging needle moth was indeed unremarkable to Lin Ke, far less useful than the amethyst beetle. When Zonya was still working at the spirit bug cave, she had inquired about its price, which was not particularly high either. The initial assessment of the stinging needle moth's talents was rather average, not exceptional by any means. Yet now, how could it be said that the stinging needle moth is useful? I didn't reveal your identity, Xiaoli said, settling down after serving the tea. Smiling at Lin Ke. However, I did uncover a key point: your stinging needle moth can produce honey. Produce honey? Lin Ke's expression turned thoughtful. The stinging needle moth is a product of the mating between two species, the low-grade Wujin moth and an ordinary honeybee. He had always focused on the talents inherited from the Wujin moth and overlooked those from the honeybee. After all, for an ordinary honeybee to retain any stinging talent in the stinging needle moth is already commendable. Yet now, to discover it can also produce honey? That was a bit of a struggle to find out, Xiaoli pouted. That formation master was rather stubborn, but I told him that unless he clarified the reason, the seller would surely not sell again. Only then did he divulge this information. He mentioned that the stinging needle moth can produce not just floral and fruit honey, but even carnivorous honey, which is why he was so thrilled. Oh, and he added that having a queen bee would be even better, otherwise the stinging needle moths would need his guidance to coordinate. If you have a queen bee, he is willing to offer up to 50 mid-grade spirit stones. 50 mid-grade spirit stones? That equates to 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Ke gasped. Moreover, the 1-to-1 ratio is merely an accepted exchange rate. The actual exchange rate is likely around 113, considering the pure spiritual energy present in mid-grade spirit stones. This means that 50 mid-grade spirit stones are almost equivalent to 5,650 low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 72, Golden Core Stage. Dream-Eating Palace Guardian. Upon hearing Xiao Li and Appo's words, Lin Ke and Appo's face displayed a contemplative expression. A queen bee? He indeed possessed one. Wasn't Appo's Lin Ke just that? However, Lin Ke was certainly not for sale. That would be akin to selling one and Appo's own soul. What Lin Ke had not previously considered was whether the stinging needle moth, retaining many characteristics of bees, could potentially give rise to a queen bee. After all, a queen bee is essentially a fertile female worker bee, and various factors contribute to her status as the queen. Nevertheless, Lin Ke was currently residing underground in the Qingsang Garden, so he decided to inquire later. For now, he would refrain from selling. Lin Ke chuckled. He neither confirmed nor denied the possibility of sale, leaving everything uncertain. Very well, Xiaoli understood Lin Ke's implications. Then I shall return with a response. By the way, what about your purple crystal beetle? Xiaoli took a sip of tea. After the sect competition, your purple crystal beetle has made quite an impression, and many are inquiring about it. The purple crystal beetle? Lin Ke had long contemplated this. He replied, the purple crystal beetle can be sold, but the price may be higher than before. The stinging needle moth was priced at 228 spirit stones each, and to have Lin Ke produce one would require approximately 1 insect freeze. The purple crystal beetle, however, necessitated 16 insect freezes, yet its value was only around 350 spirit stones. This presented a disparity of over 100 spirit stones and an additional consumption of 15 insect freezes. From a cost-performance perspective, the stinging needle moth was more advantageous. Naturally, such calculations were simplistic. While the stinging needle moth was excellent, it could not be the sole offering, as demand would not sustain it. In the future, more high-end spirit insects would emerge, requiring even more insect freezes for production, thus rendering it less profitable. However, once a certain threshold was surpassed, the prices would soar again. Spirit insects adhere to the Pareto principle, where 20% of categories generate 80% of profits. For instance, top-tier spirit-level insects, superlative, and ultimate varieties might even surpass the value of foundational-level insects. Conversely, lower-tier spirit-level insects, particularly in bulk transactions like the Titan giant spider, could accumulate significant value. Therefore, the market value of mid-tier and upper-tier spirit-level insects would be rather average. Presently, it seemed feasible to elevate the price of the purple crystal beetle to 600 spirit stones each. Xiaoli remarked, Lin Ke, you are now a rising star following the sect competition. An increase of over 30% in the price of the purple crystal beetle seems quite reasonable. However, if priced too high, many buyers may be deterred. Most Qi refinement disciples typically seek spirit insects only when attempting to break through to the foundation establishment stage, and they tend to purchase low-tier spirit insects. The purple crystal beetle is originally a low-tier spirit insect but is close to mid-tier, boasting an excellent appearance. 600 spirit stones might yield good sales, at least 50 units. 50 units? Upon hearing Xiao Li's explanation, Lin Ke turned to Zonya. Zonya subtly nodded in acknowledgement. 50 purple crystal beetles would amount to 30,000 spirit stones, if successfully sold. Lin Ke would likely not need to worry about spirit stones before breaking through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. I shall consider this matter further, Lin Ke noted, making a mental reminder. Soon after, Zonya engaged Xiao Li in casual conversation. After a brief passage of time, Zonya shifted the topic, mentioning Lin Ke's desire to rent a golden core stage spirit insect for assistance in guarding. Golden core stage? Xiaoli exclaimed in surprise, only to quickly grasp Lin Ke's intentions. Our spirit insect cave has a limited number of golden core stage insects. Xiaoli pondered deeply. What you seek is for guarding. But most golden core stage spirit insects I know have already departed. Golden core stage spirit insects possess intellect comparable to that of humans. Otherwise, they could not condense into golden cores. On the way here, Zongya had also informed Lin Ke that while golden core stage spirit insects in the spirit insect cave could technically be sold, it was akin to selling slaves. However, the buyer could not simply pay a high price. Internal approval was necessary. After all, cultivating a masterless golden core spirit insect in the spirit insect cave was no easy feat. It was rumored that the spirit insect cave also housed a nascent soul stage insect, treated with utmost respect by the sect, with no room for negligence. Have the earth-shattering king, lava sage, and weaving lady all departed? Zongya inquired of Xiaoli. These three were among the more amicable golden core stage insects known to Zongya, frequently rented out. Xiaoli shook her head and retrieved her insect mirror to check. Let me see. Who was available? Under 10,000 spirit stones per month. After a moment, Xiaoli frowned. There are a few golden core spirit insects still here, but they all have issues. What issues? Lin Ke asked with curiosity. Xiaoli promptly displayed the insect mirror before Lin Ke and Zongya. Look at this one, named the throwing mountain crab. While it was also cultivated in our spirit insect cave, it possesses a violent temperament and a penchant for bloodlust, often entering a frenzied state after battle. Unable to distinguish friend from foe, the multicolored dragon was originally a lizard, gaining enlightenment through mortal worship, yet now it is utterly useless except for delivering dreams. Possessing golden core status without the strength to match. And this one, the ice-cold king. Xiaoli elaborated on each case. Lin Ke was taken aback. He had not realized that the spirit insect cave housed over 30 golden core stage insects, albeit all dispatched. Only 6 remained, yet these 6 were either insubordinate, preferring death over compliance, or their realms had reached golden core without corresponding strength. Some had low intelligence, achieving golden core status merely through luck. Akin to Lin Ke's own Yunjiang silkworm, which was at the foundation establishment stage yet lacked both intellect and strength, resembling ordinary insects. In summary, those not selected were riddled with significant issues. Even minor problems, such as excessive appetite or excessive sleep, had long been addressed. The remaining major issues were typically intolerable. Suddenly, Lin Ke noticed a rather peculiar request from a golden core stage spirit insect. Dream-eating palace guardian? Lin Ke inquired with intrigue. Its power approaches the nascent soul stage. Yet due to excessive consumption, it remains in a perpetual slumber, having interacted with several esteemed elders before being abandoned. Approaching the nascent soul stage? Excessive consumption? And it had connections with the esteemed elders? Lin Ke was puzzled as to why this dream-eating palace guardian had been forsaken. Oh, this one, Xiaoli shook her head. The dream-eating palace guardian possesses immense spiritual intelligence and wisdom, yet it seems to require a master. Several esteemed elders have attempted to establish a bond but failed, resulting in its ongoing slumber. As for the excessive consumption, this dream-eating palace guardian is formidable, but according to the elders, it needs to absorb substantial spiritual energy to grow. And its own spiritual energy is insufficient for its development, leaving it in a state of perpetual sleep. Spiritual energy? Lin Ke's heart stirred. I am of the ever-leaky body, inherently possessing robust spiritual energy. Perhaps I should give it a try? The ever-leaky body has such a talent? Xiaoli inquired, puzzled. Lin Ke nodded. It should be so. After all, no one truly knows what the so-called ever-leaky body from ancient times entails. If I claim it now, then that is what it is. Chapter 73. Selecting the insect egg. Zongya refrained from interrupting, patiently waiting for Xiaoli and Lin Ke to finish their conversation before speaking. Xiaoli, please do not disclose the unique nature of the Waluo body. Rest assured, we are sisters, I understand, Xiaoli replied, gently squeezing Zongya's hand in comfort. Let me take you to see the dream-eating gecko. Xiaoli and Zongya shared a close bond, one that Lin Ke had heard about on several occasions. However, Zongya had previously kept Lin Ke well shielded from her acquaintances, resulting in limited interactions. Yet, Lin Ke also recognized the wisdom in keeping certain matters discreet. Thus, he chose to remain silent about what Zongya had withheld in front of Xiaoli. As an elder sister figure, Zongya naturally considered Lin Ke's well-being. They arrived at their destination. As the three walked, Zongya engaged Xiaoli in light conversation while Lin Ke listened attentively, ultimately leading them to the spirit insect cave. This cavern, with its exterior resembling a mere hole, housed a labyrinth of tunnels within, reminiscent of a beehive. It was said to be one of the abandoned hives of the golden-winged queen. Now, various spirit insects inhabited its numerous crevices. Xiaoli guided them through a rear entrance into one of the tunnels, the air growing increasingly warm and humid as they ventured deeper. Eventually, they stumbled upon a nest that exuded a jungle-like ambience. Lin Ke immediately sensed the presence of the dream-eating gecko, which was curled up, its body adorned in hues of orange and pale yellow, with its plump tail wrapped around its head, peacefully slumbering. I have already notified it with the insect mirror, but... Xiaoli sighed, stepping forward to gently call out, Esteemed Dream Eater, please awaken for a moment. In an instant, The dream-eating gecko's eyes burst open. Its serpentine gaze fixed upon Lin Ke. Boom. The creature transformed into a cloud of yellow mist, and Lin Ke felt a sudden heaviness in his head, causing his eyes to involuntarily shut. It was akin to the exhaustion of sleepless nights, and he quickly succumbed to a drowsy haze, yearning for slumber. This sensation lasted but a few seconds before clarity returned. "You. I like you." A melodious voice resonated. Lin Ke opened his eyes to see the dream-eating gecko lifting its head to gaze at him, its soft tongue emerging from the left side of its mouth to lick its eye. "Among the entire sect, you are the one I favor." From its tone, it was evident that the dream-eating gecko was akin to a youthful boy, still unrefined. "Esteemed dream-eater, do you truly mean that?" Xiaoli gasped in surprise. Zongya, however, quickly comprehended the situation and turned to Xiaoli, saying, "Xiaoli, this matter." Xiaoli nodded in understanding. "I see, I comprehend. Thank you." Zongya expressed her gratitude with a nod. "This is a significant matter. My brother has already attracted enough attention. Should this information leak, it may bring him harm." Xiaoli acquiesced and then addressed the dream-eating gecko. "Esteemed dream-eater, shall I proceed according to the rules?" "Very well," the dream-eating gecko replied, its gaze unwaveringly fixed on Lin Ke. Though Lin Ke had just experienced a moment of drowsiness, he found it difficult to harbor any aversion towards the creature. "Will you come with me?" Lin Ke inquired, crouching down to meet the size of the dream-eating gecko. "I have been nurtured in the spirit insect cave for quite some time," the dream-eating gecko responded childishly. "But you must provide them with 130,000 spirit stones for me to leave." "Then I suppose I shall rent you for now," Lin Ke replied, feeling resigned. As for why he felt a sense of familiarity with the dream-eating gecko, he surmised it was related to the Niwan Palace. The Niwan Palace, along with the other palaces, represented the three realms of cultivation. The Baoyuan Palace served as the dantian for storing spiritual energy. The central palace acted as the heart, facilitating the flow of energy, while the Niwan Palace, akin to the brain, concentrated and nurtured spirit. The dream-eating gecko had always expended a great deal of energy, leading it to a prolonged slumber. Its declaration of affection towards Lin Ke could imply various things. Sighing, Lin Ke took out his golden-winged nest. "I shall rent you for now. Please enter, esteemed dream-eater." Upon seeing this, the dream-eating gecko nodded gently before transforming once more into yellow mist. Lin Ke sensed that its true form had comfortably settled within the golden-winged nest. "Is the future bleak?" Xiaoli assumed Lin Ke's comment pertained to the cost of the dream-eating gecko, chuckling. "You are indeed impressive." The Wanluo body has caught the attention of the dream-eating gecko. Esteemed dream-eater is a formidable being in the late golden core stage. Even some Yuaning elders treat it with great respect. Although the price is steep, it is still a good deal. "Indeed," Lin Ke replied with a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate. When he spoke of a bleak future, it pertained to his cultivation journey, as he had just contemplated. Given that the Dao Foundation had opened the Baoyuan Palace and the Golden Core had opened the Central Palace, when would the Niwan Palace be unlocked? Initially, he believed it would occur during the fusion stage. Refining Qi, Dao Foundation, Golden Core, Yuaning. Fusion. This last stage was reserved for the upper echelons. However, he had heard no mention of the elders possessing a Niwan Palace. Furthermore, the dream-eating gecko seemed disinterested in the elders, instead favoring him. This realization dawned upon Lin Ke. Even during the fusion stage, the Niwan Palace remained unopened. This was a potential advantage for him, yet it also posed a dilemma. The Golden Wing sect lacked any existence above the fusion stage, much less methods to utilize the Niwan Palace. For instance, the Baoyuan Palace could store spiritual energy for his magical techniques. What then was the purpose of the Niwan Palace? Did the mental energy merely serve a perceptual function akin to sight? If he wished to effectively harness the capabilities of the Niwan Palace, he would need to obtain relevant teachings. Otherwise, he would remain confined to a passive role in utilizing the Niwan Palace, unable to wield its power actively. "Xiaoli, there is one more thing." Zongya spoke softly, sharing with Xiaoli the rewards of Lin Ke's upcoming sect competition. This journey for Lin Ke and Zongya had indeed fulfilled their initial objective, and they were even enlightened about the unique characteristics of the stinging needle moth, marking a bountiful harvest. Ultimately, due to the peculiar nature of the dream-eating gecko and Xiaoli's discount privileges, they managed to secure its rental at a price of 6,000 low-grade spirit stones per month. Given its unique powers, Xiaoli had previously mentioned that the dream-eating gecko could even contend with beings at the Yuaning stage. Such an entity would be more than sufficient to suppress the wilds. However, there remained one more matter at hand: Lin Ke's reward for the sect competition. He retrieved one of the items Fong Du had entrusted him with, the exchange token. With this token, he could select a mid-grade spiritual insect egg from the countless eggs within the spirit insect cave. "Oh, an exchange token? Very well, Lin Shitty. Come and see the insect mirror. I shall help you find the most exquisite one and see which you prefer." Chapter 74, Fleas and Black Gold Moths. A fusion failure emerging from the wormhole of the dream-eating gecko, they returned to the room where it all began. Xiaoli, ever enthusiastic, compiled a list of all the commendable mid-grade spiritual insect eggs she knew of. However, It is essential to note that these eggs are not merely insect eggs. They encompass the eggs of reptiles such as snakes and lizards as well. In the understanding of the Golden Wing sect, all of these fall under the category of insects. Although there are numerous mid-grade spiritual insect eggs available, Lin Ke had no particular demands. Hence, he opted for the most expensive white grass snail egg, which was also the rarest and on the verge of hatching. The white grass snail is remarkable not for its strength, but for its unique properties. The mucus of this snail serves as a primary ingredient for a potion known as white grass pill, specifically designed to nourish spiritual insects and beasts, thereby accelerating their cultivation speed. This aspect is undeniably significant. Furthermore, the white grass itself is easy to cultivate, requiring minimal energy primarily from sunlight and rain, and it does not demand rich soil. This vision of the white grass snail and the white grass immediately conjured a complete industrial chain in Lin Ke's mind. In times of war, what is of utmost importance? Technology, discipline, morale, and so forth. Technology equates to spells and spiritual artifacts for disciples in the chi refining stage. Under identical conditions, wielding a low-grade spiritual flying sword pales in comparison to one with a mid-grade spiritual flying sword. This represents a form of technology. Discipline and morale are equally comprehensible. If the sect commands you to strike east and you do so, the enemy will undoubtedly falter. However, if you disregard the sect's orders and choose to attack west instead, you are bound to miss the opportunity. This principle applies universally, from the individual to the entire sect. Discipline is paramount. Morale, too, cannot be overstated. As Lin Ke recalled, in ancient military history, high casualties often led to panic and retreat. Witnessing the deaths of comrades can shatter the spirit. Yet, once an army is imbued with a resolute spirit by a great leader, even if surrounded by death, they will bravely charge the enemy to protect their homeland. Such is the essence of morale. Beyond these factors, warfare is influenced by many aspects, including individual strength. However, there is one particular element of great significance: the economy. When cannons roar, gold flows. Gold, in essence, represents wealth and resources. When a disciple on the battlefield breaks a low-grade spiritual flying sword, it may require the collaborative efforts of miners and blacksmiths to forge a new one. These miners and blacksmiths, in turn, need substantial resources for their daily sustenance. Therefore, the economy is of paramount importance. The white grass pill is a highly sought-after elixir. After all, the Golden Wing sect's most abundant resources are not weapons, spells, or formations, but spiritual insects. It is easy to imagine the demand for potions that can nourish spiritual insects. Although such news has yet to circulate, Lin Ke understood that the Golden Wing sect's wealth stemmed from a millennium of peace. As supplies dwindle, the ability to sustain will inevitably falter. He could strategically cultivate more white grass and prepare for the future demand for white grass pills, or even sell the white grass itself. Having selected the white grass snail egg, Lin Ke and Zonya returned with the dream-eating gecko from the Golden Wing sect's nest. Upon returning to the Qingsheng garden, all was serene. 6 individuals toiled atop the golden silkworm peak, where the mulberry trees, nourished by the warm sands of the cicada array, grew taller, resembling small trees. These mulberry trees bore red and white berries, which would soon ripen into black fruit. Lin Ke and Zonya bypassed the mulberry trees and descended underground. The underground had 7 levels, each serving its distinct purpose. Most of the original inhabitants of the Qingsheng garden were busy tending to the black gold silkworms, harvesting black gold silk, and managing the ordinary insects on the 6th level. These insects thrived in a mediocre environment, resulting in numerous deaths each day, which were transformed into insect frost for Lin Ke tirelessly cultivated, occasionally deploying her soul-stinging moth to produce the insect frost. Beside where Lin Ke had taken root lay a storage bag that Lin Ke had left for her, likely filled with an ample supply of insect frost. "Daddy, you're back," Lin Ke exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Lin Ke and Zonya return. Lin Ke approached her with a smile. "Lin Ke, you've grown." Judging by her tone, she seemed to have matured significantly, akin to a 7 or 8-year-old child. "I've understood a lot of your knowledge, Daddy," Lin Ke said, somewhat bewildered. "But there's still much I don't grasp." "In time, you'll come to understand," Lin Ke reassured her, gently patting her head. "How much insect frost have you accumulated recently?" 18. Lin Ke replied, her voice sweetly assertive. "I'm so hungry. I've held back from eating to gather so much." "Good girl," Lin Ke smiled. He then instructed Lin Ke to hatch a purple crystal beetle, which Zonya would later sell to Xiaoli. Lin Ke obediently followed through, hatching the purple crystal beetle, and Zonya promptly took it to the spiritual insect cave for sale. Lin Ke, after inquiring about Lin Ke's current cultivation progress, retreated to his mud pill palace. At this moment, several spiritual insects surrounded his feet, a few shadow curtain worms, a flea, and a male and female black gold moth. Nearby, a cage made of the earth from the mud pill palace contained a black mosquito. Remarkably, this black mosquito, despite being at the foundational stage, was exceptionally formidable. Lin Ke observed the motionless black mosquito resting within the earthen cage and recalled the earlier battle with the blood-biting real person. This black mosquito had managed to infiltrate the Mud Pill Palace and exert control due to its formidable essence, likely indicating it was a prime-grade spiritual insect. Unfortunately, its aura was somewhat suppressed, leaving Lin Ke uncertain of its precise grade. Nevertheless, this did not impede its reproductive capabilities. You may remain, and when the time is ripe, I shall ensure your demise here, Lin Ke thought, dismissing the black mosquito and proceeding to mate his spiritual insects. Previously, he had only attempted to mate the black gold silkworm with ordinary insects, with dismal success rates. Now, with a plethora of spiritual insects at hand, Lin Ke felt the probability of success would surely be higher. He picked up the flea. During his earlier encounter with the blood-biting real person, he had considered using the flea for a surprise attack, but later realized its lethality was insufficient. Thus, he decided to expend it instead. He then directed the flea towards the black gold moth. To his astonishment, the flea was female, and it began mating with the male black gold moth. In an instant, the male black gold moth was completely drained of life and carbonized, while the flea exhibited no discernible reaction. Had he failed? Chapter 75. The legacy. Lin Ke furrowed his brow. He had anticipated failure, yet the disappointment still tugged at his heart. Each black golden moth was invaluable, for it was a spirit insect. Although lacking in strength, it could produce black golden silk and had the potential for breeding, making the black golden silkworm exceptionally significant to Lin Ke. Taking a deep breath to steady his mind, Lin Ke resumed the breeding process. With the flea still alive, he chose to focus on mating the ghostly veil insect with the black golden moth. However, to Lin Ke's dismay, the ghostly veil insect appeared not to be an adult. The mature form was likely the ghostly veil moth or the ghostly veil mosquito. Thus, the mating was unsuccessful, akin to the black golden silkworm's inability to breed. It's up to you, Lin Ke thought, gazing at the flea in his hand with a smile. This minuscule creature had the capability to drain the life from a black golden moth, prompting Lin Ke to marvel at the wonders of creation. He then collected some venomous insects. Thanks to the old man's teachings, Feng Tong had nurtured these creatures quite well. If Lin Ke could provide an even better environment, it might be possible to cultivate spirit insects. However, for now, he had to wait until the matters in the great wilderness cave were settled before returning to this endeavor. He gathered a variety of insects, a multi-headed centipede, a golden-horned beetle, and a bumblebee. These should suffice. Lin Ke introduced a breeding container filled with common 5 poisons, a few previously caught 6 evils, and several other unique ordinary insects. While these insects were not spirit insects, the purple crystal longhorn beetle had been bred from the multi-headed centipede, so he decided to try the first one. Lin Ke directly grabbed a multi-headed centipede with his bare hands and presented the flea to it. In the next moment, the two creatures attempted to mate. Snap! The multi-headed centipede had barely reacted before it burst apart, spilling blood and flesh. Lin Ke collected the remains, intending to use them later for insect frost for the stinging needle moth. He continued his experiments, but after several attempts, each resulted in failure. This was to be expected. The flea was of mid-grade spirit level and possessed strength at the mid-stage of the Tao Foundation. In contrast, the black golden silkworm was of low-grade spirit level and had only the initial stage of the Tao Foundation, making the disparity too great for the ordinary insects to survive even a moment. Frustration set in as he realized there would be no successful mating with the flea. After numerous attempts, he had to concede that this round of spirit insect breeding had ended in failure. While his Mud Pill Palace was indeed extraordinary, it still adhered to certain fundamental principles. Comparatively, the mating success rate for the black golden moth was higher than that of the flea. However, the black golden moth was also unable to breed at this time, as all ordinary insects raised in the Qingsang garden had already mated with it, resulting in only the stinging needle moth and the purple crystal longhorn beetle. Regretfully, Lin Ke prepared to exit the chamber when a curious voice sounded beside him. Is this the Mud Pill Palace? Who? Lin Ke jumped in surprise. Turning, he saw the food dream gecko with its orange body materializing within the Mud Pill Palace. Senior Food Dream. Lin Ke exclaimed in astonishment. Fear not, I shall keep your secret, the food dream gecko replied in a childlike voice. I wish to become your spirit insect. I like you. If I had wanted to, I would have mentioned your Mud Pill Palace when Xiaoli was here. Huh? Lin Ke was taken aback. The Mud Pill Palace was one of his most significant secrets, second only to his ability to traverse dimensions. If this secret were to be revealed, he would be naturally anxious. However, the food dream gecko's straightforwardness alleviated some of his concerns. I prefer not to stay inside the Mud Pill Palace. I like to perch outside, the food dream gecko observed before shaking its head. Your Mud Pill Palace lacks defenses, allowing anyone to enter. Just then, it fixed its gaze on the black mosquito trapped by Lin Ke. In an instant, it licked its eyes with its tongue and smacked its lips. I want to eat. Lin Ke quickly waved his hands. Senior Food Dream. That cannot be consumed. It has great utility. Not only could the black mosquito mate, but as the dark hand of the blood-sucking true man, Lin Ke could not afford to carelessly sacrifice it. Great utility? The food dream gecko closed its mouth, as if swallowing saliva. Once I become your spirit insect, you can catch more black-spotted blood mosquitoes for me. I can evolve into the nascent soul stage and assist you even more. While I'm not with you, I will perch outside your mud pill palace and consume your excess dissipated spiritual energy. Very well, Lin Ke replied with a bow. Thank you, Senior Food Dream. From now on, simply call me Food Dream, the gecko said before dissolving into yellow mist. Lin Ke felt a sense of relief. Previously, the mud pill palace had indeed been a place where anyone could come and go at will. The black mosquito had entered freely, as had the Food Dream gecko, without any protective measures. With the Food Dream gecko now guarding it, it provided a degree of protection. As for the dissipated spiritual energy, Lin Ke knew that the human body continuously exuded various energies, be it spiritual power or heat. Such energies wasted away if not utilized. So having the Food Dream gecko consume his dissipated spiritual energy would be beneficial. Yet, the black mosquito's true name made Lin Ke frown. Black-spotted blood mosquito? He muttered to himself. The name reminded him of a powerful spirit insect mentioned in the old man's teachings, the summer-winter mosquito, though the name seemed ordinary. Its capabilities were remarkable. However, the summer-winter mosquito bore no relation to the black-spotted blood mosquito. Instead, it was linked to a failed variant of the summer-winter mosquito. In a certain generation, an old man sought to replicate the summer-winter mosquito and Oppos' cultivation but was unable to find the relevant insects, leading him to settle for a lesser option. He resorted to cultivating a wind mosquito born of the dual forces of darkness and light, resulting in a creature known as the soul shadow mosquito. Though not as powerful as the summer-winter mosquito, it could consume souls and manipulate flesh and blood bodies, making the controlled individual behave like their original self, while their innermost essence became that of a puppet and slave. The old man's strength increased tenfold due to this. Ultimately, he was defeated by a great shaman skilled in controlling gecko insects. The gecko was, after all, a type of lizard. Observing the Food Dream gecko and Oppos' interest in the black mosquito and recalling the traits of the black-spotted blood mosquito, it seemed plausible that this black-spotted blood mosquito might very well be a descendant of that soul shadow mosquito. Perhaps, in the future, breeding with this black-spotted blood mosquito could yield unexpected surprises. Lin Ke stroked his chin, contemplating the black mosquito. However, the time was not yet ripe. This was a hidden strategy, and he needed to eliminate the blood-sucking true man first. He promptly gathered the insect remains and departed, intending to hand them over to Lin Ke. Initially, he had considered taking Lin Ke along for convenience in consuming various insects, but upon reflecting on Lin Ke's unique nature, Lin Ke decided it was best for Lin Ke to develop in secret. He then returned to the Great Wilderness Cave. Chapter 76, Sharpening Skills. Rapid Progress. Long before approaching the Great Wilderness Cave, Lin Ke sensed a surge of spiritual energy emanating from that direction, accompanied by the sounds of battle, roars, and shrieks. Something was amiss. Lin Ke hastened his pace and soon drew near to the Great Wilderness Cave. There, he beheld a semicircle formed around the cave, teeming with various demonic beasts. Huang Fuqi and his companions were valiantly combating these creatures to protect the disciples and Oppos' tokens behind them. At first glance, there were at least 10,000 beasts. Yet, Huang Fuqi and his few allies had managed to hold their ground over a stretch of land spanning 1,000 miles, preventing the beasts from advancing further. Upon noticing Lin Ke's arrival, Huang Fuqi, still with some energy to spare, called out, "Brother Lin, how goes it?" Lin Ke replied with a resonant voice, infused with spiritual energy. "It has been successfully accomplished." His words echoed far and wide, invigorating Shiping and the others. Success. To avoid the beasts comprehending their conversation, neither Huang Fuqi nor Lin Ke disclosed the specifics of their endeavor. However, it was understood that Lin Ke's primary objective was to rent a golden core demonic beast. Once they acquired such a powerful ally, they would possess a formidable backing. Without further ado, Lin Ke joined the fray. Boom. Sharp, robust spikes erupted from the earth, uprooting trees and soil with tremendous force. The spells mountain moving and earth strengthening had become second nature to Lin Ke. Through countless applications, he had gradually mastered more techniques, able to summon them with mere thought. Simultaneously, he embarked on another experiment. Esteemed colleagues, allow me to make an attempt. Lin Ke approached Shiping, who was under significant pressure, and immediately invoked wet egg hatching. The purple crystal beetle merged within him, and he endeavored to create a purple crystal shell for Shiping. The shell shimmered momentarily before stabilizing. Success. Witnessing this, Lin Ke experienced a profound epiphany. It appeared that the skills of the spiritual insect post-hatching could not only be applied to oneself but also to others. This revelation opened new avenues of thought. Purple crystal shell? Shiping exclaimed with delight. "Thank you, Brother Lin. Let us fight with all our might." Lin Ke chuckled lightly and adorned all his companions with the purple crystal shell. Feng Du, who had also been using the wet egg hatching technique on the purple crystal beetle, ceased his original method and instead transformed into an offensive spiritual insect. Lin Ke and Oppos' deep reservoir of spiritual energy easily sustained the shells for several individuals. He even attempted to don a second shell himself, sensing that although there were many beasts, none were particularly formidable. They seemed more like stragglers from the front lines. Otherwise, if the forces led by the butterfly transformation master had been defeated, they would have been overwhelmed by now. Suddenly, a spike pierced through the path before Lin Ke, striking down a wild boar at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Lin Ke promptly collected the beast carcass. Huang Fuqi and the others were similarly engaged. These bodies were prime materials rich in spiritual energy, suitable for dismantling into components for crafting or for use as fertilizer or feed. Although Lin Ke's stinging moth and purple crystal beetle feasted solely on insects, the ordinary bugs from the Qingsang garden were perfect for nourishment. With a series of piercing sounds, demonic beasts were dispatched one after another. Lin Ke's spiritual energy flowed ceaselessly, allowing him to utilize his powers explosively. The ordinary beasts stood little chance against the sharp, sturdy spikes. Simultaneously, Lin Ke conjured javelins by merging the mountain-moving and earth-strengthening spells, launching them like arrows into the fray, wreaking havoc. Ping and his companions, who had seldom witnessed Lin Ke in battle, were now astounded by his prowess. Yet they were not to be outdone. Ping wielded 2 shoes, which sprouted stingers from his rear, while the shoes on his arms elongated into tails. Any beast that came into contact with the stingers would succumb to poison instantly. Huang Fuqi, too, wielded a jade flying sword, creating a vacuum around him as he dispatched foes with ease. Han Yun employed a type of wasp, which, after hatching, sprouted wings and developed 2 purple glowing stingers from his palms. Feng Du, though recently promoted to the initial stage of foundation establishment, had a wealth of experience. He fought fiercely with a chain hammer alongside his spiritual insect against a mid-stage foundation establishment tiger. Yet, despite their efforts, the surrounding demonic beasts showed no signs of diminishing. Rather, more sporadic beasts arrived from afar. This is troubling. Lin Ke furrowed his brow. Is there any news from the front lines? None. Huang Fuqi replied resolutely. However, an unsettling feeling pervaded the group. Something must have gone awry at the front. Within a radius of several thousand miles, their location was the only occupied stronghold. Other disciples of Foundation and Golden Core were likely with the Butterfly Transformation Master. Han Yun voiced. Perhaps the demonic beasts have launched a fierce offensive, creating a breach. Indeed. Lin Ke nodded slightly. Typically, they were distanced from the front lines and close to the sect. Those of Foundation establishment and above seldom regarded this place, as it was sparse in spiritual insects and densely forested, making the development of a flat resting area quite troublesome. Hence, their position was conspicuous from miles away, drawing the beasts towards them. Though Lin Ke and his companions recognized this predicament, they were at a loss for solutions. Should they fail to safeguard the disciples' tokens? The great wilderness cave would no longer belong to them. Fortunately, the pressure was still manageable. However, Feng Du and Han Yun began to feel the strain, already resorting to spiritual stones to absorb energy. Observing this, Lin Ke swiftly retrieved the remaining spiritual stones from the dream-eating gecko he had previously rented, darting to each individual to return the stones. Do not be stingy with the spiritual stones. We may yet face a grueling battle, he cautioned, anxious that his companions would exhaust their energy. Except for Huang Fuqi, everyone quickly grasped a spiritual stone in their hands. It was noteworthy that although these individuals were all engaged in sect duties, even Huang Fuqi, the most battle-hardened among them, had rarely ventured beyond the sect. The law enforcement hall comprised both the law enforcement and guardian halls, with only the guardians frequently tasked with missions. Nevertheless, at this moment, they could all feel their combat experience rapidly escalating. This strike consumed too much spiritual energy that one didn't utilize enough to penetrate defenses, they reflected. Furthermore, battling demonic beasts differed significantly from engaging with humans. Weaknesses, willpower, spiritual energy, and attack methods all exhibited vast disparities. As their combat experience grew, so too did the pressure. Roar. Suddenly, a late-stage Foundation establishment golden leopard lunged forth, striking at Han Yun with a paw. Bang. Han Yun was caught off guard. Yet the purple crystal shell absorbed the impact. However, he was knocked to the ground. I shall take action. Huang Fuqi frowned and commanded, break flame. In the next moment, Huang Fuqi commanded his flying sword, clashing with the golden leopard. Are you unharmed, Brother Han? Lin Ke called out, raising several towering, solid earthen walls to shield Han Yun from the breach. His gaze shifted to the distance. Late-stage Foundation establishment beasts were advancing. Could Golden Cores be far behind? Chapter 77, Breakthrough. Terrifying spiritual power. Initially, they only needed to contend with the early stages of the Dao Foundation and the Mid-Dao Foundation. They were fully capable of managing. However, at this moment, Dao Foundation late-stage entities emerged from the horde of beasts, an ominous sign indeed. This indicated that the breach at the distant front was widening alarmingly. Roar. The golden leopard, just moments ago, was swiftly slain by Huang Fuqi, showcasing his unparalleled swordsmanship. Yet, the crowd remained vigilant. For, from afar, the presences of more late-stage Dao Foundation beasts began to converge. Everyone, take a moment to rest. Lin Ke declared, focusing intently. I shall hold the line. This was destined to become a protracted battle. Lin Ke called out. Let us recuperate for a brief while before continuing. I fear that more beasts will come. He had surmised this earlier. For the poisonous mountain range was abundant with flora and fauna. At first, the Golden Wing sect and other sects might have held an advantage, expanding their territory. But once the beast tribes retaliated, the tides could certainly turn. Not to mention, even ordinary wild beasts and flying insects posed a significant challenge for the Golden Wing sect. Brother Lin, can you hold? Huang Fuqi asked as he retreated, followed by Shi Ping and the others. I can manage. Lin Ke's expression was resolute. In the next moment, walls of earth erupted skyward, seemingly forming new mountains around Lin Ke, obscuring the heavens. The sheer depth of Brother Lin and Appo's spiritual power. Shi Ping's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this truly the early stage of Dao Foundation? Beside him, Fang Du remarked, perhaps this is the legendary 10,000 Leagues body? It is said that in ancient times, there was a formidable being named Yang Zi, who was invincible with this physique. Enough. Let us quickly restore our spiritual energy. Huang Fuqi urged with a firm tone. Instantly, silence fell upon them as they closed their eyes to recuperate. Meanwhile, Lin Ke faced increasing pressure. With earth walls blocking both sides, the beasts naturally surged toward the vacant space in the center where Lin Ke stood. Ordinary wild beasts, chi-refining beasts, and Dao Foundation beasts rushed forth, and the pressure was palpable. Yet, Lin Ke remained undaunted. Move mountains and drain seas. Transform the earth into steel. The great method of wet egg hatching. With the combined use of these three techniques, Lin Ke became a relentless machine of destruction. Boom. A series of spikes shot up from the ground, rapidly emerging and retracting like waves. These wave-like spikes effortlessly claimed the lives of most wild beasts. The ordinary creatures could only flee through the forest, while the Dao Foundation early-stage beasts, despite their ability to fly, could not withstand Lin Ke and Appo's onslaught. In just a brief moment, even with 13 parts of Dao Foundation energy, Lin Ke had expended considerable spiritual power. He was compelled to continuously draw forth spirit stones, swiftly draining their energy, then silently operating the Miao-Jiang Gu technique to digest it. Regrettably, the low-grade spirit stones contained too many impurities. Moreover, the Miao-Jiang Gu technique was not entirely suited to Lin Ke, as it was not an exceptionally potent method, resulting in a slower transformation of spiritual energy into power. However, his spiritual power was substantial, allowing for a near balance of inflow and outflow. As time passed, Lin Ke gradually found his rhythm, alternating between area attacks and single-target strikes, achieving a slaughtering efficiency that even surpassed the earlier 5-person team. At the very least, the Chi-refining and Dao Foundation early-stage beasts could not impede him. Is Brother Lin truly in the early stage of Dao Foundation? Shi Ping was initially astonished, then mused. The 10,000 Leagues body, the 10,000 Leagues body, truly a gift from heaven. Huang Fuqi smiled and shook his head. Junior brother, do not cling too tightly to talent. Shi Ping shuddered, forcing a wry smile. What you say is true, senior brother. Han Yan interjected. Brother Lin possesses more than just the talent of the 10,000 Leagues body. Throughout history, many have had this physique, yet none have broken through to chi refining. Most remain indistinguishable from the masses. He gestured toward Lin Ke. I once heededly Lu and Appo's words, intending to target Brother Lin, only to discover he had reached the Dao Foundation. After observing Brother Lin's journey over the past 3 years, at this point, Han Yun's tone turned reflective. He entered the sect years ago, initially displaying commendable aptitude, swiftly advancing within the inner circle. Yet, 3 years ago, on the verge of breaking through to Dao Foundation, his cultivation plummeted, revealing the leak characteristic of the 10,000 Leagues body, leaving him with barely 1/10 of his power. For 3 years, he endured scorn and ridicule. Yet he persevered in his training, ultimately comprehending himself. After 3 years, he restored his cultivation and became a genius at 60% Dao Foundation. Han Yun's eyes sparkled with admiration, prompting a ripple of awe among the others. They all recognized Brother Lin's talent and envied his gift. Yet few appreciated the relentless effort he had invested over the years. Fang Du expressed his respect. Moreover, Brother Lin's sister, Zongya, is also devoted and righteous, never leaving his side for 3 years, always supporting each other, a truly commendable bond. At this moment, their spiritual energy had nearly recovered. Observing Lin Ke's formidable prowess, they felt inspired and exchanged a few words of camaraderie. I, Huang Fuqi, have few whom I admire in my lifetime, but Brother Lin is certainly one of them. Huang Fuqi smiled, then called out jovially, Brother Lin, do you require a moment to rest? Yet, Lin Ke continued to wield his power, engrossed and moved mountains and drained seas, and did not respond. Everyone exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Huang Fuqi raised an eyebrow. What is this? In the next instant, they sensed a shift in Lin Ke's spiritual energy. The sound of his energy, already akin to a raging torrent, intensified, nearly resembling a mountain stream. Then, in a fleeting moment, Lin Ke let out a light whistle. He erupted into laughter. Aha! Cultivating with spirit stones is indeed exhilarating. As his words faded, a series of thunderous booms reverberated. Rows of spikes surged forth like the quills of a porcupine. Today, I shall break through to the Mid-Dao Foundation, and soon I shall condense the golden core and forge the nascent soul. Lin Ke's voice resonated with elation and exuberance. Mid-Dao Foundation. Having experienced the enigmatic powers of the great wilderness cavern, the peril posed by the blood-drinking true man, and after a brief respite, he once again engaged in fierce battle. Coupled with the influx of abundant spirit stone energy, Lin Ke naturally achieved his breakthrough. The distinction between mid-Dao Foundation and early Dao Foundation was subtle, merely an increase in spiritual energy. Yet, this difference, though seemingly negligible for others, was monumental for him. Akin to a transformation. While others might possess 5 units of spiritual power, doubling it results in merely 10, an increase of 5. In contrast, Lin Ke, with 13 units of spiritual power, would see that double to 26. Such growth, though manageable at the initial stage, would become insurmountable in the future. Golden Core, Mason Soul, transformation. As long as Lin Ke maintained his accumulation, he would undoubtedly outstrip others in terms of spiritual power at equivalent levels. Everyone, please assist me in holding the line for a moment. I must consolidate my cultivation, Lin Ke announced with a buoyant spirit. Huang Fuqi and the others felt invigorated. Lin Ke's breakthrough instilled in them a sense of possibility for their own advancement. This was a powerful encouragement to their comrades. Thus, they advanced to the front lines, staunchly blocking the tide of beasts. At this point, Lin Ke had decimated the majority of the beast horde, leaving only a few early and mid-Dao Foundation beasts remaining. The ordinary beasts and Qi refining beasts had already sustained heavy casualties. The pressure on Huang Fuqi and his companions diminished significantly. Lin Ke, leaping back, settled cross-legged upon a large tree, producing dozens of spirit stones, then closed his eyes. Mid-Dao Foundation, how it has enriched my spiritual power. Yet, it is still insufficient. I require at least 2,000 spirit stones. Chapter 78. The reputation of the dream-eating gecko. The considerable consumption of spirit stones left Lin Ke astounded. Fortunately, he still possessed a substantial amount in his possession, so he decided to withdraw them all at once. These spirit stones surrounded him, compensating for the deficiency of spiritual energy in the vicinity. With a whoosh, as he absorbed them, the stones crumbled into powder, carried away by the wind. After nearly half an hour, all the spirit stones were completely consumed, leaving Lin Ke once again without a single coin. However, the gains were unmistakable. His Yuan Palace, the reservoir of spiritual power within him, had expanded significantly. Within the Mud Pill Palace, the ground rumbled as numerous mountainous protrusions emerged, indicating an abundance of spiritual energy. Such a transformation at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. What wonders awaited at the late stage? At the Golden Core stage, Lin Ke opened his eyes, feeling a newfound confidence about the path ahead. Let us eradicate these beasts, he declared, rising to his feet. As of yet, no other mid-stage Foundation establishment beast had appeared, and he resolved to clear the area of all remaining beasts at once. With Lin Ke and Oppos as participation, the horde of tens of thousands of beasts was swiftly eliminated, leaving only a few ordinary creatures moaning in agony on the ground, clinging to life. The others surveyed the battlefield and released their spirit insects. The ground was littered with flesh and blood that could not go to waste. Such resources would cost a fortune in the sect. Now that it was freely available, it was a treasure not to be squandered. In particular, Fong Du and Oppos' earth spider, which had been hiding underground, emerged to voraciously devour the blood and flesh with delight. Even Lin Ke could sense that this low-grade spirit beast was on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. The spoils were abundant. This single battle not only provided a significant boost in combat experience for all, but also offered rich sustenance for their spirit insects. Most importantly, Lin Ke had managed to advance to the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Such an opportunity was indeed rare, with only 7 days remaining until they fully occupied the area. As long as no issues arose during this time, it would signify that this territory belonged to the sect. Everyone, take a moment to rest, Lin Ke suggested, noting the absence of any remaining beasts. We shall alternate between resting and keeping watch. The group unanimously agreed, one by one descending to rest while casting odd glances at Lin Ke in the sky. His spiritual power was astonishingly profound. Even Huang Fuqi, at the late stage of Foundation establishment, was uncertain of the extent of Lin Ke's power, having witnessed many Golden Core seniors. He noted that several possessed less spiritual energy than Lin Ke. Truly, he was someone who could unleash a Golden Core strike even at the early stage of Foundation establishment. Huang Fuqi mused. Before long, the group completed their recuperation and resumed their states. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ke descended to introduce them to the Dream-Eating Gecko. Senior Dream-Eater at the Golden Core stage? Huang Fuqi stared in astonishment at the sleeping Dream-Eating Gecko. Ping was equally shocked. Senior Dream-Eater has encountered our master, the Sword Master Bai Lu, but was repelled by the senior. Bai Lu, the sect's foremost sword cultivator? The Yunjiang, unmatched in battle? The group was left in disbelief. A mere Golden Core dared to repel Bai Lu? The Dream-Eating Gecko opened its eyes slightly and glanced at Huang Fuqi. That little sword cultivator from back then? What am I rebuffing Bai Lu? He merely wields a sword. He cannot harm me. I could swallow his Yunjiang in one gulp. He only cultivates sword intent and neglects his spirit, nothing more than a paper tiger. Though the gecko and Oppos' voice was soft, its words dripped with arrogance. Yet, such brazen declarations plunged the others into silence. Only Huang Fuqi, feeling helpless, remarked, as sword cultivators, we wield a sword that can battle countless spirits. Try to sever me. Let's see if you can. The dream-eating gecko, half open-eyed, licked its own eye with its tongue. Your spirit is weak, yet you boast greatly. Huang Fuqi, momentarily defeated, still insisted. I have yet to refine my sword intent. Otherwise, severing a golden core would be akin to snapping a dry twig. The gecko seemed to take pleasure in its taunts. Casting a glance at Lin Ke, you, however, are commendable. I favor you. Your spiritual energy is robust, your spirit is complete, and your mud pill is unblemished. Following you, I shall surely thrive. I like you. Huang Fuqi fell silent. Lin Ke found it both amusing and perplexing. All right, both of you. Each path has its own merits. We must remain united against our enemies and not let tempers flare. He was unaware of the gecko and Oppos' arrogance or why Huang Fuqi, typically calm and composed, had suddenly engaged in a verbal spar. Perhaps Huang Fuqi had been humiliated by the gecko in the past. Regardless, such matters did not concern Lin Ke. As long as there were no life and death grudges, all was well. Lin, your ability to summon a senior like the Dream Eater is indeed impressive, Shiping remarked with a smile. My master has mentioned that apart from the few top spirits within the sect, even other Yuaning seniors would suffer injuries under the Dream Eater and Oppos' attacks. A golden core with insufficient spirit might be devoured in one bite. Such strength? Though this was merely Bai Lu's opinion, it underscored the Dream Eater's formidable nature. It seemed that if Lin Ke had not inadvertently fulfilled the gecko and Oppos' requirements regarding spirit and soul, this opportunity may not have arisen. Lin, you truly are a dragon among men. Feng Du and the others praised. As they were all part of a shared interest, the stronger their allies, the better. Well then, I shall take my leave. Call for me if needed, the dream-eating gecko said, glancing at the group before dissipating into a yellow mist. In reality, it had taken up residence outside Lin Ke and Oppos' Mud Pill Palace, at an immeasurably high point within his consciousness, though Lin Ke could not perceive it. The dream-eating gecko lay outside his awareness, converting the dissipated spiritual energy into a more refined power, which in turn nourished Lin Ke and Oppos' Mud Pill Palace. This power did not manifest in the strength of spiritual energy, but instead sank deeper into Lin Ke and Oppos' very soul. In the outside world, having encountered the dream-eating gecko, the group felt significantly more at ease. Having such a powerful ally was preferable to being without. They took turns standing guard and resting. By the time Lin Ke assumed watch again, it was nearly noon of the second day. However, this time, within less than half an hour, he suddenly sensed something amiss. What was that? A mass of black clouds emerged from an area beyond the reach of his spiritual perception. Recalling the earlier incident with the blood-eating real man, Lin Ke did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly contacted the dream-eating gecko. However, upon discerning the approaching entity, he frowned. What was this? Was it a locust? How had such a creature made its way to the front lines? Wasn't this a species that could devastate entire regions? Surely, something was amiss. Chapter 79. The Locust Demon, however, from a distance, nothing seemed amiss. Surely, it could not be a massive swarm of golden core locusts? If that were the case, Lin Ke and his companions would be utterly powerless to stop them, and survival would be a daunting challenge. Yet, if they were not golden core locusts, a mere fireball spell could easily eradicate vast swathes of them. Alas, it is the Locust Demon. Huang Fuqi and Oppos' expression changed. Everyone, be cautious. The others were puzzled by his words. Huang Fuqi quickly elaborated. A senior brother from my sect once encountered this Locust Demon, reputed to be a low-level golden core insect. Its strength lies not in individual capability, but in its ability to command countless locusts to form a formation of its own devising. Typically, we would not heed such mundane insects. Yet this demon can stealthily traverse our sect and Oppos' grand formation, devouring some of our precious spiritual herbs. It was only when an elder discovered it that it was expelled. The grand formation of the sect generally only obstructs beings infused with spiritual energy. It does not deter ordinary insects, flora, or other commonplace organisms. Clearly, the front line has indeed fallen into a stalemate, with no one attending to the peculiarities of these ordinary insects. Lin Ke furrowed his brow. It has been over 2 days, and there has been no word from the front. This absence of information has rendered Lin Ke increasingly aware of his limited channels for news. Many matters must await notification. He lacks his own means of reconnaissance. If he had been forewarned of the front line and Oppos' circumstances, he could have made more informed decisions. In the event of a catastrophic defeat, they could retreat to the sect to avoid becoming cannon fodder. Conversely, if there were a resounding victory, they could hold their ground until dawn. Different outcomes, such as minor victories or narrow defeats, would warrant varied responses. Instead, they are left to conjecture the situation based on sporadic reports of monsters trickling in from the front. Attention! Huang Fuqi bellowed. Do not use spiritual insects. Fire attacks are preferable. He herself sheathed his flying sword and resorted to fireball spells. Lin Ke and the others followed suit. One by one, fireballs materialized in the air, coalescing into a vast wall of flames. The group, consisting of cultivators of significant prowess, with Lin Ke and Huang Fuqi being particularly exceptional, transformed the sky into a fiery spectacle long before the locusts approached within 100 miles. Just flames, younglings. A chilling, sinister laughter echoed from afar. The locust demon. Some beasts, upon gaining sentience, can articulate human speech. However, most insects cannot reach such heights. The fact that this locust demon can speak is already quite extraordinary. As the demon and Apos' voice faded, a dense swarm of locusts surged into the immense wall of fire conjured by Lin Ke and his companions. Numerous locusts were charred to cinders, plummeting into the dense forest below, filling the air with the aroma of roasted flesh. Yet, a greater number of locusts managed to breach the fiery barrier. The essence of formation. Upon witnessing this, Lin Ke furrowed his brow. Surpassing spells and techniques lies the realm of intention. Previously, Lin Kuan-Ming had comprehended the dance of leaping intention during the sect and Apos' grand competition. Now, the locust demon had similarly grasped a form of intention, a certain formation and Apos' essence. The locusts began to vibrate their wings, producing a resonant buzzing sound that filled the air. A sweep of Lin Ke and Apos' spiritual perception revealed that the exteriors of these locusts seemed to be cloaked in a thin membrane of spiritual energy, likely due to some peculiar rhythm. Younglings, I fear not fire. You shall all become fodder for my children. The sinister voice echoed once more. The locusts immediately shifted their formation, emanating an enigmatic aura. The essence of formation. The locusts divided into several groups, charging towards Lin Ke and his companions. The locusts targeting Lin Ke, Shiping, and Huang Fuqi were the most numerous, with Lin Ke and Shiping in the mid-stage of foundation establishment and Huang Fuqi in the late stage. It was only natural that the locust demon directed the majority of its forces at the three of them. Do not panic. Huang Fuqi and Apos' voice rang out. The locust demon and Apos' greatest strength lies in its stealth. However, its power is dispersed. As long as we do not fall prey to its physical ambush, we shall be fine. With that, Huang Fuqi turned to Lin Ke, who nodded in agreement. He immediately raised his hand, bestowing each of them with a purple crystal shell. In the next moment, the group clashed with the locust demon. In the ensuing battle, it became evident that Huang Fuqi and Apos' assessment was correct. The locust demon and Apos' power was not as formidable as anticipated. And with Lin Ke and Apos' purple crystal shell and their own defenses, the ordinary locusts could not penetrate their barriers. However, it appeared that the essence of the locust formation enveloped all the locusts, making them act like a multitude of swords or bullets, complicating the fight considerably. Just as the combatants engaged intensely, a startled cry erupted from Han Yun. Puff! A mid-stage locust broke free from the swarm of ordinary locusts, shattering both the purple crystal shell Lin Ke had provided and Han Yun and Apos' own protective barrier in one devastating strike, piercing through Han Yun and Apos' right arm. Be careful, Lin Ke frowned. This locust demon has concealed other monstrous insects among its swarm. If they were merely ordinary locusts, we would not fear them. But if there are mid-stage demonic insects hidden within, we cannot let our guard down. Han Yun opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames that coalesced into a fiery bird in midair. A technique of blazing flames? The others felt a slight relief. This technique had not been seen before, likely due to Han Yun and Apos' previous exhaustion. Now, faced with danger, he had summoned it forth. However, the locusts before Han Yun shifted their formation, resembling a spherical entity as they surged towards the firebird. Streamlined? Lin Ke narrowed his eyes, instinctively extending his hand to grant Han Yun another purple crystal shell. In the next instant, thousands of locusts crashed through the firebird, colliding violently with Lin Ke and Apos' crystal shell. Boom. The purple crystal shell shattered upon impact, sending Han Yun crashing to the ground, his fate uncertain. Meanwhile, as Lin Ke aided Han Yun, several mid to late-stage locusts barreled towards him, colliding with his purple crystal shell. Yet, Lin Ke and Apos' shell, originating from within, was several times sturdier than those of Han Yun and the others, and it would not be so easily shattered. Nonetheless, Lin Ke was still propelled several dozen meters away. Fear not fire? Lin Ke furrowed his brow but then smirked coldly, gesturing dismissively. You think you can consume us solely by relying on your concealed presence and formation? As his internal spiritual energy surged, countless droplets of water materialized in the sky. These droplets rapidly converged, forming a colossal water sphere that enveloped Lin Ke. Mountain moving and sea toppling. Lin Ke had long been accustomed to employing the mountain moving aspect of this technique, seldom utilizing the sea toppling aspect. However, this did not imply he was incapable. Rather, it was due to the superior effectiveness of the earth spike attacks against many beasts or humans compared to pure water. Yet, the situation was different now. Since the locust demon sought to conceal itself among the endless swarm of locusts and used its formation to resist fiery assaults, Lin Ke would shatter its formation first. Chapter 80. Distribution of spoils. A colossal sphere of water materialized in the sky, enveloping Huang Fuqi and his companions within its vast diameter of several hundred meters. They offered no resistance, instantly comprehending Lin Ke and Apos' intention to thwart any ambush. Since flames proved ineffective, they would harness the resistance of water. Lin Ke had only just realized this as he observed the Locust Demon Master, whose swarm had adopted an aerodynamic form. This streamlined shape, commonly associated with airplanes and ships in a past life, is designed to minimize air resistance, allowing objects to glide effortlessly. Certain species of whales and fish possess such streamlined bodies, enabling them to swim with remarkable speed. Just moments ago, the Locust Demon and Appos' swarm had breached Han Yun and Appos' fiery spell precisely because of this aerodynamic shell. Now, submerged in water, even the swiftest would leave traces behind. Understanding Lin Ke and Appos' strategy, everyone internally nodded in agreement. Simultaneously, Lin Ke's intentions extended beyond mere inundation. Constriction. Within the great water sphere, razor-like tendrils emerged, slicing toward the locust swarm. The power of water was under Lin Ke's command, epitomizing the art of moving mountains and parting seas. Traditionally, this involved overwhelming force, yet, through prolonged practice, Lin Ke had mastered this technique to an extraordinary degree. At this moment, whirlpools ensnared the locusts, many ordinary ones meeting their demise before realizing the peril. Reduced to mere remnants, under the Locust Demon and Appos' control, the swarm surged toward Lin Ke in a streamlined formation, intent on annihilation. The demon and Appos' voice seethed with fury. "I will eradicate you," Lin Ke retorted with a cold smile. "Even a golden core cultivator is like a child. Today marks your end." Such audacity. The Locust Demon and Appos' true form remained concealed within the swarm, while the foundational locust seemed dormant, creating a dense, shadowy mass within the water sphere. Constriction. Lin Ke disregarded defense as the currents intensified, whirlpools spinning faster, tearing at the locusts. However, the Locust Demon possessed considerable intelligence and instinctively countered with formations against Lin Ke and Appos' water sphere. Yet Lin Ke and Appos' goal was not to slay a golden core cultivator. He merely sought traces of the demon using the principles of parting seas. At that moment, a child and Appos' voice echoed in his mind. "I found it." As the words faded, a phantom head of an orange-hued gecko materialized within the water sphere, lunging toward a specific direction behind Huang Fuqi. "Ah, who are you?" The Locust Demon and Appos' voice faltered, abruptly silenced. Concurrently, the other locusts, previously fierce in battle alongside Huang Fuqi, suddenly lost their vigor, flailing helplessly within the water against the formidable sphere. A few foundational locusts revealed themselves, stripped of the demon and Appos' influence. Absent the demon, these locusts were but a disorganized mass. With a rush, the water sphere dispersed. "Thank goodness for the Dream Eater," Fong Du remarked with relief. The recent scenario had been perilous. The Locust Demon had feigned an intent to kill Lin Ke. Yet, unbeknownst to them, its true form lurked among the ordinary locusts surrounding Huang Fuqi. It was evident that the demon sought to strike Huang Fuqi while his attention was diverted toward Lin Ke. What a formidable creature! Huang Fuqi shook his head. "Bowed to Lin Ke in gratitude. Thank you, Senior Dream Eater. Had it not been for your timely detection of the Locust Demon, I might have perished." "No need for thanks. It was my duty," Lin Ke replied with a smile, then turned to the group. 18 foundational locusts. Let us divide them." "Sure. Please check on Han and Appos' condition. I am certain these locusts will require your contribution." Nodding in agreement, Huang Fuqi and the others prepared to assess the situation. Shortly after, they reconvened. "Han, how are you?" Lin Ke inquired. Han Yun sat cross-legged amidst the gnarled roots of a tree, his complexion pale yet his eyes gleaming with excitement. "It has been 8 years, and I have finally broken through." "You have broken through?" Lin Ke realized that Han Yun and Appos' fluctuating aura was not due to injury, but rather a recent surge in spiritual power. "Congratulations, Han, on turning adversity into opportunity." Lin Ke quickly offered his congratulations, noting that the wound on Han Yun and Appos' arm had been healed by Shi Ping and Appos' spells. For Han Yun, enduring temporary pain for a breakthrough was undoubtedly worthwhile. "There are 15 locusts, most in the mid to late foundational stage, with one deceased," Huang Fuqi remarked, opening a compartment at his waist to release his locusts. Lin Ke and the others followed suit, making the task simpler. "Let us distribute these insects." Lin Ke specifically selected 1 male and 2 females for future breeding in his dantian. The others, however, did not give it much thought. Raising locusts was feasible, but each individual could only control a limited number of spiritual beasts. Creatures like the Locust Demon, a golden core beast, could only effectively command tens of thousands of locusts in a formation, and Lin Ke had already disrupted that method of attack. Ultimately, the demon perished because of the more formidable golden core beast, the Dream Eater. Nevertheless, it underscored the fact that these low-grade locusts held little breeding value. They would merely serve as fodder. Only Lin Ke could derive any utility from them. As the meeting concluded, Huang Fuqi opened his palm, revealing an unremarkable, earthy yellow locust corpse. Its compound eyes were dull and lifeless, akin to a tarnished copper mirror, devoid of luster. The Locust Demon and Appos' corpse. The group's eyes brightened. They had just divided several living foundational locusts, and now they had the chance to claim the corpse of a golden core locust demon? Alas, it is rather small. Huang Fuqi sighed, addressing the group. "I only require spirit stones in exchange." They had previously agreed on distributing spoils based on contributions, and anyone in need could voice their preferences and compensate others with spirit stones. As a sword cultivator, Huang Fuqi held no particular interest in the locust demon's remains. The corpse had limited uses, whether as fodder, fertilizer, weaponry, or alchemical materials, all reliant on beast tamers, spiritual cultivators, blacksmiths, and alchemists. Without such demands, the corpse held little value. Very well, Lin Ke remarked, though he desired the corpse, he recognized that he did not urgently require spiritual weapons. Overextending oneself could lead to complications. It was wiser to refine his current spells and spiritual insects. They had recently expended considerable resources to enlist the Dream Eater's aid, making this an opportune moment for exchanges. Fang Du also mentioned having sufficient weaponry for now. Ultimately, only Han Yun and Shi Ping remained. If none of you want it, I shall take it, he stated. Chapter 81. The Arrival of the Butterfly Transformation Master. The speaker was Han Yun. Shi Ping nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed. Brother Han is more suited than I am. I am still more accustomed to manipulating spirit insects. Han Yun and Appo's mastery of the moist egg incubation technique was not particularly proficient. Perhaps due to the greater fighting experience of those present or his own long absence from combat. Nevertheless, he was indeed more suited to possess this golden core insect body than Shi Ping. Shi Ping himself wielded a mid-grade spirit-level sword and was destined to become a sword cultivator under the tutelage of Master Bai Lu in the future. One sword sufficed. Possessing too many magical artifacts would be of little use. Thank you, Brother Shi. Han Yun expressed his sincere gratitude, his previously pale complexion improving considerably. He remarked, Our and Appo's, Great Wasteland and Appo's, community supports one another, far surpassing many groups I know. I hope we can ascend to greater heights together in the future. Han Yun's heartfelt words resonated with Lin Ke and the others, evoking their unanimous agreement. The locust demon not only had a valuable physique, but also contained a golden core within. Han Yun stated, I will consult a blacksmith to assess its value and gather the necessary spirit stones for everyone. The group expressed their understanding, recognizing that the body of a golden core cultivator held immense worth beyond its physical form, particularly with the core itself, an entity capable of amalgamating all internal organs and energies. Such a core would be of high value for any purpose, and selling it would be a challenge due to its rarity. If not for the locust demon's penchant for ambushes and Lin Ke's prior communication with the dream-eating gecko, their survival would have been uncertain. Thus, the golden core and locust demon's corpse were likely worth at least 10,000 spirit stones. Perhaps Han brother should leave first. Return to the sect with the locust demon's body, hand it over to the blacksmith, and then come back to recuperate, Lin Ke suggested. The others concurred. Their priority was to swiftly convert these spoils into combat strength to endure their stay here longer. Very well. Han Yun stood to bow to each of them before soaring into the sky. By the way, is there still no news from the butterfly transformation master? After Han Yun departed, Lin Ke inquired of Shi Ping. Shi Ping produced his mystical document and shook his head. They may still be engaged in battle. He gazed into the distance, where occasional fluctuations of spiritual energy could be sensed, indicating that the fighting was likely ongoing. Then we shall continue to hold our ground. Lin Ke affirmed. The waves of demon beasts were manageable, ensuring their safety for the time being. However, should the front line collapse, if even the butterfly transformation master were to fall, there would be dire consequences. The lack of communication channels meant they would only learn of the front line's defeat when the demon beasts were upon them. Yet, there was little they could do. Lin Ke pondered the issue of their intelligence system. His gaze then shifted to the nest of the golden-winged insect. The golden-winged insect's nest, a remnant of its abandoned abode, had been transformed into spatial equipment specifically designed for housing spirit beasts. However, the focus was not merely on the nest, but on the golden-winged insect itself, namely, the bee. It was said that the golden-winged sect was founded on the golden-winged insect, which not only produced honey, but also served as swift messengers. The most advantageous application, however, lay in intelligence gathering. The bee's diminutive size made it ideal for collecting information. Perhaps they could attempt to breed spirit insects with bees in the future. Lin Ke mused. Much like his stinging needle moth, which, though not particularly swift, possessed the traits of both the bee and the dark golden silkworm. It could gather honey, utilize scale powder, and employ its stinging needle. If, in the future, they could crossbreed bees with another type of insect to produce reconnaissance insects, that would be quite beneficial. However, now is not the time for such thoughts. Another wave of demon beasts approached. Prepare for battle. They only needed to hold their position for 10 days for this territory to belong to them. The area surrounding them, spanning several thousand miles, was the domain of the Butterfly Transformation Master, known as Moon Maiden Peak. The Butterfly Transformation Master was in the early stages of nascent soul, having recently ascended, and thus the location she guarded was in close proximity to her sect. If Moon Maiden Peak was besieged by so many demon beasts, the pressure on other locations must be equally formidable. On the 9th day of their defense, the Butterfly Transformation Master arrived. How many golden cores have you encountered here? The Butterfly Transformation Master, covered in blood and employing the moist egg incubation technique, revealed her majestic presence with two nearly 3-meter-long black and gold butterfly wings unfurled behind her, adorned with beautiful blue patterns on her neck and cheeks, creating a breathtaking sight. Master, we have encountered and slain 3 golden cores, the locust demon, the dark green nether goose, and the golden mouse, Lin Ke reported with a respectful bow. They had not been idle in recent days, encountering numerous Taoists from the front line as well as ordinary beasts and occasional golden core demon beasts. The locust demon had posed a challenge, but they had successfully defeated the latter two through coordination. Of course, the main contributors were not Lin Ke and the others, who merely appeared to be the frontline fighters. In the shadows, the dream-eating gecko had been consuming the souls of their adversaries. Kill? The butterfly transformation master paused, glancing at Lin Ke and then at Huang Fuqi and the others behind him. Just you few? The dark green nether goose was a mid-stage golden core beast, while the locust demon, though in the early stages, had previously slain many golden core disciples. The golden mouse, while weaker, possessed remarkable speed and retreat. Though you are of the 10,000 leagues body and Huang Fuqi wields a sword, I have heard of your prowess. But to take down the golden mouse is quite an achievement. How? The butterfly transformation master looked on with curiosity. Lin Ke chuckled in response, bowing slightly. We enlisted the assistance of a golden core elder from the spirit insect cave. Upon hearing this, the butterfly transformation master appeared enlightened and nodded slightly. You are indeed clever. With that, she produced a token and infused it with spiritual energy. The token instantly levitated into the air, inscribed with the words, Moon Maiden Peak. This area is hereby designated as belonging to sect disciple Lin Ke. As she spoke, a beam of light shot from her token to Lin Ke's disciple token. In a moment, Lin Ke felt a surge and beckoned, causing his disciple token to return to him, now radiating with brilliance. This territory, spanning 1,000 miles, now belonged to the Great Wasteland. Additionally, the swamp giant frog has been slain. The butterfly transformation master stated without further inquiry into which golden core spirit insect Lin Ke had summoned, instead smiling. Now that this area belongs to you, if you wish, you may venture beyond Moon Maiden Peak to claim more territory. Young man, it is beneficial to explore and expand. The swamp giant frog has been slain? Lin Ke exclaimed in surprise, then sincerely congratulated her. Congratulations, master, on eliminating this formidable foe. Huang Fuqi and the others joined in the celebration. The swamp giant frog was the original nascent soul overlord of the Moon Maiden Peak region, and the butterfly transformation master had been in conflict with it for some time. It was unexpected that it had been vanquished. Haha, it was not quite a formidable adversary, merely an obstruction, the butterfly transformation master replied, her spirits evidently high. Her melodious laughter tinged with a hint of bravado. Observing this, Lin Ke pondered, Master, may I inquire about the status of the Blood Devourer Master? Chapter 82, Taking on a Disciple? Golden Core. The Blood-Sucking True Man? The butterfly transformation true man raised an eyebrow. Previously, he had been severely injured by the tongue of a giant swamp frog and had returned to recuperate. He won't be able to leave his retreat for at least 10 days to half a month, so you can focus on your cultivation without worry. As she spoke, a hint of cold amusement appeared on the beautiful face of the butterfly transformation true man. Do not fear the monkey brave true man. This territory is now under my dominion, and I shall ensure my disciples frequently patrol this area. If you encounter any issues, he will inform me directly. By the way, I see that you are clever and your cultivation speed is commendable, yet you remain uninitiated. Why is that? The butterfly transformation true man's enchanting eyes sparkled. How about this? If you break through to the later stage of the foundation establishment, I shall take you as my disciple. Taking on a disciple? Lin Ke was momentarily stunned. He had not contemplated the prospect of finding a master. In truth, most nascent soul true men do not accept foundation establishment disciples. Except for prodigies like Huang Fuqi and Lin Kuan-Ming, most disciples wishing to apprentice themselves to a nascent soul must first achieve the golden core stage. Prior to this, apprenticeship has little significance, at least in terms of cultivation. Only those in the golden core stage require guidance and direction. For chi refinement and foundation establishment disciples, they must first overcome the hurdle of solidifying their golden core. Otherwise, even if a master were to take on a disciple, they would not be able to pass on their legacy, and hundreds of years later, when the disciple passes away, it would only add to the sorrow. What is the point? Thus, most nascent souls only accept golden core disciples. Those in the transformative stage above nascent soul are even more selective. Of course, this is from a cultivation perspective. In practical terms, some nascent souls do recognize certain disciples and invest in them early on. Otherwise, once the golden opportunity arises, it is uncertain who would be able to claim the golden child. The butterfly transformation true man, seeing Lin Ke lost in thought, couldn't he help but chuckle. The one wish of my master before his passing was for the golden wings sect to grow ever stronger. Were it not for my master, I, the little girl who once begged on the streets, would have perished from hunger long ago. My master raised me, admitted me to the outer sect, and took me as his disciple when I reached the later stage of foundation establishment. Thus I became who I am today. Therefore, I have never favored the style of the monkey brave true man, but rather, I admire the approach of the white do true man. As she spoke of the white Du True Man, the butterfly transformation True Man smiled at Huang Fuqi and Shiping. The sect belongs to all of us. The talents and prodigies of the sect must be nurtured by us, ensuring a prosperous legacy for generations to come. I had intended to accept you as my disciple during the Foundation Establishment sect competition for your protection, but alas, war has erupted. With a gentle smile, the butterfly transformation True Man revealed some of her past. Everyone listened in admiration. Lin Ke also felt the kindness of the butterfly transformation True Man. And coupled with their previous inquiries about her deeds in the Great Wilderness Cave, he found her to be a person of integrity, compassion, and gratitude. With numerous disciples under her wing, generally, nascent souls have little time for their own cultivation. Were it not for the impending crisis, who would squander time taking on disciples? Yet, over the past century, the butterfly transformation True Man has spared no effort in nurturing talent for the sect. Within the Golden Wing sect, individuals like the butterfly transformation True Man are the majority, while those like the monkey brave True Man are the exception. Just as Lin Ke's spiritual power inexplicably dissipated earlier, many elders came to investigate. Curiosity was one aspect, but more importantly, they sought to save Lin Ke. Even if Lin Ke ultimately only reached the first layer of chi refinement, they never considered expelling him from the sect. They even contemplated allowing Lin Ke to retire in the Qingsang Garden. It could be said that from a small glimpse, one could discern the entirety. From the butterfly transformation True Man, Lin Ke saw the roots of a sect's enduring prosperity. Thank you for your kindness. True Man Lin Ke bowed respectfully. With a supportive figure, his future path would undoubtedly be brighter. Congratulations, True Man, on acquiring an excellent disciple. Huang Fuqi was the first to express his congratulations. Congratulations, Brother Lin, on gaining a wise mentor. Congratulations, True Man. Congratulations, Brother Lin. Congratulations, True Man. Congratulations, Brother Lin. Fong Du and the others also chimed in with their well wishes. The butterfly transformation True Man felt even more pleased. Then you may remain here. I shall go check on a few other places. With a wave of her hand, several beams of golden light appeared, floating before the group. This is. Lin Ke focused his gaze. Golden cores. Han Yun exclaimed. What hovered before them were indeed individual golden cores. Take them. I am quite happy today. The butterfly transformation True Man smiled gently. From now on, golden cores and nascent souls shall no longer be scarce. You may acquire them at will. After speaking, the butterfly transformation True Man spread her wings and swiftly ascended into the distance. We bid farewell to the True Man. Lin Ke and the others cupped their hands in farewell. Once the butterfly transformation True Man departed, Lin Ke and the others stored the golden cores in their bags. It seems many golden cores have perished at the front lines, Lin Ke remarked with a smile. The butterfly transformation True Man is indeed generous. The others wholeheartedly agreed. In times of fewer battles, only disciples from the law enforcement hall would venture out for exploration and hunting. Now, with battles raging everywhere, golden cores have naturally increased. They understood, however, that for a nascent soul, golden cores hold little value. But for them, it was a different matter altogether. It is said that the ancient demon path of the giant power fire prison can absorb golden cores for the nascent soul's own use. Huang Fuqi pondered the golden core in his hand, a look of regret on his face. Unfortunately, this method is akin to our sect's wet egg transformation secret art. A non-transmissible secret. Otherwise, our cultivation could advance further. Huang Fuqi was already at the later stage of Foundation establishment. Should he progress further, he would ascend to Golden Core. The giant power fire prison is a demon sect, compatible with demon arts, and even if we were to obtain this method, it might conflict with the Miao Jianggu art. Shiping chuckled. Initially, they were somewhat envious of Lin Ke's backing. But now that the butterfly transformation True Man had gifted them something, they were left with nothing but joy. Now that matters are settled, where do we go from here? Lin Ke suddenly asked. The 10-day period has ended, the Great Wilderness Cave is secured, and we must take action. First and foremost, exploration of the Great Wilderness Cave is out of the question. To explore, we must first enhance our cultivation, otherwise, the unknown presence could easily end our lives with mere manipulation. Thus, it suffices for someone to remain on guard here. The few of us can formulate a development plan for this place and take turns keeping watch. There is no need for everyone to remain here. I intend to head to the front lines to slay enemies. Huang Fuqi spoke first, to sharpen my sword intent, and then break through to Golden Core. Although Huang Fuqi possesses the clear spring sword intent, it is said to be difficult to wield. Moreover, based on their experiences over the past 10 days, possessing sword intent and mastering its application are two distinct concepts. For instance, against locust demons, his sword intent is of little use. Against dream-eating geckos, it is even less effective. Thus, upon hearing Huang Fuqi's personal plans, everyone nodded in approval. I shall accompany you, senior brother. Shiping smiled. My master has tasked me with reaching the later stage of Foundation establishment within this year. Otherwise, I shall not be accepted as a disciple. Huang Fuqi was fortunate, as he was accepted by the White Du True Man due to his sword intent at the later stage of Foundation establishment. However, Shiping's acceptance was entirely due to his innate talent for cultivation. If Shiping cannot fully harness his cultivation talent, the White Du True Man would naturally not take him as a disciple. Lin Ke, what about you? Chapter 83, The original Great Wilderness Palace, perceiving the invitation in Ping's tone, Lin Ke smiled and shook his head, stating, "I shall refrain from heading to the front lines for now." He gazed towards the rear. "I will first return to Qisang Garden to consolidate my cultivation, and then thoroughly comprehend the gains from this period. After assimilating everything, I shall seek you all at the front." At present, the Great Wilderness Cave had been established as Lin Ke and Appo's domain, safeguarded by the sect. Regardless of external invasions or internal interference, all must pass through the threshold of Master Huadai. There was no necessity for everyone to remain vigilant. Lin Ke also wished to digest the success he had achieved recently, transforming it into his own strength. "I shall join the front lines as well," Han Yun remarked previously. "I lacked reliable companions, but that is no longer the case." He glanced at Huang Fuqi and the others with a smile. "I shall rely on you all when the time comes." Huang Fuqi nodded slightly, and Ping added with a grin, "Brother Han has always excelled, and in recent days, he has made remarkable progress. In the future, we shall not speak of reliance. As brothers, we must support each other." Han Yun's expression softened further upon hearing this. Finally, everyone turned to Fong Du. "I have a few senior brothers in another direction, also from the law enforcement hall," Fong Du stated helplessly. "I will first check on them. As they have treated me well in the past, I shall return to join you later." "Not a problem," Huang Fuqi waved his hand. "Without your senior brothers, this great wilderness cave would struggle to thrive. Should they be willing, they may also come to assist in developing this place." It was a senior brother who had initially informed Fong Du about this cave. However, that senior brother likely considered it merely an ordinary cave, failing to sense the presence of several spirit insects, thus directly relaying the location to Fong Du as a gift. It was only later that Lin Ke and his companions discovered the cave's extraordinary nature, nearly succumbing to a powerful entity dwelling within its depths. This realization led to the idea of collaboration. "How about we rotate our guards every 2 months?" Lin Ke proposed with a smile. "I shall take the first 2 months, and then it will be up to you all." Although they had successfully taken control of the area, leaving it idle would be a waste. Today, they not only needed to discuss their future destinations but also to plan the development of this location. "I shall take the 3rd and 4th months," Fong Du said. "I do not anticipate being away from my senior brothers for long. If anything arises, I shall communicate through the Xianmai dispatch." After 10 days of vigilance, their coffers had significantly swelled. Each had acquired the Xianmai dispatch. For instance, Han Yun even attempted to refine the corpse of a locust demon into a spirit weapon. Though it was still a work in progress, they were all quite satisfied. Of course, the most pleased were Lin Ke and Huang Fuqi, as they were the primary contributors and thus received the largest share. "I shall follow after Brother Fong," Lin Ke declared. "I will take the next turn." Ping and Han Yun also accepted their guard duties, leaving Huang Fuqi as the final one. Once the guard assignments were established, Lin Ke pondered aloud. "What do you all think of my earlier proposal?" The group fell into silence. Days prior, Lin Ke had suggested transforming this location into a rest stop. Given its proximity to the sect and the front lines, it was ideally situated to be converted into a marketplace. Venturing too far forward posed great dangers, while retreating too far was impractical. If they could establish inns for rest and shops for trade here, many would likely be inclined to visit. Even Lin Ke found the back-and-forth journey somewhat tedious. After slaying monsters, they had to return to purchase supplies, which could take 2 to 3 days. Creating a marketplace here would not only benefit themselves, but also attract many from surrounding territories, generating income for their domain. Even without opening stores themselves, the influx of visitors would entice numerous vendors, allowing them to collect substantial rent in spirit stones. Having experienced the era of traffic, Lin Ke understood that footfall equated to commerce and profit. "You are all more familiar with such matters. I trust you to make the right decisions," Huang Fuqi stated, showing little interest as he entrusted his own affairs to mortals. Ping began discussing specific strategies with Lin Ke, while Fong Du remained indifferent. However, Han Yun, due to his personality, had made several acquaintances during his tenure at the law enforcement hall, many of whom were chi refining disciples, along with some from other sects doing business with the genie sect. He could introduce some of them. "Then let us take action," Lin Ke proclaimed after a lengthy discussion. "May we all achieve golden core status and strive towards forming the nascent soul, seeking eternal life together." "Together," the others echoed, clasping their hands together before swiftly departing into the distance. Lin Ke lingered behind, gazing at the sprawling trees and shrubs, meticulously considering the construction of buildings. After all, he had not studied civil engineering in his previous life. Alas, it seemed he would have to invest significantly in the endeavor. Lin Ke shook his head. Nevertheless, he currently possessed over 6,000 spirit stones, a considerable fortune. The recent battles, particularly the sale of several golden core demon beasts, had yielded substantial profits for them, not to mention the corpses of other foundational demon beasts. Moreover, the funding for the development of their territory was collectively contributed by Huang Fuqi and the others. "Let us first transform this area into a large platform," Lin Ke resolved, peering down at the cave, deciding to bury the great wilderness cave beneath it. His goal was to convert the land within a radius of several dozen miles into a grand platform. Subsequently, he would invite some individuals from the dragon sect to assist in arranging formations and constructing pavilions and towers. Otherwise, Lin Ke would simply erect square boxes, which would fail to attract visitors. With a rumble, he thought, if I am to do it, I shall do it. Lin Ke and Appos, as spiritual power surged, transforming into a force capable of moving mountains and overturning seas. The soil within several miles rumbled as if waves, uprooting towering trees and shattering them. Various insects and reptiles scurried forth, some caught beneath mounds of earth. Then, Lin Ke pointed downward. Turn the ground to steel. The previously soft earth rapidly solidified into a smooth and sturdy circular foundation, concealing the original great wilderness cave beneath it. For convenience, Lin Ke shaped a small house atop the foundation from the earth, furnishing it with a round table and 5 chairs, just enough for himself, Wang Fuqi, Shiping, Feng Du, and Han Yun. From a bird's eye view, it appeared as a solitary elevated structure amidst the desolate expanse. It would not do to continuously refer to it as the Great Wilderness Cave. Thus, he decided to name it the Great Wilderness Palace. The original Great Wilderness Palace was completed. Chapter 84, The Dragonfly and the Black Gold Moth. The fusion was successful. However, the Great Wilderness Palace remains remarkably primitive. It consists merely of a single earthen dwelling, which, despite being reinforced by the method of turning the earth into steel, is essentially still a humble abode. Yet, some entities value essence over appearance. A cultivator at the nascent soul stage, no matter how tattered their attire, remains a nascent soul. Conversely, one at the chi refinement stage, adorned in splendid garments, is still merely at the chi refinement stage. The Great Wilderness Palace is merely a symbol. It need not be constructed as an opulent palace. Continuing onward, Lin Ke gazed into the distance, taking flight to further utilize the techniques of moving mountains and overturning seas and turning the earth into steel to forge a solid foundation. He persisted until a vast expanse of land was prepared before he paused. Subsequently, he returned to the modest earthen dwelling of the Great Wilderness Palace, retrieving the mysterious vein manuscript to contact Zongya, requesting her to summon a formation master from the Yiwa market to arrange a formation. The formation masters of the Point Dragon sect are well versed in all manners of formations, from grand protective arrays to the minutiae of geomancy and architecture. After deliberation, Lin Ke and his companions concluded that rather than hastily improvising, it would be wiser to meticulously cultivate this space, which may one day rival the Yiwa market. Seizing the moment, Lin Ke decided to capture some spiritual insects. He opened the soul table inside the Great Wilderness Palace, revealing a passage leading to the Great Wilderness Cave. Their agreement was to exercise caution in their daily endeavors. Should there be a need to capture spiritual insects, one could descend alone. Lin Ke did not intend to delve deep, merely to catch a couple of specimens. However, after searching for a considerable time, he found none. It seemed the recent upheaval had driven the spiritual insects further into the depths of the cave, possibly even consumed by some unknown entity. Nevertheless, this did not pose a problem as Lin Ke had already gained control over a significant number of spiritual insects. Upon reaching the Mud Pill Palace, Lin Ke presented his recent acquisitions: 6 early-stage Dao Foundation locusts, of inferior spiritual grade, 3 early-stage Dao Foundation bird-catching spiders, also of inferior spiritual grade, and 1 early-stage Dao Foundation sun-transforming dragonfly, of medium spiritual grade. These were the results of Lin Ke's endeavors over the past 10 days. It is noteworthy that within such a brief span, these achievements far surpassed the former host's harvests over several years. Though the ongoing war had claimed many lives, it also forged true resilience. It was time to commence the experiments. Lin Ke surveyed the spiritual insects before him with great anticipation, initially possessing only 3 locusts. He had later engaged in a trade with Han Yun. The locust corpses ultimately belonged to Han Yun, but Lin Ke did not require spiritual stones in exchange. He merely requested 3 early-stage Dao Foundation locusts. Han Yun readily acquiesced. For the majority, these early-stage Dao Foundation locusts held little value, yet for Lin Ke, they were exquisite breeding material. Fortunately, he had previously acquired several black gold moths. With a smile, Lin Ke summoned a few black gold silkworms. The mating commenced. His first experiment involved the black gold silkworm and the locust, holding a female locust in one hand and positioning a male black gold moth with the other. He joined their tails together. Suddenly, the female locust exploded. To Lin Ke's astonishment, its quality was even inferior to that of the black gold silkworm. Failure was expected. Yet he was taken aback. This locust, despite being of the inferior spiritual grade, appeared less formidable than the black gold moth. The locust demon had certainly invested effort to nurture such a common locust to the early Dao Foundation stage, showing commendable loyalty to its kin. Shaking his head, Lin Ke directed the black gold silkworm towards the bird-catching spider. The spider was massive, resembling the size of a wheel. Lin Ke commanded the spider to remain still on the ground and then brought a female black gold moth closer. In the next moment, the female black gold moth anxiously shifted its body, while the spider embraced it with its 8 legs, fervently infusing essence. Within mere seconds, the body of the black gold moth erupted. The spider, perplexed, released its grip and lay still, awaiting further instructions from Lin Ke. Another failure. Though anticipated, Lin Ke could not help but let out a sigh. It was exceedingly difficult. Breeding anew. powerful spiritual insect proved to be more challenging than capturing one from the wild. Yet, he had no choice but to continue his experiments. After all, only the spiritual insects birthed within the Mud Pill Palace could enable Lin Ke to achieve mass production. Next, Lin Ke turned his attention to the early-stage Dao Foundation sun-transforming dragonfly, which possessed medium spiritual grade. This male dragonfly had arrived recently in a swarm from afar, and they had captured several of them. However, these dragonflies seemed to be migrating due to the northern conflict, not escaping from the frontline beasts. Thus, they were not their enemies. They had refrained from capturing too many to avoid escalating tensions. However, when Lin Ke commanded the sun-transforming dragonfly to mate with the black gold moth, an unexpected and delightful occurrence transpired. The sun-transforming dragonfly gently fluttered its wings, and the black gold moth mirrored the motion. Both insects trembled as the dragonfly's abdomen opened and closed, delivering its nutrients to the female black gold moth. The female black gold moth gradually absorbed the essence from the dragonfly. Eventually, the dragonfly's body became rigid and transformed into an empty shell. Even the desiccated shell was reduced to ashes and absorbed into the abdomen of the black gold moth. Success. Excitement gleamed in Lin Ke's eyes. Since the last emergence of the amethyst crystal beetle, it had been a long time since a third type of spiritual insect had been cultivated. Now, the third spiritual insect was on the brink of manifestation, unlike the previous two. The parentage of this third spiritual insect comprised a medium spiritual grade and an inferior spiritual grade. The original amethyst crystal beetle and the stinger moth had one parent from the black gold moth, but the other was an ordinary insect. Now, the mating of the medium spiritual grade sun-transforming dragonfly and the inferior spiritual grade black gold moth promised an unpredictable outcome. Oh no, the Lin silkworm is absent. Yet, upon witnessing the black gold moth writhing in preparation to lay eggs, Lin Ke smacked his thigh in realization. The Lin silkworm. Only the Lin silkworm could consume the eggs cultivated and fused within the Mud Pill Palace for mass production. Otherwise, the spiritual insects hatched from the eggs would merely be one-time entities. With this thought in mind, Lin Ke hastily exited the Mud Pill Palace and addressed the dream-eating gecko resting outside. Senior Dream Eater, could you guard this place for me? I have an urgent matter to attend to. With a thud, the figure of the dream-eating gecko appeared atop the earthen round table. Go ahead. Lin Ke nodded and immediately soared into the distance. The dream-eating gecko surveyed the surroundings, the Great Wilderness Palace. Such a grand name. How pleasing. I wonder when Lin Ke will reach the golden elixir stage. When that time comes, I shall have him witness my true prowess through the process of wet egg hatching. Humph. Chapter 85, The Majestic Sun Dragonfly. The Rush and Convergence of Yang. Lin Ke was unaware of the Dream-Eater Gecko's expectations of him, for he had already returned to the Qing Sang Garden. He proceeded directly to the lowest level, where he encountered the drowsy Lin Ke. Come, eat this. Lin Ke approached Lin Ke, startling him awake. Lin Ke raised his head, exclaiming, Ah, what is this? Ah, I want to eat. It seemed that Lin Ke had only just emerged from his slumber, and he quickly grasped the egg and devoured it in large bites. Typically, the eggs from the Niwan Palace required a considerable amount of time to hatch after being nurtured. However, after Lin Ke swallowed it, the egg was ready to hatch almost immediately. It must be said that Lin Ke was indeed exceptional. Lin Ke had long been speculating about Lin Ke's true form, what the origin of that seed was. Unfortunately, neither the scripture repository nor any other sources contained relevant records. Lin Ke dared not investigate too deeply for fear of arousing suspicion. Just then, Lin Ke, blushing, extended his hands forward, his internal spiritual energy swirling incessantly. In the next moment, a massive egg appeared before Lin Ke's eyes. The pale yellow egg shimmered with a crystalline luster, resembling a piece of yellow jade, and was as large as a basketball. As Lin Ke gazed at it, the egg split open, revealing a small head. A golden, round dragonfly had emerged, its compound eyes sparkling with a hint of vitality. Following closely, a body interwoven with pale gold and orange crawled out, its six-legged torso adorned with wings that glimmered like they had been dusted with gold powder. Without considering anything else, it was undoubtedly a golden dragonfly. The majestic sun dragonfly? Receiving information in his mind, Lin Ke began to digest the contents. The transformation sun dragonfly was a spirit insect adept at absorbing the essence of the sun and the splendor of the moon, possessing an innate ability for supersonic flight. Its wings were like blades of steel, effortlessly slicing enemies in half during flight. In contrast, while the transformation sun dragonfly's mouth was sharp, it was not particularly distinctive, as many carnivorous insects possessed sharp mouths yet lacked effective lethality. Moreover, the transformation sun dragonfly could naturally condense fireballs made of solar essence on its wings, exhibiting considerable power. Thus, it appeared that the majestic sun dragonfly before him might have inherited most of its genes from the transformation sun dragonfly. Without further ado, Lin Ke extended his hand, channeling the Miaojianggu technique to refine the majestic sun dragonfly into his own spirit insect. With a connection of intent, he commanded the majestic sun dragonfly to first attend to his needs. Buzzing, the majestic sun dragonfly completed its meal of the shell, and its slightly damp wings unfurled, rapidly drying and hardening. Then, it wobbled and took flight. What a large dragonfly! Lin Ke exclaimed, consuming frozen insects to regain strength while admiring the golden creature. And it's golden, how beautiful. Indeed, Lin Ke nodded in agreement and complimented Lin Ke. You have already reached the mid-stage of the Tao Foundation. How do you feel? I feel very hungry, Lin Ke replied, munching on the frozen insects, seemingly undeterred by his eating. If you are hungry, then eat. But remember to absorb spiritual energy to supplement your nourishment, Lin Ke advised, gesturing towards the majestic sun dragonfly. I will go test its abilities now. Lin Ke nodded eagerly. Go ahead, Daddy. Upon stepping outside, the majestic sun dragonfly followed closely behind him. Let me test your speed. In an instant, Lin Ke shot towards the sky, sprouting a pair of dragonfly wings on his back. Dragonfly rush technique. However, the majestic sun dragonfly hesitated for only half a second before swiftly flying alongside Lin Ke, regarding him with curiosity as if wondering what he was doing. So fast? Lin Ke raised an eyebrow, delight evident in his gaze. He then decided to touch the body of the majestic sun dragonfly. Moist egg hatching technique. In an instant, another pair of wings sprouted from Lin Ke and Apos' back, and his speed surged several-fold. Whoosh! Lin Ke exerted himself fully, and within seconds, he had flown 100 miles away, but he immediately halted. Too fast. His eyes sparkled with surprise, tinged with trepidation, as he felt a bit dizzy. The speed was overwhelming, and his reactions could not keep up, resulting in excessive mental strain. Yet, this also allowed him to perceive the synergy between the moist egg hatching technique and the dragonfly rush technique, mutually beneficial. Could there be additional abilities? Lin Ke felt a surge of excitement. His spiritual energy surged into his right hand. Whoosh! A magnificent golden sword materialized in his grasp. Appearing as though forged from pure gold, he raised the sword to the heavens and activated the majestic sun dragonfly's abilities. Convergence of yang. In an instant, specks of golden light converged upon the sword, which became extremely hot. Is this the power to dispel illusions and malevolence? Lin Ke felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The majestic sun dragonfly possessed not one, but two abilities. One was speed, and the other was the ability to gather yang. The technique of speed complemented the dragonfly rush technique, while the ability to gather yang allowed him to forge weapons. He had initially contemplated purchasing a sword or blade once he had sufficient funds, but it seemed that would not be necessary for now. Marvelous. The quality of a mid-grade spiritual insect is truly remarkable. Lin Ke dispelled the moist egg hatching technique, looking at the majestic sun dragonfly with great joy. The majestic sun dragonfly, having absorbed the qualities of the low-grade Wujin moth and the mid-grade transformation sun dragonfly, possessed mid-grade spiritual strength. Moreover, it was not merely mid-grade but rather superior, just as Lin Ke had previously anticipated with the purple crystal beetle. The fusion of a high-grade spiritual insect and a low-grade one did not automatically yield a mid-grade spiritual insect. At that moment, Lin Ke could potentially combine two low-grade spiritual insects to create a mid-grade one. Junior brother, what is this? Just then, a voice called from afar. It was Zonya. Turning around, Lin Ke saw Zonya flying towards him with an elderly man. Senior sister, who is this? Lin Ke asked, retracting the majestic sun dragonfly into the golden wing nest and smiling as he greeted the person next to Zonya. I am Chongqing, and I have the honor of meeting you, senior brother Lin Ke, the elderly man said, bowing respectfully. Greetings, senior brother Chong, Lin Ke replied. Although this elderly man appeared aged, his cultivation was only at the early stage of the Tao Foundation, making it fitting for him to address Lin Ke as senior brother. This Chongqing was a formation master from the Pointing Dragon sect. Zonya smiled as she introduced, earlier, you mentioned wanting to build a house and set up formations. So I invited junior brother Chong over. Although his fees are somewhat steep, he has decades of experience and will undoubtedly meet the construction requirements of the Great Wilderness Palace. Chapter 86, Point Dragon Sect. Array Master, Point Dragon Sect. Lin Ke felt a sudden realization. The construction of the Great Wilderness Palace indeed necessitates prompt action to seize the initiative. I am grateful to you, brother Chong. Lin Ke smiled and said, please follow me. Point Dragon Sect is an ordinary sect located in the Poison Refining Mountains. Although its strength pales in comparison to the Golden Wing sect, its array masters are exceedingly well regarded. Each sect maintains a permanent outpost. Members of the Golden Wing sect sell insects in Point Dragon sect, while Point Dragon sect offers arrays in the Golden Wing sect. Previously, he had sent Zonya ahead to find someone, and now they fortuitously encountered each other. Lin Ke immediately took the lead and instructed Zonya to wait in the Qingsang Garden. Upon arriving at the Great Wilderness Palace, the Dream-Eating Guardian informed Lin Ke that there were no unusual occurrences, after which it returned to rest in his mind. Are we to construct something akin to the Yiwa market here? Changqing surveyed the foundation below and mused, this is not difficult. But what kind of array do you desire? The Yiwa market employs a Yuan-level silver hat as its core, possessing the power to suppress golden core entities. What do you wish to use as the core here? How strong of an enemy do you need to suppress at the highest level? Chongqing and Apos' inquiries were numerous, showcasing his expertise. Lin Ke pondered for a moment, then articulated his thoughts based on prior discussions with Huang Fuqi and others. How many spirit stones would be required to contend with a nascent soul? Lin Ke posed the question. They were not particularly concerned about Golden Core adversaries for the time being, as the Dream-Eating Guardian, being a formidable beast at the late Golden Core stage, could easily handle any Golden Core threats. However, the situation changed with nascent soul entities. Should a powerful nascent soul beast infiltrate their ranks to wreak havoc, they would undoubtedly be among the first to suffer. Moreover, they had the formidable adversary, the Monkey Hero, keeping a watchful eye. Although the Monkey Hero had not yet found the opportunity to confront Lin Ke, he anticipated that once other matters were settled, the Monkey Hero would inevitably come after him. That was a vendetta. Nascent soul. Upon hearing Lin Ke's words, Chongqing's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. You wish to create an array capable of contending with nascent souls? How extraordinary. Haha, quite the ambition. Chongqing became animated, his white hair waving as he paced in the air like a child lost in thought. A Yuan-level weapon is essential, preferably of high quality, ideally top tier. What style should it take? Let me ponder. Wait. Lin Ke quickly interrupted Chongqing. I merely wish to inquire. I do not genuinely intend to create one. We cannot afford such a hefty amount of spirit stones. One core requires a top-tier, Yuan-level weapon. Do you realize how costly that is? Generally, a golden core cultivator may not even be able to afford it. A low-tier Yuan-level weapon costs upwards of 10,000 spirit stones. A high-tier? You'd likely need at least 100,000. And that is just for the core. To procure everything, we would be looking at several 100,000. We simply cannot manage that. Lin Ke promptly cut Chongqing off. I can contribute part of it. Chongqing remained excited. I can offer you 30,000 spirit stones. This is my life savings. Is that sufficient? 30,000 spirit stones at the early stage of foundation establishment? Lin Ke was taken aback, gaining newfound respect for the wealth accumulation capabilities of array masters. It was evident that although Brother Chang's cultivation was not high, his passion for arrays was genuine. After all, Zhongya had only spent 1,000 spirit stones to hire Chongqing. Yet Chongqing was willing to offer 30,000 spirit stones for Lin Ke to create an array against nascent souls. Such a willingness to invest is only born of true passion. But we cannot possibly gather that much money. Lin Ke chuckled helplessly. Indeed, Chongqing sighed, the excitement in his eyes dimming. He gazed at the untainted ground below and lamented, what a pity it would be to squander such pristine land. If only we could construct a top-tier Yuan-level array, I would die without regrets. Arrays indeed have grades. A Yuan-level array is akin to that of the Yuan market, while a top-tier Yuan-level array could genuinely contend against nascent souls. However, as previously stated, it is far too expensive. Lin Ke understood Chongqing's sentiments, as the foundation below resembled a blank canvas, allowing for limitless creativity. This made achieving perfection feasible. What about the other locations within the Golden Wing sect? They either already had established arrays or were situated in impoverished regions and capable of affording array constructions. For instance, the Qingsang Garden could only accommodate a basic soil cicada warming sand array, which would merely envelop a hillside, providing minimal utility akin to a greenhouse. Currently, the area around Lin Ke had become a vast foundation. To construct an array on such an expansive territory was akin to having a blank slate. It was no wonder Chongqing was so exuberant. However, just as Lin Ke contemplated articulating their requirements, a voice rang out from afar. Construct? Why not construct? Let's build a grand array, one that targets nascent souls. The voice was clear and powerful, exuding confidence. Lin Ke and Chongqing turned to see two figures soaring toward them. One was handsome and striking, while the other bore a prominent scar across his face. The latter was none other than Fong Du. Lin brother, this is Brother Zhu. Fong Du called out from a distance. There have been no battles on that front. So Brother Zhu suggested coming to take a look with me. Brother Zhu? Lin Ke realized. This must be the brother who informed Fong Du of the cave's location. He respectfully greeted. Lin Ke pays his respects to Brother Zhu. The newcomers, like Huang Fuqi, were late-stage foundation establishment cultivators, appearing youthful and handsome. Lin Ke, my junior brother. Greetings. Brother Zhu smiled and waved. He then turned to Chongqing, saying, Brother Chong, would 2,000 middle-grade spirit stones suffice? 2,000 middle-grade spirit stones? Lin Ke and Chongqing were momentarily stunned. These were middle-grade spirit stones. One could be exchanged for 100 lower-grade spirit stones. Lin Ke had calculated that the actual conversion ratio was around 120. This indicated that middle-grade spirit stones held immense value. This was quite reasonable. Lin Ke had never utilized lower-grade spirit stones for cultivation, but he had tried once during a breakthrough. The efficiency of absorbing lower-grade spirit stones far surpassed that of absorbing spiritual energy. Brother Zhu casually mentioned 2,000 middle-grade spirit stones, which equated to over 20,000 lower-grade spirit stones. How wealthy! Lin Ke instantly felt that Brother Zhu was not a person, but rather a being composed entirely of spirit stones. If it's not enough, I have more. As much as you need. As Brother Zhu spoke, he and Fong Du had already approached Lin Ke and Chongqing. Enough. Quite enough. Chongqing paused momentarily before tears of joy streamed down his face. I will ensure the grand array is completed. I will make it happen. Lin Ke turned his gaze toward Fong Du, who awkwardly scratched his head. I just have a birthday coming up in a few days. It was merely a casual mention. But Brother Zhu insisted on giving me a gift. Lin Ke took a deep breath, preparing to speak, when Brother Zhu interjected. Lin Ke, I have heard of your deeds. Consider this 100,000 spirit crystals as a meeting gift. They can be exchanged for spirit stones anywhere there are sects in Yunjiang. I hold you in high regard truly. Chapter 87 Wealth. Build a superior Yuan level formation. 1 million? Lin Ke inhaled sharply, nearly choking on his breath. He had never even heard of something called a spirit crystal card. How could he possibly accept such an offer? Regardless of whether Brother Zhu's intentions were benevolent or malicious, he could not accept a reward without giving anything in return. Accepting 1,000,000 spirit stones would leave him at a loss for how to interact with Brother Zhu in the future. Furthermore, if Brother Zhu's intentions were indeed malevolent, accepting such a sum would be even more unwise. No need for that, Brother Zhu. I appreciate your kindness. Lin Ke gently shook his head, declining the offer. Oh, you truly have some spirit. Brother Zhu's eyes sparkled with interest. In that case, 1,000,000 is indeed too little. I shall offer you 10,000,000 instead, 10 cards. As he spoke, he produced 10 shimmering cards from his sleeve. 10,000,000? Not only Lin Ke, but even Fong Du was taken aback. Chongqing, standing nearby, was rendered speechless, his throat tight with shock. If he were an ordinary elder, he might have fainted from the surprise, but fortunately, he was a cultivator at the initial stage of the Dao Foundation. Nevertheless, such a grand gesture left them all somewhat breathless. Brother Zhu, what is the meaning of this? Lin Ke furrowed his brow, uncertain of the situation. Surely, no one could afford to spend money so lavishly? Perhaps his modest upbringing limited his imagination in his 2 lifetimes. He had never encountered anything worth 10,000,000. He still held on to the notion that gifts should consist of a couple of boxes of fruit. A meeting gift of 10,000,000. Perhaps he was too lowly and impoverished to grasp the implications. But he found it hard to believe that there was no ulterior motive behind Brother Zhu's generosity. Indeed, it is a bit excessive at first. Here in Yunjiang, everyone is struggling. Brother Zhu scratched his head and then retracted the crystal cards. An apologetic expression crossed his face. I apologize, Junior Brother Lin. I have become accustomed to the external realms and forgot about the economic situation here in Yunjiang. Not a problem. Lin Ke thought he now bore the label of poverty in every aspect. This realization dulled the joy he felt from recently earning a few thousand spirit stones on the battlefield. Having wealth is truly wonderful. Lin Ke shook his head and asked, Brother Zhu, do you wish to invest in our great wilderness palace? He attempted to steer the conversation away from the topic of the extravagant gift. Precisely. Brother Zhu smiled. This place is remarkable. It is rich in talent and resources. Moreover, I have heard from Fong Du that you all are genuinely good people. I was thinking, you provide the effort, and I will provide the funding. Let us work together to develop this place, shall we? Brother Zhu gestured towards the ground below. If you trust me, I will relocate some of my enterprises here, and we can thrive together. However, Junior Brother Lin, do not misunderstand. You must have heard of my name, Yunjiang. I take delight in forming friendships with like-minded brothers. Talent and strength matter little. What is important is compatibility, Brother Zhu chuckled as he patted Lin Ke on the shoulder. Yunjiang? Lin Ke frowned, recalling the name from the original owner's memories. It seemed he was the one who had returned with a woman after a mission outside the enforcement hall. It was said that this woman later achieved the golden core stage and ventured out for training. However, the focus was not on her, but on Yunjiang, who had laid in wait for years to avenge her after her child was lost to a tribe. Initially, the enforcement hall had sent them to investigate the tribe's extermination. After all, although the tribe had committed numerous atrocities, the Jin sect was unaware of these events and merely recognized that a tribe had been destroyed, necessitating an investigation from the ruling Jin sect. Upon learning the details of the revenge, Yunjiang offered a handsome price to protect the woman. Although she had once harbored resentment towards the Jin sect, she bore no ill will against them thanks to Yunjiang's intervention. After achieving the golden core, she set out to train. Thus, it seemed that Yunjiang was indeed that very brother. He was known for his extensive connections, eagerness to help others, and appreciation for those with integrity. Thank you for your recognition, Brother Zhu. Lin Ke clasped his hands together. However, while Fong and I may agree, I must consult with the other brothers first. Of course, Yunjiang nodded with a smile. I have heard of your exploits. The others seem equally impressive based on what Fong Du has mentioned. I would feel secure joining you. Let us descend and discuss further. Lin Ke nodded and led the others down. Upon reaching a small earthen hut and settling inside, Lin Ke took out the Xianmai document and began to write. After inquiring, Huang Fuqi and the others expressed their agreement. After all, this great wilderness cave was a place Yunjiang had designated for Fong Du. Given that he approached them with goodwill and possessed considerable strength, it was natural that no one wished to refuse. Lin Ke refrained from mentioning Yunjiang's wealth, only stating that they would invest together. Even if he had, it was unlikely to elicit much of a reaction, especially from Huang Fuqi and Shi Ping, who prioritized their own cultivation. Shall we finalize this? Yunjiang surveyed the surroundings and laughed heartily. Should we set up another seat here? Lin Ke nodded. Currently, the round table accommodated only their group, requiring an additional seat for Yunjiang. With a thought, a new chair rose from below. Yunjiang, pleased by the sight, nodded in approval and turned to Chongqing. who had remained silent, gazing eagerly at Zhu Qingge. Upon making eye contact, Changqing quickly flashed a flattering smile. Can you manage this? You're merely a superior spirit-level formation master, correct? Zhu Qingge inquired curiously. A superior Yuan-level formation can only be crafted by someone at the Golden Core stage, no? I can do it, Changqing exclaimed, nearly leaping from his seat. Brother Zhu, I truly can. He produced a crumpled storage bag from his robes, retrieving a scroll from within. Before my master passed, he left me with 3 Yuan-level grand formations, 1 inferior, 1 medium, and 1 superior. Changqing's eyes glimmered with nostalgia as he continued. I have devoted myself to studying these 3 formations, resulting in the creation of 36 superior spirit-level formations, 114 medium spirit-level formations, and 354 inferior spirit-level formations. I have already comprehended the 3 formations, and I am eager to fulfill my master's dying wish by constructing a superior Yuan-level grand formation that even he could not complete. As Changqing spoke, Lin Ke couldn't help but frown. Did he imply that even with a superior Yuan-level grand formation, he had never successfully deployed one? What would happen if the formation failed?